Magic card name, Infinite Summon. Quality, Illusion God grade. Effect, allows infinite summoning of the same magic pet card, with no upper limit on the quantity. Looking at the magic card in his hand, which radiated a colorful divine light, Chen Ge fell into a long silence. A few hours ago, Chen Ge, the conglomerate heiress from Crescent First High, threw 7 welfare card packs in front of him, right in front of the whole class, mocking him for being a pauper who could not even afford to buy cards. Out of a total of 20,000 common cards, my father spent 200 million just to help me draw a single epic magic card. Chen Ge, how do you expect to compete with me? Chen Ge's arrogant, overbearing face still seemed to loom right before his eyes. In this era, magic card grades are divided into low, medium, high, rare, legendary, epic, mythic, and illusion god. An epic grade card was indeed enough to let a conglomerate heiress throw her weight around. But Chen Ge looked down at the first card pack he had just opened on the table. It was only the 3rd card. He had not even touched the edge of an epic card, yet he bypassed 2 major ranks to draw what only existed in mythology textbooks, an illusion god grade. A lowest grade skeleton warrior card combined with this infinite summon. Chen Ge gulped as an incredibly overpowered tactic took shape in his mind. If others summon a single skeleton, it is just cannon fodder, but what if he summoned 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 of them all at once? Chen Ge gripped the illusion god card tightly, suddenly eager to see what kind of devastated expression the high-end mighty Miss Quan would wear when facing an endless scourge of the undead during tomorrow's preliminary test. And the origin of all this started from a class meeting in Class 1 of the senior year just a few hours ago. Did you hear? Chen Ge's father spent 200 million on card packs for her. 20,000 blank cards, how long will it take to draw them all? Her father is the chairman of the Crescent Consortium, and this is only the first batch. With that kind of money, pulling an epic or legendary magic card is just a matter of time. Who in her little clique does not start with at least 100 million? Most of us can only count on the federal subsidy to try our luck. How can we even compare? In Class 1 of the 3rd year at Crescent First High School, the classroom was buzzing with chatter. This is a high-power world where magic cards reign supreme. 500 years ago, Earth merged with another realm, bringing forth the abyss, secret realms, and countless magical beasts. Humans hunted these beasts to obtain card drops. Those who awakened their magic source could activate them to summon magic pets, equip gear, or unleash skills. They are known as cardmasters. After 500 years, the world has fully entered the era of the Great Magic Card Federation. We are doing fine, but Chen Ge might be in trouble. He has kept Chen Ge down for 3 whole years. Everyone turned their heads at once to look at Chen Ge in the back row, who was resting his chin on his hand, looking bored out of his mind. He crushed Chen Ge in every way for 3 years, but now that it is time to compete with money to draw cards, he is probably going to be overtaken. What is there to worry about? Chen Ge has an A-grade magic source. Even if he does not draw good cards, top guilds and consortiums will still fight over him. At this moment, Chen Ge sat quietly, waiting for the teacher to distribute the federally subsidized card packs. People awaken their magic source at the age of 16 with a success rate of less than 10%. Those who make it into Class 1 of the 3rd year at Crescent First High are all elites among the awakened. And Chen Ge was the very best of these elites. The magic source ranks from SSS grade to F grade. An A grade is already 1 in 10,000, meaning they can hold more magic power and control more magic cards at the same realm. But this was not Chen Ge's greatest trump card. When he awakened his magic source, he also gained an unprecedented hidden talent, the King of Luck. In a world where growing stronger depends entirely on drawing cards, the value of this talent goes without saying. Just as they were talking, the classroom door was pushed open. A girl with long, straight black hair wearing a short skirt uniform strode in with a cold expression, followed by 4 arrogant rich kids. The leader was none other than Chen Ge. In the eyes of ordinary students, the followers behind Chen Ge were already top-tier wealthy heirs far out of their reach. As soon as Chen Ge entered, the classroom fell silent and the students took their seats. She cast a cold glance at Chen Ge in the back row and walked straight to her seat. Ge, I heard you drew an epic magic card. Hui Tianling from the clique raised his voice on purpose, sweeping a contemptuous gaze toward Chen Ge in the very back, making it clear he wanted him to hear. The entire class instantly looked on with envy. Magic card grades are divided into low, mid, high, rare, legacy, epic, legendary, and divine. Those without magic power injected are called blank cards. The drop rate is extremely harsh, with 99.9% of what you open being low-grade junk cards. The average monthly salary in Crescent City is only 4,000, yet a blank card with an extremely low drop rate is inflated to 10,000. If you pull a low-grade card, you basically lose everything. Cardmasters are just a bunch of gamblers. Pull a rare or legacy card and you soar straight to the top. But the vast majority of people lose everything without pulling a single good card, forcing them to sell themselves to consortiums and guilds. I did okay myself, just pulled a legacy card. Hui Tianling casually summoned a magic card, waving it boastfully in his hand. Cardmasters rarely expose their trump cards in public, let alone a legacy card. Since the other party was showing off, Chen Ge looked up to take a glance. Meeting Chen Ge's gaze, Hui Tianling looked even more smug. For the past 3 years, Chen Ge's grades had completely crushed them. Now he could finally hold his head high. What is the point of good grades? Card drawing is all about money and luck. Expecting to pull a legacy card from those cheap federal subsidy packs, keep dreaming. 10 minutes later, the beautiful homeroom teacher walked into the classroom with a batch of federally subsidized magic card packs. Except for Kwon Jaeyeon and her group, the rest of the students' eyes were instantly glued to the card packs, their eyes shining with excitement. Students, we are handing out the magic card packs today. Open them at home and make sure to show up on time tomorrow for the preliminary test. On the podium, the beautiful homeroom teacher adjusted her glasses. Magic cards are top secret. Even if someone draws a fantasy god grade card, it will not be reported. Only by testing one's strength in tomorrow's preliminary exam can it be decided which tier of academy a student should apply for. After all, the exams for top academies are brutal, and trying to take them with insufficient strength is a death sentence. Yes, teacher. The whole class responded with excitement. Now, we will distribute the card packs based on your magic source level. The homeroom teacher began to distribute them with a smile. According to Federation regulations, F-class only receives a subsidy of 1 card pack, but Chen Ge is a class, so he can receive 6. Teacher, I am S-class now. Sitting in the front row with a proud expression, Kwon Ziyin suddenly spoke up. She turned her head and cast a disdainful glance at Chen Ge. Just give my 7 card packs to Chen Ge, that way he will not blame having too few packs if he fails to draw any good cards. After being completely crushed and ignored by Chen Ge in every way for 3 years, she had finally found her moment to strike back. The whole class was stunned, and even Chen Ge was taken aback for a moment. 1 card pack costs 100,000, so 7 is 700,000, giving them away for free. Getting sneered at in exchange for 700,000, is there really such a good deal in the world? The more card packs he had, the higher the chances for an emperor of luck like him to draw top-tier cards. It would be foolish not to take them. Thank you. Chen Ge gave Kwon Ziyin a bright, radiant smile. Kwon Ziyin had expected him to fly into a rage out of humiliation, but seeing him smile so sincerely, her forehead was instantly covered in black lines. She felt like she had miscalculated somehow. But since she had already said it, a prestigious heiress of a financial group could not go back on her word. She could only grit her teeth, turn her head away, and ignore him. Soon 13 card packs were in his hands. Chen Ge desperately suppressed the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, ecstatic on the inside. A free 700,000, this was pocket change to the Kwon family, but a massive sum of money for his family. The card packs have been distributed, class dismissed. Thank you, teacher. Kwon Ziyin gave Chen Ge a sharp glare and quickly left with her small clique. Chen Ge put away his card packs with satisfaction, hopped on his bicycle and rode straight home. 13 card packs, awesome. Kwon Ziyin is actually pretty generous, I like it. Chen Ge pedaled his bicycle against the wind and exclaimed loudly. A stretched luxury car happened to pass by and Kwon Ziyin inside the car heard him loud and clear. Her face turned even darker. She was clearly trying to humiliate him, so how did he end up feeling so good about it? Chen Ge, just you wait, tomorrow's preliminary test will make you realize the gap between us. Huan Ziyan crossed her arms and let out a cold snort. Chen Ge rode all the way back to his rundown old neighborhood. Chen Ge, you're back. Yes, Grandpa Chen. After greeting the familiar neighbors, he parked his bicycle and quickly went upstairs to open the door. Big brother. As soon as he opened the door, his 3.5-year-old sister, Chen Zai, threw herself at him in a babyish voice. Chen Ge crouched down and scooped her into his arms. Et moi? Chen Zai happily kissed him on the cheek. Did you get the card packs? His mother's gentle voice came from inside. Yeah. Chen Ge nodded, carried Chen Zai inside and set her down. His mother took 2 card packs out of her bag and handed them over. These are from your dad. The Federation subsidy is enough for me, why spend this money? Chen Ge was stunned. His mother took care of the 2 siblings full-time and the entire family relied solely on his father's income. 200,000 was definitely a massive sum for this household. It is for you, just take it. His mother smiled and stuffed the card packs into his hands. Then Mom, I am going in to open them. His mother nodded, her face full of hope. Good luck, big brother. Chen Zai looked up and hugged his leg. Okay, Chen Ge picked up his little sister and gave her a big kiss, then turned and went back to his room with the card packs. Looking at the 15 card packs on the table, Chen Ge took a deep breath. Even with his Emperor of Luck talent, he could not help but feel nervous. Drawing cards would determine his future. If he could not pull anything good, he would only end up as a pawn for guilds and financial groups in the future. Calming his nerves, he tore open the first card pack. 10 cards per pack, inject magic power. First card, low-grade magic card. Second card, low-grade magic card. Third card, magic card name, infinite summoning. Quality, fantasy god grade. Type, skill card. Effect, allows infinite summoning of the same magic pet card. The specific number depends on the magic card master's own magic power. Description, an ordinary fantasy god grade magic card. Chen Ge froze on the spot. The third card of the very first pack was a fantasy god grade. Huan Ziyan had to open 20,000 blank cards just to get one epic grade. If she found out about his luck, she would probably spit blood from anger on the spot. With this card, even the lowest level goblins or skeleton warriors can undergo a qualitative change through sheer numbers using infinite summoning. The weight on his chest instantly lifted and Chen Ge relaxed completely. With infinite summoning, what else could he possibly ask for? Keep drawing cards. What followed were mostly low-grade magic cards with the occasional mid-grade ones. Chen Ge remained completely unfazed. Until the 8th pack, the 10th card. Magic card name, Heavenly Moon Blade. Quality, epic. Type, equipment card. Effect, swinging the blade produces a crescent/slash effect. Description, forged from sky moon stone and containing the power of the heavenly moon, every swing unleashes lunar energy. An epic grade blade. A wide grin spread across Chen Ge's face. Keep drawing cards. The 15th card pack, the final card. Magic card name, Wings of the Brave. Quality, legendary. Type, equipment card. Effect, grants the card master the ability to fly and increases speed by 300%. Description, a legendary piece of equipment manifested by someone with the heart of a brave warrior. View. All 15 card packs had been completely opened. 1 god tier, 1 legendary, 1 epic, plus several low to mid-grade cards. Chen Ge let out a long sigh, extremely satisfied. With these 3 trump cards, sooner or later he would be able to put together a full god tier set for himself. With a thought, he placed the 3 top-grade magic cards into his magic source. Once the cards entered his body, they were instantly bound and could not be transferred. Then he picked out some practical ones from the low and mid-grade cards, such as the Skeleton Warrior card. During the preliminary test, he could just summon a sea of skeletons to breeze through. He could replace them later once he got high-level magic pets. The status panel appeared. Name, Chen Ge. Talent, Emperor of Luck, unique. Level, Black Iron 1 star. Magic source, rank A. Magic pet card, Skeleton Warrior, low grade. Skill cards, Infinite Summon, god tier, cross/low grade, double jump, mid grade. Equipment cards, Wings of the Brave, legendary, Heavenly Moon Blade, epic, Warrior armor, low grade. With this setup, it is more than enough to tear through the preliminary test. The rest of the useless cards can be sold to the recycling company, which is better than nothing. Chen Ge smiled with satisfaction, then suddenly thought of Quan Ziyan. She said her magic source upgraded to rank S. It seems she used a special magic source card. This kind of card is incredibly rare and hard to come by. It looks like Quan Ziyan has pretty good luck. Chen Ge stroked his chin. However, he knew very well that it was likely purchased by Quan Ziyan's father at an astronomical price. Drawing an epic card out of 20,000 cards would be considered an absolute miracle. If he did not have the Emperor of Luck talent himself, these 15 card packs would have definitely yielded nothing. It was getting late. Chen Ge packed up the useless cards and pushed the door open. Click. As soon as the door opened, his younger sister Chen Zai and their mother were waiting outside with anxious faces. Clearly, they were both waiting for the results of the card draw. You might not believe it, but I drew a legend-grade magic card. In order not to shock his mother, Chen Ge deliberately understated his trump cards, but it was still enough to put them at ease. Really? His mother's eyes lit up, her face filled with pleasant surprise. With just those few card packs they had at home, she had not held much hope. Seeing that Chen Ge had not come out for so long, she had been even more worried. Now hearing that he actually got a legend-grade card, it was an absolute jackpot. Her son's start was secure. You are amazing, big brother. Chen Zai rushed forward and hugged Chen Ge's thigh, looking up with her little face to cheer. Chen Ge bent down to lift his sister into his arms, and the little girl planted a big kiss on his cheek. The food is all ready. I will go cook right now. When your dad gets back later, he will definitely be thrilled. His mother beamed with joy and walked quickly toward the kitchen. Chen Ge sat down in the living room with his sister in his arms. Over half an hour later, the door lock clicked and his tired-looking father pushed the door open and walked in. Dad, you're back. Dad, big brother drew a legend-grade magic card. Chen Zai in his arms blurted out eagerly. Their father was stunned, the fatigue on his face instantly replaced by sheer ecstasy. Really? Chen Ge nodded solemnly. Hahaha, we absolutely must celebrate tonight. The atmosphere at the dinner table was lively. As for the details of the card, his parents tacitly did not ask further. The details of a magic card were a card master's trump card in secret, so it was actually better not to know. Early the next morning, his father had already rushed off to work. Good luck, son. Good luck, big brother Manhwa. Encouraged by his mother and sister, Chen Ge rode his bike straight to Crescent First High School. The campus was already filled with high school seniors participating in the preliminary test. The preliminary test was held in the trial arena, where 10 consecutive waves of magic beasts would spawn. If you received a fatal injury, you would be immediately teleported out. Generally, as long as you survived 8 waves, you would qualify to compete for top academies. Chen Ge, how did your card draw go? Seeing her star student and class rank 1 walk over, the beautiful homeroom teacher immediately came forward to greet him. It was okay, getting through 8 waves should not be much of a problem, Chen Ge said with a smile. The beautiful teacher beamed with joy. I knew you could do it, good luck. Yes, teacher. Chen Ge nodded, walked over, and stood at the very back of the class line. At this moment, Kwon Jae-yeon, wearing her uniform skirt, had her arms crossed over her chest and cast a contemptuous look at Chen Ge behind her. Now, as an S-rank magic source, she had 1 epic magic card, 2 legendary magic cards, and all her other cards were rare and high-grade. In this preliminary test, she would definitely be number 1. When she came out of the trial arena later, the humiliation of being crushed by Chen Ge would be completely washed away. Even if Chen Ge crushed everyone in grades, so what? Could he really pull something better than an epic magic card from just a dozen or so card packs? Every time I see Chen Ge's indifferent face, it pisses me off. I really want to pick a fight with him. Huey Tianling, standing behind Kwon Jae-yeon, could not help but say. As he spoke, he glanced over at Chen Ge with a look of annoyance. So what if his magic source rank is a bit higher and his grades are a bit better? I do not get what he is being so arrogant about. If I run into him outside one day, I will definitely teach him a lesson. The small group behind Kwon Jae-yeon looked at Chen Ge with annoyed expressions. In reality, Chen Ge was just usually quiet and had never been arrogant. It was just that he outperformed these rich kids in every way, which made them very unhappy. It was only because Kwon Jae-yeon stopped them. otherwise they would have found someone to deal with Chen Ge long ago. And the reason Kwon Jaeyeon stopped them was simply because she felt that using underhanded tricks in private was too low. If she was going to win, she would win fair and square. Actually, his classmates were quite friendly to Chen Ge and would greet him from time to time. Chen Ge had won first place on his own merits. Others only admired him and there was not that much resentment. Before long, the principal of Crescent High School No. 1 took the stage to give a speech, and then the homeroom teachers led their classes onto buses to head to the trial arena. The trial arena was in the suburbs. Usually, Crescent High School No. 1 would start first, followed by the other schools. When the students of Crescent High School No. 1 arrived at the trial arena, dedicated staff members welcomed and guided them inside. The trial arena was actually a very stable and completely safe secret realm. By entering through the portal of the secret realm, one could start the challenge. Alright, we can distribute the magic card master bracelets now. Once the students of Crescent High School No. 1 came inside, the principal spoke, and the homeroom teachers began distributing the bracelets. The bracelets were made of metal, a standard accessory for magic card masters. They could detect the master's identity and rank, and with consent, access their data in the trial arena. Most importantly, if any spatial cracks, secret realms, or dungeons appeared, the bracelet could detect their corresponding levels. Once the bracelets were distributed, the middle-aged principal who had graying hair at his temples said high-spiritedly, "Students, although today is a preliminary test, it is also an assessment for you. You must go all out and climb toward higher goals. Let us go." With a wave of his hand, the students below marched toward the entrance of the secret realm in an orderly fashion. Watching the massive crowd of students, the principal said to the union inspector beside him, "President Kwon's daughter is among those going in this time. With the strength of President Kwon's family, it will be easy for her to clear the trial and come out in first place." Although the inspector was sent by the union, he was actually one of President Kwon's men. Hearing this, he smiled slightly and said, "This is just the beginning. By the time of the official college entrance exam, Our Lady's deck will be upgraded to a whole new level." As for what the principal had said, he took it completely for granted. "By the way, I heard there is a student named Chen Ge in your school who has surpassed Our Lady in other areas over the past 3 years." The inspector suddenly frowned and asked. The principal immediately looked up and pointed at Chen Ge, who was heading toward the entrance nearby, and said, "That is the student. He is indeed excellent and his performance in all aspects is flawless. His only weakness is probably his family background." After a moment's thought, he continued, "His family is just average, with only his father working, so he probably cannot afford to pull very good magic cards. He looks decent, but it is a pity. When there is an opportunity, I would like to invite him to join our Crescent conglomerate." The inspector looked at Chen Ge in the distance and nodded solemnly. The principal smiled and said, "That would absolutely be his honor." The inspector smiled proudly, not caring at all. 5 minutes later, Chen Ge had already entered the trial arena. Every student entering would have a trial arena opened for them, which was a completely independent space, and the environments were not exactly the same. The environment Chen Ge was in was a wilderness. At a glance, there were 5 or 6 bloodthirsty rabbits. The moment those bloodthirsty rabbits saw Chen Ge, they lunged at him with red eyes, intending to skin and eat him alive. In the next instant, his magic cards floated before Chen Ge. He casually drew Infinite Summoning and paired it with Skeleton Warrior, and immediately dozens of Skeleton Warriors appeared around him. However, these dozens of Skeleton Warriors quickly multiplied into hundreds, and then thousands. Seeing this overwhelming force, the bloodthirsty rabbits that were still rushing toward Chen Ge turned around and started running. Originally, they thought they were the ones outnumbering the enemy, but now they realized they were indeed too naive. It was the opponent who was going to overwhelm them with numbers. And this number was not just a simple matter of outnumbering, this was clearly a gang beatdown. Looking at the dense crowd of skeleton warriors around him, Chen Ge's confidence surged instantly, and he said, "I, Chen Ge, survive out here relying on just 3 things: lots of lackeys, and lots of lackeys." In the blink of an eye, those few bloodthirsty rabbits were chopped into mincemeat by the thousands of skeleton warriors. Next was the second wave, a dozen wild boars. Before they could figure out what was happening, they were hacked to death by a flurry of swords. The third wave. The fourth wave. By the time the fifth wave arrived, the number of skeleton warriors as far as the eye could see was close to 2,000. By now, Chen Ge had consumed a lot of magic power, so he stopped summoning more. He would use these first and wait until the numbers ran low before summoning again. And by now, Chen Ge's magic card master rank had reached Black Iron 2-star. The magic card master ranks are divided into Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, Master, Grandmaster, and King. Raising one's rank is not only an increase in magic power, but also an enhancement of the magic card master's physical strength, power, speed, and all other aspects. While Chen Ge was sweeping through the 8th wave on his end, Kwon Jaeyeon was currently clearing the 4th wave. Her epic magic card was a sword, and the pet card she brought was legendary. In this place, she was absolutely tearing through the enemies, but unlike Chen Ge, she had to join the battle herself. Moving gracefully, she quickly eliminated the 4th wave of magic beasts. Glancing at the time, she was also quite satisfied. It has only been 7 minutes and it is already the 5th wave. Excellent. The corners of her mouth curved slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Not long after, on Chen Ge's side, it was already the 10th wave. Since it was the final wave, he simply consumed all his remaining magic power. In an instant, no less than 6,000 skeleton warriors stood on the field, a massive black crowd. The 10th wave of monsters consisted of over 100 axe-wielding minotaurs. They had appeared aggressively, expecting to show off their might, but upon seeing the surrounding situation, they all froze in astonishment. Gulp! They could not help but swallow hard, realizing they were completely surrounded by a sea of skeleton warriors. Their aggressive aura vanished instantly, and they began to tremble in fear. In a one-on-one fight, the skeleton warriors summoned by Chen Ge, who was only at Black Iron 2-star, would also be just Black Iron 2-star. They naturally would not care about such weaklings, especially since they were as powerful as 10th wave bosses. Individually, their strength was at Bronze 1-star. However, in the face of this endless sea of low-level skeleton warriors, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Cut them down. At Chen Ge's command, the 6,000 skeleton warriors surged forward one after another, pouncing on the minotaurs. Each swing of a minotaur's axe took out dozens of skeleton warriors, but faced with sheer numbers, they were simply overwhelmed. They were quickly swallowed up by the skeleton warriors and hacked into minced meat. Before he knew it, the trial was over. Chen Ge had reached Black Iron 3-star. Only 2 magic cards dropped, showing just how low the drop rate was. But for ordinary people, 2 magic cards were worth 20,000 yuan, which was not a small amount. After all, some people only earned 3,000 to 4,000 a month. In the next instant, Chen Ge appeared at the exit. Chen Ge, how did you come out so fast? Seeing Chen Ge being teleported out, the beautiful homeroom teacher nearby hurried over to ask. By now, many students had already been eliminated and sent out, but in the teacher's mind, Chen Ge should have been among the group that lasted until the very end. Coming out so quickly meant he had not even cleared the 8th wave, making it very hard for him to be recommended for the entrance exams of top or first-tier academies. As the best student in her class, this was the last thing she wanted to see. Teacher, once you clear the trial, you naturally get sent out. Chen Ge smiled calmly. Cleared it. The beautiful homeroom teacher looked at the timer on her wrist, her face filled with disbelief. It had only been 15 minutes. It usually took 20 minutes just to reach the 8th wave. How could he have cleared it in 15 minutes? But knowing Chen Ge's personality, he was always straightforward and honest. The teacher simply said, "All right, go over there and register." The teacher led Chen Ge to the inspector's assistant, who was in charge of recording the data, and turned to him. Chen Ge, show your wristband. Chen Ge nodded and held out his hand. Beep. Instantly, Chen Ge's information appeared on the screen. Name Chen Ge. Magic card master rank, Black Iron 3-star. Mana source grade, grade A. Preliminary test result, cleared 15 minutes and 12 seconds. Seeing this, the inspector's assistant responsible for the records froze, then looked up at Chen Ge. 15 minutes and 12 seconds. The best clear time for the Crescent City trial arena was 36 minutes and 17 seconds. The guy in front of him was 21 minutes faster than the record. Did that even make sense? He really cleared it. Staring at the data on the screen, the beautiful homeroom teacher was also rooted to the spot. 15 minutes and 12 seconds. How is that possible? Unless... The teacher looked at Chen Ge in disbelief. Unless Chen Ge drew a legendary magic card. Handsome, smart, and lucky too, he was truly the envy of everyone. At this moment, the principal and the inspector, noticing something unusual over here, walked over together. What is going on? The inspector glanced at Chen Ge and asked his assistant. His look toward Chen Ge was actually a bit disappointed. Being eliminated in just over 10 minutes was simply too poor. After all, even if his magic card level was not high with an A-grade mana source, he should not have lasted only 10+ minutes. He had originally planned to invite him to join the Crescent Financial Group, but with these results, he was not qualified at all. He shook his head inwardly. Sigh. Looking at Chen Ge, the principal also had mixed feelings. Just a moment ago, he had been boasting to the inspector about Chen Ge's decent strength, saying his family background was just a bit lacking. Now, this felt like a hard slap to his face. Gulp. The assistant stood up immediately and said, reporting, Inspector, this student cleared the trial arena with a time of 15 minutes and 12 seconds. What? How is that possible? Both the inspector and the principal stared at Chen Ge in astonishment. 15 minutes and 12 seconds. The two of them stepped forward to check the screen. Finding it to be true, they both looked at the smiling Chen Ge in complete disbelief. Every wristband was meticulously calibrated by the Federation, so there was no way there was an error. It was just a pity that, to protect the privacy of the magic card masters, there was no video recording function, so they did not know the exact details. But after exchanging looks, the inspector and the principal came to a conclusion. The Chen Ge in front of them had probably drawn a legendary magic card and an exceptionally powerful one at that. Otherwise, it made no sense. However, considering the confidentiality protocol for magic card masters, they could not ask Chen Ge directly. They could only nod and say, "Understood, resume your work." Student Chen Ge, please come with us for a moment. The principal spoke with excitement written all over his face. An A-grade mana source and a legendary magic card, his future was truly limitless. Although drawing magic cards depended on luck in this world, luck was also a part of one's strength. The homeroom teacher nudged him. Chen Ge, go ahead. Yes. Chen Ge nodded and followed the principal into a nearby room. Student Chen Ge, please have a seat. As soon as they entered, the principal said warmly. Thank you, principal. Chen Ge sat down across from the principal. The principal then pulled out a card and slid it over to Chen Ge. Student Chen Ge, here is a scholarship of 1 million yuan. Keep it safe. No matter what, you must not forget how Crescent No. 1 High School nurtured you. Without a second thought, Chen Ge accepted the card and nodded quickly. I will always be grateful to Crescent No. 1 High School for nurturing me. Over the past 3 years, the teachers had taken good care of him, so Chen Ge was naturally very grateful. Now that the principal had given him another million in scholarship money, his gratitude only deepened. With this 1 million, it would relieve a lot of the financial pressure at home, and his father would not have to work so hard. Afterward, the principal just stared at Chen Ge, grinning from ear to ear without saying a word. Such an outstanding student was definitely aiming for the Chengdu Academy. If Chen Ge could make a name for himself in Chengdu or even the entire Federation, the principal's own reputation would naturally soar as well. Principal, is there anything else? Chen Ge asked hesitantly. The principal quickly snapped out of it. You must make the most of the next 7 days. It would be best if you could reach around bronze 4-star. That way you can take the top spot in the college entrance exam and get into the Chengdu Academy. This was also what Chen Ge hoped for. After all, Chengdu Academy was the top academy in the Federation, and the resources they offered were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. So, he nodded solemnly and said, understood. All right, go get busy, the principal said with a chuckle. Chen Ge came out of the room, bumped into the inspector, exchanged greetings, and then walked over to his homeroom teacher. Teacher, I want to head back with the other students. Some students who had come out early had already started heading back. After all, once they left the trial arena, they knew their results and their target academies were clear. There was no point in wasting time here. Alright, there is a bus heading back soon, you can take that one. The beautiful homeroom teacher was genuinely happy for Chen Ge. She nodded repeatedly and went to make the arrangements for him. 5 minutes later, Chen Ge boarded the bus back. After some time, other students began coming out of the trial arena one after another. When Quan Zian came out, she had also completed the trial, but she was panting heavily and drenched in sweat. It was clearly not easy for her. Glancing at her watch, she nodded in satisfaction. Great, 34 minutes and 52 seconds. I have broken the record again. Looking around, the members of her clique had not come out yet. As for Chen Ge, he was probably still inside. Hey, you're not that good after all. Victoria's smile crept onto the corner of Quan Zian's mouth. Quan Zian, you passed right. The beautiful homeroom teacher immediately went up to ask. Yes, teacher. Quan Zian flashed a sweet smile. Then let us go register over there. The beautiful homeroom teacher said with a smile. Quan Zian acknowledged and followed the homeroom teacher to register. Okay, registration complete. The assistant inspector sitting there nodded without any expression on his face. Congratulations, Quan Zian. The beautiful homeroom teacher said again. This made Quan Zian, who was already somewhat arrogant, unhappy. She had just broken the record for clearing time, yet these people had such reactionless faces. Should not they be ecstatic, congratulating her and kissing up to her? At this moment, the principal and the inspector also walked over. After glancing at Quan Zian's results, they offered their congratulations. Congratulations on clearing the trial. This inspector used to love kissing up to her, but now he had this kind of expression which made Quan Zian very unhappy. Her face looked a bit grim, but she did not say anything, though she was speechless with frustration. Another 10 minutes or so passed, and the members of her clique were sent out one after another. Zian, how did it go? You must have cleared it right. Hui Tianling was the first to step forward and ask with a smile. The other members of the clique snorted and said, Do you even need to ask? Zian definitely cleared it, she probably even set a new record. Sigh, I really envy Zian. I only have 2 legendary magic cards and it took me so long just to get past the 9th wave. Then I am slightly better, I was kicked out by those minotaurs on the 10th wave. It would have been fine if they had not brought it up, but as soon as they did, Quan Zian was speechless with frustration. Indeed, she had broken the record. What was wrong with the principal and the inspector? Did not they know they should be cheering and shouting for her right now? As the daughter of the president of the Crescent Consortium, she really loved this kind of treatment. Seeing that Quan Zian was not very happy, Hui Tianling and the others stopped talking and went to register their scores first. Oh, by the way, where is Chen Ge? How did he do? Only then did Hui Tianling and the others realize they had not seen Chen Ge, and they could not help but ask. Hearing this, Quan Zian was also taken aback. Hui Tianling and the others were already out, yet Chen Ge still had not come out. A member of Quan Zian's clique said, he is probably holding on purely because of his mana source, right? Exactly, the only thing he can be proud of now is probably his mana source. Sigh, without high-level magic cards, will not he just end up being recruited by Zian's family to work for the Crescent Consortium in the end? After all, he is not in the same league as us. Each of them had family backing, so they naturally did not have to work for a consortium or guild, hence their mocking expressions. The beautiful homeroom teacher had remained silent, but hearing their words she frowned and said, Chen Ge cleared the trial long ago. He has already taken an earlier bus home. What? At that moment, Quan Zian, Hui Tianling and the others were stunned, faces full of disbelief. How is that possible? How could he be faster than me? I broke the record for clearing time. Quan Zian could no longer maintain her aloof persona. With a grim expression, she demanded. Exactly, how could he clear it so quickly? Teacher, you must be mistaken, right? Hui Tianling and the others looked extremely indignant. The beautiful homeroom teacher smiled and said, Chen Ge's clearing time was 15 minutes and 12 seconds. It is already registered. Why would I lie to you? 15 minutes and 12 seconds, how is that possible? The expressions on Quan Zian and the others' faces went blank. They could not believe it at all. How could anyone clear the trial arena in 15 minutes and 12 seconds? Pull up the information, I want to see it. Quan Ziyan stepped forward and said to the assistant inspector. Her attitude was extremely arrogant, speaking in a completely commanding tone. The assistant inspector looked up at the inspector next to him. Although the results were semi-public, showing someone else's information directly to other students was not very appropriate. But after seeing the inspector nod, he displayed Chen Ge's record. Name Chen Ge. Magic Card Master Level, Black Iron 3-star. Mana Source Level, Grade A. Preliminary exam result, cleared 15 minutes and 12 seconds. It really is 15 minutes and 12 seconds. Seeing the bright data, Qi Tianling and the others could no longer stay calm. They had struggled for over 40 minutes only to be killed by the monsters inside, yet Chen Ge cleared it in 15 minutes and 12 seconds. Is there any justice left? Is there any law? Seeing this, Quan Ziyan was speechless with frustration, her face turning pale. The wristbands issued by the Federation would not make mistakes, but this clearing time was simply too shocking. Teacher, did Chen Ge cheat? Qi Tianling was getting anxious. He had thought he could surpass Chen Ge this time, but in the end, he was completely crushed by him. Even Quan Ziyan, who had an epic magic card, was utterly crushed by him. Qi Tianling carefully glanced at Quan Jiayon next to him. Her face looked as cold as frost. While the other members all chose to shut their mouths. In this small circle, Quan Jiayon was the absolute queen. Now that she looked displeased, they did not dare to approach and start a conversation. The inspector on the side turned his head away and looked in another direction, not daring to look Quan Jiayon in the eye. As a member of the Crescent Corporation, he was not originally supposed to inspect the preliminary exam in Crescent City, but he specifically applied for it just to flatter Miss Quan. In the end, he failed to flatter her and might have even upset Miss Quan. He was truly helpless. Had he known, he would not have come to Crescent City. Now, he probably had no future left in the Crescent Corporation. The principal on the side was relatively calm. In any case, his school had produced 2 qualifiers this time and he was very satisfied. That kid Chen Ge probably just got lucky and drew a powerful magic card. Qi Tianling tried to smooth things over at this moment. Exactly, it is just luck. Jiayon, you do not need to care too much. This is only the preliminary exam. You will get another batch of magic cards in a couple of days, and the college entrance exam is where you will really shine. Right, he has one at most, but you are different. You can have as many as you want. Jiayon, do not be angry anymore. The members of the small group carefully comforted her one by one. Enough, I am not feeling well. I am going home first. Quan Jiayon completely ignored the others and left on her own. Not feeling well. Hearing those words, the corners of Qi Tianling and the others' mouths twitched, but they did not know what to say. 5 minutes later, Quan Jiayon was sitting in her luxury car with a grim expression on her face. She bit her lower lip and muttered to herself, Chen Ge must have drawn a legendary magic card. After thinking it over and over, an answer that made her extremely uncomfortable appeared in her mind and would not go away. Could Chen Ge's high-level magic card have been drawn from the 7-card packs she gave him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Quan Jiayon shook her head frantically in the car. Just thinking about this conclusion made her feel completely uncomfortable. Chen Ge, just you wait. In the college entrance exam 7 days from now, I will definitely go to Shendu Academy as the #1 student. Quan Jiayon quietly made up her mind. But whenever she thought that Chen Ge's high-grade magic card was likely drawn from the pack she had given him, she felt sick all over. Chen Ge had suppressed her for 3 whole years at Crescent First High School. She originally planned to redeem herself, but she ended up being suppressed by him again and completely crushed at that. Thinking of how smug she had been just now, she wished she were dead. Chen Ge cleared the trial in 15 minutes and 12 seconds. Confronted with someone like her who took over 30 minutes to clear it, there really was nothing to congratulate. Chen Ge, I will never let you get away with this. Quan Jiayon gripped the edge of her skirt tightly and spoke with resentment. Meanwhile, Chen Ge, who had returned to the school, was standing next to his bicycle, checking a magic card master app. Dungeons often appeared in the city and their locations would be displayed on the app. When the time came, he could just head straight there. There is a bronze secret realm in the wild, but unfortunately it is too far. A dungeon has appeared in the east of the city and it is platinum level. That level is way too high. Chen Ge browsed for a long time but could not find anything suitable for him. For places like dungeons and secret realms, lower-level masters could enter higher-level ones, but higher-level masters could not enter lower-level ones, otherwise there would be big trouble. Sai, forget it, I will check out the forest to the east tomorrow. I heard secret realms appear there every day. Chen Ge sighed, put away his phone, and rode his bike toward home. Crescent First High School was the best high school in Crescent City and was located in the center of the city, so he had to pass through the commercial center on his way home. This is bad, a dungeon entrance has appeared in the restroom of that fried chicken shop. That was terrifying, I almost lost my life just eating fried chicken. Are not there any magic card masters around here? It is a 7-star black iron dungeon, and the magic card masters around here are all bronze rank or higher, so they cannot get in at all. As Chen Ge rode his bicycle over, he saw a commotion in the distance. This kind of situation meant a dungeon had likely appeared, and when he rushed over, he heard the news. 7-star black iron dungeon. This news filled Chen Ge with excitement. He parked his bicycle and immediately headed towards the fried chicken shop. Sorry, a dungeon has appeared inside, you cannot go in. A staff member in charge of the situation stepped forward to stop Chen Ge. I am a 3-star black iron magic card master. Chen Ge showed his card master wristband. Okay, you can go in and wait. It requires 5 people to enter the dungeon. The staff member made way for Chen Ge. Thank you. Chen Ge thanked him and went inside, only to see another staff member and a middle-aged woman sitting in the lobby of the fried chicken shop. The woman was crying bitterly, muttering to herself, my child, please just let me go in. What is going on? Chen Ge stepped forward to ask. Knowing that anyone let inside must be a card master, the staff member said, this lady's son seems to have accidentally wandered into the dungeon. What? Chen Ge was stunned for a moment. An ordinary person entering a dungeon would almost certainly die. Since the dungeon had just appeared, going in now might still save the child. I will go check it out. Chen Ge turned and headed towards the restroom. Wait. The staff member wanted to say something more, but Chen Ge had already entered the restroom. Normally, a dungeon requires 5 people to go down. As soon as Chen Ge entered the restroom, he saw a stone door leading underground. Without a second thought, he rushed straight in. A 7-star black iron dungeon posed no threat to him at all. Furthermore, killing the monsters inside alone would allow him to monopolize their mana and level up as quickly as possible. Besides, a child had wandered in. If he waited for a full party, it would be too late. So no matter how he looked at it, there was no reason to hesitate. Thud thud thud. Chen Ge ran all the way into the depths of the dungeon, equipping all of his gear cards just in case. Woohoos, mommy, where are you? Torches lined both sides of the dungeon, lighting it up brightly. Before Chen Ge had gone very far, he heard the sound of a child crying. No, do not come near me. Just as Chen Ge was quickening his pace to find the child, the boy suddenly let out a terrified scream. Oh no! Hearing this, Chen Ge thought to himself as the wings of the brave suddenly accelerated, sending him sprinting toward the child at top speed. At this moment, a 5 or 6-year-old child was slumped on the ground as a pack of cat demons pounced towards him. Mommy! The child cried out in terror, hugging his head and not daring to look. Swish, swish, swish. And just then, a figure as towering and majestic as a mountain stood in front of the child. With a casual wave of his hand, he killed the cat demon leaping at him. Are you okay? After dealing with the surrounding cat demons, Chen Ge turned around, crouched in front of the child, and asked with a smile. I am okay. Looking at the gentle big brother before him, the child stopped crying. Come, I will take you out. Chen Ge extended his hand to the child. Okay. The child nodded vigorously and was pulled up by Chen Ge. By the way, what is your name? Chen Ge asked as he carried the child on his back. Chen Nai. Chen Nai replied cautiously. Zio Nai, hold on tight, I will get you out of here. Chen Ge comforted him with a smile. Chen Nai nodded firmly. Soon hundreds of eyes lit up at the end of the corridor. It was a pack of cat demons. With a wave of his hand, Chen Ge summoned all his magic cards in front of him. He drew Infinite Summon and Skeleton Warrior to begin his Infinite Summon. Wanna see who has more, do you? In the next second, countless skeleton warriors filled the dungeon corridor as far as the eye could see. Wow, big brother, you're so amazing. Chen Ge lay on Chen Ge's back, his eyes sparkling. Heh. Chen Ge chuckled, and the horde of skeleton warriors charged at the cat demons. Meanwhile, the fried chicken restaurant outside was in complete chaos. What is going on? Where is that magic card master from earlier? A staff member from outside came in and asked. The staff member who had been comforting the mother said helplessly, that magic card master just charged inside. What? He is only Iron Tier 3 star. Charging into an Iron Tier 7 star dungeon alone is just suicide, is not it? The staff member frowned. If anything happened to a magic card master here, they would likely lose their jobs. At that moment, Qi Tianling standing nearby said with a look of disdain, "Who is this foolish idiot who does not know his limits, entering a dungeon all by himself? Is he tired of living?" Qi Tianling had just happened to come here for a meal and rushed over the moment he heard the news. However, they had not gathered enough people yet, so he naturally would not just head in like that. This is bad. One of the staff members turned deathly pale. What should we do? The middle-aged woman who had lost her child cried, with a look of utter despair. Mommy. Just then, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the fried chicken shop's restroom. Chen Ge rushed toward his mother with a bright smile. Zionai. The middle-aged woman cried tears of joy and immediately rushed to embrace her son. And right behind him emerged Chen Ge, looking completely calm and relaxed. By now, his level had risen to Iron Tier 4 star, and he was close to reaching Iron Tier 5 star. He had obtained a total of 3 blank cards inside. Honestly, the drop rate for blank cards was way too low. Chen Ge, what are you doing here? Seeing Chen Ge come out of the restroom, Qi Tianling instantly lost his composure and stood up from his seat. I heard there was an Iron Tier dungeon here, so I came over. Chen Ge said with complete nonchalance. Thank you so much for saving my Zionai, thank you. Chen Nai's mother stood up and bowed to Chen Ge in gratitude. Clap, clap, clap. Instantly, the surrounding staff and the ordinary citizens outside began to applaud. No matter what, saving a child was something worthy of praise. Thank you, Magic Card Master. Once we have 5 Magic Card Masters gathered, you can all go in together and clear this dungeon. A staff member approached with a smile. The dungeon is already closed. Big Brother killed all the monsters inside by himself. He is so cool. Chen Ge said immediately. What? Hearing this, the staff members present were stunned. How could an Iron Tier 3 star Magic Card Master possibly clear an Iron Tier 7 star dungeon? And how long had it even been? I will go check. The staff member rushed to check. Upon returning, his lips trembled slightly as he said, It really has disappeared. Instantly, the crowd was filled with astonishment. For an Iron Tier 3 star Magic Card Master to clear an Iron Tier 7 star dungeon in such a short time, is not that just way too powerful? Clap, clap, clap. The people present had no other way to express their thoughts except with applause. Hearing this news, some higher tier Magic Card Masters also stared at Chen Ge inside with stunned expressions. Meanwhile, the moment Qi Tianling saw Chen Ge standing there, he knew this would be the outcome. Chen Ge could clear the trial arena in 15 minutes and 12 seconds. What did an Iron Tier 7 star dungeon even count as? Even a Bronze Tier 1 star dungeon probably would not pose a challenge to him. At this moment, a deep sense of frustration washed over Qi Tianling. 3 years, a whole 3 years, do you know how he lived through it? It was one thing to be overshadowed by Quan Jiayon, but to also be suppressed by an unknown kid from an ordinary family. He just could not accept it. Thank you, but I should head home now. Chen Ge nodded with a smile and left under the admiring and envious gazes of the crowd. Goodbye, big brother. As Chen Ge walked out, Chen Ge shouted from behind. Yeah, you keep it up too. Chen Ge waved, got on his bicycle outside, and headed toward his home. On the way, he made a special trip to a magic card shop and bought 5 packs, which cost 500,000 credits worth of magic cards. Improving his strength was the top priority right now, and leaving 500,000 from the scholarship for his family was already plenty. Click. The moment the door opened, little Chen Ge could be seen rushing toward Chen Ge with a giggling smile. "Brother," she called out in a babyish voice. "Moi." Chen Ge scooped her up into his arms, and Chen Ge gave him a big, loud kiss. "How did the exam go today?" His mother, who was cooking at the moment, poked her head out of the kitchen upon hearing him return and asked, "I should be in first place. 7 days from now will probably be the highest level exam," Chen Ge said to his mother while playing with his little sister in his arms. "That is good." His mother nodded, looking as if it was only to be expected. Chen Ge had been in first place ever since he was a child, so she was long used to it. She would actually be surprised if he was not. After playing with Chen Ge for a bit, Chen Ge let her watch cartoons in the living room while he went into his bedroom to draw cards. 5 card packs plus the blank cards dropped today made 55 cards in total. Chen Ge placed the 55 blank cards on the table in front of him, rubbed his hands together and said, "Time to show some real skills." With that, he began to inject magic power into the first card. Low-grade magic card, normal. The second one, mid-grade magic card. The third one, magic card name S-class mana source. Type special magic card. Effect used on an A-class mana source holder to upgrade their mana source to S-class. Description, just a very ordinary S-class mana source magic card. This description is a bit of a humble brag. You know, the quantity of this kind of magic card should be about the same as legendary ones. To upgrade a B-rank magic source to an S-rank magic source, you need an A-rank magic source card and an S-rank magic source card. Having just one S-rank magic source card will not let someone with a B-rank magic source upgrade directly to S-rank. And this S-rank magic source card can be said to be custom-made for Chen Ge. Use it. Chen Ge held the S-rank magic source card in his hand and used it directly on himself. Instantly, the magic source inside his body expanded and became even more brilliant and dazzling. If an A-rank magic source allowed him to summon 6 or 7,000 skeleton warriors at a time, now he could summon 10,000. And as his rank as a card master increases, the number will only grow. So satisfying. Getting an S-rank magic source on just the third card was a massive profit. Chen Ge was completely satisfied. Then he continued to draw. Low-grade cards always make up the vast majority. Occasionally a mid-grade card. The second to last card. Magic card name Half Moon Slash. Quality legendary. Type skill card. Effect instantly unleashes a Half Moon Slash at surrounding enemies upon drawing the weapon. Description, it is a legendary area of effect skill. There was nothing to hesitate about. He put it directly into his magic source. A skill of this grade was impossible to sell. Then he infused magic power into the last blank card. A low-grade magic card was useless and could only be recycled. During dinner that evening, "Son, you will definitely be busy going out to level up tomorrow. Eat more." Today, his mother had specially made a few hearty dishes to nourish Chen Ge. "Okay." Chen Ge smiled and nodded. "Brother, you have this chicken leg." Chen Ge put the chicken leg from her bowl into her brother's, speaking in a babyish voice. "Thank you, Chen Ge." Chen Ge replied with a smile, wishing he could give her a big kiss on her cute cheek. "Dad wishes you success in getting into the Shendu Academy in one go." His father added, "Okay." Chen Ge nodded firmly, then took out the card with the remaining 500,000 scholarship funds. "This is the scholarship money from the school. I spent 500,000 on card packs today, and the rest can be the family's emergency fund." As he spoke, he pushed the card in front of his parents. That much scholarship money. Both of his parents were stunned. His father's annual salary was only 140 to 150,000, and that was already mid-level management. Yet Chen Ge got 1 million from just one scholarship. Needless to say, card masters really make the big money in this world. Keep this money to buy magic card packs. We still have enough money at home for daily expenses. His mother said earnestly, "Yeah, your studies should still be your priority right now." His father chimed in. Chen Ge smiled and said, "I pulled another S-rank magic source card. I doubt I will be that lucky next time, so you should keep it. From now on, I will rely on my own abilities to get magic cards." An S-rank magic source card. Their son already had an A-rank magic source and now he had an S-rank magic source card. How could his parents not be thrilled? Their family's life would get better and better. To be honest, 140 to 150,000 might seem like a lot, but for a family of 4 living in the city, they actually had to pinch pennies. Those 2 card packs yesterday were actually all the savings the couple had accumulated over the past few decades. If Chen Ge's grades had been average, they probably would not have been able to afford it. But Chen Ge was the top student of Crescent No. 1 High School. Even if they had to sell everything they owned, they had to raise this money. Now things were different. Their son had truly made it and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then I will keep it safe for you for now. Knowing Chen Ge's personality, his mother did not argue further. She would just save this money for him. He might need it someday. As for themselves, they would definitely not spend a single cent of this money. The family had dinner in a very warm atmosphere and then sat down together to watch TV. Early the next morning, after having breakfast, Chen Ge was ready. Bronze 2-star dungeon, need 1 more player. Seeing the message on the Card Master app, Chen Ge felt a bit tempted. Since it was not far from his home anyway, he decided to head over and see if he had a chance. After saying goodbye to his mother and Chenzai, Chen Ge quickly arrived nearby. The dungeon had appeared at a clothing store and staff members were already stationed at the entrance. I am a Black Iron 4-star card master, would that work? Chen Ge went up and asked directly. Hold on, I will go inside and ask. The people in there are card masters from the Crescent Guild. Most of them are bronze 5-star card masters. They could have entered long ago, but because of the union's regulations, they have not been able to go in yet due to a lack of people. The staff member replied, then turned and walked into the clothing store. A bronze 5-star card master entering a bronze 2-star dungeon is fine even if their star rating is higher. But if a bronze rank card master were to enter a Black Iron rank dungeon, they would surely be seeking their own death. A few minutes later, the staff member came out and said, they can take you in, but they will not share any of the dropped blank cards with you. Do you agree? No problem. Slaying magic beasts grants magic power, which is similar to experience points. Magic beasts in dungeons provide even more magic power, and since he would be fighting above his level, leeching a wave of free magic power to raise his level was not bad at all. Once he came out later, he could head to the forest in the east. Perfect. Okay, please follow me in. Led by the staff member, Chen Ge walked inside. The 4 people inside were all wearing Crescent Guild uniforms. This is the card master who will be entering with you. The staff member introduced him as they went inside. Kid, once we are inside, do not run around and cause trouble for us, got it? One of the big guys said casually. Okay. Chen Ge nodded, not caring at all. After all, he was here to leech magic power for free, so what was there to lose? Afterward, the group of 5 formed a team and entered through the dungeon's stone gate. Torches lined the walls on both sides of the dungeon, lighting it up brightly. Bang! Just as the group of 5 entered, the dungeon door suddenly closed behind them. What is going on? One of them, a blonde guy, looked back in surprise. The arrogant big guy from earlier smiled and said, looks like it is a special dungeon. We can only leave after clearing it. Does not that mean the drop rate for blank cards will be very high? This is awesome, we are so lucky. A bronze 2-star dungeon like this is a piece of cake for us. The other 2 smiled and said. Meanwhile, Chen Ge quietly followed behind them, looking excited as well. The higher the dungeon's level, the more magic power one could obtain. In previous college entrance exams, the highest level achieved by a candidate was bronze 6-star. If possible, he wanted to break that record within these 7 days and enter the Shendu Academy as the absolute number 1. The group had not gone far down the dungeon passage before a large number of ghouls appeared. Most of those card masters from the Crescent Guild were using mid to high level magic cards, so they were fighting quite easily. Hey kid, you are probably one of this year's examinees, right? Watch closely and see how we fight. Man, I really miss my school days. Back when I was at Crescent 18th High School. The 4 of them reminisced about the past while fighting, while Chen Ge stood quietly in the back watching them show off. Before long, dozens of ghouls were cleared out by the 4 of them. Phew. After the battle, the blonde guy glanced back at Chen Ge and asked proudly, So, did you learn any combat techniques? Yes. Chen Ge nodded perfunctorily. To be honest, there was a reason why they were still only bronze 5-star at their age. They were just too weak. Not only were their magic card levels low, but their fighting styles were full of flaws. It made Chen Ge cringe so hard he was left speechless. Alright, let us take a break and then keep going. The big guy spoke and the others rested where they were. A blank card had dropped from this wave, which was not bad. Chen Ge stood at the very back, quietly watching them pop the champagne early. Before long, the group continued forward, and the number of ghouls began to grow from dozens to over 100. The 4 members of the Crescent Guild were already starting to struggle. To be honest, they were really too weak. There were so many openings in their combat that one of them was almost killed by an iron 2-star ghoul several times. This was a special dungeon and they were already struggling at the very beginning. Was there any hope for the rest of it? Finally, standing in the back, Chen Ge could not watch any longer. If this continued, they would just be wasting his precious time. With a thought, his magic card materialized in front of him. Activating Sky Moon Broadsword, Warrior's Armor, and Hero's Wings all at once, he charged at the pack of bronze 2-star ghouls. Hey, you are only an iron 4-star, what are you trying to prove? Come back, do not go throw your life away. Guy. Seeing Chen Ge charge forward, the 4 of them quickly shouted. Skill card Half Moon Slash. With a sweep of Chen Ge's blade, the Sky Moon Broadsword itself triggered a crescent slash effect, followed immediately by the Half Moon Slash, instantly wiping out those 100+ ghouls. Guy. Instantly, the 4 of them fell silent. A one-shot kill. The corners of the big guy's and the blonde guy's mouths twitched, and their faces looked a bit unsightly. We are all human, so why is there such a huge difference? It took them ages to kill just one, but this guy before them instantly wiped them all out. Clearly, the weapon in his hand was no ordinary one. The blank cards dropped here belong to me, right? Chen Ge turned back and asked. Why, yes, that is right. They are yours, they're yours. The 4 of them were stunned for a moment, then nodded in unison. Okay. Chen Ge nodded, walked forward and picked up 2 blank cards. The drop rate in special dungeons really is high. Shall we continue? Chen Ge turned back and asked again. Okay. Both the big guy and the blonde guy nodded with embarrassed looks on their faces. However hard they had tried to show off earlier was exactly how embarrassed they felt now. Especially the big guy who had been calling him kid over and over just now. He now wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. If the person in front of him was considered a kid, then what was he? Primary schooler or a giant baby? The 4 of them instantly became submissive, whispering to each other as they followed behind. Third brother, we have run into a real big shot. He is more than just a big shot. He is only an iron 4-star, but he can instant kill bronze 2-star ghouls. The magic cards he has on him must be very high level. I feel so embarrassed thinking about my attitude just now. What should we do? Me too, I was bragging about Crescent 18th High, but in reality our school is at the absolute bottom. This guy is clearly an examinee from Crescent 1st High. Guy. The few of them whispered in embarrassment, wishing they could dig a hole in the ground and crawl in. Trying to show off in front of a big shot and then finding out the truth, it really is incredibly embarrassing. What followed was another countless number of ghouls. Chen Ge still did not use infinite summoning, he wanted to practice his combat skills. Infinite summoning was indeed invincible, but honing his own combat skills was also necessary so that he would not panic when facing truly powerful entities. This was all just child's play for now. Soon, Chen Ge reached Iron 5-star, and he already had 4 blank cards in his possession. Oh my god, look at the timing of his double jump. The power of his slash is really too strong. Wow, he waited until the ghoul was right in front of him before unleashing the cross slash. Talk about bold and skilled. Even if he does not use skill cards, he could still be our teacher. Before, it was Chen Ge standing in the back watching, but now it was the 4 of them standing in the back watching him. All one can say is, how the tables have turned. In the following hordes of ghouls there were also enhanced and rare ones, but to Chen Ge they were a complete piece of cake. Phew. Before long, Chen Ge let out a long breath. They had finally reached the final stage of the dungeon. By now, his level had reached Iron 6 star and he had 8 blank cards on him. This was only because it was a special dungeon. If it were a normal one, it would not have dropped this many. Furthermore, the person who actually made the kills gained more magical power than those who just stood by and watched, which was why he was able to rank up to Iron 6 star so quickly. Meanwhile, the 4 Crescent Guild members who had high-spiritedly brought Chen Ge in were now standing not far away, pondering life. We are all human, so why is the gap between us so huge? We are all human and he is so young, so why are his combat skills and the timing of his skill card activation so perfect? We are all human, so why is he so handsome? They had originally brought him along to show off, so why had it turned into him quietly showing off while the 4 of them could only stand in the back in silence? This was a question worth pondering deeply. Creak, creak, creak. As Chen Ge stepped forward and pushed open the final gate of the dungeon, a dull rumble resounded. At that moment, it felt as if a gate sealed for thousands of years was being opened. Then, raging flames ignited in the oil troughs on both walls inside, completely lighting up the final hall of the dungeon. Meeting their eyes was a massive stone demon statue, sitting quietly on the central stone platform as if staring at the crowd at the entrance. Beebler class boss. Through their magic card master bracelets, they obtained the level of the boss in front of them. Lord class. How could a Lord class boss appear in a bronze 2-star dungeon? It is over. Instantly, the 4 of them trembled with fear, their hair standing on end, feeling like they were absolutely dead meat. Grig crag crack. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the demon's statue atop the platform, and the demon slowly revealed its true form. With a mouthful of sharp fangs and blood-red eyes, it looked ready to devour anyone in its path. An unprecedented pressure weighed down on the room. Yes. The 4 of them could not help but gasp in shock, pressing themselves against the door behind them with looks of total confusion. Meanwhile, Chen Ge stood before the demon, perfectly calm. With a thought, his magic cards manifested. He immediately drew Infinite Summon and Skeleton Warrior. Facing this thing alone would not work, so he had to resort to a Sea of Skeletons tactic. Skill card Infinite Summon. Magic pet card Skeleton Warrior. In an instant, hundreds of skeleton warriors appeared. Within the blink of an eye, there were thousands. Before long, the hall was so packed with skeleton warriors that there was no more room to stand. Gulp. The 4 members of the New Moon Guild swallowed hard at the sight, their faces filled with disbelief. What is all this? Can someone tell me how he is able to summon so many low-level skeleton warriors? Does he really have that many skeleton warrior cards? That is impossible. There is a limit to the number of magic cards you can have. Even with an SSS grade magic source, you could not possibly have thousands of cards. What kind of legendary person is he? That card of his might be legendary or even divine rank. Legendary, divine rank. The 4 of them looked on with pure envy. While they were whispering among themselves, tens of thousands of skeleton warriors charged at the demon boss with swords raised. The first wave was instantly swept away and slaughtered by the demon boss, but it did not matter. The next wave followed immediately after. Wave after wave, they surged toward the demon boss like a rising tide. After an unknown amount of time, the demon boss was completely overwhelmed and swallowed up before it could even let out a sound. Seeing this, the 4 people's lips trembled as they gave hollow laughs, left speechless by the spectacle. This guy is just way too powerful. But they also felt incredibly lucky. If it were not for him, they probably would have died here today. Lord-class bosses are not easy to kill. When it was all over, Chen Ge put away his cards and stepped forward to pick up the 10 basic cards dropped by the demon boss, one of which had a special glow. Not bad luck at all. Chen Ge smiled. This dungeon run had boosted his rank to Black Iron 7 stars and netted him 18 basic cards. Most importantly, there was a special basic card that was guaranteed to yield a rare grade magic card or higher. The drop rate for these special basic cards is extremely low. Most people would not even dream of selling them. A moment later, all 5 of them were teleported back to the clothing store where they had entered. Back already. The dungeon gate had closed as soon as they entered. It was clearly a special dungeon, and usually it would take at least a day to get out. But these 5 had returned in just half a day. Is not that a bit too impressive? Most importantly, one of them was only a Black Iron 4 stars card master. As expected of the New Moon Guild, you four are truly amazing. Those who can get into the New Moon Guild really are top-tier card masters. The staff members all marveled. Well, I will be going then. Chen Ge gave a smile over his shoulder and left without a second thought. He had already wasted too much time around here, there was no reason to stay. He is just leaving, he is not even going to thank you for bringing him into a bronze-level dungeon. That is so rude. The staff members chirped one after another. Hearing this, the four members of the New Moon Guild looked even more uncomfortable. If anyone deserved thanks, it was Chen Ge they should be thanking. But at their age, thanking Chen Ge would be far too embarrassing for them. They could not exactly admit that 4 bronze 5 stars card masters had been carried through a bronze 2 stars special dungeon by a Black Iron 4 stars kid. That would be a massive loss of face. Let us just go. Too embarrassed to stay any longer, the 4 of them practically bolted out of the clothing store, leaving the staff completely baffled. Remember, nothing happened today. Once outside, the big guy suddenly spoke up. What happened? We did not do anything just now. The other 3 began to play dumb. If word got out, they would be a laughingstock, so it was better to pretend they knew nothing. It was not easy making a living in the New Moon Guild, they were already at the bottom. If people found out they were carried by a Black Iron 4 stars, they would never hear the end of it. As for Chen Ge, after leaving the store, he rode his bike to a quiet spot and took out his phone. He wanted to see if there were any other suitable dungeons nearby. Back when I was not qualified to go, every time I opened the app there were tons of Black Iron dungeons. Now that I actually want to enter one, there is nothing. Chen Ge felt a bit helpless. He checked the time, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. He had to admit that bronze-level dungeon had wasted quite a lot of his time. Whatever, I will go home and let mom know, then head straight to the Eastern Forest. I need to reach around bronze 8 stars in the next few days. Chen Ge had a general plan. Waiting around for a dungeon to appear in the city definitely was not the best option. It was better to head out into the wild and find them himself. In the wild, entering secret realms and such would not be restricted like it was in the city. With that in mind, Chen Ge went home to pack some clothes. He let his mother know and left, with Chen Zai watching him go with a lingering gaze. The Eastern Forest was quite far from home. Commuting back and forth would waste too much time, so it was better to stay there for a few days and only come back when the exams were close. By around 7 in the evening, Chen Ge arrived at the Eastern Forest on his bike. His target was clear. There was a Black Iron 9 stars dungeon here that could be re-entered every day after midnight. Black Iron 4 stars normal dungeon, anyone want to join? Black Iron 8 stars hard dungeon, anyone around the same level can apply. Black Iron 8 stars led by a rare grade magic card, if you are interested come over, paid carries available. Chen Ge parked his bike and walked near the dungeon entrance. The area was crowded with people looking to form teams for the secret realm. This was already evening. During the day there would be even more people. Hey kid, what is your star level? Want to join our team? Our leader has a high-level magic card and is at Black Iron 5 stars. Someone immediately came over to ask Chen Ge. Chen Ge waved his hand and said, "No thanks, I am fine." Hey classmate, our team is a Black Iron rank 7 group. Interested? If your level is low and your magic cards are average, you will have to pay. Another person walked up. No need. Chen Ge responded with a smile and continued walking toward the dungeon entrance. Classmate, this dungeon is extremely difficult. Even the normal mode is not easy to clear. A male student saw Chen Ge planning to enter and hurried over to stop him. No thank you, I am fine on my own. Chen Ge smiled faintly and directly chose the Hell difficulty level to enter. Are you kidding me? Seeing Chen Ge enter the Hell mode dungeon alone, the male student who had been trying to persuade him froze. What is wrong? Is something the matter? His other companions came over to ask. The male student's lips twitched as he said, "That guy from just now, I thought he looked pretty sharp, so I tried to talk him out of it, but he just walked right in, alone, and the most important part, he picked Hell difficulty. Is not that just a death wish? Oh my god, some people really are tired of living. I think he is just a complete lunatic. He is definitely a goner." Too many people die from arrogance these days, one more does not matter. Let us get back to finding a team. Everyone around heard what happened, and they all thought Chen Ge had lost his mind. Under normal circumstances, even with a full team of Black Iron rank 9 players, they would not dare choose Hell difficulty without powerful magic cards, let alone one person. If this is not a death wish, what is? Meanwhile, Chen Ge had already appeared in the middle of a swamp. Large numbers of swamp murlocs armed with tridents jumped out from the mud. At a quick glance, there were at least 100 within sight, truly worthy of a Hell difficulty dungeon. Skill card Infinite Summoning. Pet card Skeleton Warrior. In the next instant, the area around Chen Ge was packed with over 2,000 skeleton warriors. There was no need to summon too many at once, he could just summon more if they ran out. He ordered the skeleton warriors to clear the surrounding murlocs while he pulled out the blank cards he had obtained today. He decided to flip a few common blank cards to test his luck. The fourth one. Magic card name Healing Card. Type Special Card. Effect rapidly closes minor wounds on the user. Healing cards are special cards, and their prices vary based on their effectiveness. The one Chen Ge held was average, but it was still worth a decent amount. Not bad, Chen Ge murmured after taking a look. He did not think he would need a card like this, so he planned to sell it for cash later. He pulled a few more blank cards, mostly low-level magic cards. Then he took out the blank card shimmering with a special aura and directly injected his mana into it. Magic card name Frost Sky Young Dragon. Quality Legendary. Type Pet Card. Skills Frost Sky Fire Icy Dragon Breath. Introduction. Dragons are the most powerful race in Legend. A young dragon can reach the legendary grade, and adult dragons are Phantom God level magic cards. Nice. Chen Ge did not hesitate and directly placed the card into his mana source. Then he summoned one to test the waters. Although infinite summonings evade mana, the cost of summoning a legendary Frost Sky Young Dragon was far beyond that of a low-level skeleton warrior. There was no need to waste mana just for show if it was not necessary. Whoa. A moment later, a Frost Sky Young Dragon appeared in the sky, unleashing a burst of icy dragon breath that froze a murloc into an icicle, which then shattered into dust. Next came Frost Sky Fire, instantly obliterating the murlocs in a wide area. With a Frost Sky Young Dragon leading the way and thousands of skeletons clearing the battlefield, it was perfect. Powerful magic cards can largely make up for a lack of level. I will stick to hunting for bronze level dungeons next. That is the only way to make a splash at the entrance exam. Chen Ge smiled as he watched the scene. He then opened the remaining blank cards. The only one worth a second glance was a high-level skill card. Other people would be proud just to have one high-level magic card in their deck, but for a lucky guy like Chen Ge, it was barely decent. From there on, Chen Ge simply bulldozed through the dungeon with his dragon and skeletons. Even a bronze rank 2 special dungeon would not stand a chance against his deck, let alone this Black Iron rank 9 one. 10 minutes later, Chen Ge had cleared the dungeon. His mage level rose to Black Iron rank 8 and he had gained 4 blank cards. In a single day, he had collected 22 blank cards, which was far more than an average person could ever dream of. At the end of the day, being a magic card master is truly lucrative. The next instant, Chen Ge was transported out of the dungeon. Outside, the same people were still looking for a team. They had not even been able to start because they were short on numbers. After taking a quick look around, Chen Ge decided to find a spot nearby to rest. It was getting late and visibility was poor. Better to sleep early and head out at dawn to find other dungeons or wild beasts. Just as Chen Ge was leaving, a student suddenly said to his peers, "Hey, look. That guy who went into the Hell dungeon alone just came out." Where? Someone asked hurriedly. Right there. The student pointed at Chen Ge's retreating figure. Are you sure? Some people did not believe it. He was so good looking, how could I be wrong? The student who spotted him immediately retorted. Someone else scoffed. That is a Black Iron rank 9 Hell difficulty dungeon, not your backyard garden. How long has it even been? He is already out. Others chimed in. Exactly, a dungeon like that takes a whole team half a day even with strong cards. No way it is him. I think he probably died in there ages ago. Who knows what he was thinking, going in alone like a fool. The student who was sure it was Chen Ge insisted, I am telling you, I am certain it was him. Another said, annoyed, unless he has a legendary magic card, I do not believe he could get out that fast. Legendary grade. The other students shook their heads in disbelief. You think you can just get a legendary card because you are rich or powerful? Are you kidding me? There are not even many legendary magic cards in New Moon City, are there? You can count them on one hand, they are way too rare. I heard that the daughter of the Xinyu Consortium chairman opened tens of thousands of packs before she pulled a single epic magic card. That is actually lucky. If you are unlucky, you might not even get one after 40,000 packs. Sigh, enough talk, let us hurry up and form a party to clear today's dungeon. Given our current situation, I do not even know if we will have a chance to get into a regular magic card academy. The students kept chatting, none of them believing that Chen Ge could possibly have made it out alive. I really saw him. The student who was certain he had seen Chen Ge watched his retreating figure and muttered to the others, there are not many dungeons around here, so he will likely be back tomorrow. You will see for yourselves if I am telling the truth then. Chen Ge pushed his bicycle and soon found a camping area where many other students were staying. He casually found a spot, ate some of the dry rations and water he had brought, and went to sleep early. In the wilderness, these were the conditions you had to accept. If it were in a restricted area or a secret realm, it would be even worse, especially since you have to stay on guard against high-level monsters at all times. Early the next morning, the surrounding people started stirring, and Chen Ge naturally woke up along with them. There was a small stream nearby. He washed his face, ate something, and pushed his bicycle back toward the dungeon. Although this dungeon was low-level, the benefit was that it did not require much searching. He figured he might as well clear this one first. Hey, look, it is him, it is really him. A member of the group that had been talking about Chen Ge the night before woke up groggily, spotted him immediately, and hurriedly called out to the others. They had finished their dungeon run quite late last night and decided to camp nearby, planning to run it again during the day. I told you it was him, did not I? He came out a long time ago. The student who had seen Chen Ge the previous day said, feeling slightly vindicated. The others all got up and turned their eyes toward Chen Ge. It really is him. How is that possible? He went in alone yesterday, how could he have survived? It looks like he is about to go back in. He is probably going to choose the hell difficulty dungeon again. He is actually going in. The group, which had been feeling quite exhausted, opened their eyes wide, watching in total disbelief. For a single person to raid a Black Iron level 9 hell difficulty dungeon and come out unscathed, to these freshmen, he was nothing short of a god. Their 5-man party from last night had chosen the normal difficulty, and it took them a full 3 hours to clear, so they knew exactly how hard it was. Quick, start the timer, time him and see how long it actually takes. Someone said busily. Then the whole group kept their eyes glued to the open space in front of the dungeon. If you were not paying attention, it would be easy to miss someone being transported out of the dungeon. That should take at least an hour, right? Probably not, he did not take that long yesterday. Are you sure the person you saw yesterday was him? I told you, with a face that handsome, how could I have mistaken him for someone else? No way, right? A Black Iron level 9 hell difficulty dungeon in under an hour. Is the gap between people really that massive? Wait, looking at him now, I think I remember. Is not he the heartthrob from Xinyu No. 1 high school? No way. The students whispered back and forth to each other. It was not long before they saw Chen Ge being teleported back out. How long was it, how long? Someone hurriedly asked the person keeping time. 17 minutes and 12 seconds. The student with the timer said, looking completely stunned. How is that even possible? A few of them exclaimed, unable to believe what they were hearing. Instantly, everyone around them turned to look, Chen Ge included. However, Chen Ge just glanced at them once and turned to leave. He did not have time to watch the commotion. 17 minutes, surely he did not choose the hell difficulty this time, right? Some students were unwilling to accept it, as it made them feel the cruel disparities of the world. He did the hell difficulty last night, why would he choose a low-level one today? The difference in magic power gained between dungeon levels is huge. Do you think he actually has a legendary magic card? Ah ha ha, seriously, comparisons are truly odious. Look, it really is Chen Ge, the heartthrob from Xinyu no. 1 High. Someone pulled up a side profile photo of Chen Ge, and they were able to confirm his identity. I heard his grades were always excellent in every area, even consistently outperforming Quan Xian, the daughter of the Xinyu consortium. What kind of person is he exactly? Do not bother comparing yourself, it is pointless. He is obviously aiming for the Chengdu Academy. Chengdu Academy? That place is full of kids from wealthy families, military clans, and high-ranking officials. I would love to see it. They say it is built like a palace and the resources are endless. Wake up, let us hurry up and level up. Otherwise, we will not even be able to get into a regular Magic Card Academy and will just end up working for people like him. The students murmured as they composed themselves, preparing to enter the normal difficulty dungeon again. After clearing that dungeon, Chen Ge rode his bike and began searching the forest for monsters or hidden realms. If he could not find anything here, he planned to head deeper into the forest. It was dangerous there, but the opportunities were just as great. Meanwhile, deep in the forest. You guys are finally here. A team of 5 students watched a group of people wearing Dynasty Guild uniforms approach, their faces full of excitement. This abyss is all yours now. One of the students pointed excitedly at the rift behind them. Generally speaking, if you find an abyss or a hidden realm in the wild and decide not to enter, you can sell the coordinates to other people or organizations. These 5 students had originally been looking for hidden realms and monsters, but after getting lost, they stumbled upon an abyss by accident. Compared to hidden realms, abysses contained more monsters, had a higher drop rate for white-tier cards, and were sources of special items, making them extremely precious. The abyss formed by this ground rift was a bronze 5-star abyss, and the coordinates alone were worth at least 500,000. Very good. The leader of the Dynasty Guild personnel stepped forward and nodded with satisfaction, wearing a smile, though there was a hint of malice in the corners of his mouth. The 5 students felt a sudden sense of unease at his expression, but one of the bolder ones asked, "Hello, should you pay us now?" The leader of the Dynasty Guild let out a soft laugh and glanced back at the people behind him. Suddenly, a guild member behind him summoned a dagger and slit the throats of all 5 students in an instant, giving them no time to react at all. The 5 students looked at the man in front of them in disbelief, before finally collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Ever since the world expanded 100-fold, the population had also surged 100 times over. Out in the wild, the death of 1 or 2 people is a common occurrence, and no one would ever investigate unless you belong to one of the major conglomerates or warlord factions. All right, clear the bodies. Notify young Master QE immediately. There is a bronze 5-star abyss here and he can come over now. The leader said to the person beside him. Yes, boss. The guild member behind him acknowledged the order and began contacting the guild headquarters. The Dynasty Guild was a C-rank guild founded by QE Tianling's father, and it was a force to be reckoned with in Crescent City. Lately, their primary task has been to find suitable secret realms and abysses to help level up QE Tianling. And just as the Dynasty Guild members were busy murdering and burying the bodies, by a twist of fate, Chen Ge happened to ride by on his bike and witnessed the whole thing. While killing in the wild usually goes unpunished, they were wearing their Dynasty Guild uniforms and had been spotted, which created a problem. Besides, there was an abyss nearby, so they naturally could not let word of it get out. Chen Ge was stunned by what he saw. Looking at the bodies of those students on the ground, they were clearly just students out for training. Did they really just die like that? I have to say, these people are truly ruthless. The leader of the Dynasty Guild saw this and cast a side glance at the subordinate who had just made the move. In the next instant, that man summoned a dagger and charged toward Chen Ge with lightning speed. He clearly had an invisibility card, as he suddenly vanished right before reaching Chen Ge. Chen Ge immediately used an equipment card to gear up, kicked his bicycle aside, and adopted a combat stance. This kid actually has a decent stance. The members of the Dynasty Guild were all bronze rank, 5 or 6 stars in strength, so they did not care at all when they saw Chen Ge, who clearly looked like a raw, inexperienced student. Seeing this, the leader chuckled, took out a cigarette and lit it, completely unconcerned. Tian was his most capable subordinate. Dealing with a green kid would surely be a piece of cake. But the very next moment, a scene that left him dumbfounded unfolded. The instant Tian lunged toward Chen Ge suddenly stepped back, swung his blade in a counterattack, and cut Tian in two. Tian, in complete disbelief, fell to the ground in two pieces and quickly drew his last breath. Keep in mind that Tian had been right in his face. It is nearly impossible to react in such a situation. Most importantly, Tian was a bronze 7-star. Lower-level magic card masters could not even break through his defense. And yet this kid on the bike had done it with such ease. The leader was a bronze 9-star magic card master and possessed a rare grade magic card, so he was not panicking. He walked up to Chen Ge and asked, "Kid, you dare lay a hand on our Dynasty Guild members?" Hearing this, Chen Ge felt completely exasperated. "You were the ones who attacked first, and I just fought back. How does that become me laying a hand on you? Trying to turn things upside down, are you? Only you are allowed to attack, and I am not allowed to resist. Well played, you guys have a real nerve." Dynasty Guild. Chen Ge could not help but frown. He thought and thought, but had absolutely no memory of them. What kind of garbage guild was this? The man let out a small laugh and said quite smugly, "Looks like you have heard of our Dynasty Guild then." "Never heard of it." Chen Ge shook his head casually. To be honest, in Crescent City, he had only ever heard of the Crescent Guild founded by the Crescent conglomerate. "You are looking for death." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face changed instantly. Someone had actually insulted his pride and joy, the Dynasty Guild, right to his face. This was definitely not something he could let slide. "Kid, I know you have some skills, but you should know that you are all alone here." As he spoke, the man looked back at his guild members. They immediately stepped forward, summoned their cards to gear up, and prepared to attack Chen Ge. "Are you planning to gang up on me?" Chen Ge tilted his head and frowned. "You finally realized that." The man sneered, and just as he was about to order his lackeys to attack, Chen Ge casually asked, "Are you sure? I see you are the type who will not shed tears until you see the coffin." The man barked at his guild members, "Go." In an instant, a group of magic card masters surrounded Chen Ge. Chen Ge just scoffed, then magic cards shimmered before him as he drew infinite summoning and skeleton warriors. Instantly, hundreds of skeleton warriors appeared around him, followed by thousands more. The Dynasty Guild members had been surrounding Chen Ge, but the roles were reversed in a heartbeat, and now Chen Ge was the one surrounding them. This and this. The man stared at the sea of skeleton warriors in shock, frozen in place. "Boss, what do we do now?" This kid was playing the pig to eat the tiger. The man's subordinate stood rooted to the spot, not daring to move. "What do you want?" The man's expression shifted, and he asked Chen Ge with a bitter smile. Chen Ge laughed unhurriedly and said, "Just like you, obviously I am ganging up on you." With that, a swarm of skeleton warriors charged toward the Dynasty Guild members. At first, the Dynasty Guild members managed to put up some resistance, but they were quickly overwhelmed as thousands of skeletons surged forward. The leader, clearly of a higher rank, kept retreating, looking for an opportunity to escape. Just as he thought he saw a chance to get away, Chen Ge suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. What exactly do you want? You would better think this through. I am a member of the Dynasty Guild. You will not have a good end if you offend us." The man said, trembling, "People from the guild will be here soon. Get out of my way if you know what is good for you." He was already panicking from the looks of it, although the student in front of him had powerful cards. "Is that so?" Chen Ge chuckled and summoned his Frost Sky Dragonling. A dragon. Even if it was just a dragonling, dragons were a high-tier species. Their very existence represents the rank of a magic card. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. His roar. In the next moment, he was taken out by the Frost Sky Dragonling's frost breath, leaving not even a scrap behind. Everything concluded. Chen Ge stepped forward to loot the bodies. They did not have any blank cards. That made sense. Most magic card masters would use any blank cards they had immediately, so it is unlikely they would be left behind. So he got back on his bike, walked over to the bodies of the 5 students, took one look inside. Being a magic card master is lucrative, but it also comes with immense risks. You have to watch out for sneak attacks from high-level magical beasts, and even more so for other magic card masters with hidden agendas. These students died here for nothing, they did not even make the slightest ripple in this world. If Chen Ge had not awakened his luck god talent and pulled such incredibly powerful cards, he would probably just be wandering around the edge of the forest. Or, at best, he would be joining some corporate conglomerate or guild. He never would have ventured deep into the forest and thrown his life away like that. In truth, what Chen Ge did not know was that those 5 people lost their lives entirely because of their own greed. After all, in the wilderness, you cannot trust anyone lightly. Glancing at the corpses on the ground, Chen Ge could not be bothered to clean them up. He turned to look at the abyss entrance nearby and tested it with his wristband. Beep, bronze 5-star abyss detected. What a great find. Chen Ge could not help but be overjoyed. Afterward, he hid his bicycle in the nearby woods and entered the abyss all by himself. The leader of the Dynasty Guild had mentioned that people from their headquarters were coming, so he needed to prepare in advance. Once inside, he planned to push through as quickly as possible, trying to clear the abyss before the Dynasty Guild reinforcements arrived. Chen Ge entered the abyss through the ground fissure. There were torches on both walls, but unlike the brightness in a dungeon, it was quite dim inside, making it difficult to see clearly. He immediately equipped his gear cards, summoned 3 Frost Sky Dragon hatchlings and 2,000 skeleton warriors, and started heading toward the end of the passage. Beep, bronze 5-star malice beasts detected. Before long, the wristband detected the monsters ahead and emitted a warning sound. Charge! Chen Ge roared, and leading his pack of minions, he charged ahead. In this situation, he had no time to waste, especially since he did not know what kind of people the Dynasty Guild would send. To be honest, if a gold level or higher magic card master appeared, even with his mythical grade cards, he might not be able to get out unscathed. Although card grades can compensate for a master's level to an extent, if the level gap is too large, he might not even be able to break through the opponent's defense, regardless of his cards. Not long after, the first wave of Malice Beasts was wiped out by the skills of the 3 Frost Sky Dragon hatchlings. Chen Ge did not even have to make a move. I have to say, legendary grade familiars really are different. And this is while my own level is lagging behind. If I were a bronze 5-star master too, the damage these hatchlings deal would probably be even more ridiculous. After walking a bit further, the number of Malice Beasts increased from hundreds to thousands. They packed the underground passage, a dense, swarming mass of black. So this is what an abyss is really like. Chen Ge did not panic, instead he laughed. If those Dynasty Guild members had been in his place, they would likely be panicking right now. They probably would have been wiped out right here. As I said before, while being a magic card master is profitable, the risks are very high. You might know the approximate level of the secret realm or abyss you enter, but the dangers within are unknown. Even for someone like me, it is not 100% safe. If the final boss happens to be a king-level entity, I might be in real trouble. Before long, thousands of Malice Beasts fell once again under the combined force of Chen Ge and his 3 Frost Sky Dragon hatchlings. As for those skeleton warriors, their main purpose was to help Chen Ge draw aggro since there were just too many Malice Beasts. By the time he finished off the thousands of Malice Beasts, Chen Ge's level had reached Black Iron 9-star. To be honest, this pace is not that fast, considering his goal is Bronze 8-star. But he had already looted 12 blank cards along the way, which is not a small amount. Chen Ge continued to lead his familiars, pushing forward until they reached a vast cavern. Beep, bronze 6-star Force Ghost Beasts detected. There were tens of thousands of Force Ghost Beasts inside, enough to make even Chen Ge's scalp tingle. A moment ago, he thought those other guys would be wiped out. Now he could safely say that if they came in here, they would be courting death. Skill card, Infinite Summoning. Familiar card, Frost Sky Dragon Hatchling. In an instant, Chen Ge summoned 10 more Frost Sky Dragon hatchlings. The entire cave was filled with the hatchling's area of effect skill, Frost Sky Flowing Fire. Additionally, Chen Ge summoned another batch of skeleton warriors to draw fire while he waded into the fray to wreak havoc. Man, I was careless. The difficulty coefficient of this abyss is way too high. 20 minutes later, looking at the devastation on the ground, Chen Ge felt a bit helpless. Honestly, if he had lacked either the Frost Sky Dragon card or the Infinite Summoning skill, he probably would not even know how he ended up dead. He then had his skeleton warriors go and pick up the blank cards, 30 of them in total. I have not even gone through half of this abyss, I would bet, and I have already pulled 42 blank cards. This is truly heaven-defying. Chen Ge could not help but exclaim. In normal secret realms or dungeons, a group of 5 might only get 1 card drop, which would not amount to much when split 5 ways. Chen Ge, looting the abyss solo, was making an absolute killing. If it were those guilds, they would probably invest so much that they might not even break even in the end. After clearing out the Force Ghost beasts in the cavern, Chen Ge was not in a hurry to leave. He decided to rest for a while. Given the difficulty of this abyss, you cannot rush it. If he ran into the Dynasty Guild on his way out, he would just have to see whose fists were harder. First things first, he had to open all those blank cards. Injecting magic power directly. First card, low-level magic card. Second card, low-level magic card. Eighth card. Magic card name, Mana Recovery Card. Type, one-time special magic card. Effect, restores the user's full mana immediately upon use. Restores full mana. Chen Ge was overjoyed. This kind of card is undoubtedly extremely useful for high-level magic card masters. It would probably sell for around $1 million. For someone like Chen Ge right now, his level is too low to waste such a luxury card. I will keep it for now, who knows when I might need it. Chen Ge thought for a moment and tucked the card away. This type of card does not need to be put into the mana source, it is ready to use at any time. Keep pulling. 15th card. Magic card name, Time Acceleration. Quality, mythical grade. Type, skill card. Effect, can be used to accelerate the growth of a specific familiar by speeding up time. Description, Time Acceleration has limitations. It can only be used on your own familiar cards, otherwise it would be too broken, would not it? Another mythical grade magic card. Chen Ge was overwhelmed with joy. I have to say, a luck god is a luck god. How many cards have I even pulled? Mythical, legendary, epic grade cards just keep popping out one after another. You have to realize Quan Xian opened 20,000 magic cards before getting a single epic grade one, and that was even with her being considered lucky. If she knew about this, she probably would not be able to maintain her haughty young lady demeanor anymore, right? Chen Ge stopped overthinking, directly placed the Time Acceleration card into his magic source and continued drawing cards. The 16th card, a low-level magic card. The 17th card, a low-level magic card. The 32nd card, a high-level magic card. Magic card name, Dragon Chasing Strike. Quality, high level. Type, skill card. Effect, forms a dragon head in front, performing a force displacement while dealing damage to all obstacles in its path. Description, force displacement is an essential skill for the powerful. A force displacement skill, what a great find. Chen Ge was overjoyed. You have to know, even though this Dragon Chasing Strike is a high-level magic card, its value might just rival that of a rare-grade magic card. Just as the description says, force displacement is a must-have for powerful card masters. A sudden shift can save your life at a critical moment. He placed this high-level magic card into his magic source and kept on drawing. The following ones were all low-level magic cards, but for Chen Ge, he had already made a fortune. His heart remained completely calm. Having rested enough, he continued forward. With a dozen frost dragon hatchlings and thousands of skeleton warriors, they marched forward in a grand procession. Ding, bronze grade 6-star gorgeous demon. Immediately, his bracelet gave another alert, and a large swarm of shadowy, gorgeous demons rushed towards Chen Ge. I can only say the Dynasty Guild should be thanking me. If ordinary bronze grade members had come in, they would have been wiped out. Chen Ge could not help but sigh. Clearly, this abyss was far from as simple as it looked. This must be one of those high-level abysses at the 5-star bronze level. Instantly, the two sides clashed, engaging in battle. Chen Ge immediately took out infinite summoning and conjured another batch of skeleton warriors to draw fire. Summoning thousands of skeleton warriors costs far less magic than summoning a single frost dragon hatchling. Just then, Chen Ge had a thought. A magic card appeared, and he pulled out that new Time Acceleration magic card. Skill card, Time Acceleration. He immediately used Time Acceleration on one of the frost dragon hatchlings that was breathing frost dragon flames in midair. At once, the body of the previously cute hatchling began to grow rapidly, and in no time it had become an adult frost dragon. Hiss roar! The power of that blast of frost dragon fire was much more intense than that of several hatchlings combined. Following that, frost dragon breath spread wider with even greater damage. Before long, Chen Ge was already a 1-star bronze card master. However, Chen Ge did not use time acceleration on the other hatchlings because the magic consumption of this card was truly outrageous. Think about it, this is time acceleration. If it only took a little magic, would not he be invincible? If he just accelerated a frost dragon to grow into a 1,000-year dragon, he could probably just steamroll through everything. Sigh, in the end, it is just that my card master level is too low, and my magic source level is too low. Chen Ge sighed to himself, while his heavenly moon blade in hand was kept busy. If anyone else heard that, they would probably be so frustrated they would vomit blood. What day is it even? Chen Ge is already a 1-star bronze, while the highest in his class, Quan Ziyan, is only at 7-star black iron. Besides, Quan Ziyan and her peers have massive material and financial support behind them to reach 7-star black iron so quickly. And he is not even satisfied with his S-grade magic source. If that is the case, do not the others even deserve to be alive? Most of his classmates have C or D grade magic sources. If even Chen Ge says his magic source is not enough, how are they supposed to survive? 1 frost dragon, a dozen frost dragon hatchlings, countless skeleton warriors, and Chen Ge himself, they steamrolled all the way through. Meanwhile, the people from the Dynasty Guild were on their way. Quan Ziyan and her small group were in the SUV belonging to Kui Tianling's family, heading towards that abyss. Ziyan, that is a 5-star bronze abyss, it cost a lot of money. Kui Tianling, sitting next to Quan Ziyan, could not help but brag. In truth, Kui Tianling had always liked Quan Ziyan, but unfortunately her family status was so prominent that even he had to act like a bootlicker. Having finally gotten an opportunity like this today, he certainly had to show off. Tianling, your family's guild is really something, to be able to find an abyss like this. Others could not help but laugh. Besides Kui Tianling, there were 2 girls and 1 boy in Quan Ziyan's group, and all 3 of them had impressive backgrounds as well. Some were from warlord families, others were children of high-ranking officials in Crescent City, but compared to a giant like the Crescent conglomerate, they were still far behind. It did cost quite a lot of money. Kui Tianling did not dare to neglect the others and turned back with a smile. Screech. Not long after, the SUV stopped near the target location, and everyone immediately saw the corpses near the abyss. What is going on here? Kui Tianling got out of the car first to investigate, with the others following closely behind. Young master, these students seem to be the ones who sold the coordinates. Looking at the wounds on their throats, it seems like Tian, who works for Old Wang, did this. At this moment, a member of the Dynasty Guild who came with Kui Tianling stepped forward and whispered, and it looks like Old Wang and his men were taken out by someone else. A bunch of idiots, is 50,000 really worth killing for? This made Kui Tianling's expression rather ugly. By now, Quan Ziyan had stepped forward and glanced at the 5 student corpses, having basically understood the situation. She shook her head with a faint smile. How much could a 5-star bronze abyss be worth to make killing necessary? The Dynasty Guild is indeed a C-grade guild, they really are not worth mentioning. Well, can we go down yet? Quan Ziyan glanced sideways at Kui Tianling not far away, not wanting to say anything more. She never cared much for people like Kui Tianling, and now she felt even more disdain in her heart. If it were not for the sake of this 5-star bronze abyss in front of her, she would have left long ago. Yes, of course. Kui Tianling hurried to catch up. Young master, should we send more men to go in with you? It is very likely that someone is already inside. Just as Quan Ziyan and the others were about to enter, they noticed footprints leading down, and one of Kui Tianling's men asked. Kui Tianling looked at Quan Ziyan beside him with an ugly expression. The 5 of us are already plenty. Why waste magic intake on others? It is just a 5-star bronze abyss, are we not enough to handle it? Quan Ziyan looked at Kui Tianling coldly. Alright, I understand. Kui Tianling followed Quan Ziyan and the others directly into the cave. Once inside the cave, the 5 of them saw magic beast corpses all over the ground. Looking at the footprints at the entrance, it seems like only one person. How did they clear so many so quickly? Chu Yao, one of the group, said with a look of astonishment. After all, this is a 5-star bronze abyss. The beasts inside must at least be at the 5-star bronze level. I am afraid it must be a bronze rank 9 card master with powerful magic cards, right? Quan Ziyan said in an indifferent tone. The combat footprints outside are very messy, but there is only one set of tracks leading into the abyss. It seems the person from just now must be a summoning type card master. Are there still summoning type card masters these days? Equipping yourself with weapons is the only sensible way. Yi Tian from the small group remarked. The world is full of wonders. Another girl, Chen Qin, laughed casually. At this moment, Qi Tianling finally spoke up. Forget about whether they are bronze rank 9 or a summoner. Ziyan now has 2 epic level magic cards and we all have several legendary ones, so what is there to panic about? As long as there was not a huge gap in card master levels, they all had powerful magic cards, so naturally they had nothing to fear. Not to mention having someone as powerful as Quan Ziyan, who possessed 2 epic level magic cards. Alright, enough useless talk, let us pick up the pace. Quan Ziyan quickened her pace with a hint of impatience, and the others followed close behind. As they walked, the expressions on their faces gradually darkened. From the hundreds seen earlier to thousands now, what kind of card master could kill so many bronze rank 6 magical beasts so quickly? Judging by the situation, this bronze rank 9 card master must have some very powerful magic cards. As the number of beast corpses on the ground grew, the confidence on Qi Tianling's face began to look strained. The card master who entered ahead of us is truly amazing. Chu Yao bit her lower lip, unable to believe it. I think we should turn back. Maybe it is not just one person on the other side. Even Chen Qin started to waver. Neither the difficulty of this abyss nor the card master walking ahead of them was anything they could have imagined. Judging by the time we arrived, I think it is very likely a team of over a dozen people. Otherwise, how could they kill so many magical beasts at such speed? Qi Tianling was also beginning to panic. Mainly because this quantity was something even a bronze rank 9 card master with powerful cards might not be able to achieve. You are free to leave if you want. Quan Ziyan replied coldly and continued walking deeper into the cave. Although everything before them was strange, she was too proud to leave just because of this. Before long, they arrived at a massive cavern covered in bronze rank 6 ghost power beasts. It was a complete mess with corpses of the beasts scattered everywhere. Once the skeleton warriors summoned by Chen Ge died, they would simply vanish, as they were created from his mana and had no physical form. There were charred corpses everywhere, piled up like mountains. It was a spectacular sight. This must be tens of thousands of magical beasts, right? Yi Tian swallowed hard, his eyes wide. If high-level card masters were not restricted from entering, his first thought would have been that a high-level master was here. Looking at these dense piles of ghost power beasts, what kind of bronze rank 9 card master could have done this? Meanwhile, Quan Ziyan's typically indifferent eyes began to waver. If she could stay calm before, this scene was truly shocking. Even if this had been the work of an entire bronze rank team, it would be staggering. If it was just one person, then that person must possess a powerful phantasm-level magic card, right? Truth be told, it was a good thing that the person ahead entered first. Otherwise their team, which averaged only Iron rank 8, would likely have been doomed. Even she had no confidence in surviving this abyss. What kind of bronze rank team could this possibly be? Chu Yao sighed in awe. The sight of tens of thousands of bronze rank 6 ghost power beast corpses was simply too overwhelming. Hiss roar. Just then, a hysterical dragon roar echoed from the depths of the cave. It is a dragon. At this point, Qi Tianling completely lost his composure. Dragons, whether they were summoned pets or hostile beasts, were extremely powerful entities that no ordinary person could contend with. Hiss roar. Hiss roar. The first sound was the roar of a frost giant dragon, followed by the cries of young frost dragons. Though not as earth-shaking as the giant dragon, the continuous roars still caused Quan Ziyan's expression to shift. A dragon, that is a dragon. Ziyan, it is way too dangerous in here, we should retreat. Qi Tianling said, his voice trembling. The world is dangerous. Kui Tianling did not know it before, but now he realized it and deep fear took root in his heart. Exactly, there is a dragon in here. Whether it is a beast or a summoned pet, it is not something we can go up against. Chen Ge also trembled slightly. These formerly arrogant, self-entitled second-generation heirs were terrified when facing such beings. Retreat! Quan Ziyan was now pale as a sheet and turned to leave. The others hurriedly followed, desperate to get out of the abyss as soon as possible. Whether it is a team or an individual in there, they are terrifyingly powerful. It is likely an heir from one of the truly top-tier families. Moonlight City is not considered a major city in the East Federation. Compared to the top conglomerates and military families of the capital, the Moonlight Corporation is nothing. And the card sets owned by the heirs of such families are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If it was not someone like that, Quan Ziyan could not fathom what kind of bronze-rank card master could have such terrifying strength. I heard that world-class families prepare legendary or even phantasm-level magic cards for their next generation. Kui Tianling said with envy. But why would someone of that status appear here? Chen Ge asked, unable to contain her confusion. Who knows? They continued their conversation, but Quan Ziyan's expression looked even worse now. In front of real powerhouses, she was still just too weak. Meanwhile, Chen Ge was reaching bronze rank 4. After killing tens of thousands of bronze rank 7 rotten fiends, he continued walking deeper into the abyss. As he walked, he extracted the 18 blank cards he had just acquired one by one. The difficulty of this abyss was beyond imagination, and the drop rate was surprisingly high. He injected mana into the first blank card. Magic card name, Stamina Recovery Card. Type one-time special magic card. Effect, instantly recovers 50% of the user's stamina. Under normal circumstances, card masters are also combatants, and combat drains stamina. These percentage-based stamina recovery cards are quite valuable. Fortunately, Chen Ge did not consume much stamina himself, as he relied primarily on his massive pool of mana. Keep drawing cards. Second card, a low-level magic card. Third card, a low-level magic card. The 18th card. Magic card name, Mana Recovery Card. Type one-time magic card. Effect, instantly restores 50% of the user's mana. Not much of a haul this time, Chen Ge remarked with a relaxed brow. But if others heard him, they would be furious. You have to understand, these one-time recovery magic cards are extremely expensive. Most people would not even pull one after drawing 10,000 cards, and he pulled 2 out of 18, both of which restore 50% instantly, yet he says something like that? Is there any justice left? Is there any law? Finally, Chen Ge arrived at a more spacious cavern, where torches barely managed to light up the interior. Beat Bronze 8-star Giant Bat Demon. When he entered, it was empty, and seeing nothing, Chen Ge instinctively looked toward the ceiling at the sound of the bracelet's alert. Swarms of black giant bat demons were descending toward him. Ow! The moment Chen Ge discovered them, the frost dragon and over a dozen frost dragon hatchlings also looked toward the sky and spat frost dragon fire at the giant bat demons. Instantly, hundreds of giant bat demons were turned to ashes in midair. However, the number of giant bat demons at the top of the cave was simply too high, coming in wave after wave, and the frost dragon and hatchlings naturally became the primary source of damage. The skeleton warriors around Chen Ge could only watch helplessly, as they were all melee units. But Chen Ge was not idle. Each swing of his Sky Moon blade unleashed a crescent slash effect that could reach giant bat demons tens of meters away, and with the boost from the legendary half-moon/magic card, he also became a main damage dealer. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Ge's magic card master level had reached in terrifying bronze 4-star. You know, this was only the second day, and he was already 6 minor levels ahead of Quan Ziyan and the others. This was undeniably a terrifying statistic. Not long after, the giant bat demons in midair began to thin out, but the ceiling of the cave was too high to see what else was up there. Beep Bronze 9-star King level giant bat demon. Just then the bracelet rang again, and Chen Ge was shocked. King level. This almost represented the pinnacle combat strength for bronze level magical beasts. Anything stronger would be emperor level. Gulp. A powerful pressure descended from the top of the cave, and Chen Ge could not help but swallow hard, as this was his first time facing a king-level magical beast. Following that, a giant bat demon, 2 or 3 times larger than the ones before, charged toward him. It was hideous and terrifyingly fast, about to reach Chen Ge in the blink of an eye. Ow! At this critical moment, the frost dragon suddenly met it head-on, colliding with the giant bat demon, and then spat its frost dragon fire. The giant bat demon actually spat out a ball of dark blue flame to contend with the frost dragon's fire. Clearly, the frost dragon's level was still a bit low, and it looked like it was starting to struggle. Ow! Ow! Eh? The frost dragon hatchlings also began to spray dragon fire at the giant bat. But it had absolutely no effect on the beast. As expected of a bronze 9-star, a king-level existence. Chen Ge muttered, taking out that one-time magic card to instantly recover 50% mana. His mana was running low, and at a time like this he could not afford to be stingy, no matter how valuable the card was. Instantly his mana was replenished by half, and combined with the remainder he was quite full again. With a thought, the magic cards appeared, and he drew the one he needed. Skill card Time Acceleration. He immediately cast Time Acceleration in the struggling frost dragon. Before long, the frost dragon's body began to grow rapidly, gradually moving from its adult form toward that of a millennium dragon. Ow! Just as Chen Ge's mana was about to be exhausted, a massive millennium dragon appeared. With a roar that shook the earth, its dragon fire instantly took care of that giant bat demon. Outside, Quan Ziyan and the others trembled, their faces filled with astonishment. What is going on? Hui Tianling looked around with a fearful expression. Why do I get the feeling that was not an ordinary dragon? That roar made my legs go weak. What a powerful existence. Who on earth is in there? Chen Yitian and the others all turned pale with disbelief. Young master, should we retreat? Whatever is going on in there is beyond our reach. A member of the Dynasty Guild stepped forward to advise. Hui Tianling was terrified. That dragon roar had already made his heart tremble. It was highly unlikely for such an abyss to have dragon-type beasts, so there was only one possibility. A magic card master possessing a dragon-type pet card was fighting inside. Dragon-type pet cards are incredibly rare, and such an existence is top-tier anywhere, so it was best for them to avoid contact. Ziyan, what do you think? Hui Tianling turned to look at Quan Ziyan beside him, wanting her opinion. Let us go. Quan Ziyan also felt unprecedented pressure, and knew they had to retreat. All right. The bodies around the abyss had already been cleared. Hearing that even Quan Ziyan agreed, Hui Tianling did not hesitate and ordered his men to leave immediately. Whoever was inside, possessing a dragon-type pet card meant they were not ordinary, likely a disciple from a top-tier family out for training. It was better not to cross paths with such people. Meanwhile, Chen Ge stepped forward and picked up the 50-some blank cards on the ground, including one that flickered with a special halo. When luck hits, you cannot even block it. Chen Ge grinned at the blank card in his hand, beaming from ear to ear. He just wanted to ask now who else is there. A second later, he was back at the abyss exit, and looking around, he saw things had changed. What is going on? Where are the bodies? He paused for a moment but did not dwell on it, returning to his bike and taking out some food to fill his stomach. This trip to the abyss had taken most of the day, and he was already hungry. He began injecting mana into the blank cards while he ate. First card, low-level magic card, standard. Second card, low-level magic card, as expected. 15th card. Magic card name, Peerless Shatter. Quality, legendary. Type, skill card. Effect, ignores 50% of the target's defense. Description, ignoring a percentage of the target's defense is undoubtedly an extremely powerful magic card. You will be invincible when facing truly powerful magical beasts. Put it directly into the mana source. Without a second thought, Chen Ge immediately slotted the card into his mana source. He continued to open white tier cards while eating. Low-level mana cards were always the most common. Occasionally pulling a mid or high-level one was a treasure to others, but for Chen Ge, it was nothing to get excited about. Finally, after exhausting his ordinary white cards and finding nothing worth mentioning, he injected his mana into that special white card. The next moment, the mana card began to flicker. Mana card name, God tier block. Type one-time passive mana card. Effect, place it into your mana source to block any single instance of damage during a moment of danger. Description, this is a life-saving mana card. These are as rare as Phantasm tier cards, so cherish it. Does not this just mean I have an extra life? Chen Ge was overjoyed. In reality, the variety and types of mana cards were so vast that this was a type he had never even heard of. Without hesitation, he put it directly into his mana source. When it comes to life-saving items, you cannot be stingy at all. I have to say, this abyss was a total goldmine. Just the sheer number of white cards is nearly 100. I do not know when I will run into another abyss like this one again. Chen Ge said with a hint of regret. High difficulty abysses like this are rare finds. He likely would not run into one for a long time. Meanwhile, his mana card master rank had already reached bronze 5-star. The mana provided by that king-level giant bat demon was massive, and since no one else was sharing it, it was absolutely perfect. Chen Ge could now be described as a one-man army, practically invincible even among current silver-tier mana card masters. With a shift of his mind, he checked the panel inside his mana source. Name Chen Ge. Talent Luck God Unique. Rank Bronze 5-star. Mana source S tier. Pet cards Frost Dragon Hatchling Legendary Skeleton Warrior Low tier. Skill cards Infinite Summon Phantasm tier Time Acceleration Phantasm tier Half Moon / Legendary Shattering Unrivaled Legendary Dragon Chasing Strike High tier Double Jump Mid tier Cross / Low tier. Equipment cards Wings of the Brave Legendary Celestial Moon Blade Epic Warrior Armor Low tier. Special card God tier block. I wonder when I will be able to get an SS tier mana source card. My current mana is not enough. Chen Ge looked at the panel, feeling a bit melancholy. And also, let us add a high tier mana card, Skeleton General. Chen Ge then slotted a Skeleton General mana card into his mana source. But he did not plan to discard the Skeleton Warriors. Although their card rank was low, their mana consumption for summoning was also very low, making them the top choice for cannon fodder. After filling his stomach, Chen Ge did not stay idle. He continued searching the forest for magical beasts and secret realms. Unfortunately, it was getting dark and he had no other gains, so he had to find a place to rest until tomorrow. The next day, Chen Ge got up early, checked the Mana Card Master app on his phone and pointed in one direction. Although it is a bit far from here, let us head to that bronze 9-star dungeon. Searching for beasts and secret realms in the forest is troublesome. Rather than this, Chen Ge planned to find a more specific target. Perhaps he would find something along the way. As for the deeper parts of the forest, he still planned to act according to his capacity because there might be gold tier or even higher level beasts inside. Would not it be a huge joke if he were killed by one? Luckily, Chen Ge was riding his bike. Although the path was difficult, it was still more convenient than walking. Along the way, he occasionally ran into a few low-level beasts which he casually dealt with, but the mana gained from their rank and number was negligible. After more than 2 hours, Chen Ge finally reached the vicinity of the bronze 9-star dungeon, set his bike aside, and headed toward the dungeon entrance. At that moment, quite a few people were standing in front of the dungeon. "Sai, if you want to enter this bronze tier dungeon, pay up, otherwise do not even think about it." A sharp-faced, yellow-haired man blocked the entrance and said sullenly, "Are you guys going too far? Dungeons are public property. By what right do you collect money?" "Exactly. If this is reported to the Federation, you guys will not have a good end." A group of bronze-tier mana card masters were very angry at the yellow-haired man's behavior, but he and his followers were all silver-tier masters, acting unscrupulously in front of the bronze-tier crowd. "Haha, report it if you can." The yellow-haired man sneered and replied, "You do not think the people in the Federation are that idle, do you? They would care about such trivial matters. Hey, pay if you want in, 1,000 per entry or get lost." A skinny man behind the yellow-haired guy stepped up, shouting with an impatient look, "Hey, move aside, do not waste my time." At this moment, Chen Ge, having seen enough of their ugly faces, pushed his way through the crowd, shoved the yellow-haired man and his companion aside, stepped forward, directly selected the hell tier difficulty and walked in. Everything happened so fast that the yellow-haired man, his companions, and the surrounding card masters were all stunned. Damn it, where did that brat come from? How dare he push me? The yellow-haired gang were notorious local bullies who had been skimming profits here for a long time, and it was the first time they had seen someone more arrogant than themselves. I think that kid has a death wish, right? How dare he ignore us? The yellow-haired man's companions were all looking on with resentment. Damn it, when he comes out, I'm going to make him pay. The yellow-haired man was furious and turned to the other bronze-tier masters. Damn it, pay if you want to enter, if not, get lost and stop bothering me. Just then, one of the card masters who wanted to enter said, Jay, just now that guy seemed to select the hell tier difficulty for the dungeon. What? The yellow-haired man was stunned for a moment. Chen Ge had shoved him, throwing him off balance, and he had not noticed anything else. Did you guys see that? He turned to ask his companions. His companions shook their heads. That kid suddenly came up and shoved you. I was just as stunned as you. I thought he was some big shot who had the presence of mind to pay attention to anything else. Since he entered the bronze 9-star dungeon, he is just a bronze tier master. What is he being so arrogant about? Damn it, that kid is really asking for death. These guys were just a bunch of deadbeat magic card masters with no real backing. They relied solely on what they had scraped together over the years to act tough in front of these low-level card masters. But as soon as they felt Chen Ge's aura, they were instantly terrified. Now that they had snapped out of it, they started barking again. I asked you if you saw him pick the hell difficulty dungeon. Why are you talking to me about all this useless nonsense? The yellow-haired guy replied sullenly. No. His companions all shook their heads one after another. The yellow-haired guy turned his head and asked, Hey kid, did you see it clearly? This is a bronze 9-star dungeon. How could anyone possibly enter a hell difficulty dungeon alone? I saw it too. I am sure it was the hell difficulty dungeon. I saw it as well. His presence was just too overwhelming earlier. Me too, I saw it. The group of card masters who were waiting to enter all spoke up to confirm it. Heh, no wonder he dared to ignore us. Clearly just some reckless rookie, probably not right in the head. The yellow-haired guy gave a light chuckle, finally feeling relieved. Going into a hell difficulty dungeon alone is just plain suicide. Alright, same goes for you lot. If you do not want to spend money, you can choose the hell difficulty dungeon. I will not charge a cent. The yellow-haired guy suddenly said with a mean grin. He knew exactly what the hell difficulty meant, so he acted completely nonchalant. Then let me go in. At that moment, a woman wearing a uniform skirt with long, slender legs and an indifferent expression walked up. Her cold, detached eyes stared at the yellow-haired guy, filled with nothing but pure contempt. The person who arrived was none other than Quan Zian. She had originally been with her small group, but after seeing that powerful presence yesterday, she decided to go out and train on her own. As soon as she arrived, she saw someone throwing their weight around, so she stepped forward. You. The yellow-haired guy's eyes lit up as he looked at the cold beauty before him, but seeing her aloof and regal demeanor, he did not dare to make a move directly. After a moment of thought, he said sullenly, If you do not pay, you can only enter the hell difficulty dungeon. You would better think carefully. Hehe. Quan Zian let out a light laugh, stepped forward, directly selected the hell difficulty dungeon, and walked in without the slightest hesitation. Every move she made was dripping with disdain for the yellow-haired guy and his cronies. The yellow-haired guy and his crew were stunned to see that the woman had actually chosen the hell difficulty dungeon. Truth be told, even if they, as silver-level magic card masters, could enter a bronze 9-star dungeon, they would not dare choose the hell difficulty. They knew perfectly well what that difficulty implied. The bronze-level card masters watching from the side were also stunned, unable to say a word for a long time. To enter a hell difficulty dungeon alone, what kind of confidence is that? There is only one explanation: she has powerful magic cards. And just as they thought, Quan Zian currently possessed 2 epic-level magic cards, 3 legendary-level cards, and several rare-level cards. For most card masters, this was a combination beyond reach. Although the Crescent Consortium is not much compared to world-class consortiums or the top families in the God's capital, they are still a top-tier group in the East Federation. If even the daughter of such a consortium has this kind of card combination, one can imagine how monstrous Chen Ge's current card deck must be. Heh, why are there so many lunatics lately? One crazier than the next, are not they just begging for death? Watching Quan Zian choose the Hell difficulty dungeon and walk in, the yellow-haired guy took a long moment to recover and make excuses. Otherwise, it would make him look very embarrassing. They do not look very old, all I can say is that young people are just too hot-headed. Exactly, they do not even know how to spell death. I think this guy and girl are just tired of living. The yellow-haired guy's companions echoed him one after another. Can you even call them young if they are not hot-headed? Just then a voice suddenly rang out, sounding very familiar. Hi. Hearing someone contradicting them, the yellow-haired guy and his companions instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. The bronze-level card masters who had been torn between leaving or staying also followed the sound and looked over. It was that same man who had ignored the yellow-haired guy earlier. 1 meter 80 and so handsome, he was very easy to recognize. It is him. He came out so soon. How is that possible? Even for a normal dungeon, you could not possibly come out this fast. The surrounding crowd exclaimed, full of disbelief. I am certain I saw him enter the Hell difficulty dungeon. How could this be? Bronze-level cardmaster said firmly, still in shock. I am also sure he chose Hell difficulty. How could he be out so fast? Someone else replied with a look of utter disbelief. For ordinary bronze-level card masters, normal and hard dungeons are enough to put them through hell, let alone nightmare or hell levels. And yet this guy here just came out so quickly. Looking at his age, he is only about 16 or 17, must be one of this year's examinees, right? Gulp. The group swallowed in unison, looking up at Chen Ge as if gazing at a deity. What kind of powerful magic card master was this? It meant he must have incredibly powerful magic cards. Epic level. Legendary level. Cards at this level were practically the pinnacle of what they could imagine. As for mythical level, those were things that only existed in legends. They did not even dare to think about it. It really is him. The yellow-haired guy and his followers turned deathly pale, feeling utter disbelief. Chen Ge walked up with a smile, his expression full of contempt. Whether this guy had come out of a normal dungeon or a hell level one did not really matter anymore. What mattered was that he finished it so quickly. He clearly had some powerful magic card. What do you want? Seeing Chen Ge walk up to him, the yellow-haired guy began to panic, fearing Chen Ge might make a move on him. They were just a bunch of low-level card masters who had barely reached silver 1 star after years of loafing around. They had no confidence to fight Chen Ge. Slap slap. Chen Ge stepped up and patted the yellow-haired guy's face, chuckled, and said, I do not want anything. Hehe. Hehe. The yellow-haired guy and his companions started laughing foolishly along with Chen Ge. Suddenly, Chen Ge's expression shifted and he shouted, since I do not want anything, why have not you scrammed yet? Chen Ge's sudden change in tone and that roar made the yellow-haired guy and his companions feel as if they had been struck by lightning. Fine, we are leaving now. We're getting out of here. The blonde guy and his companions scrambled away in a panic. If it were someone more ruthless, they might have tried to fight back given their numerical advantage, but this group was a textbook example of bullies who folded at the first sign of real strength. They ran off without even daring to make a sound. If I ever catch you bullying others again, do not blame me for being merciless. With so many people watching, it would not be right to just kill them. Besides, these guys were just local thugs, nothing like the members of the Dynasty Guild, so there was no need to wipe them out completely. A scare like this should be enough to make them behave for a while. In no time, the group had vanished into thin air. Alright, you all can go in now. Chen Ge turned back and smiled. Thank you. Are you a candidate this year? You are so impressive. Hey cutie, can I have your number? The bronze-rank card masters who had been blocked outside the dungeon began to thank Chen Ge, and some of the more attractive women even started making advances. Haha, you guys should hurry up and form a party to level up. Chen Ge politely declined. He was not in the mood for anything else right now. Getting stronger was his only goal. Even though New Moon City looked peaceful, this world was actually filled with danger. A few days ago, he heard that the coastal city to the south was wiped out in one stroke by a king-level magical beast, and the entire city was erased from the face of the earth. This world is far from as safe as it looks. In times like these, how could he possibly have the heart to think about such trivial things? Maybe one day a king-level space rift or dungeon will appear near New Moon City. If he is not strong enough, he will not even be able to protect his own family. The bronze-rank card masters were sensible enough not to pester Chen Ge further, and instead began to form parties and enter the dungeon in an orderly fashion. Most of them were entering normal-level dungeons, not even daring to attempt hard-level ones since they were all equipped with low-level cards. Because of this, many card masters find it very difficult to reach a high level. Killing things too fast is a problem in itself. Looking at the dungeon entrance, Chen Ge felt a bit helpless. Dungeon entry rules vary, and this particular one could only be entered once every hour, so Chen Ge had to wait outside. After 24 runs, it would become completely inaccessible. Finally, an hour passed, and just as Chen Ge was about to head in, he ran into Quan Ziyan, who had just been sent out. Quan Ziyan was also taken aback when she saw Chen Ge. "Hi, classmate Quan Ziyan." Chen Ge did not think he had any major issues with her, and running into her in the wild was a coincidence, so he gave a casual greeting. Quan Ziyan glanced at him, nodded slightly, and did not respond. That was just how she was, and Chen Ge did not mind. He turned and walked into the dungeon. He selected the hell level difficulty and entered. "Hi." Seeing the difficulty level Chen Ge chose, Quan Ziyan frowned and glanced at the watch on her wrist, curious to see how long it would take him to come out. Actually, she still felt quite unwilling to accept the situation. Her card deck had been custom-built by her father for nearly 1 billion, yet she had lagged so far behind Chen Ge during the preliminary exams. She had investigated Chen Ge's background. He was very ordinary and his family could not possibly provide him with much support. How could he even be mentioned in the same breath as her, let alone far surpass her? Is his luck just that good, pulling a legendary or even higher grade card from a dozen packs? How is that even possible? Even knowing he had powerful cards, Quan Ziyan refused to believe this established fact. Her father had spent 1 billion buying opened cards and countless blank cards just to give her that setup. How could Chen Ge be better than her just by opening a few packs? 10 minutes later, Chen Ge walked out. He came out after only 10 minutes. Standing to the side, Quan Ziyan's expression darkened. She had clearly seen him choose the hell-level difficulty. It had taken her 42 minutes to finish, and Chen Ge did it in 10. To her, this was a massive humiliation. "Hello, classmate Quan Ziyan." Chen Ge greeted her once more in a friendly manner, found an empty spot, sat down, and waited for the next entry window. While the mana gain from this dungeon was low, it was at least stable. Searching for mobs elsewhere was too time-consuming. Just as Chen Ge sat down, Quan Ziyan walked over with her long legs, standing over him as he sat on the ground. "What level are you now?" Quan Ziyan asked, looking down at him. Chen Ge had initially thought about exchanging a few words with her, but upon hearing her cold, commanding tone, he frowned and ignored her. Back in school, it was exactly because of this attitude that he had ignored her then, too. He did not expect that doing so would offend her, but he did not care in the slightest. "I'm asking you what level you are you deaf?" Quan Ziyan spoke with an arrogant, queen-like demeanor. Chen Ge continued to ignore her, leaning back against a tree and closing his eyes to rest. He was the type to respond well to kindness but not to coercion. The more she acted like this, the less inclined he was to respond. Swish. At that moment, a magnificent sword suddenly appeared in Quan Ziyan's hand. Feeling the threat, Chen Ge opened his eyes, glanced at her and frowned. "Chen Ge, this is the 12th time you have ignored me. I have had enough. Get up and duel me." Quan Ziyan said coldly. "Has it really been that many times?" Chen Ge was stunned. In his memory, he had ignored her at most 3 times. He never imagined he had ignored her so many times without even realizing it. Which times were those? "Women mant. Chen Ge, make your move." Quan Ziyan said icily. "Sai, is there something wrong with your head?" Chen Ge was at a loss for words. What was this even about? Was there any need for a duel? This woman really is. "You." Hearing him say she had something wrong with her head, Quan Ziyan lunged at him with her sword. In an instant, Chen Ge drew all his equipment cards to outfit himself and backed away at lightning speed. This woman really is crazy. Chen Ge muttered to himself, wielding his heavenly moon blade as he rushed toward Quan Ziyan. Since you wanted to try, then let us try. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in a pure exchange of martial techniques without using any skill cards. In their second exchange, Chen Ge leveraged his equipment and level advantage to hold his broadsword against Quan Ziyan's neck. I have to say, Quan Ziyan's swordsmanship is impressive. After all, coming from a wealthy family, she must have been trained by elite sword instructors. Unlike him, he learned everything at school and he did not even train with weapons like the broadsword. If not for his level and the speed boost from the hero's wings, he probably would not have been able to defeat her so quickly based on sword skills alone. How about it, are you satisfied? Chen Ge asked with a playful look on his face. Quan Ziyan looked at the broadsword resting against her throat, her face pale, and she said nothing. She knew there was a gap between her and Chen Ge, but she never imagined it would be this wide. It had only been 2 exchanges, and Chen Ge had already defeated her. Since we do not get along, how about we just mind our own business and leave each other alone? Chen Ge asked, looking at Quan Ziyan opposite him. Quan Ziyan bit her lower lip tightly, her face deathly pale. She did not respond, acting as if she had suffered some deep, humiliating insult. Whatever. Chen Ge could not be bothered to argue with her any further. He sheathed his weapon, walked to the side to sit down, and continued waiting for the cooldown to re-enter the dungeon. Meanwhile, Quan Ziyan just stood there silently, like a statue, unable to snap out of it for a long time. She wanted to know why. Why should a rich heiress like her lose to a penniless kid like Chen Ge? She had spent hundreds of millions just on sword tutors, and yet she could not even handle 2 of his strikes. Why? Quan Ziyan was not reconciled, but what could she do about it? Chen Ge was someone who possessed both genuine ability and the Aohuang talent for luck. No matter how many hundreds of millions you spend in front of the King of Luck, it is all for nothing. Soon, it was time for Chen Ge to enter again. He glanced at Quan Ziyan, who was still standing motionless, ignored her, and walked straight inside. After entering this time, Chen Ge did not use infinite summoning because he had seen his own weaknesses during the fight with Quan Ziyan. Magic pet cards are ultimately just for auxiliary combat. Relying entirely on them would definitely not be a smart choice. When facing truly powerful and intelligent monsters, they will find ways to bypass the pets and attack the magic card master directly, because as soon as the master is killed, the pets vanish. And in those moments, a magic card master can only rely on themselves. This is also why the summoning type magic card master path is considered niche. Shattering Peerless. Half Moon Slash. Without using infinite summoning, it took Chen Ge a full 15 minutes, 5 minutes longer than usual. You really cannot cut corners, strengthening myself is the top priority. After being transported out, Chen Ge stood there and muttered in a low voice. Quan Ziyan, standing nearby, did not seem to care. After all, Chen Ge still finished much faster than she did. Chen Ge, should we form a party? At that moment, Quan Ziyan stepped forward and said coldly. Thanks but no thanks. Chen Ge refused flatly. Why should 2 people share the mana that one person could enjoy alone? That would significantly slow down his leveling speed. There are not many dungeons near New Moon City. Once you have used up all the attempts for this one, you will probably find it hard to find other suitable secret realms or abyss dungeons. Quan Ziyan spoke up suddenly. Chen Ge agreed with this point, so he stayed silent to hear what she had to say. You know the power of our consortium. After this dungeon ends, I will have my father mobilize resources to find suitable secret realms and dungeons for me. I could bring you along, how about it? Quan Ziyan's attitude remained arrogant, but the offer she made was truly tempting. Even though he had the Aohuang talent that was limited to drawing cards, secret realms were genuinely hard to find. His goal was to reach bronze level 8 star or higher. If he wasted time just because he could not find a dungeon, that was definitely not what he wanted. Fine, I accept your request. Chen Ge nodded. I was merely extending an invitation, not making a request. Quan Ziyan said with a cold expression. She just wanted to party with Chen Ge to see exactly what kind of magic cards he possessed. It was that simple. Chen Chen Ge gave a non-committal chuckle, not paying much attention to the details. Regardless, Quan Ziyan's invitation was extremely attractive. There was almost no reason to refuse. Moreover, without high-difficulty secret realms or abyss dungeons, his leveling speed had slowed down considerably, as this current dungeon did not provide that much experience. In the few times he had gone in, the number of white-tier cards he had received was pitifully low. Then let us go into the next dungeon together, Quan Ziyan said in a cool tone. Fine, but you will have to wait for me. I cannot enter for another hour. Chen Ge nodded. Quan Ziyan did not say anything. She just walked to the side and waited quietly. An hour later. Shall we go in? Chen Ge stood up and looked at Quan Ziyan, who was standing to the side with her arms folded. Emma? Quan Ziyan nodded slightly. I have to say, Quan Ziyan's rich girl persona had not cracked even now. Zai. Chen Ge shook his head secretly and sighed as he walked toward the dungeon. After selecting the Hell difficulty dungeon, the two of them entered. Inside the dungeon was a desert, the sun blazing like fire. Wait, why did the dungeon change? Chen Ge was stunned. The previous times he had entered, it was a Gobi desert. Suddenly, it had turned into a sandy one. My luck. Chen Ge muttered, it looks like a special dungeon. Dungeons are not static, special ones appear occasionally, and clearly this was one. Chen Ge's luck was truly rare. If it were not for his heaven-defying luck over the past few days, stumbling into all sorts of special secret realms and abyss dungeons, his level might not have reached bronze level 5-star. When Chen Ge looked at Quan Ziyan beside him, he noticed she had a sun hat on her head. She had not been wearing it a moment ago, so there was only one possibility. It was an equipment magic card. All I can say is, a young miss is a young miss. Her style is different from everyone else's. Even now, she is actually thinking about sun protection. As expected, do not even try to guess a girl's mind. Chen Ge muttered to himself. Ding, bronze level 9-star lizard dwarves. Immediately, thousands of lizard dwarves appeared all around, surrounding Chen Ge and Quan Ziyan. Chen Ge used an equipment magic card to gear himself up, then looked back at Quan Ziyan. She flashed a polite smile and stood there without moving. What does this mean? Chen Ge looked blankly. Quan Ziyan kept her polite smile and made no preparations for battle. The next moment, a lizard dwarf suddenly leaped toward her and she just kept smiling where she stood, not moving an inch. This woman is seriously out of her mind. Chen Ge was speechless, stepping forward to kill the lizard dwarf with a single slash. Clearly, Quan Ziyan just wanted to see Chen Ge's true strength, and she was even willing to gamble her own life to do it. This woman is a complete maniac. Chen Ge thought to himself while continuously mowing down the surrounding lizard dwarfs. That has to be a legendary skill. The timing of his double jump is so precise. Judging by the power of that weapon, it must be epic grade. A magic card master's card details are their secrets and are not easily revealed, yet Quan Ziyan was constantly trying to gather information on Chen Ge's cards. But the more she watched, the more something felt off. How many card packs did Chen Ge open, and where did he get so many high-level cards? Moreover, his combat awareness far exceeds that of an average person. No wonder the school teachers like him so much. The timing of every skill release is impeccable. It is just a shame he is not very proficient with that katana. But even with that level of swordsmanship, he still took me down in 2 moves. The more she thought about it, the worse her expression became. I killed all the lizard dwarfs here. You do not mind if I take the dropped white cards, right? Chen Ge asked, looking back with a speechless expression. Quan Ziyan shook her head, not caring at all about a few white cards. Chen Ge stepped forward to pick up the cards on the ground and headed forward, with Quan Ziyan quickly following behind. Along the way, Chen Ge glanced back at Quan Ziyan with a look of disdain. This woman is seriously a lunatic. Was it too reckless of me to agree to team up with her? Quan Ziyan kept staring at Chen Ge, but when she saw his expression, she did not care at all. After all, her behavior earlier was indeed a bit crazy. Chen Ge, exactly how many card packs did you open? She asked, finally voicing the doubt in her heart. Quan Ziyan's tone was finally normal this time. Chen Ge thought for a moment and replied, about 30 or 40 packs, I guess. 30 or 40 packs. Quan Ziyan stopped in her tracks, her brows furrowed tightly. How is that even possible? Are all the magic cards you are using right now pulled from those 30 or 40 packs? Quan Ziyan continued to ask. That is right. Chen Ge nodded nonchalantly. Beep silver 1-star lizard monster detected. Just then, lizard monsters much larger than the previous lizard dwarfs suddenly appeared in the surrounding desert. More importantly, the level of the beasts in this dungeon was far higher than a standard bronze 9-star dungeon. After all, normal bronze 9-star dungeons do not feature silver-grade beasts. However, this situation actually delighted Chen Ge. These were white cards and vast amounts of magic power, things you could not just come by. He glanced back at Quan Ziyan. The maniac woman was still standing there, staring at Chen Ge in disbelief. Zai. Chen Ge sighed and had no choice but to fight alone. At that moment, Quan Ziyan's heart was a mix of emotions. How could the cards he pulled from just 30 or 40 packs be of such high quality? I have opened so many and I only have 2 epic grade cards, one of which I even bought. Before, Quan Ziyan might have been avoiding combat on purpose, but now she was in such a foul mood that she had forgotten about fighting altogether. She just wanted to know how Chen Ge managed to pull powerful cards in 30 or 40 packs that she could not get even after opening 10,000. Besides, she could sense it, Chen Ge obviously had not even shown his trump cards yet. That hateful man, how can you keep suppressing me like this? How? Quan Ziyan roared in her heart. Jealousy can make a beautiful woman look hideous, and Quan Ziyan was no exception. She pouted and stood there silently, sullenly watching Chen Ge fight on his own. This is a special dungeon, I want to see when you will reveal your trump cards. She just stood there, watching with an unconvinced look, letting the lizard monsters approach without even dodging. Chen Ge, meanwhile, could not be bothered with her. Besides, you get more magic power from landing the final kill, so it did not matter what she wanted to do. He did not plan on relying on his pet cards anymore, intending to use this to hone his own strength. He had indeed become too dependent on the convenience of infinite summoning and his pet cards these past few days, which was not a good thing. Unless he was in real danger, he would not use his pet cards easily from now on. With sword slashes and well-timed skill chains, Chen Ge handled the silver-grade lizard monsters with ease. After some time, the surrounding lizard monsters were wiped out, and he stepped forward to pick up the dropped white cards. Could you please put away that spoiled princess attitude of yours? It is really hard for me to continue working with you like this. Chen Ge turned to ask. Take this. With a cold face, Quan Ziyan took out 2 card packs and held them out to him. Are these enough for you to protect me now? That is 200,000. Chen Ge nodded and accepted the 2 card packs without hesitation. So what if Quan Ziyan does not lift a finger? 200,000 is still nice. Chen Ge now had over 30 white cards in total, including the 2 packs from Quan Ziyan. It was truly a sweet deal. Without another word, he turned and continued forward. Are you sure you only opened 30 or 40 card packs? Quan Ziyan asked, following behind him, still not quite convinced. Chen Ge looked back at her beautiful but cold face and said, you should know my background. Do you think I have any reason to lie to you? Most of the cards I got later were ones I fought for myself. So you pulled powerful magic cards from just those first 13 packs. Hearing this, Quan Ziyan felt a wave of regret. If she had known, she would not have tried to show off or given Chen Ge those 7 card packs just to appear generous. Seeing Chen Ge with powerful cards now was more painful than being killed. She was literally gnashing her teeth. What is your current magic card master level? Quan Ziyan asked again. Chen Ge looked back. A man with secrets is more attractive, do not you think? With that, he turned away with style, effectively answering her question. Quan Ziyan felt a vein pop on her forehead. She did not find Chen Ge charming at all right now. She found him incredibly annoying. This was the 195th day she had found Chen Ge annoying. That is right, she is that kind of grudge-holding woman. You must still have high-level cards you have not used yet, right? Quan Ziyan tried asking again. Chen Ge looked back. Student Quan Ziyan, you have already violated the fundamental principles of being a magic card master. After the warning, he turned and continued forward. This man is really... Quan Ziyan gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do because she really was not a match for Chen Ge. Beep silver 1-star lizard giant detected. Immediately, thousands of beasts appeared around the 2 of them. Compared to the high difficulty abyss levels before, the difficulty of this special dungeon was actually quite average. Faced with so many lizard giants, Chen Ge was still able to move with ease. He did not even care whether Quan Ziyan fought or not. After all, she already paid the protection fee. I do not know how much more time had passed, but Chen Ge had once again cut down thousands of lizard giants with his blade. Letting out a long sigh, Chen Ge picked up the blank card from the ground and sat down under a large tree nearby. Fighting with magical pets was a completely different concept from fighting on his own. The physical exertion was undeniably immense, and he needed a rest before continuing. Quan Ziyan also walked over and sat down beside him, staring at him intensely, her cold eyes as if trying to see right through him. I know I am a handsome guy, but could you be a little more reserved? Chen Ge felt unnerved by Quan Ziyan's gaze from the side and said casually, "How on earth are you able to pull so many powerful magic cards from just 30 or 40 blank cards?" Quan Murong was unwilling to accept this. "You may have the power of money, but the problem is that I am handsome. Is that so hard to understand?" Chen Ge asked back with a playful look on his face. Quan Ziyan remained expressionless, offering no response. Does not he just have the same pair of eyes, one nose and one mouth as everyone else? Where is he handsome? Chen Ge paid her no more mind, walked to the side, took out all the remaining blank cards he had, and continued drawing. He poured his magic power into the first one. Magic card name Weapon Master. Quality Legendary. Type Skill Card. Effect Passive skill card that grants proficiency and mastery in using all known weapons. Description: a true master must always maintain the heart of an apprentice. Chen Ge was stunned. Was the very first card this explosive? This card perfectly solved his issue of not being skilled with the long saber. It was simply perfect. However, just as the description said, he had to keep the heart of an apprentice, not be complacent and keep practicing. Then he kept drawing. Quan Ziyan, sitting on the other side, looked at Chen Ge hiding away to draw cards with an expression of disdain. He only had 20 or 30 blank cards in his hand. What kind of magic cards could he possibly pull? I do not know what the point is of him deliberately hiding from me. How boring, she whispered to herself. In her view, it was impossible to pull any decent magic cards from just 20 or 30 blanks. If she knew that Chen Ge had pulled a legendary magic card on his very first attempt, who knows what she would think. As for Chen Ge, after pulling the first card, it seemed his luck had run dry, and the following ones were all low-level magic cards. But since he had already pulled a legendary card, he was in a win-win situation regardless of what came next, so he naturally was not disappointed. About half an hour later, Chen Ge felt his stamina had recovered, so he stood up and said, "Shall we continue?" Seeing that Chen Ge did not look excited, Quan Ziyan assumed he had not pulled any high-level cards and felt truly happy inside. She was happy when Chen Ge was miserable, though she did not quite know why. But what she did not know was that Chen Ge could remain calm even if he pulled a powerful card. Do not be sad. What kind of high-level magic cards can you really pull from 20 or 30 blanks anyway? Quan Ziyan appeared to be comforting him, but she felt like she had just eaten honey. Chen Ge looked back at the gloating Quan Ziyan, nodded and said nothing. There was no need to say so much to this crazy woman. It was enough that he knew for himself whether or not he had pulled a powerful card. Would you tell everyone if you were holding 4 aces at the poker table? Only a fool would do that, right? After walking for a while, the two entered a lava swamp where the temperature rose rapidly. The increase in a magic card master's level improved every aspect of their being. If it were a normal person, they would not be able to handle it, but for a magic card master, it was not a major issue. We will probably reach the area near the final boss soon. The situation here is complicated, so take care of yourself. Chen Ge said to Quan Ziyan behind him. Although Quan Ziyan was crazy, she was not completely out of her mind. She knew this was not the time for games and equipped all her gear cards. With a magnificent sword and luxurious armor, she looked heroic and sharp, radiating the scent of money. It was a stark contrast to Chen Ge's low-level knight armor. I want a set of high-level armor too. Chen Ge glanced at Quan Ziyan's armor, feeling a bit envious. Quan Ziyan quickly noticed the fleeting glint of envy in Chen Ge's eyes, and she felt immensely happy. She finally had something that made Chen Ge envious. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. As they delved deeper into the lava swamp, both became fully focused, not daring to be even slightly careless. If either of them were pushed into this lava swamp, they would surely be dead. This was no joke. Ding, silver 2-star lava lizard detected. Suddenly, a notification sounded from their wristbands, and then massive lava lizards leaped out of the surrounding swamp. Weapon Master was a special passive skill card that did not need to be activated separately. With it, the long saber in Chen Ge's hand grew significantly more powerful. Swish, swish, swish. Every move displayed the style of a master, with several strikes hitting the lava lizard's vital points directly. As an epic-level weapon, the long saber's power was bolstered by the legendary Weapon Master skill, and Chen Ge's speed in killing monsters skyrocketed. Wait. Quan Ziyan, following behind Chen Ge, was not under much pressure since Chen Ge was handling most of the lizards, so she could see his every move clearly. How did his blade work suddenly become so fluid? It feels like it could rival my swordsmanship instructor. Quan Ziyan hesitated. Soon after, Chen Ge swung his blade again. Each movement was an art form, precise and perfect, making Quan Ziyan gasp inwardly. Quan Ziyan, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Why do you think this man's swordsmanship is good? Coming back to her senses, Quan Ziyan began to scold herself. Chen Ge is the shame of her life's journey. How could she ever cheer for someone like him? She felt like she had gone crazy. He just happened to have a couple of moves. Quan Ziyan kept trying to convince herself, but when she saw Chen Ge execute a divine dragon tail swing followed by a long saber strike, which was both gorgeous and practical, she could not help but gasp, wow, that move is cool. Immediately, she began to reflect again. Quan Ziyan, this is all an illusion. Think about the 3 years this man ignored you. Think about the pain he caused you for 3 years. How can you be in the mood to cheer for him? Are you crazy? Seeing that Chen Ge's blade work had not been that amazing when they first started, yet showed such rapid progress in such a short time, Quan Ziyan felt a bit unsettled. Is he perhaps one of those born warriors the teacher mentioned? I refuse to accept it. I do not accept it. Quan Ziyan roared hysterically in her heart while fighting. As a wealthy heiress born with a silver spoon in her mouth, no one had ever been more outstanding than her, let alone Chen Ge, who came from a normal family. The rules of this world had changed long ago. Children from normal families could never be stronger than wealthy heiresses like her. Absolutely impossible. But eyes do not lie. Quan Jiayon was deeply mired in self-doubt. The speed of Chen Ge's growth had clearly exceeded her understanding, though she could not really blame herself. After all, there are countless types of magic cards, and books simply do not record cards like the Weapon Master. Quan Jiayon, it is all right. My father will open over 40,000 blank cards in the next few days, and powerful magic cards are bound to appear. When that time comes, my college entrance exam results will not necessarily be worse than Chen Ge's. Quan Jiayon kept comforting herself. Chen Ge just has good luck. She felt that in the face of absolute financial power, something as intangible and elusive as luck was not worth mentioning. Swish. Up ahead, Chen Ge was becoming increasingly comfortable with his blade, performing intricate moves with every strike. This feeling was truly wonderful. He had long since cast Quan Jiayon behind him, focusing entirely on fighting and improving himself. As for Quan Jiayon observing his magic cards, he had noticed it long ago, but using a card inevitably draws attention unless you never use them at all. Therefore, there was no need to worry too much about it. Besides, even if Quan Jiayon figured out the general situation of his magic cards, it did not matter. After all, in front of true power, everything else is just fleeting clouds. My level-up speed has dropped too much. Chen Ge's goals were set quite high, and with so few days remaining, he felt a bit helpless. Drip silver 2-star lava lizard. However, he immediately retracted that thought as he turned his head. Ahead, in the lava canyon, there were dense swarms of lava lizards. They were massive and numerous, looking quite difficult to deal with. Hiss. After finishing off the lizards here, Chen Ge took a deep breath and prepared to move forward. To him, the scene before his eyes was exactly what he had been dreaming of. Hiss. But when Kwon Jae-yeon saw this, unlike Chen Ge, she could not help but gasp. To be honest, she felt a bit uneasy. This dungeon was becoming increasingly difficult, far beyond what she had imagined. Protect yourself. Chen Ge turned back to remind Kwon Jae-yeon first. Since she had paid the protection fee, Chen Ge was definitely going to put in his best effort. You would better protect yourself instead. Kwon Jae-yeon folded her arms across her chest and said with a haughty expression. Sigh. Standing in front, Chen Ge sighed. That was the temperament of a pampered rich girl, and he could not be bothered to deal with it. Kill. In one go, Chen Ge brandished his Tianyu blade and charged directly at them. Hey. This sight left Kwon Jae-yeon dumbfounded. In such a situation, one would usually lure out a few at a time to wear them down, yet Chen Ge just charged in brainlessly. Your brain must be the one with the problem. Kwon Jae-yeon muttered to herself. Chen Ge's idea, however, was simple: clear the obstacles in front of him as quickly as possible. If he kept luring them slowly, when would he ever get out of this dungeon? After charging into the midst of the lava lizards, Chen Ge used standard attacks while waiting for opportunities to trigger his skills, moving with ease. But there were simply too many lava lizards here, coming in wave after wave, and soon Chen Ge fell into a tough battle. After all, he was only a bronze 5-star magic card master. Against so many silver 2-star lava lizards, he was starting to struggle. Magic pet card Frost Dragonling. At this moment, Chen Ge summoned a single Frost Dragonling to relieve the pressure. Roar! With the dragon's roar, a Frost Dragonling appeared in midair. It started with Frost Flame, followed by Frost Dragon Breath, instantly wiping out a large group of nearby lava lizards. A single Frost Dragonling was already this powerful. If he summoned more or even a full-grown Frost Dragon, it would be completely game over for these monsters. This was also a perfect opportunity for him to coordinate with his magic pet and get some training in. With the addition of the Frost Dragonling, Chen Ge's speed at eliminating the lava lizards became like cutting through vegetables. The man and the dragon were working together quite seamlessly. In the distance, Kwon Jae-yeon stood frozen, feeling as though she had heard that dragon roar before. However, there seemed to be a difference. That day, what Kwon Jae-yeon and the others heard was mainly the roar of a full-grown frost dragon, while the Frost Dragonling's roar was lower and had been completely drowned out by the larger dragon, which was why she did not realize it immediately. More importantly, a dragon. Kwon Jae-yeon was in disbelief. Out of only 30 or 40 card packs, just how many powerful magic cards did he open? Chen Ge's surprises kept coming, catching her completely off guard. I have opened so many magic card packs and have not pulled many powerful ones. How on earth did you manage to pull a dragon-type card? Kwon Jae-yeon screamed hysterically in her heart. Chen Ge claimed he was good at it because he was handsome, but what about her? She had beauty, a great figure, and long legs. What made her inferior to anyone else? Why do not I have Chen Ge's luck? Why? Kwon Jae-yeon's cold, haughty face began to look a bit strange. She could not figure out how Chen Ge managed to pull a dragon-type card. So far, her father had spent $1 billion on her to get her current card set up, yet it was still not as good as Chen Ge's 30 or 40 packs. Furthermore, to save her own time, her family had even hired people specifically to draw cards for her. But could one really just pull a dragon-type card? Dragons are high-level beings. If she remembered correctly, even that dragonling should be of legendary grade. He has a legendary grade magic pet card, plus the blade in his hand, and those faint wings on his back. A sense of unprecedented frustration rose in Kwon Jae-yeon's heart. She did not understand how Chen Ge could have opened so many monstrous magic cards from just 30 or 40 packs. At least I am an S-grade mana source. Kwon Jae-yeon's pride would not allow her to be inferior to Chen Ge, so she began searching for ways in which she was stronger. Fortunately, it was hard to tell that Chen Ge was also an S-grade mana source, otherwise even her last shred of competitive spirit would have been trampled under his feet. In front of a natural-born lucky genius, Kwon Jae-yeon's financial power was not worth mentioning. Roar! Chen Ge and the Frost Dragonling's coordination became increasingly perfect, with the duo playing the thousands of lava lizards like puppets. After some time had passed, Chen Ge's magic card master level finally reached bronze 6-star. In previous years, the highest level reached by candidates in New Moon City and nearby cities was Bronze 6 star. He had already matched the record. Next, it was time to break the record. He picked up all the blank cards dropped on the ground. A quick count showed 12, not bad at all. These lava lizards were all killed by him, so the cards were naturally his, and besides, someone like Kwon Jaeyeon would not care for a few blank cards anyway. Kwon Zian, you have been slacking off this whole time. Chen Ge turned his head to speak to Kwon Zian, only for her to hand over another deck of cards. Fine, slack off if you want, as long as you are happy. Chen Ge took the deck directly. What else could he say? As long as she provides enough card decks, nothing else is a problem. Let us take a break and continue later. After all, killing thousands of lava lizards consumed quite a bit of stamina. Chen Ge said this and walked aside to rest without waiting for Kwon Zian's reply. Kwon Zian looked cold. No matter how she looked at it, she found Chen Ge eyesore. Ever since she was young, which guy has not surrounded her and catered to her every whim? Yet Chen Ge is the exception. No matter what he does, he seems to ignore her, which is absolutely hateful. Is not it just having a few powerful magic cards? What is there to be so arrogant about? In reality, whether Chen Ge has powerful magic cards or not, he has always been that way. Meanwhile, Chen Ge, without a word, started drawing cards again. The first one, a low-level magic card. The second one, a low-level magic card. The 22nd one, the last one. A low-level magic card. Chen Ge's expression turned a bit unpleasant. As a lucky guy, what does it mean that all 22 cards are low-level magic cards? I have to say, even Chen Ge, who has the talent of supreme luck, cannot guarantee drawing a powerful magic card every time, let alone ordinary people. The original 220,000 were instantly worth less than 22,000. So do not look at a blank card as being worth 10,000. While magic card masters make money easily, they spend it just as easily. However, since he had a legendary magic card today, Chen Ge's frustration lasted only for a moment. If powerful magic cards were that easy to get, humanity would not always be on the losing side in the battle against monsters. About half an hour later, Chen Ge stood up. It looks like your good luck has run out, has not it? Kwon Zian had been observing Chen Ge from the side. Seeing him frown after opening so many blank cards, she felt very happy. Taking the opportunity, she mocked Chen Ge. Regardless, as long as Chen Ge is unhappy, she is very happy. Powerful magic cards are not something you can force, do not take it to heart. Chen Ge turned around and waved his hand casually, not taking it to heart at all. HMPH, putting on an act, that is 220,000, I do not believe you are not heartbroken given your family background. Kwon Zian kept doing this, which was less like mocking Chen Ge and more like comforting herself. Because it really hurt her that Chen Ge had opened so many powerful magic cards in just 30 or 40 packs. The two entered the lava canyon and soon spotted a lava lizard the size of a hill. Beep, silver 3-star Lord level lava lizard. Both of their bracelets gave the same notification. You watch from the side, let me handle this. Chen Ge was full of anticipation. The Lord level creature might drop those special blank cards. You alone, this is a Lord level lava lizard. Kwon Zian was stunned for a moment. The blank cards that drop at the end will belong to me, is that okay? Chen Ge turned to ask again. Seeing his expression, Kwon Zian immediately nodded coldly, as you wish. But she started to secretly look forward to Chen Ge's performance, wanting to see just how powerful that frost dragon cub really was. Alright then. Chen Ge summoned his equipment cards, equipped himself and charged straight in. However, since it was a silver-level Lord monster, he did not dare to be the least bit careless. Skill card Infinite Summon. Skill card Frost Dragon Cub. He summoned 2 Frost Dragon Cubs directly to attract some of the firepower. Roar! Roar! The 2 Frost Dragon Cubs roared and accompanied Chen Ge toward the Lord-level lava lizard. Whoosh! Instantly, the lava lizard, which had been lying there sleeping, opened its cold, emotionless eyes and lunged forward. In a flash, the man and the 2 dragons began to battle the lava lizard. This scene made Kwon Zian behind them frown too, 2 dragon-type magic cards. She curled her lips in disbelief. Others cannot even draw one, yet Chen Ge actually drew 2 dragon-type magic cards. No wonder his clearing speed was so fast. With 2 dragon-type pets plus his own strength, it is impossible for anyone to compete with him. Why can he draw 2 dragon-type pet cards? What gives? Quan Ziyan roared hysterically in her heart, feeling somewhat unwilling. Over there, Chen Ge and the 2 frost dragon cubs began to coordinate with each other. If it were a frost dragon, it probably would not take long to finish off this lava lizard, but the magic power consumed by the time acceleration card is undoubtedly huge. Unless necessary, one should try to reduce the consumption of magic power. After all, a mature and excellent magic card master must learn to control it. During battle, finishing the target with the least magic power is the primary choice. As for those magic recovery cards, they are too expensive. Even using one occasionally makes Chen Ge's heart ache, so it is better to use them sparingly. Sometimes even a rich man has no grain to spare, and what kind of family does he even have? Using magic recovery cards so casually. Roar! The 2 frost dragon cubs constantly spewed frosty dragon fire at the lava lizard, and occasionally, when the timing was right, they used frost fire to create combat opportunities for Chen Ge. Although the man and the 2 dragons found the fight tough, their coordination was getting better and better. Skill card Dragon Pursuit Strike. Finally, with the help of the 2 frost dragon cubs, Chen Ge used a strong displacement skill to suddenly get close to the lava lizard, delivering a shattering peerless strike and a crescent slash to its abdomen. Whimper whimper. Thud. With a series of whimpers from the Lord-level lava lizard, it collapsed to the ground and was slain by Chen Ge. 14 blank cards, no special blank cards. Looking at the blank cards he picked up, Chen Ge felt a bit helpless, but he immediately composed himself. He had already obtained 2 special blank cards in the last 2 days. This luck was absolutely unique because the drop rate of such special blank cards is extremely low. Meanwhile, Quan Ziyan had been watching Chen Ge's back from afar, feeling unsettled. If I were facing that Lord-level lava lizard alone, I probably would not have had it as easy as Chen Ge, would I? Quan Ziyan is a woman with a strong sense of competition, and seeing such a powerful Chen Ge, she could not help but feel a bit discouraged. 5 minutes later, they were sent out of the dungeon. When they came out, the surrounding area was filled with men in suits and sunglasses. They stood with heads high and chests out, and it was clear they were bodyguards. Why are you all here? Under the gazes of the surrounding card masters, Quan Jiayon frowned. She had already told her father that she wanted to go out and train on her own, and that she did not need so many people tagging along. Miss, a legendary grade card was just pulled from the latest batch, and the chairman ordered us to deliver it to you as quickly as possible. An elderly man in his 50s, wearing a black suit, stepped forward and said. Shortly after, several men carried a metal case over to Quan Jiayon. Legendary grade. Is not that Quan Jiayon from the New Moon Group? Wow, I am so jealous. The surrounding bronze grade card masters all looked on with envy. A legendary card is something they would not even dare to dream of. So this is what it means to be a corporate heiress. I love it. Truth be told, even Chen Ge, who considers himself lucky, felt a bit envious seeing such a massive display. Look at the way she is treated. She has people at home specifically pulling cards for her, and once they are opened, they send a fleet of bodyguards to deliver them. With card pulling and leveling handled simultaneously, who would not be envious? Besides, her privileges do not end there. Sigh, good thing I have my lucky talent, otherwise how could I ever hope to compete with her money power? Chen Ge comforted himself in secret. As long as he continues to develop steadily, he will one day provide his sister, Chen Zai, with the same treatment. And his parents too. Meanwhile, Quan Murong, who had been feeling a bit discouraged, instantly had her confidence boosted again. So what if you're lucky? My family's wealth is enough to bury you, and sooner or later my cards will be better than yours. With that, she cast a nonchalant glance at Chen Ge with her cold eyes, verified her palm print, and the metal case slowly opened. Given that it is a legendary card, some security measures are necessary for transport. Even king-level card masters could not break open this kind of specialized metal container. Quan Jiayon immediately picked up the card from the box to check its details. Card name Pegasus. Quality legendary. Type pet card. Effects Light of Wings Divine Impact. Description: the Pegasus is a very gentle magical creature. It possesses incredible running speed and serves as both a powerful mount and a companion to its master. Although it is a legendary Pegasus, it still cannot compare to Chen Ge's dragon-type cards, but it is certainly a formidable pet card. Chen Ge immediately inserted the card into her mana source and summoned it. Nay. The pure white Pegasus unfolded its white wings, tossed its head back with a loud neigh, and looked truly majestic. Wow, what a beautiful Pegasus. It is my dream horse. So cool. The surrounding card masters exclaimed in awe, filled with envy. In Chen Ge's eyes, this entire scene reeked of money. Who knows how many cards they had to pull to get one like that. Sure enough, money power has its perks. Chen Ge vaulted onto the horse's back. Looking heroic and spirited, her cold and noble aura was raised to a whole new level. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Ge's confidence soared. She rode the horse in a circle around Chen Ge, looking quite smug. But what if you have 2 dragon-type cards? They are just baby dragons. Mine is a Pegasus and I can actually ride it. Though she did not say a word, her expression betrayed her thoughts. Sigh. Chen Ge watched Chen Ge on the horse and thought to himself, how childish. Do not let her cold, goddess-like facade fool you. In Chen Ge's eyes, she is actually childish as heck. Chen Ge satisfiedly retracted her Pegasus and walked up to the lead man in the suit. Uncle Chen, thank you for your hard work. Now please help me find any nearby instances or dungeons I can enter. Very well, miss, I shall get right on it. Butler Chen nodded slightly and set off to take care of it. Then Chen Ge returned to Chen Ge with a high-end mighty attitude. I have people looking for them now. If we find any instances or abysses, we will clear those first. If not, we will just finish all the attempts left for this current dungeon. Before the entrance exam, I think we should be able to reach about bronze rank 6. Chen Ge was only a bronze rank 3 card master, which is why she said that. As for Chen Ge's actual rank, she had no idea. Otherwise, the confidence she had just regained would be shattered by him once more. Fine. Chen Ge agreed immediately. He would be quite content as long as there were instances and abysses to run. However, finding instances and abysses that are the right difficulty and distance still depends on luck. An hour later, with no news, Chen Ge and Chen Ge entered the dungeon again. This time, it was a regular dungeon. Alright, to keep you from saying I am just slacking off, let me take the lead in this run. You just watch from behind. Once inside, Chen Ge immediately summoned her Pegasus, donned her ornate armor and sword, and said to Chen Ge behind her, I need to join the fight, otherwise, what will happen to the common cards that drop? Chen Ge only cared about getting common cards. I will do the killing and all the common cards that drop will be yours. Does that satisfy you? Chen Ge could not care less about the common cards that dropped in the dungeon. People might not believe it, but Chen Ge had never once bothered to pick up the common cards dropped in dungeons or instances. Some might find it unbelievable, but for a daughter of a super conglomerate like her, that little bit of money would not even cover a single beauty treatment, and picking them up would be a total waste of her time. You said it yourself, so do not complain later that I am taking advantage of you. Chen Ge said in advance. HMPH. Chen Ge did not care at all, turned around and began to charge into the fray. Even the special dungeon from earlier was no problem for her now that she had her Pegasus, let alone a standard one like this. It might have been hellish difficulty for other card masters, but for Chen Ge and Chen Ge it was hardly worth mentioning. Following that, Chen Ge strolled along behind collecting common cards, while Chen Ge continued to charge ahead, wiping out enemies. Sigh, this woman is actually quite normal when she is acting normal. Chen Ge felt a bit of relief in his heart. After that, there was still no news of any instances or abysses, so the two had no choice but to wait for the cooldowns to reset and enter the dungeon again. Before they knew it, another day had passed. Alright, let us call it a night. Chen Ge, having been teleported out of the dungeon, remarked. Chen Ge checked the time and nodded. But suddenly, an oversized off-road vehicle pulled up in front of them. It looked like one of those incredibly luxurious RVs, the kind Chen Ge had only ever seen on the news. What is this? Chen Ge was taken aback. You cannot just sleep out in the open, can you? It is bad for your health. The massive off-road RV before them unfolded, and Quan Ziyan walked inside without hesitation. At this moment, Chen Ge could only say that poverty had limited his imagination. "Come on up, since you are my teammate now, I naturally will not treat you poorly." Quan Ziyan reached the entrance of the RV and turned back to speak to Chen Ge. "All right." Chen Ge had been sleeping in the wild for the past 2 days. He certainly would not refuse such a luxury. The two boarded the vehicle. It was like a mobile base, expanding outward to reveal several rooms on the spot. "No one has lived in this one before, you can take this room." After everything was set, Quan Ziyan brought Chen Ge to a door and said, "Got it." Chen Ge replied, and while Quan Ziyan headed to her own room, Chen Ge walked into his with impatience. Once inside, Chen Ge truly understood the disparity in the world. It had a bed, a bathroom, a desk, and a computer, making it even bigger than his own home. He opened the bathroom door nearby to find that there was even a bathtub inside. Is this what Quan Ziyan calls coming out to train? This is clearly just coming out to enjoy life. Chen Ge could not help but sigh, and he had already made up his mind to ensure his parents and sister could live a life like this. When Chen Zai grows up, she will have an even more luxurious life when she heads out. Chen Ge murmured to himself. Afterward, Chen Ge took a shower in the bathroom and changed into the clothes he brought with him when he left home. Knock knock knock. Over an hour later, Quan Ziyan knocked on Chen Ge's door and said, "Chen Ge, come out for dinner." Thinking of the bland food he had had for the last 2 days, Chen Ge was deeply moved, and since Quan Ziyan's food was surely better, he hurried out. The living room table was filled with all kinds of food. There were stir-fried dishes, steaks, fruits, and desserts. Did Quan Ziyan really call this just eating a meal? This is more like a feast. As expected, this is the life of a wealthy conglomerate. Chen Ge sighed internally and started to tuck in. Forget comparing it to what he had eaten in the wild these past 2 days. Even at home, he probably could not afford to eat such luxury every day. Since Quan Ziyan was paying, he naturally had to eat well. Under Quan Ziyan's incredulous gaze, Chen Ge consumed more than 10 times the amount of food she did. As a magic card master's level rises, so does their physical fitness, and their appetite naturally increases as well. This scene made Quan Ziyan start to wonder about Chen Ge's actual magic card master level. Looking at his appetite, his level might be much higher than hers. How annoying, this man even eats more than me. At this moment, Quan Ziyan's competitive spirit flared up again, and she began to eat harder. Chen Ge, however, was completely unaware of her expression and continued eating to his heart's content. There is nothing wrong with eating as much as you can when you have the chance. Once they were full, there was not much to talk about between them. Regardless, every time Quan Ziyan looked at Chen Ge, her beautiful eyes held a hint of frustration. Finally, the two returned to their respective rooms to sleep. The bed was very soft and likely very expensive. Chen Ge slept soundly and comfortably that night. Regardless of anything else, he did not lose out on this deal with Quan Ziyan. The next morning, Chen Ge woke up lazily and washed up. Breakfast was just as lavish. After eating their fill, news came from Quan Ziyan's side. A secret realm had appeared 30 kilometers away. The off-road RV was packed away and they rushed over at top speed. By the time they arrived, the entrance to the secret realm was already packed with Quan family bodyguards blocking it completely. When drawing cards, people can use powerful monetary means to defeat the luck of ordinary people. When obtaining resources, they can use their strong connections and vast manpower to forcibly occupy them. Tell me, if Chen Ge did not have his innate luck, how could he compare to them? If not for his heaven-sent luck, how could Chen Ge ensure that Chen Zai could also live a life like Quan Ziyan's? Young miss. Quan Ziyan and Chen Ge stepped out of the vehicle, and the bodyguards bowed to Quan Ziyan one after another. Quan Ziyan nodded slightly and went forward to investigate. Beep, Silver 2-star secret realm detected. Shall we go in together? Quan Ziyan looked back. Chen Ge nodded, and the two entered the secret realm together. Beep, Silver 2-star snow monster detected. After they went inside, there was a vast expanse of ice and snow, surrounded by Silver 2-star snow monsters. Just as Lin Luxi was about to use an equipment card to kill the monsters, Quan Ziyan turned around and said, "You are not allowed to move. Let me handle this." Seeing Ying Ji's near-perfect blade technique, Quan Ziyan felt she should step up her training, so she said that to him. Whatever makes you happy. Chen Ge did not mind much. They had already agreed that all the blank cards inside would be his. Since someone was willing to do the work for him, he was happy to be idle. Although not attacking meant less magic energy, who does not like such a relaxed arrangement? Afterward, Quan Ziyan fought in the front, while Chen Ge stood by waiting for the monsters to drop blank cards. Whenever a blank card dropped, Chen Ge would step up, pick it up, and inject magic energy. Low-level magic cards always make up the majority. Finally, Chen Ge opened another powerful magic card. Magic card name Wind Blade. Quality Legendary. Type Skill Card. Effect can instantly unleash a blade of wind, dealing damage to obstacles in a straight line. Description: Wind Blade is a skill condensed from wind. If used during a strong gale, the effect is even better. He put it directly into his magic source card, nothing else to say. Although Chen Ge already had quite a few legendary skills, you can never have too many. You have to know, a truly powerful magic card master is not defined by just one or two strong cards. Many king-level magic card masters likely have dozens of epic-level cards on them. The reason these students are happy with just one or two cards is simply because their level is still low and the monsters they encounter are not powerful enough. Just like that, Quan Ziyan fought hard in the front and Chen Ge picked up cards in the back. The scene was quite pleasant. Observing Quan Ziyan from Chen Ge's position, one could truly feel her aura of proud and isolated beauty. On the dull road of leveling up, is not this a form of enjoyment in itself? Over the next 2 days, Chen Ge and Quan Ziyan did not encounter any special dungeons or secret realms. They were all ordinary without any difficulty. The fighting was basically handled by the highly competitive Quan Ziyan, and Chen Ge was essentially just feeding on magic energy for free. Although Quan Ziyan was a bit arrogant, she was true to her word, keeping people searching for secret realms and abyss instances and always bringing Chen Ge along. The morning 2 days before the college entrance exam. Buzz buzz buzz. Chen Ge was having breakfast in Quan Ziyan's recreational vehicle when she suddenly received a call. Okay, I understand. I will be there right away. Quan Ziyan nodded, hung up the phone, and looked at Chen Ge across from her. Hui Tianling's Dynasty Guild has discovered a resource-rich mystic realm filled with monsters. Do you want to go? Many mystic realms and dungeons contain massive amounts of rare resources or ore deposits. These are known as resource-type mystic realms or dungeons. When they encounter such places, major conglomerates and guilds send specialized personnel inside to harvest the resources. As long as the boss inside is not defeated, these mystic realms will not easily disappear. We have finished our runs for the dungeons around here, so why not go? Finding mystic realms and abysses is a troublesome task to begin with, so Chen Ge was naturally willing to go, even without needing to kill the boss. Alright, then let us go. Quan Ziyan nodded slightly, told the driver, and headed toward the location of Hui Tianling and his group. At this point, Chen Ge's magic card master level had already reached bronze tier 7 star and was not far from 8 star, thanks to the mystic realms and abysses her family had found. If he had to search for them on his own, his level would likely be much lower than it is now. As for Quan Ziyan, she was currently at bronze tier 5 star, also not far from the 6 star rank. 2 hours later, they finally arrived near the mystic realm where Hui Tianling and the others were waiting. Ziyan. Seeing Quan Ziyan's RV arrive, Hui Tianling and Yi Tian rushed over to greet them. They had been specifically waiting here for her. After all, Quan Ziyan was the queen bee of their little group. The door opened, and Quan Ziyan and Chen Ge stepped out one after the other. Seeing this, the expressions of Hui Tianling and Yi Tian turned livid. They had been at her beck and call for years and never even got to board her RV. Why was Chen Ge on her vehicle? Chu Yao was also taken aback, looking at Quan Ziyan and then at Chen Ge, saying, Ziyan, what is going on? Why is Chen Ge here? What is even happening? Chen Qin was also puzzled. Quan Ziyan clearly disliked Chen Ge, so why would he be here? It just did not make sense. Quan Ziyan walked up to them and said casually, I was the one who invited him. Hi. Chen Ge greeted them casually. He had no direct conflict with these people, and as a polite, model student, Chen Ge naturally would not act as ill-mannered as they did. Hui Tianling and Yi Tian stared with grim faces and did not respond, fully exposing their lack of good upbringing. Zhu Yao and Chen Qin were a bit better and nodded slightly to Chen Ge. In truth, they actually liked Chen Ge. After all, his grades and looks were both top-notch, so there was nothing to complain about, but because of Quan Ziyan, they had not shown it. Ziyan, have you been tricked by him? Why would you invite him? Seeing Chen Ge come out of Quan Ziyan's RV, Hui Tianling was practically on the verge of a mental breakdown. The woman he had chased for so many years had let someone else onto her vehicle, and it was the very person he hated the most. What a sad story. Do I look that stupid to you? Quan Ziyan retorted in her arrogant, queen-like tone. Hui Tianling was feeling crushed, but he managed to hold it in. Have the relevant personnel already gone in? Quan Ziyan turned to ask Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded quickly. They have already gone in. We can go in now. Shall we head in then? Quan Ziyan spoke and the others followed with varied expressions, while Chen Ge followed along with a completely nonchalant attitude. It was not like today was the first day Hui Tianling did not see eye to eye with him, so he did not care. Entering this mystic realm to slay monsters and raise his magic card master level was the priority. Ding, Silver Tier 7-star Mystic Realm. Silver Tier 7-star. Upon detecting the rank of the Mystic Realm before them, a hint of joy appeared in Quan Ziyan's eyes. Over the past 2 days, the Mystic Realms her family had found were all below Silver Tier 5-star. They were not interesting anymore. But this Silver Tier 7-star Mystic Realm was the perfect stage for her to show off her skills. Ziyan, how about it? When I found this Mystic Realm, the first person I thought of was you. Hui Tianling said happily. Quan Ziyan glanced at Hui Tianling and gave him a favorable look. Let us go in then. Led by Hui Tianling, the group of 6 entered the Mystic Realm. It was a canyon with dense vegetation and towering trees everywhere. The number of monsters in here is huge. We will probably have to stay for a night. Hui Tianling walked in the front, explaining, my family's mining team went that way. There is a lot of mithril to harvest. We are going this way. This area is full of monsters. With that, he led the 5 others toward the direction he indicated. Along the way, the group split into 3 parties. Hui Tianling would not stop talking next to Quan Ziyan, while Yi Tian, Zhu Yao, and Chen Qin stood together, occasionally glancing back at Chen Ge. Chen Ge had naturally ended up as a party of one, but he could not care less. Ahead, taking advantage of the distance between himself, Quan Ziyan, and Chen Ge, Hui Tianling said, Ziyan, a buddy of mine in Tianyu City just acquired a legendary magic card. Come the day of the entrance exam, we will definitely find a way to vent your frustrations. As he said this, he looked back and sneered at Chen Ge, who was at the very back. He just got lucky, probably drew a legendary magic card, but my buddy has one too, plus an epic one. It will be more than enough to handle Chen Ge. Hui Hao looked incredibly pleased with himself. In this world, the college entrance exam is usually held for students from 9 nearby cities, each containing top-tier families. And the buddy Hui Tianling was talking about was certainly no ordinary character. My buddy's uncle is a king-tier magic card master and he is personally coached by him. He is definitely not someone of Chen Ge's caliber. Hui Tianling continued to brag about his friend, while Quan Ziyan cast a glance at him with a sense of disdain. You have to realize Chen Ge possessed 2 dragon-type legendary magic cards. What good is just 1 legendary card? Besides, dragon-type legendary cards are much stronger than ordinary ones. If you had 3 or 4 legendary cards, I might understand why you think Chen Ge is not up to par. Also, besides those 2 dragon-type legendary cards, Chen Ge has at least 1 epic card. Even with a king-tier mentor, your buddy probably still would not stand a chance, right? What Quan Ziyan despised most was how Hui Tianling kept talking about how strong others were. But really, whether they are strong or not, what does that have to do with you? Only the weak use the strength of others to set off themselves, whereas the truly strong. Quan Ziyan glanced back at Chen Ge, who looked completely indifferent. Chen Ge always had that air of superiority as if he did not care about anyone. That is the posture the strong should have, even if it is very annoying to look at. But Chen Ge felt wronged. He was actually quite gentle at school. It was just that Quan Zian and her friends thought too highly of themselves. Whenever things did not go their way, Chen Ge would appear arrogant in their eyes. If it were any other classmate in the class, they would not feel that way at all. But Chen Ge did not care. In this world, as long as you have enough strength, whatever you say is right. Ding, Silver 7-star Fierce Spider Monster. Just then, the bracelets of everyone present beeped, and following that, fierce spider monsters over a meter tall swarmed out from all directions. Wow, how disgusting. Chen Qin could not help but say. Everyone be care. Swish, swish, swish. Hui Tianling was about to tell the group to hold their formation and advance slowly, only to see Chen Ge rush out with his blade. One strike per kill, steady, precise, and ruthless. Chen Ge, all by himself with one blade, darted and weaved through hundreds of fierce spider monsters, showing off his sword technique and speed to the fullest. While Chen Ge is truly something, his movements are so elegant. Seeing Chen Ge's light and elegant movements, Chu Yao's face turned red as she exclaimed in secret. Everyone in their little group had a specialized martial arts teacher and was definitely top tier among their classmates, but compared to the Chen Ge right in front of them, they were more than a level behind. Although I do not use a blade, it is obvious that Chen Ge's sword technique has reached an incredibly high level. Chen Qin also muttered to herself on the side. Hearing the two girls in their own little group praise Chen Ge, the thorn in their side, Hui Tianling and Yi Tian felt like they had fish bones stuck in their throats. Kill. The two exchanged a glance, used their equipment cards and rushed out, unwilling to be left behind. The three girls watched from behind while Chen Ge and the others fought in front. It would have been better if they had not joined in, but now that they have, the contrast is even more obvious. Chen Qin whispered. Chen Ge's movements are always coordinated and fluid, and his timing for skills is just perfect. He feels even stronger than my martial arts teacher. Chu Yao nodded as well. Hearing this, Quan Zian felt a mix of complicated emotions. She turned her head and said, "Stop talking, why do not you get out there and fight?" Although she knew Chen Ge was strong, hearing her own people praise him in front of her made her extremely uncomfortable. After all, she was someone with a strong competitive drive. With a roar, Quan Zian summoned her equipment card and charged straight into the fray. Chu Yao and Chen Qin stood where they were, looking confused. She was the one who invited Dao Ji, so why is Zian getting mad at us for praising him? Chu Yao pouted, feeling a bit wronged. Chen Qin said dissatisfiedly, "Do not you know Zian by now? She has a big ego. Even if she knows Chen Ge is stronger than her, she does not like anyone saying it. This is not just a one-day thing." "Forget it, let us go too," Chu Yao said, then moved forward with Chen Qin. Facing demonic beasts at a much higher level than them, it did not take long for Hui Tianling and the others to show signs of fatigue. Whether in terms of magic card user level or card strength, they were far behind Chen Ge. "Watch out!" Suddenly, a fierce spider monster dropped down onto Chu Yao. The others were already struggling to look after themselves, but Chen Ge, who still appeared to be handling things with ease, stepped forward and took down the monster with one strike, saving Chu Yao. Swish! Caught in Chen Ge's arms, Chu Yao's cheeks turned red to the roots of her ears. From her current angle, Chen Ge's profile looked absolutely perfect and intoxicating. "Be careful." After saving her, Chen Ge released his hold on Chu Yao and gave her a word of caution. Chu Yao nodded shyly. Unlike Quan Zian, Chu Yao had the temperament of a girl next door and was definitely a beauty in her own right. Since he had no direct conflict with Chu Yao, Chen Ge naturally helped out when he saw she was in danger. If it had been Hui Tianling or Yi Tian, Chen Ge probably would have needed a moment to think about it. It is just unclear whether those two would have survived long enough for him to finish his thinking. "You are welcome," Chen Ge replied casually and plunged back into the swarm of fierce spider monsters. This scene made Hui Tianling and Yi Tian feel even more broken. Seriously, with so many silver 7-star beasts, this guy Chen Ge still has the heart to flirt. Is there no justice in this world? Right now, they could barely take care of themselves. At the end of the day, this situation was caused by Chen Ge. They could have had it much easier if they had maintained formation, but now that they were fighting individually, this was bound to happen. Chu Yao being in danger was, to an extent, Chen Ge's fault too. Over at Quan Zian's side, her expression was not great either. She had not expected Chen Ge to have time to spare to save someone. Compared to Chen Ge, she was still too weak. The moment that thought crossed her mind, Quan Xian's will to fight intensified, and the sword in her hand swung with even more flair and ferocity. With Chen Ge and Quan Xian as the core, after an unknown amount of time, the surrounding fierce spider monsters were wiped out. As the beasts were all slaughtered, Quan Xian and the others let out long sighs of relief and sat down to rest. How should we split the white tier cards that dropped? As the primary fighter, Chen Ge had not exhausted much magic or stamina and was not very tired, so he turned around and asked, eager for the loot. I do not need them. Quan Xian did not care about those white tier cards on the ground. After all, there were only a few, so what was there to argue about? As expected of a chaebol heiress, Chen Ge intentionally gave a thumbs up to praise her, then turned to look at Qi Tianling and the others. In fact, Chen Ge's praise was intentional. The subtext was, Quan Xian is a rich heiress and you guys are also second-generation wealthy kids, you cannot possibly fight me for these, right? Chen Ge, thanks for earlier, you can have my share. Zhu Yao looked at Chen Ge with gratitude. Those fierce spider monsters are so disgusting, I do not want them. Chen Qin also looked disgusted, as some of the cards were covered in the blood and fluids of the monsters. Thanks. Chen Ge thanked her and turned to Qi Tianling and Yi Tian. What is the use of these few cards? Just take them as a gift from me. Yi Tian said carelessly. Qi Tianling laughed coldly. It is just a few white tier cards, do you even need to ask? They are useless anyway, do whatever you want with them. Then I will not be polite. Chen Ge turned and picked up the 14 white tier cards from the ground. Rich kids really are rich kids. They do not care at all about 14 cards, even though that is 140,000 yuan. An average white-collar worker might only make that much in a whole year. Chen Ge happily took the blank cards he had picked up and walked to the side. Over the past 2 days, he had opened dozens of blank cards in succession, but with little to show for it, so he had set some aside, planning to try his luck again later. Knowing that even someone with a natural talent for luck like him could pull trash cards in a row, it was easy to see just how difficult it was to draw high-level magic cards. At the moment, in addition to the ones he had just picked up, Chen Ge had 11 blank cards on him, bringing the total to 25. While the other 5 people were resting, Chen Ge slowly began to draw his cards. The first one, a low-level magic card. The second one, a low-level magic card. The 15th one, a low-level magic card. Chen Ge was already used to this by now. He kept a steady mindset and did not let a few low-level magic cards affect his emotions. The 20th one. Magic card name, SS level mana source. Type special magic card. Effect, when used on someone with an S-level mana source, it upgrades their source to the SS level. Description, a card master's strength lies not only in owning powerful magic cards but also in having a high-level mana source. The higher the level of the mana source, the greater the boost to all aspects of the body when the card master levels up. At low levels, the gap between mana source levels only manifests in total mana, but as the card master's level increases, the disparity in physical capabilities becomes increasingly obvious. Chen Ge stared at the SS-level mana source card in his hand, his eyes shining with excitement. He had been satisfied enough with drawing an S-level mana source card a few days ago, but he never expected such sudden good fortune. He used it on himself immediately, and in an instant, the mana source within his body began to expand rapidly, more than doubling in size compared to the S-level source. This feeling was truly incredible. So all those days of coming up empty-handed were just me saving up for a big win today, ha ha ha. Chen Ge laughed to himself. Meanwhile, Qi Tianling, resting with Yi Tian, glanced at Chen Ge laughing alone and curled his lips, saying, "Look at Chen Ge. It is just a dozen blank cards, right? He is grinning like an idiot. Is there really any need to be that happy?" Yi Tian chuckled and said, "He is from an ordinary family, so 14,000 is not a small amount of money for him. Do not compare us to him, there is no comparison. Even if he is lucky right now and has 1 or 2 strong cards, so what? My dad has collected 500 million worth of magic cards for me and is still busy opening them. When I go back, I might even open a legendary magic card." True. Qi Tianling nodded in agreement. With only those dozen or so blank cards, what could he possibly pull? He is just being arrogant for the moment. As we open more card packs, the gap between us will become clear. I wonder what he is pretending for. Hui Tianling glared at Chen Ge resentfully, then suddenly remembered something. A buddy of mine just broke the pre-trial record on his side, and I have already set it up with him. When the college entrance exam comes around, he will make trouble for Chen Ge. It'd be best if Chen Ge could not get into the Shendu Academy. Then let us see how he keeps pestering Zian. Good plan. Yi Tian gave a thumbs up, smiling as he looked at Chen Ge in the distance. Even though Chen Ge was currently stronger than them, their family backgrounds gave them a sense of superiority, and they naturally did not take him seriously. In their eyes, Chen Ge would eventually be trampled under their feet. That was the established rule of this world. Over where Quan Ziyan and the others were sitting, Chen Qin was teasing Chu Yao. Chu Yao, how was it? The feeling of being held in Chen Ge's arms earlier must have been nice, right? You looked a little faint. What are you talking about? Do not make things up. Chu Yao blushed and slapped Chen Qin. The two began to play around, though truth be told, Chen Qin was a bit envious of Chu Yao. After all, Chen Ge was really handsome, and being held in his arms must have felt great. Quan Ziyan, on the other hand, was in no mood for jokes. She just sat there quietly watching Chen Ge. The fact that Chen Ge had demonstrated strength superior to hers bothered her deeply, and she could not let it go. If she could not even beat Chen Ge, how could she compete with the true aristocratic children of Shendu? Those people probably already had 2 or 3 legendary magic cards in their possession. It was rumored that some top-tier families would prepare legendary or even mythical-grade magic cards for their children before they even awakened their mana source. I must surpass you. Quan Ziyan's cold eyes were filled with unwillingness, which only made her aloof temperament seem even more captivating. Chen Ge was completely unaware of this. After finishing the remaining magic cards and finding nothing else of note, he summoned his status panel from his mana source to check it. Name Chen Ge. Talent European Emperor Unique. Level Bronze 7 star. Mana source SS level. Pet cards Skyfrost Young Dragon Legendary Skeleton Warlord High Skeleton Warrior Low. Skill cards Infinite Summoning Mythical Time Acceleration Mythical Weapon Master Legendary Half Moon / Epic Shattering Unrivaled Epic Wind Blade Epic Cross / Low Double Jump Intermediate Dragon Chasing Strike High. Equipment cards Wings of the Brave Legendary Sky Moon Broadsword Epic Warrior Armor Low. Special card God Tier Block. Say, I really think I need a high-level suit of armor. Looking at his detailed information, Chen Ge murmured to himself. Not to mention Quan Ziyan's gorgeous armor, even the armor worn by Hui Tianling and the others was incredibly flashy, whereas his own gear did not exactly look imposing. Having opened so many blank cards, low-level pet and skill cards were the majority, with very few low-level equipment cards. This armor was the only piece he had pulled, which left him feeling a bit disappointed. After more than an hour, the group had rested enough. Quan Ziyan stood up first. All right, let us keep moving. The college entrance exam is the day after tomorrow. We do not have time to waste here. Right. The others all stood up and began walking deeper into the forest together. Ding, Silver 7 star Enhanced Blood Diamond Spiders. As they walked, spiders with blood-red bodies that shimmered with the luster of diamonds appeared before them. Enhanced grade, there are so many. Seeing the thousands of blood diamond spiders, Yi Tian could not help but exclaim. The monsters in this area were already high-leveled, but now they were encountering an entire group of enhanced grade ones. Monsters of the same level are further divided into ordinary, enhanced, rare, elite. This classification meant a massive surge in attributes and combat capability. Even 2 or 3 ordinary Silver 8-star monsters might not be able to compare to a single Silver 7-star enhanced monster. For Yi Tian and the others who were only around Bronze 4-star, they could barely contend with Silver 7-star enemies using their card advantages, but this sudden encounter with enhanced Silver 7-star monsters had them losing their composure. They were already struggling against a group of ordinary 7-star silver-grade monsters, let alone these blood diamond spiders, which were far superior in both number and strength to those vicious spider beasts. I think. Hui Tianling was already thinking of retreating, but before he could finish, Chen Ge had already charged forward, saying casually, "You can retreat if you want." While speaking, he had already plunged into the swarm of blood diamond spiders. Naturally, he would not miss such a good opportunity. If these people left, he could gain even more magic power. I can hear your scheming thoughts from here, but I will not retreat either. Quan Ziyan did not say another word and followed him into the fray. This kid Chen Ge really does not know how to spell death. Yi Tian gritted his teeth as he watched this scene. They had encountered enhanced monsters as early as the second wave. The difficulty would only continue to rise, so retreating now was clearly the wisest choice. Who does he think he is? Does he really believe he can single-handedly clear this 7-star silver grade secret realm? I doubt his level is even higher than 5-star bronze right now. Huey Tianling, standing to the side, was also gritting his teeth. Just then, feeling the pressure, Chen Ge summoned a frost dragon hatchling. Roar! With a dragon's roar, the frost dragon unleashed frostfire followed by icy dragon breath, melting a large group of blood diamond spiders into nothingness. Dragon-type pet card. He actually has a dragon-type pet card. Instantly, Kui Tianling and Yi Tian stared at the frost dragon in the sky with complete disbelief. In their eyes there was envy, jealousy, and hatred. How could someone like Chen Ge possibly possess a dragon-type pet card? Given his family background, how many card packs would he have to open to pull a dragon-type pet card? Clench. Huey Tianling stared at the frost dragon in the sky, his teeth clenched tight, his face filled with resentment. The weapon in his hand is at least epic grade, and now he even has a dragon-type pet card. Just how many packs did he open? Yi Tian looked at the frost dragon in the sky and asked. Chu Yao and Chen Qin, standing nearby, were also filled with amazement and envy. How is this possible? With Chen Ge's family conditions, he could not have opened many packs. How could he have pulled a dragon-type pet card? Chen Qin looked lost and turned to Chu Yao beside her. Chu Yao pursed her lips and after a long while said, "If drawing cards depends on luck, then I suppose that makes sense." Chen Qin was speechless. Although Chen Ge is indeed very handsome, being handsome should not count as luck in this world. What on earth is going on? Why does Chen Ge have at least one epic grade card and even a legendary grade card? Based on their knowledge of magic cards, they could roughly estimate that the Frost Dragon was a legendary grade card. Damn it! Huey Tianling's face grew increasingly ugly. In reality, he had held back some of his strength during the trial, planning to shock everyone during the college entrance exam, but compared to Chen Ge, what was one epic grade card worth? The guy has a legendary grade dragon pet card. On the other side, Yi Tian's expression was just as sour. Like Huey Tianling, he had not revealed his full strength either. However, unlike Huey Tianling, his father had purchased an epic grade card for him at a high price after the trial. He also intended to make a name for himself at the exam, but compared to Chen Ge's legendary card, it meant nothing. Do not let these rich kids' playboy behavior fool you. They were actually very calculating, including Chu Yao and Chen Qin, who had all held back their full cards. But at this moment, their hidden cards were worthless in the face of Chen Ge's dragon pet card. Chen Ge. Among the four, Huey Tianling was the most resentful. He stared at the frost dragon in the sky, his eyes burning with flames of jealousy. His father had already spent over 800 million for him, yet he only had one epic card. How could a poor guy like Chen Ge have a better card than his? You see, epic grade cards can be bought through connections at a high price, but legendary grade cards are impossible to buy with just money. They can only be obtained through trading equivalent assets. Unless he had incredible luck and his father managed to open a legendary card, he was bound to be crushed by Chen Ge during the college entrance exam. And that legendary skill card his buddy had was no match for Chen Ge's legendary dragon pet card. If he were to challenge Lin Ji, then he would just be humiliating himself. Just as Chen Ge and Quan Ziyan were killing frantically at the front and the four of them were in chaos at the back, the clear sky of the secret realm suddenly turned dark. Following that, an aura of darkness began to spread above their heads. Oh no, it is a dark invasion. Looking up at the sky, Huey Tianling exclaimed in alarm, his face turning pale. Occasionally, in certain secret realms or dungeons, a dark invasion would occur, causing the monsters within to fall into darkness, making them significantly stronger and more berserk. As for why this happens, even the Federation has yet to provide a definitive answer. This situation happens almost daily, and every day a large number of card masters die because of it. In the most tragic incident, a team of king-level card masters entered a dungeon when a dark invasion occurred, resulting in the entire team being wiped out. It took the world's top-tier card masters to eventually enter, defeat the final boss, and retrieve the remains of those fallen masters. The brutality of it is beyond what an average person could ever imagine. Xian, let us retreat quickly. Hui Tianling shouted to Quan Xian, who was still fighting at the front. Yeah, this is not something we can defeat. Geez, let us pull back. Yi Tian added, if we leave too late, the exit gate might be corrupted, making it a one-way path, and we will be trapped inside to our deaths. Xian, let us go now. Zhu Yao and Chen Qin were starting to panic as well. Warning, 7-star silver grade enhanced dark blood diamond spiders detected. At that moment, the surrounding blood diamond spiders had been corrupted by the darkness and mutated. Already berserk, they were now even more savage as they lunged at Chen Ge and Quan Xian. Because the two of them were drawing most of the aggro, the pressure on Hui Tianling and the others was relatively low. Chen Ge, let us retreat. Quan Xian, struggling to keep up, asked Chen Ge while fighting. You guys retreat, I am not leaving. Chen Ge glanced at Quan Xian and replied, then switched his focus and summoned another frost dragon hatchling using infinite summon. There would likely be a grueling battle ahead, so he needed to conserve his magic and stamina, feeling that 2 frost dragons would be enough to relieve his pressure. Mindless consumption of magic is never a wise choice. I will have one of my frost drakelings take some of the pressure off you. You should retreat. Despite the complicated situation, Chen Ge had no intention of retreating at all. The more intense the situation became, the more it fueled his fighting spirit. It was only a level 7 silver rank secret realm being invaded by darkness. If he were afraid of this, how could he ever become a powerful magic card master? You have to realize, compared to truly powerful magical beasts, these are nothing more than insignificant ants. If you want to become a powerful magic card master, you must move forward or you will fall behind. Seeing the determined look in Chen Ge's eyes, Quan Xian, who had been hesitant, frowned slightly and said, I do not need it. With that, she summoned her Pegasus and began to charge through the battlefield. Nay, nay. The Pegasus spread its snowy white wings and unleashed its skills on the surrounding dark blood diamond spiders. You all should retreat quickly. I Wang Xian will never give up like this. Sitting on the back of the Pegasus, Quan Xian turned around and shouted. Meanwhile, Hui Tianling, Yi Tian, and Chu Yao were all stunned. 2 of them. 2 identical dragon-type pet cards. How on earth does he deserve this? How could he have 2 legendary dragon-type pet cards? Hui Tianling finally lost his composure. 1 legendary dragon-type pet card was already outrageous enough, but now Chen Ge actually has 2. How is this possible? He is just a poor kid. How could he possibly have 2 dragon-type pet cards? 2 identical legendary dragon-type pet cards? Could it be that he pulled both from the same pack? Yi Tian stared at the 2 frost drakelings in the sky, roaring and breathing dragon fire, his eyes filled with overwhelming envy. A single legendary dragon-type pet card is already an invincible force. What does having 2 mean? I am afraid there is not anyone among the 9 cities nearby who can be Chen Ge's match anymore, is there? Chen Ge, how on earth did you manage to pull so many powerful magic cards? My father has spent over 700 million just for me and we have not even pulled a few decent cards. How on earth did you do it? Why does he have 2 identical dragon-type pet cards? Chen Qin looked at the 2 frost drakelings in the sky, speaking in a daze. You have to know that having just 1 dragon-type pet card is enough to stand alone among magic card masters of the same level. What does having 2 mean? Chen Qin's family has great influence in the Eastern Federation, and they have never heard of anyone in their family pulling a dragon-type pet card, which shows how rare they are. And yet, this Chen Ge has 2. How is that fair? Chu Yao also bit her lower lip, her face filled with disbelief. With 2 dragon-type pet cards, Chen Ge has basically transcended the level of an ordinary family. As long as he grows normally, he will sooner or later become one of the top magic card masters in the Eastern Federation. Of course, there is still a gap between him and those truly super-tier magic card masters. After all, those experts often possess god-tier magic cards. Growl. The two frost drakelings were releasing skills and breathing dragon fire over there. Their presence completely overshadowed the brilliance of Quan Xian's white horse pet. In the eyes of the four of them, there were only those two frost drakelings soaring high in the air. Notification, Level 8 Silver Rank Enhanced Dark Phantom Golden Spider. Notification, Level 8 Silver Rank Rare Dark Lightning Spider. Suddenly, even more powerful magical beasts began swarming toward them from other directions. Quick, we must retreat. This is not something we can handle. Hui Tianling roared and turned to leave. What about Xian? Chu Yao asked, looking back at Quan Xian with worry as she was being pulled away by Chen Ge. That is her choice, it is no use trying to persuade her. Yi Tian said through gritted teeth. Hui Tianling added, if you want to blame someone, blame Chen Ge. It must be because he would not leave that Xian refuses to leave. He had grown up with Quan Xian and knew her personality well, continuing, so what if he has two dragon-type pets? In a secret realm like this, there is no way they will survive. Even if Chen Ge has two dragon-type cards, he is a dead man walking. Let us go. Yi Tian agreed with Hui Tianling's view, saying he thinks he is invincible just because he has two dragon-type pet cards, but you have to remember, a magic card master who dies before they grow up is nothing. Let us move. Following this, the four of them left at high speed. As they moved out of the range of magical energy acquisition, Chen Ge and Quan Xian began to absorb even more energy. Awesome! Right in the middle of a place swarming with magical beasts from all directions, Chen Ge roared while continuing to slaughter them. He really loved the thrill of this slaughter. As time passed, the number of magical beasts showed no signs of decreasing, and both of them were already crazed with bloodlust. Meanwhile, when Hui Tianling and the others reached the exit, workers from the Dynasty Guild were scrambling to escape. They managed to escape just before the exit was completely corrupted and sealed off. Yoo-hoo. After getting out, the group hunched over, gasping for air. When they looked back, the secret realm entrance had turned pitch black. This meant that for anyone still inside to get out, they would have to defeat the final boss. Otherwise, they would be trapped inside to die. Of course, people from the outside could still go in, but what kind of silver rank magic card master would dare enter a secret realm under such darkness? Such a realm usually spelled certain death. It is over, Xian. Looking at the corrupted entrance, Chu Yao's eyes turned red, and she looked as if she were about to burst into tears. They are both dead for sure now. Hui Tianling's face did not look good either. Although he would have loved to see Chen Ge dead, Quan Xian, whom he adored, was also buried inside, so naturally, he could not be happy about it. We should report this to the Xinyu city government immediately, and notify President Quan as well. Yi Tian suggested from the side. Soon, the Xinyu city government and President Quan received the relevant news. At this moment, President Quan was sitting in his office on the top floor of the Xinyu Tower, his face deathly pale. Xian, what were you thinking? A level 7 silver rank secret realm invaded by darkness, is that any place for you to be stubborn? He slumped into his executive chair, and after a long while, he finally dialed the number of the chief executive of Xinyu City. Hello, President Quan. I have already been informed of your daughter's situation. I am currently gathering a team of powerful silver rank magic card masters to head there for a rescue mission. Please wait for my news. The chief executive of Xinyu City was the highest official, and he responded the moment he received President Quan's call. President Quan suppressed his desperation and said in a deep voice, "Tell those magic card masters, as long as they can save my daughter, I am willing to pay each of them 10 million, no, 20 million as a reward." I understand, President Quan. I will arrange it immediately. In front of powerful financial magnates, even the chief executive had to lower his head and comply. Such were the rules of this world. More than an hour later, President Quan, dressed in a high-end suit and exuding a majestic aura, arrived at the entrance of the secret realm by helicopter. Over 100 staff members followed behind him, filling up the small area at the entrance of the secret realm. President, when I saw the dark invasion, I immediately told Xian that we should retreat. It was only because that Chen Ge refused to come out that she stayed behind. Hui Tianling stepped forward first to complain about Chen Ge, his face full of annoyance. President, you know that Xian has been very competitive since she was a child. If Chen Ge would not come out, she naturally would not either. President Quan, this whole thing is all that Chen Ge's fault. Yi Tian also chimed in. Meanwhile, Chen Qin and Chu Yao looked at the exit with worried expressions, remaining silent. Mr. President, you must not let Chen Ge and his family off the hook, Hui Tianling said, gritting his teeth. He was wishing that President Quan would take action against Chen Ge and his family. Then why did not you follow Xian and fight until the end? President Quan, who looked to be in his 40s and appeared gentle yet possessed an awe-inspiring presence, suddenly asked. This question instantly stunned Hui Tianling and Yi Tian, who were still full of resentment. But in such a dangerous situation, why would they throw their lives away for someone else? Although they had the answer in their hearts, they did not dare say it in front of President Quan. Even though they were all children of top families, the Crescent Corporation was much stronger than their families, so they naturally did not dare to speak recklessly. Another 20 minutes later, the chief executive of Crescent City also arrived. When he arrived, he was also followed by over 100 people, making the already crowded entrance look even more congested. Dad. As the chief executive approached, Yi Tian stepped forward to call out to him, and Hui Tianling and the others also went up to greet him. Yi Tian's father nodded slightly and stepped forward to greet President Quan. How is the recruitment going? President Quan looked behind Chief Executive Yi and frowned. Chief Executive Yi said helplessly, I am sorry, President Quan, there are no silver-level magic card masters in Crescent City willing to enter this secret realm. A secret realm hit by a dark invasion is extremely dangerous. What does a 20 million reward matter? You have to be alive to collect it. Higher-level magic card masters naturally cannot enter, otherwise it would trigger an even greater crisis. There was someone who once forcibly sent a high-level magic card master into a low-level dungeon because their son was trapped. In the end, not only was the person not saved, but the dungeon actually collapsed and disappeared, summoning an unknown monster. It remains a major headache for the world government. Then is there no other way? If it really comes to that, I can increase the reward. How about 50 million paid in advance? President Quan's face darkened. Chief Executive Yi replied, I have already issued a bounty to nearby cities and other cities. We should have news soon. I will increase the reward as you requested now. He turned around and gave instructions to his adjutant, who immediately went to convey the message. However, Chief Executive Yi breathed a sigh of relief after seeing his son, Yi Tian. As long as his son was okay, as for President Quan's daughter, in his heart, she was already a dead person. A dark invasion is no joke. Countless magic card masters die because of it every year, including heirs of top families. If even they could not survive, could Quan Xian or some silver-level magic card master hired from outside really do it? President Quan is just looking for psychological comfort with money. In the end, he did not train his daughter properly. She should have had the sense to retreat at a time like this. Of those who enter a secret realm hit by a dark invasion, only a handful ever come out. Not long after, the principal of Crescent High School also heard the news and rushed over. President Quan, Chief Executive Yi, what is going on here? How could something like this happen? The principal, who had been counting on Chen Ge and Quan Xian, was now pale-faced. Under normal circumstances, Chen Ge and Quan Xian would definitely have stunned everyone in the exams across the 9 surrounding cities this year. Those 2 students would have been his crowning achievement. But now that the entrance exam is about to start, something like this happens. This is like cutting flesh from his own body. Chief Executive Yi asked back with a dark face, Principal Zhu, how do you usually teach your students? Should not they retreat immediately when encountering a dark invasion? Why did that student named Chen Ge have to drag President Quan's daughter along with him? President Quan kept a grim expression and did not even look at Principal Zhu. In this situation, bothering Principal Zhu would not help. He was thinking about how to save his daughter, but he had absolutely no leads. Principal Zhu on the side was also helpless. Chief Executive, this is common knowledge. It is definitely taught in textbooks. Plus, Chen Ge and Quan Xian are the top students of this year. They must have known about this. Chief Executive Yi did not say anything more, but after seeing the look on President Quan's face, he chose to remain silent. Anyway, his son was safe, so why should he worry? As it happened, with the school's top 2 gone, his son would face less competition. He was actually quite happy to see this. "Sai, what kind of mess is this?" Principal Zhu slapped his palm against the back of his hand, looking completely helpless. At the time, he thought Chen Ge was a very reliable young man who acted with clear judgment. How could something like this happen? "Sai, the young man is full of youthful vigor, but with his trial scores, maybe he is not without a fighting chance." Principal Zhu secretly comforted himself and turned to ask Qi Tianling and the others, "What is the rank of this secret realm?" "Silver 7 star. Qi Tianling replied immediately. "What Silver 7 star?" Instantly, Principal Zhu's mouth dropped open, and the hope in his eyes gradually faded. Even if Chen Ge and Quan Zian had the strength of Bronze 7 star, is not this level gap a bit too big? Without exceptionally powerful magic cards, such a gap in level would likely mean they could not even break the monster's defenses. It is over, my life is ruined." Principal Zhu slumped down to the side, feeling his future looked bleak. The more he thought about it, the more he felt Chen Ge was unreliable. "If you want to die, do not drag Quan Zian with you. The 2 of you at least leave me some hope." Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Chen Ge and Quan Zian faced the surging tide of monsters without changing their expressions, having fought until their eyes were bloodshot. "Look out!" Suddenly, a giant monster leaped out from a tricky angle. Quan Zian, showing signs of fatigue, was almost hit, but Chen Ge acted quickly, using the courageous wings to accelerate suddenly and save her. Are we going to die?" Quan Jiayon was already gripped by fear. Even with her recovery cards, she was barely holding on. The monsters appearing now were so tough that it took multiple sword strikes to kill just one, and there were so many of them. With the limited supply of recovery cards she had, they would be exhausted soon, leaving them with no way out. "I am here, do not give up." Chen Ge pulled Quan Jiayon aside to reassure her, then drew and activated a magic recovery card and a stamina recovery card. He had underestimated the power of the Dark Invasion and the sheer number of monsters in this secret realm. His magic and stamina were nearly depleted, so he had to replenish them. "We are doomed." Overcome by fear, Quan Jiayon suddenly burst into tears. In that moment, she felt nothing but terror and profound helplessness. It was understandable. After all, as a wealthy heiress, she had never encountered such a situation before. Among the incoming monsters, a large portion were silver rank 8 or 9, or even rare tier, far exceeding their own power levels. More importantly, there was no sign of the numbers thinning out. Faced with such an overwhelming disparity in strength, she finally knew what fear was, and all the arrogance she once held vanished in that instant. Meanwhile, Chen Ge remained as calm as a deep, still well. Although he had underestimated the secret realm and the Dark Invasion, he had yet to reveal his trump cards. Skill card Infinite Summoning. Pet card Frost Dragon Hatchling. Pet card Skeleton Warrior. Pet card Skeleton General. As he drew these 4 cards, a vast number of magical pets instantly appeared around him and Quan Jiayon, and even overhead. Awu! Awu! Eh? Within moments, over 20 Frost Dragon Hatchlings appeared above them, raining attacks down on the surrounding monsters. And the skeleton warriors and generals surrounding them numbered in the thousands. "Kill!" Chen Ge roared, and the true battle had only just begun. This scene left Quan Jiayon, who had completely lost her fighting spirit, absolutely stunned. Where did all these dragon hatchlings come from, and what on earth are these skeletons? Quan Jiayon rubbed her beautiful eyes, her face filled with disbelief. After rubbing them, the hatchlings were still there, as were the skeleton warriors and generals. Still unable to believe it, she closed her eyes again and only opened them after quite a while. Now she was certain that what she saw before her was real. So many hatchlings, so many skeletons. Chen Ge, what on earth are you doing? What kind of magic cards did you open? By now, Chen Ge had already joined the fray, swinging his blade wildly without the slightest hesitation. Quan Jiayon stood behind, silently watching Chen Ge's unfathomable figure, completely dumbfounded. "How many more trump cards are you hiding? Did you really pull a mythical-grade magic card?" The icy demeanor of the usually cold Quan Jiayon had already melted away. She stared at Chen Ge blankly, unable to put her current feelings into words. Clearly, it was not just that Chen Ge possessed 2 legendary dragon-type cards, he must have a replication-type card as well. Such a card was highly likely to be of mythical status. Did he pull a mythical-grade magic card? Kwon Jae-yeon whispered in a daze. She truly could not fathom how Chen Ge could have opened so many powerful cards, let alone a mythical one. Is it just because he is handsome? But I Kwon Jae-yeon am no slouch myself. Kwon Jae-yeon looked down at herself, thinking she was perfectly fine, so why should Chen Ge be the only one pulling powerful cards just because of his looks? Chen Ge, what other secrets are you hiding? No wonder you were so calm facing the dark invasion, no wonder you remained so composed despite everything I said to you. So this is why you have such powerful magic cards. Kwon Jae-yeon felt a wave of resentment. I finally understand now, my taunts only made me look like a clown. At this moment, Chen Ge's card master level had already reached bronze rank 8, and judging by the current pace, he would likely reach bronze rank 9 by the time they got out. This achievement was likely unprecedented across the entire Eastern Federation, making his admission to the God Capital Academy a certainty. Skill card time acceleration. Finding the clearing speed of the Frost Dragon hatchlings a bit too slow, Chen Ge decided to try and evolve one into a Frost Dragon. Awu. With the activation of time acceleration, one of the hatchlings grew into a massive Frost Dragon at a visible rate, its roar shaking the very heavens. Immediately after, Frost Fire and Frost Dragon Breath followed, dealing devastating damage. Kwon Jae-yeon, who was already stunned, opened her beautiful eyes wide, her pupils trembling violently. It is that sound. That is the exact sound. This is the dragon roar from the abyss that day. It was you, Chen Ge. How many more trump cards is he hiding? How could he turn a hatchling into a dragon? How is this even possible? Kwon Jae-yeon's shock deepened, her face etched with absolute disbelief. She still could not understand why Chen Ge had so many powerful magic cards. According to her investigations, Chen Ge was just an ordinary student from an ordinary family, with nothing special about him from childhood other than decent grades. In a world where social classes are solidified, few card masters could rise alone without a strong background or connections, as they eventually end up working for companies or conglomerates. Individual strength is simply too insignificant. Yet Chen Ge had shattered her perception of what a card master could be. He was heading in a direction that defied all logic. One day, his individual strength might even exceed that of an entire elite card master team. Chen Ge. Kwon Jae-yeon was trembling all over, her heart still obsessively questioning what else he was hiding. How on earth did you manage to pull so many powerful magic cards? Do you still have any recovery-type magic cards? At this point, Chen Ge retreated from the front line. Such a massive summoning consumed a tremendous amount of magic, and he had nearly exhausted his recovery cards. But since Kwon Jae-yeon was here, she should at least pay some protection fee, right? He could not be doing all the fighting while she reaped all the benefits, could he? That did not align with Chen Ge's philosophy that there should be returns for one's efforts. Take them all. Watching Chen Ge's nonchalant expression, Kwon Jae-yeon, despite her internal amazement, gritted her teeth and handed over all the recovery cards she had to him. Based on the current situation, as long as Chen Ge had enough magic and stamina, they could escape this dark, invasion-ravaged secret realm. As for herself, in this situation, did it even matter whether she had magic or stamina anymore? Awu. Before they knew it, the surrounding magical beasts had been wiped out under the frantic sweep of one Frost Sky Dragon and over 20 Frost Sky Dragon hatchlings. Not bad, the recovery card Kwon Jae-yeon gave me perfectly compensated for the energy I consumed. Chen Ge stood among the carcasses of the beasts, muttering to himself. Go gather up all the blank cards they dropped for me. He gave the order, and thousands of skeleton warriors and skeleton generals began collecting the blank cards from among the beasts. Chen Ge then returned to Kwon Jae-yeon. Let us call it a day here, take a break, and we will continue tomorrow. Let us try to get out by tomorrow afternoon. Because of the dark corruption, it was already dim, and now that it was night, it was even darker. In such a situation, who knew what might happen next, especially after just finishing such an intense battle? It was time to rest. Even though mana and physical stamina could be recovered quickly, such a massive battle was undoubtedly a huge drain on one's mental energy. Kwon Zayon bit her lower lip slightly and nodded, saying nothing more. Although she was reluctant, she understood that the power of speech always belonged to the strong, and in this secret realm, Chen Ge was the one with the strength and the final say. There is no camper here, so we will just have to make do. Chen Ge sat down under a nearby tree and took out the food he had grabbed from Kwon Zayon's camper when he left. Knowing the secret realm would be difficult today, he had prepared in advance, unlike Kwon Zayon, who had come empty-handed. After giving her some food, Chen Ge ate while waiting for the skeleton warriors to bring him the blank cards. 107 of them. Seeing such an impressive number, Chen Ge was overjoyed. Just selling these blank cards would fetch over 1 million, and with his lucky charm talent, he would definitely be able to multiply that hundreds of times over. The skeleton warriors vanished after handing the cards to Chen Ge. He turned to look at Kwon Zayon, who was eating nearby, and asked, "These cards? You killed them, I do not need them." Ji Zayon replied in an extremely cold tone. Chen Ge knew she would not want them, he was just being polite. Afterward, Chen Ge sat on the side, eating while drawing cards. The first one. Magic card name, Stamina Recovery Card. Although it was a one-time use magic card, the more the better. It is always good to be prepared. The second one, a low-level magic card, typical. The 32nd one. Magic card name, Golden Bow. Quality epic. Type equipment card. Effect, arrows are formed from mana. As long as you have infinite mana, it will fire infinite arrows. Description, this is an epic raid bow, crafted from legendary green gold tempered over thousands of years. Nice stuff. Chen Ge had the weapon master ability, so he was naturally a self-taught archer. Combining long-range and close-range combat would definitely elevate his combat effectiveness to the next level. He channeled it directly into his mana source, making it part of his arsenal. The rest were mostly low-level magic cards, and he did not get much else until the very last one. I just want a set of battle armor, is that so hard? Chen Ge sighed to himself. But if anyone knew that he had pulled an epic raid card from just over 100 blank ones and was still greedily hoping for high-level armor, they would surely drop dead from frustration on the spot. The gap between people is always comparative. Most people would thank the heavens if they could pull a rare grade card from 100 blank ones, let alone have other demands. After eating and drinking their fill, the two rested back-to-back against a large tree. Chen Ge had been fighting all day and was exhausted, falling asleep as soon as he got comfortable. As for Kwon Zayon, when had she ever suffered like this? Sitting beside the tree, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, not just because of the environment but more so because of the shock Chen Ge had given her. Chen Ge's power had far exceeded her imagination. She just wanted to know if he had any more trump cards. At this point, should not he have shown all his cards? How could he possibly still have powerful magic cards? Kwon Zayon's beautiful eyes drifted toward Chen Ge, who had already fallen into a deep sleep on the other side of the tree. From this angle in the dim light, Chen Ge was truly handsome, but unfortunately, he is such an arrogant man. Even if you are stronger than me now, so what? One day I will be stronger than you. Kwon Zayon whispered to herself, feeling a bit lacking in confidence. The next morning, the sky was still dim, but much brighter than the night before. Chen Ge woke up and had a big stretch. He looked over at Kwon Zayon, who had dark circles under her eyes yet still maintained that aloof, high-end mighty demeanor of a young lady. No matter what, she could not drop the pretense of being the heiress of the Crescent Group. Here, eat something and then we will continue, okay? Chen Ge took some food from his backpack and handed it to Kwon Zayon. Kwon Zayon kept up her high-end mighty act, but she immediately took the food Chen Ge offered and started eating like a little hamster. Once they were full, the two resumed their journey. They had to leave the secret realm within the day. After all, tomorrow was the college entrance exam. They walked deep into the secret realm where the trees had long since been eroded by the darkness, becoming withered and wretched. The grass on the ground, the water in the nearby stream, all withered and murky. Just like the textbooks say, when you encounter dark corruption, the best choice is to retreat. Chen Ge looked at their surroundings and muttered to himself. What, do you regret it? Hearing Chen Ge express some regret, Kwon Zion was instantly delighted. Chen Ge stopped, turned his head, and looked back. I meant that for people without strength, retreating is definitely the best choice. Having said that, he kept walking forward on his own. Even now, nothing here had managed to force out all of his trump cards, so what did he have to regret? Did he just say I have no strength? That hateful man. Seeing Chen Ge's confident look, Kwon Zion bit her lip tightly but dared not speak her anger aloud. Beep Silver 9-star Rare Grade Spider Shadow Ghost. Beep Silver 9-star Elite Grade Cursed Spider. This secret realm was crawling with all kinds of spider-type magical beasts. When the bracelet issued the alert, those magical beasts had already appeared in their sight. The reinforced and elite grade beasts were not too numerous, but each one was the size of a small hill, faces twisted in menace as they charged toward Chen Ge and the girl. Chen Ge immediately drew his magic cards, preparing for battle. Skill card Infinite Summoning. Pet card Frost Sky Dragon Hatchling. It was the same setup as yesterday. One Frost Sky Dragon, over 20 hatchlings, and thousands of skeleton warriors and generals. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm. Has no one accepted the mission after all this time? Chairman Kwon, who had not closed his eyes for an entire night, stepped forward to ask. Chief Executive Yi sighed and shook his head. The silver-ranked secret realm corrupted by darkness is simply too dangerous. Magic card masters with the ability to enter do not want to risk their lives and certainly are not in need of money, and those without the capability would not dare to take the risk in the first place. He paused for a moment and continued, so far, I have not received any word of anyone willing to go in. Chairman Kwon turned to the other high-ranking officials of Crescent City, hoping to see if they had any solutions. The chief administrator, the admiral, and other senior officials stood before him, turning their heads away one by one, avoiding his gaze. If even Chairman Kwon himself had no way to solve this, how could they possibly have one? Uncle, do not worry. I believe Ziyan will definitely make it out of the secret realm. Uncle, you should not underestimate Ziyan's strength. She will surely come out of there. Aside from the city officials, relatives and friends of the Kwon family had all rushed over. They seemed worried as they consoled the chairman, but in reality, it was all an act. You see, Chairman Kwon only had one daughter, Kwon Ziyan. With her S-rank mana source and superior talent in every aspect, she towered over her peers in the family and was the definitive heir. Her death would mean they might finally have a chance to inherit the Crescent Consortium. Although they claimed to believe in her, they were secretly overjoyed and did not believe for a second that she could survive in a darkness-corrupted realm. Hardly anyone ever survives a corrupted realm, let alone one filled with silver 7-star entities. At best, Kwon Ziyan is only a bronze 6-star, there is no way she is coming out of there alive. For that, they actually felt they should thank Chen Ge for keeping her stuck in there. If it were not for the prying eyes of the public, they would have genuinely wanted to reward Chen Ge's entire family with millions. In a massive consortium, there are no true family bonds, only absolute interests. Chairman Kwon knew this all too well, yet he kept silent. If Kwon Ziyan failed to return from the realm unscathed, his position as chairman would likely be shaken. Outside the realm, a crowd had gathered. They all had their own agendas, but most were just there to watch the show. After all, the only things they truly respected and relied upon was the Crescent Consortium itself. Ziyan, you must come out safely. Chairman Kwon furrowed his brows deeply, able only to pray in his heart. While the Crescent Consortium was a terrifying force in human society, against this unknown world and these monsters, even all his vast wealth was useless. What kind of strength could one possibly need to safely escape a darkness-corrupted realm? Question arose in the chairman's mind. Just then, Principal Zhu stepped forward to console him. Chairman Kwon, do not be too worried. That student Chen Ge broke the record in the preliminary trial just 2 days ago, finishing a full 20 minutes faster than the previous best. He might just have the ability to break through. 20 minutes faster than the record. Those around them stared at Principal Zhu in astonishment. As people of Crescent City, they all knew what that meant. However, everyone quickly regained their composure. Can a preliminary trial arena be compared to a silver 7-star realm corrupted by darkness? The gap is more than worlds apart. Chief Executive Yi and the others sneered inwardly. having already written off Chen Ge and Quan Ziyan as dead. The only reason they were still here was for the reputation of the Crescent Consortium. As for what Principal Zhu said, it carried little significance. The Quan family members exchanged glances, the joy in their eyes nearly spilling over. But they quickly forced that joy down. Chairman Quan gave Principal Zhu a long look before nodding. Given the current situation, the one who most wanted Quan Ziyan and Chen Ge to survive was naturally Principal Zhu. After all, their survival was most beneficial to him. Back with Chen Ge and Quan Ziyan, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Chen Ge remained the primary force, while Ziyan did her best just to stay alive in this realm. Swish, swish, swish. After cutting down several monsters with a few strikes, Chen Ge quickly retreated, standing between his skeleton warrior and skeleton general, letting his heavenly moon blade dissipate. Chen Ge, what are you doing? This scene left Quan Ziyan stunned. An outsider might think Chen Ge was giving up. Chen Ge did not answer, simply drawing his golden bow. Equipment card, golden bow. Suddenly, a giant bow radiating a dazzling golden light appeared in his hands. It was brilliant and awe-inspiring. Standing there with the golden bow, Chen Ge looked truly invincible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He pulled the string and 3 arrows shot out like meteors, piercing straight into the elite-level monsters. Flawless precision, and every shot hit a vital point. Of course, they were silver 9-star elite monsters and did not die immediately. Chen Ge continued drawing the bow, firing more shots, all hitting vital spots. Soon, several elite monsters fell to the ground. It was clear that 2 of them had dropped standard-tier cards, though now was hardly the time to pick them up. Quan Ziyan watched this scene, frozen in place. He had revealed another hidden trump card. It looked like an epic or even legendary grade equipment card, and a bow at that, which is incredibly rare to find. Chen Ge, just where exactly are you sourcing your gear? At that moment, that was the only question on her mind. Otherwise, she could not fathom why Chen Ge possessed so many powerful magic cards, each one more rare than the last. More importantly, his archery was extraordinary. She had received professional archery training herself, but compared to Chen Ge's level, let alone her, even her teachers might not match him. Chen Ge, just how much more are you hiding? Though shocked, the continuous surprises over the last 2 days had left her feeling somewhat numb. She actually had a bold thought, find a chance to tie Chen Ge up and whip him until he told the truth. Of course, the thought passed as quickly as it came. Given Chen Ge's strength, he was not someone she could just bind at will. Slap. Quan Ziyan slapped herself in the face, whispering internally, Quan Ziyan, what kind of strange things are you thinking about? Stop those dirty thoughts and focus on the battle. With that, she raised her sword and resumed fighting, her Pegasus giving her the mobility to move through the fray with ease. Chen Ge caught a glimpse of her slapping herself out of the corner of his eye and was full of questions. An outsider would think she had gone mad. If he knew what she had just been thinking, one could only wonder what his reaction would be. As time went by, the area outside the secret realm was already crowded with relevant personnel, including Chen Ge's father, mother, and younger sister, Chen Zai. Since they were just an ordinary family, they were naturally the last to hear the news. Upon learning that their son was in danger, his father took a special leave and his mother could not sit still at home, so she brought Chen Zai along to come here. Principal Zhu, may I ask what the situation is right now? Since Chen Ge was chosen to give speeches as an outstanding student every year, his father knew Principal Zhu well and stepped forward immediately to ask. Chen Ge's father, please do not worry too much. I believe Chen Ge and Quan Ziyan will definitely make it out. Principal Zhu urged him with deep sincerity. At this moment, everyone around could not help but glance at Chen Ge's family. Their expressions varied. Some were indifferent, others just wanted to watch the show. After all, it was not anyone from their own families, so whether they lived or died had nothing to do with them. Chen Ge's father, how do you usually teach your son? How could he bring Miss Quan inside to take such risks? An official stepped forward and said in a bossy, arrogant tone. He could not get a word in among the truly high-ranking officials, but when facing Chen Ge's father, he made sure to put on his airs of authority. Chen Ge's father remained silent. After all, the man was powerful and influential, someone he could not afford to offend. Big Brother never takes unnecessary risks. He will definitely come out of the secret realm. Chen Ge, who was being held in her mother's arms, suddenly spoke up in her sweet, childish voice. Although she did not quite understand the situation, she believed her brother would come back. Most of the people around who heard this thought nothing of it. It was just a child's nonsense. Even though most of them had not experienced a dark invasion, they knew exactly what it meant. Hehe. The official gave a light laugh, not taking the child's words to heart at all. The people on the Quan family's side exchanged glances and chuckled as well, all appearing dismissive. They had already begun planning how to secure the position of successor to the Crescent Consortium. By noon, Chen Ge and Quan Ziyan had almost circled the entire secret realm. They had not seen any monsters for a long time, but they also had not seen the final boss. What is going on? After searching all around, Chen Ge stopped in his tracks. Quan Ziyan was also looking around with a puzzled expression, feeling quite confused. Under normal circumstances, they should have been facing the final monster by now. Why had not they encountered it yet? What on earth? Roar! At that moment, Quan Ziyan, who was looking up at the sky, felt her eyes tremble in disbelief. In reality, the boss had been right in front of them the whole time. It was just so enormous that neither of them had noticed it. It was a giant spider that blotted out the sky, and it was so massive that they had completely overlooked it. It was only when the giant spider shifted and made a sound that they finally noticed it. The casual sound it made felt like a call from ancient times, so distant and shocking. Roar! It let out another roar, and both Chen Ge and Quan Ziyan stood frozen, watching quietly. Ge used his wristband to scan the massive spider for information. Beep, unknown species detected, please be careful. At this moment, Quan Ziyan's eyes were filled with disbelief and deep terror. Her pupils dilated and every cell in her body was trembling. In front of that behemoth blocking the sky, she was as insignificant as an ant, as tiny as a speck of dust, not worth mentioning at all. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and fear radiated from every pore of her body. Are we going to die? At this moment, she had no idea how to fight the monster in front of her. It was a fear that shuddered from the very depths of her soul. Chen Ge, however, was much calmer, though a flash of surprise still crossed his eyes. Is this thing seriously this huge? No wonder the textbooks say to leave immediately upon encountering a dark invasion. It really makes sense. Look out! Just as Quan Ziyan sat paralyzed on the ground, staring dumbly up at the giant spider in the sky, one of its massive legs lunged toward them. Chen Ge let out a sharp cry, his hero wings accelerated instantly, and he grabbed Quan Ziyan to pull her away. Quan Ziyan's mind was a complete blank. Before this, she did not think the world was very dangerous. Danger was just words in a book, but now she understood she had been too naive. Faced with this dangerous world, she was as weak and harmless as an egg. Pull yourself together, I have got you. Chen Ge shouted loudly to Quan Ziyan in his arms. Roar! That distant sound rang out again, and the giant leg lunged at them once more. Holding Quan Ziyan, Chen Ge dodged again, but this time the ground began to shake violently, making it impossible to stand steady. Outside the secret realm, everyone could hear that far-reaching roar. Although they could not see the monster itself, the sound alone told them just how terrifying an existence it was. What kind of terrifying thing is that? It seems this secret realm is going to spawn an unimaginably horrific entity. If they do not destroy the secret realm and the abyss quickly, the monsters inside will grow rapidly and break through the restraints, entering our world. If we are lucky, the monsters are wiped out immediately. If we are unlucky, nearby cities could be turned into ruins and become forbidden zones for humanity. Compared to this unknown world, humanity is still so weak. Chairman Quan, who usually maintained his composure, stood up from his seat, his expression constantly shifting. The Quan family members around him were secretly delighted. The more complicated the situation, the less likely Quan Ziyan was to survive. Chen Ge's parents also had expressions that kept changing. They had no idea what to do. In a situation like this, even someone as high-ranking as Chairman Quan was helpless, so what could they possibly do? The high-ranking officials of Crescent City also looked uncertain. What did such a terrifying existence actually mean? Quick, contact the Federation, tell them to send reinforcements. Executive Director Yi said with a sense of urgency. Yes, Director. The adjutant immediately went to make the call. This was no longer just about Chairman Quan's daughter. It concerned the safety of Crescent City and all the surrounding regions. If that terrifying entity broke out of the secret realm, it would be an unprecedented catastrophe. Inside the secret realm, Chen Ge, we're going to die. Finally, Quan Ziyan came back to her senses. Her body trembled as she hugged Chen Ge, her eyes filled with tears. With Quan Ziyan in his arms, Chen Ge could feel her terror and the faint, sweet scent coming from her. Do not be afraid, just trust me. Chen Ge held Quan Ziyan's face, looked her in the eyes, and gave her those words of comfort. Have not you given up yet? Quan Jiayon looked at the man before her, her eyes brimming with tears. In his eyes she saw courage and determination. What kind of man is he really? Why is he still so calm even now? Could it be that he still has an ace up his sleeve? The fear in Quan Jiayon's eyes gradually gave way to bewilderment. Seeing Quan Jiayon calm down, Chen Ge stood up and cast a glance at that colossal entity. Conventional methods were no longer enough to go head-to-head with such a massive existence. Pet card Frost Sky Hatchling. Skill card Time Acceleration. Awu. Instantly a Frost Sky Hatchling appeared in the sky. It soared through the air, maintaining its draconic pride even in the face of that behemoth, and let out a thunderous roar. The sound had not yet faded when its body began to grow at a visible rate into a Frost Sky adult dragon, but this was not the end. Time Acceleration, Millennium Dragon. Roar! A deafening boom echoed throughout the secret realm, though compared to the giant spider, the Millennium Dragon still seemed a bit small. Magic Recovery Card. Chen Ge did not dare to be careless and immediately replenished his exhausted magic power. Roar! As Chen Ge's mana was drained once again, a dragon emerged, powerful enough to rival that colossal monster. A roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Standing beside Chen Ge, Quan Jiayon's mouth hung open, completely stunned. She could not comprehend what this giant dragon meant. This must be an entity far beyond the level of a phantom god, right? Within her limited knowledge, she found no words to define the dragon before her. What is happening? Outside the secret realm, they were also affected. The tremors were even more violent than before, and panic filled their faces. That sounds like the roar of a dragon. Someone said, filled with suspicion and fear. A dragon? Is there a dragon in this secret realm? What kind of place is this? Huey Tianling and the others were in a state of chaos. Hey, does not this sound a bit familiar to you guys? Chu Yao asked, sounding hesitant. What do you mean familiar? Yi Tian and Huey Tianling had not linked this to the dragon roar from 2 days ago. After all, they felt like they were on completely different levels. Now every cell in their bodies seemed to be trembling. Chu Yao stopped talking, and Chen Qin beside her also fell silent. In their eyes, Quan Jiayon and Chen Ge were definitely dead. Huey Tianling, what kind of secret realm did you choose? Yi Tian could not help but ask. His tone carried a hint of resentment. If they had not pulled out early because of the dark invasion, they might have encountered a dragon themselves and been done for. How would I know? Huey Tianling looked equally bewildered. His guild had only conducted a preliminary survey of this place. How could he know the specifics? The two giants stared at each other from across the distance. Ow! The giant spider seemed to sense a threat and let out a hysterical screech at the dragon. Roar! But before it could even move, the dragon unleashed its breath like a volcanic eruption. The giant spider, which had treated Chen Ge and Quan Jiayon like toys just moments ago, was instantly incinerated into ash, obliterated. Is it over just like that? Everything happened in a flash. Quan Jiayon watched the scene before her in disbelief. As the giant dragon vanished after destroying the spider, Chen Ge stumbled and nearly collapsed to the ground. Even though he did not fight directly, the consumption of mana and mental energy was immense. Afterward, he walked up to collect the loot dropped by the boss. Besides 70 or 80 blank cards and one special blank card, there was actually a ring on the ground. Since he was the one who defeated the final boss, the items naturally belonged to him. He first put away the blank cards, then picked up the ring. Magic artifact Ring of Mana boosts the wearer's mana by 50%. The moment he held the primitive-looking ring in his hand, a description suddenly flashed into Chen Ge's mind. Magic artifact. Chen Ge was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard such a term and his teachers had never mentioned it in school. Being loot, he put it on immediately, and he instantly felt his internal mana source expanding. Who would have expected such a surprise gain? Chen Ge curled his lips into a smile filled with joy, and the exhaustion began to fade. Huge crises often come with unimaginable rewards. Regardless of the situation, more mana is always better. Phew. Finally, Chen Ge let out a long sigh and looked back at Kwon Jaeyeon, who was standing there in a daze. Although she had taken care of him over the past 2 days, he had saved her today, so they were now even. Chen Ge did not have the habit of owing anyone favors. Whoosh whoosh. Just as the people outside the secret realm were bewildered and the executive officer's adjutant was reporting the situation to the Federation, Chen Ge and Kwon Jaeyeon were ejected. Immediately after, the pitch-black entrance to the secret realm vanished. When everyone present saw Kaedong Jaeyeon and Chen Ge come out and the silver-level secret realm disappear, they were all stunned. The previously noisy entrance became deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. In their view, these two were goners. Their sudden appearance left everyone unable to stop and reflect on life for a moment. Jaeyeon, you truly did not disappoint me. Chairman Kwon, who had been furrowing his brows, now allowed a slight smile and sat back down. The members of the Kwon family opened their eyes wide, unable to believe what they were seeing. Who else could that cold, aloof woman be but Kwon Jaeyeon? Though she had looked a mess inside the realm, upon coming out, she immediately regained the cold, high-end mighty demeanor of a super conglomerate heir. They came out, they really came out. Principal Zhu's crumpled face suddenly bloomed like a fresh flower, an unprecedented joy washing over him. He grabbed Chen Ge's father next to him and shouted aloud. What did it mean that Chen Ge and the others could emerge from this realm? It meant they would not only shine in this college entrance exam but also cause quite a stir throughout the Federation. And as their principal, his reputation would naturally rise with the tide. Brother is out, brother is out. Zhenzai shouted in her childish voice. Chen Ge's parents looked at each other and revealed gratified smiles. Before this, they had believed, just like Chen Zai, that Chen Ge would make it out because in their memories he was always a meticulous child who would not act recklessly. Not a hint of blame, only smiles of relief. Meanwhile, the executive officer and his party stared wide-eyed, locked onto Chen Ge and Kwon Jaeyeon. Two mere new candidates actually emerged from a realm consumed by darkness. Simply inconceivable. This showed that these two students had powerful trump cards and limitless potential. Dad, Mom, Chenzai, why are you guys here? Once out, Chen Ge spotted his family in the crowd, waved a quick greeting and walked toward his parents. The people around him solemnly cleared a path for him. The rules of this world are simple. The strong are respected, and in their eyes, Chen Ge and Kwon Jaeyeon were true powerhouses now. If they were not strong, how could they have made it out of there? What kind of terrifying existence did they overcome? Brother. Chenzai got down from her mother's arms, stumbled toward Chen Ge, and was finally scooped up into his arms. Et moi. Chen Ge gave her a quick kiss, to which Chenzai replied with disgust, brother, you smell so bad. Chen Ge was speechless. After fighting for 2 days and sleeping out in the wild for a night, it would be a miracle if he smelled good. Chen Ge's parents burst into laughter, and the family looked very harmonious amidst the crowd. After taking a deep, searching look at Chen Ge and his family, Kwon Zian walked through the path opened up by others and approached her father on her own. Father, let us go home. There was not the slightest hint of excitement or joy in Kwon Zian's eyes. Chairman Kwon seemed to have understood something from Kwon Zian's expression. He glanced at Chen Ge not far away, then took his people and left by helicopter. Mom and Dad, it is getting late and tomorrow is the college entrance exam. Should we go home too? Chen Ge said to his parents. Chen Ge's parents agreed. Chen Ge stepped forward to pick up his bicycle and left with his parents, leaving the people at the scene in confusion, unable to make sense of the situation. Hey, Lieutenant, please continue describing the situation over there so that... The lieutenant had been reporting the situation to the Federation, but the sudden appearance of Chen Ge and Kwon Zian had left him stunned on the spot. No, never mind, it is already over. The lieutenant hung up the phone with some helplessness. He had thought the sky was falling, and yet this was it. Just this. As for Qi Tianling and the others, their expressions were mixed. They were happy for Quan Ziyan, yet worried that both she and Chen Ge had actually managed to emerge from a secret realm infested by darkness. The fact that the two of them could survive such a desperate situation made them look weak and cowardly in comparison. Forget it, the college entrance exam is tomorrow. Should we head back too? At this moment, Chu Yao stepped forward and said, "Yes, that sounds good." Chen Qin and the others nodded, each lost in their own thoughts. Before long, the government personnel began to withdraw one after another, and the Quan family members also left by helicopter. Unlike when they arrived, their faces were now covered with a layer of frost. They had not expected Quan Ziyan to be this strong, and she clearly did not think much of Chen Ge. After all, the strong in this world usually relied on powerful backgrounds. Even if a student from an ordinary working-class family was strong, how could he possibly have brought Quan Ziyan out of the secret realm? As for Principal Zhu, seeing Chairman Quan leave, he immediately chased after Chen Ge and his family. "Student Chen Ge." Principal Zhu trotted over to greet them. "Principal Zhu." Chen Ge's family turned around one after another to greet the principal. "Would you mind having your parents get in my car so we can talk privately?" Principal Zhu asked with a friendly smile. Chen Ge looked back at his parents, realizing that the walk back would not be easy, so he nodded that would be fine. He let his parents get into Principal Zhu's car to lead the way, while he pushed his bicycle and walked behind with the principal. "Student Chen Ge, what exactly happened in there? How did you manage to get out?" Principal Zhu could not help but ask the question weighing on his mind. Chen Ge smiled and said, "We were just lucky. I drew a few powerful cards and managed to defeat the boss to get out." "I see." Principal Zhu nodded slightly, looking thoughtful. Chen Ge's performance in the preliminary test was clear for all to see. He naturally would not underestimate this student. But if he knew that Chen Ge's so-called luck included 2 god-tier cards, 3 legendary cards, and several epic magic cards, he might not be able to remain so composed. However, Principal Zhu gathered one piece of information. Chen Ge possessed extremely powerful magic cards, and that was enough. As for what they were, that was a secret for a magic card master, and even as a principal, he had to uphold his principles. And so, the two chatted for a while before putting Chen Ge's bicycle in the trunk and heading back to Crescent City. To express his joy, Principal Zhu specifically treated Chen Ge's family to a dinner at a high-end restaurant. Back at the Quan family villa, Chairman Quan looked at his daughter's dejected expression, said nothing, and left silently. Although she did not say a word, he understood from her lonely look that she must have suffered a major setback in the secret realm. And the root cause of all this could only be that one person, Chen Ge. What kind of strength could possibly discourage Ziyan like this? Did he draw a god-tier magic card? Chairman Quan returned to his study and sighed secretly. But the only thing that comforted him was that his daughter had returned safely from the secret realm. As long as she is alive, anything is possible. Going forward, he planned to increase his investment in his daughter. After all, in this world, cultivating a powerful magic card master was more important than anything else. What kind of god-tier magic card did that young man actually draw? Chairman Quan was lost in deep confusion. Chen Ge's family returned home after the meal. His parents had worried all day and were exhausted from all the running around, so they put Chen Zai to bed early. After washing up, Chen Ge took out all the blank cards he had and decided to have a good session of card opening. On his way back that afternoon, he stopped by to sell the low-level magic cards he had opened to a recycling company. After so many, they only fetched a little over 20,000, barely enough to buy 2 blank cards. It just shows how worthless low-level magic cards are. He injected mana into the first blank card. Low-level magic card. The 72nd card. Magic card name Dark Armor. Quality high level. Type equipment card. Effect significantly boosts the wearer's defense. Description: it really is a plain-looking piece of armor. So many, all low and mid-level cards, but finally a high-level one. Not bad, and it is exactly the armor I needed. Along the way, Chen Ge had not opened any great cards, but he was relieved to finally be able to replace his low-level armor card with a high-level one. Judging by the picture, it was certainly much stronger than the low-level set. He continued drawing, but after using all the remaining common blank cards, he had no luck. No way, I am the luckiest one. Chen Ge could not help but grumble. As someone so lucky, the best thing he got out of 100 blank cards was a high-level equipment card. He started to doubt if his talent was failing. Finally, he took out the special blank card dropped by the boss. My reputation as the luckiest one depends on you. Saying that, he injected his mana into it. Magic card name Berserk. Quality legendary. Type skill card. Effect: upon activation, physical strength, power, and speed increase by 500%. After 1 hour, enter a weakened state. Description: this is a magic card tailored for a berserker. It will grant you peerless power. 500% increase in combat power. Is not that a bit exaggerated? If it did not cause a weakened state, it would probably be god tier. Maybe I can follow the path of a berserker. Chen Ge muttered to himself as he placed the magic card into his mana source. As their levels increase, many magic card masters choose to plan a clear career path based on the highest level magic card they possess as their core. In fact, a magic card master like Chen Ge, who possesses infinite summon and time acceleration, could easily follow the path of a summoner. However, others need to plan because they cannot pull powerful magic cards, but with Chen Ge's lucky talent, he does not need to worry about that at all, so he does not have to choose a specific path. In his mind, magical pets are only support. He intends to become the absolute output core, preferably a berserker. With a shift in his thoughts, the interface of his magic source appeared before his eyes. Name: Chen Ge. Talent: Lucky One Unique. Level: Bronze Grade 9 Star. Magic Source: SS Grade. Equipment: Magic Ring. Magic Pet Cards: Skyfrost Dragon, Legendary Grade, Skeleton General, Advanced Grade, Skeleton Warrior, Low Grade. Skill Cards: Infinite Summon, Phantom God Grade, Time Acceleration, Phantom God Grade, Weapon Master, Legendary Grade, Berserk Legendary Grade, Half Moon Slash, Epic Grade, Shattering Peerless, Epic Grade, Wind Blade, Epic Grade, Dragon Chasing Strike, Advanced Grade. Equipment Cards: Hero's Wings, Legendary Grade, Sky Moon Horizontal Blade, Epic Grade, Golden Bow, Epic Grade, Dark Armor, Advanced Grade. Special Card: God Level Block. Chen Ge was already at Bronze Grade 9, just a little short of reaching the Silver Grade. Earlier, he had erased those low-level skills from his inventory because the Weapon Master magic card allowed him to perform the skills shown by low-level magic cards without using any magic power. Since that was the case, why let them occupy space and waste his magic power? Time to sleep. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Chen Ge lay down immediately. Having just gone through a high-intensity battle, he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. When he woke up the next morning, the first thing he did was open the Magic Card Master app to check the exam location. For first-tier candidates, the exam location is not fixed. They must reach the destination within the specified time, or they will be relegated to a lower-level exam. This counts as the second screening for students. After all, entering the trial tower without sufficient strength is just suicide. Even with such layers of screening, hundreds of candidates still die in the trial tower every year during the college entrance exam, showing just how cruel this test is. After getting up, having a meal, and rushing to say goodbye to his family, Chen Ge headed toward the exam location. The location was in the mountainous area southeast of New Moon City, where quite a few bronze and silver grade magic beasts resided. Passing through there to reach the destination really tested a candidate's strength. Every candidate had a clear route planned on their app based on where they lived. Chen Ge first took a vehicle to the suburbs, then followed the guidance on the app toward the exam location. Meanwhile, on Qi Tianling's side. Hey Tian, what is it? Qi Tianling was walking alone on the road to the exam site when he received a call from that friend of his who possessed a legendary grade magic card. Sai Tianling, what was the name of that person you asked me to teach a lesson? Chu Tian, on the other end of the line, said indifferently, do not worry. Since you asked, I will definitely intercept that kid on the outskirts and make sure he cannot participate in the exam. In an instant, Qi Tianling came back to his senses and remembered this matter. Yesterday, his mind had been filled with the image of Quan Ziyan and Chen Ge coming out of that secret realm, and he had long forgotten about causing trouble for Chen Ge. If it were not for Chu Tian calling now, he might have been in real trouble. Tian, let us just forget about that matter. Hui Tianling spoke with a lack of confidence. What is wrong? Your voice does not sound very enthusiastic. Chu Tian frowned and continued, do not worry, your buddy have a. He has 2 legendary grade dragon-type magic pet cards. Before Chu Tian could finish saying he had a legendary grade magic card, Hui Tianling laid the situation out plainly. Instantly, Chu Tian on the other end of the phone froze, not knowing what to say. 2 legendary grade dragon-type magic pet cards. What kind of international joke is this? Have legendary grade magic cards become that cheap now? Tianling, did not you say he was just a regular working-class family? Even if he sold his entire house, he could not pull cards of that grade. Is there something wrong with your information? Chu Tian said with an ugly expression. He had intended to show off at this college entrance exam. Now, compared to someone with 2 legendary grade dragon-type magic pet cards, what was he? Hui Tianling was also speechless. When we first started high school, I could not stand him, so I already did a background check on his family. All their assets combined would not even be worth a few million. That means even if he emptied his family fortune, he could only open a few dozen card packs. Why would he have 2 legendary grade magic cards? Chu Tian was in complete disbelief. The legendary grade magic card he possessed was one his uncle had pulled favors to get, bartering and buying from other magic card masters. He did not know how many setbacks that took, and yet some people with no background or much money could actually pull 2 legendary grade magic pet cards and dragon-type ones at that. Is there any justice in this world? How should I know? Maybe he is just lucky. Hui Tianling was unwilling to accept it, but that was the only explanation. Lucky, my family spent 800 million and the best we pulled was 1 epic grade magic card. Given his family's conditions, how lucky must he be to pull 2 dragon-type magic pet cards? Chu Tian was feeling crushed. Really, comparing people just leads to death, and comparing items just makes you want to throw them away. I want to know how the hell he did it too. My family has spent over $1 billion and I only have 1 epic grade magic card. As Chu Tian had a breakdown, Hui Tianling followed suit. He could not figure it out either. In that awkward atmosphere, the two hung up the phone and fell into a deep silence. Walking alone on the road, he nearly went into a state of autism. It is just that this is completely outrageous to the point of being ridiculous. It is like good luck itself is feeding you on a silver platter. This journey to the exam site is actually completely devoid of difficulty or danger for most first-tier candidates. It is just a long walk that drains some stamina and time. By the afternoon, the principals of the high schools from the 9 surrounding cities had arrived, along with inspectors sent by the Federation. Old Lee, how are the students from your school this year? Any particularly strong ones? There is one named Chu Tian. His uncle is a king-level magic card master and he is likely already at bronze grade 6 star. Oh my, you have really hit the jackpot then. Principal Chu, how about your side? Any good seedlings this year? Our school has produced a pair of twin sisters, direct descendants of the Jinshin Group. With the Jinshin Group's financial resources, their magic card master level should not be lower than bronze grade 6. Wow, 2 bronze grade 6 stars. A group of principals stood there exchanging words. They seemed to be chatting, but in reality they were comparing who would come out on top this year. The better the students from their schools perform, the more glory these principals naturally gain, and they can even receive commendations or promotions from the Federation. At this moment, Principal Zhu could barely suppress the smile on his face as he heard the other principals talking. Being a bronze tier 6 star might have been worth bragging about a couple of years ago, but this year, what is there to show off? Last night he asked about Chen Ge's status. You would not believe it, it scared him stiff, bronze tier 9 star. That is a full 3 stars higher than the previous record. Do you realize what that means? This is a record high for the entire Eastern Federation. He was not in a hurry to show off right now. His real moment to shine would come when Chen Ge showed up to register his magic card master rank. Principal Zhu, I heard the heiress of the Crescent Consortium is also participating this year. Her rank should not be low, right? One of the principals suddenly turned and asked. As for what happened in the secret realm, it was a private matter for Crescent City, and it had not leaked yet, so these principals were unaware of it. The Crescent Consortium is a super consortium, so she must be good. I have also heard that Miss Quan is very capable. She might even break the record. The other principals were filled with envy. Principal Zhu thought for a moment and smiled. Miss Quan is definitely extraordinary. She is probably at bronze tier 7-star by now. This was the conclusion he drew based on Chen Ge's rank. Principal Zhu, you are truly lucky this year. Miss Quan will probably make you the talk of the Federation. The surrounding principals looked at him with envy. Honestly, having a student like Quan Zian is Principal Zhu's good fortune. Principal Zhu just smiled without responding, but in his heart he was thinking about Chen Ge. Quan Zian is definitely excellent, but based on the current situation, Chen Ge is the one who will truly make him shine. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. Just then, the sound of helicopters came from the distance. Shortly after, several helicopters headed toward the exam site. What is going on? The principals and the inspectors on site all looked puzzled. Before long, the helicopters landed on a nearby pad, and Chairman Quan of the Crescent Consortium stepped out, followed by a group of high-ranking officials from Crescent City. Chairman Quan, Executive Director Yi. As the group reached the platform, the principals and inspectors present quickly greeted them. Long time no see. Chairman Quan, Executive Director Yi, and the others responded casually before taking their seats to wait for the candidates to arrive. Look, some students have arrived. Not long after, students began to arrive at the exam site. Someone shouted in surprise and everyone turned to look. That is Shen Yaoxuan from our school. Principal said with a smile. Staff members immediately stepped forward to verify his Magic Card Master rank. Candidate Shen Yaoxuan, Magic Card Master rank, Bronze Tier 5-star. As soon as the candidate's rank was verified, the report was sent to those on the platform. As expected of someone from a prestigious family, to have such a grade during the exam is truly excellent. The principal said with satisfaction, and other principals stepped up to offer their congratulations. Soon after, a large number of students participating in the first-tier exams arrived. Candidate Shilu, Magic Card Master rank, Bronze Tier 4-star. Candidate Duzin, Magic Card Master rank, Bronze Tier 5-star. Most of the students arriving were around Bronze Tier 5-star, and all of them came from prestigious families. As for students from families like Chen Ge's, it is very hard for them to make it into the first tier. Wow, the quality of students this year is quite high. In previous years, they were mostly Bronze Tier 4-star. Indeed, this is great. I just wonder if any student can break the record. Surely, with the talent of Chairman Quan's daughter, she could easily break this record. The principals chatted back and forth, occasionally throwing in a compliment to butter up Chairman Quan. Chairman Quan just smiled slightly and did not respond. The reason he came today was entirely for Chen Ge. He wanted to see what kind of performance Chen Ge would put on after entering the Tower of Trials. Because his daughter was not in a good mood when she got home yesterday, he did not press her for details. However, he was pleased to see that when his daughter left this morning, she had lost that downcast expression and seemed even more determined. He knows his daughter, she has been strong-willed since she was little. What kind of blow could have made her feel so defeated? He definitely had to come and see for himself. Candidate Yi Tian, Magic Card Master rank, Bronze Tier 5-star. As expected of Executive Director Yi's son, a chip off the old block. At this point, a principal began flattering the executive director. Executive Director Yi just gave a faint smile and did not speak. His motive was much like Chairman Quan's. He was here to see Chen Ge. Although he saw Quan Zian and Chen Ge coming out of the secret realm yesterday, he could not ask for details due to confidentiality rules, so he had to see Chen Ge's performance today. The exam site is at different distances from the 9 surrounding cities, so the order of arrival is not used as a criterion for evaluation. Not long after, the 2 sisters from the Jinshin Consortium arrived together. Both young women looked elegant and had very gentle smiles. It is Jin Yale and Jin Yazhang from the Jinshin Consortium. I wonder what their exact ranks are. Principal Chu said with some anticipation. Candidate Jin Yale, Magic Card Master rank, Bronze Tier 6-star. Candidate Jin Yazhang, Magic Card Master rank, Bronze Tier 6-star. Indeed, Bronze Tier 6-star, excellent. Principal Chu was overjoyed. So far, these were the students with the highest rank from his school, and there were 2 of them. Principal Chu, congratulations. Principal Chu, you're truly impressive. Those around him offered their congratulations. Principal Chu was thrilled. It looked like he would steal the show today. Candidate Chu Tian, Magic Card Master Rank, Bronze Tier 6 Star. Finally, Chu Tian arrived, but he did not look very happy. Upon hearing Chu Tian's rank, his principal was delighted. Good, he is teachable. His uncle, a Monarch Tier Magic Card Master, must have put a lot of effort into training him. The surrounding principals started whispering in astonishment when they heard about Chu Tian's background. After all, Monarch Tier Magic Card Masters are rare. Who would not be envious of having such a mentor for their student? Candidate Kui Tianling, Magic Card Master Rank, Bronze Tier 5 Star. Candidate Chu Yao, Magic Card Master Rank, Bronze Tier 4 Star. Candidate Chen Qin, Magic Card Master Rank, Bronze Tier 4 Star. In a short time, Kui Tianling and the others arrived one after another, all with top-tier ranks. Principal Zhu, you have quite a few students this time. Principal Zhu, you're truly lucky. The surrounding principals looked at Principal Zhu with envy once again. The more students a school has participating in the first-tier exams, the stronger the school's standing, so the other principals were naturally envious. Principal Zhu just smiled calmly. After all, the main event had not even started yet. Look, it is Miss Quan. Chairman Quan, Miss Quan has arrived. Those principals and inspectors all assumed Chairman Quan was here to see Quan Zian, and they started exclaiming as soon as they saw her. Ding, examinee, Quan Zian, Magic Card Master Level, Bronze 7 Star. Bronze 7 Star. Miss Quan has broken the record. Congratulations, Chairman Quan. Chairman Quan's daughter is truly remarkable. Congratulations, Chairman Quan. Everyone present was astonished, as Bronze 6 Star was a difficult barrier to cross, and they could not help but marvel that Quan Zian had surpassed it. Oh my, Bronze 7 Star, this must be top tier even in the Eastern Federation, right? She could easily rank in the top 10. My goodness, this is incredible. It looks like Chairman Quan's daughter will enter the Imperial Capital Academy as the top student from the 9 cities. Congratulations, Chairman Quan. In the eyes of everyone around, Quan Zian was undoubtedly the highest-ranked Magic Card Master among all the students. It was impossible for anyone to be higher than her. Examinees accumulate points based on their rank. Quan Zian was already in the lead, and with the backing of the Quan family, her performance in the Tower of Trials would surely be impressive. After a while, most of the examinees had arrived. How many are still missing? Did any students withdraw halfway? The inspector asked at this moment. An assistant stepped forward immediately and reported, Inspector, 2 students were injured and withdrew. There is only 1 student left named Chen Ge. In an instant, this statement caught the attention of Chairman Quan and Executive Officer Yi. What is going on? Given Chen Ge's strength, he should not be late. Did something happen? Principal Zhu appeared calm about this. Chen Ge is our school's top student from the preliminary exams this year. The time is not up yet, everyone, please do not be impatient. Principal Zhu, which family does this Chen Ge come from? What, should not the top student of the Crescent City preliminary exams be Miss Quan? It seems he must be from some noble family, right? In the eyes of others, Quan Zian should undoubtedly be number 1 in Crescent City. How could Principal Zhu say Chen Ge is first? What is going on? Principal Zhu remained calm. This child comes from an ordinary working-class family. His usual grades have always been steady, and he just had a decent result in the prelims. He spoke lightly, but in reality, he was setting the stage to make himself look good. What, an ordinary working-class family? No wonder he is so late. With that level, he probably will not last long even if he enters the Tower of Trials, right? But it is rare that such a kid could get first place in the prelims. Everyone present looked puzzled. He is here. Finally, Chen Ge appeared before the crowd. He should have arrived long ago, but he ran into a pack of magic beasts on the way. Realizing he was about to hit silver rank, he delayed himself a bit to wipe out that pack of over 1,000 beasts. That is why he was a little late. But fortunately, his Magic Card Master rank had reached silver 1 star. Ding, examinee, Chen Ge, Magic Card Master level, silver 1 star. Everyone present looked at each other in disbelief, which soon turned into a long, stunned silence. What is happening? Silver 1 star. Are you sure there is no recording error? But the magic card master bracelet never makes mistakes. How is that possible? How could he reach Silver 1 star in just a few days? Silver 1 star. What exactly is going on here? It was not just the principals and inspectors who lost their composure. Even Chairman Quan and Executive Officer Yi, who were sitting there steady as a rock, were shocked and nearly jumped from their seats. Silver 1 star. Good kid, no wonder he made my daughter feel so down. It seems he pulled out an incredible magic card. After a long while, Chairman Quan muttered to himself. Silver 1 star, this must be an explosive entrance exam level, not just in the Eastern Federation but in the whole world, right? A storm surged in Executive Officer Yi's heart. It seems that the fact that Quan Zian was able to get out of that secret realm is largely thanks to this kid. He had guessed something from Quan Zian's expression yesterday, but he did not expect this kid to be this outrageous. Silver 1 star, a level that is simply unimaginable. Principal Zhu, are you joking? Is this a child that an ordinary working-class family could raise? Principal Zhu, are you playing us? Can an ordinary family raise a child who is Silver 1 star before the college entrance exam? Principal Zhu, what is going on? The other principals were completely unsettled. Principal Zhu just shrugged. He really is a child from an ordinary working-class family. As for how he reached Silver 1 star, how would I know? Even Principal Zhu was extremely astonished. What happened to Bronze 9 star? How did he become Silver 1 star? But rather than surprise, he was mostly filled with euphoria. The higher Chen Ge's level, the happier he was. Alright, distribute the points based on the magic card master level, read out the exam precautions, and prepare for the exam. The inspector, as the person in charge of the exam, soon recovered from the shock and began to bring order to the process. Subsequently, the examinees stood on the plaza in front of the platform where the inspectors and principals were gathered. There was an electronic display board in front of the high platform, showing the current point rankings of the students. And the most eye-catching of all were 1 Chen Ge points, 24,000. 2 Quan Zian points, 18,000. 3 Jin Yale points, 16,000. As soon as this was displayed, the whole arena was in an uproar. What? Who is that Chen Ge? According to the scoring, Bronze 6 star is 16,000 points and every level higher adds 2,000. Does that mean he is currently Silver 1 star? How is this possible? Silver 1 star, are you crazy? Has the world gone mad or have I? The students on the scene were also losing their composure. Silver 1 star. Chu Tian, who had originally planned to give Chen Ge trouble, felt his eyeballs almost pop out of their sockets. Damn it, is there a mistake? Reach Silver 1 star before the entrance exam. Is there any justice at all? Good thing I made that phone call this morning, otherwise would not I be in big trouble. Hui Tianling, Yi Tian, and the others looked at Chen Ge with complex expressions. The most unwilling, of course, were Hui Tianling and Yi Tian. Silver 1 star. Is not the gap a little too big? Chen Ge, you are really lucky. If I had 2 legendary dragon-type pet cards, I would definitely be better than you. Silver 1 star. The twin sisters from the Jinshin Financial Group, Jin Yale and Jin Yazhang, looked at each other blankly, full of astonishment. As the gazes of Quan Zian, Hui Tianling, and Chu Tian fell upon Chen Ge, the eyes of the other candidates present turned toward him as well. Wow, he is so handsome. Handsome is not the point is that he is such a pervert and I love it. Can you try to be a bit more reserved? He is already a 1-star silver rank before the college entrance exam. Do you have any idea how strong that is? How do you expect me to be reserved? Do not dream, someone like him is probably a descendant of a super family. Do you really think he would take a liking to you? Sai, when did such a powerful family emerge in the 9 cities around here? In everyone's eyes, individual strength implies the strength of one's family background. At this moment, the candidates who did not know Chen Ge were all speculating about which super family he came from. But Chen Ge remained as calm as ever. Do you have any idea how I spent the last 7 days? If it were not for my lucky Emperor's lint, I would probably be dead by now. So do not envy my 1-star silver rank because you do not have the lucky emperor talent, hahaha. Just then, the inspector on the high platform began to read out the exam rules. To summarize, it is actually quite simple. Once you enter the trial tower, your own safety must be your top priority. If you find it difficult to clear a floor, you must pull out immediately. I have finished speaking. Does anyone have any questions? The inspector stood on the high platform and asked in a deep voice. No. The candidates responded in unison, and then the inspector waved his hand, heading toward the trial tower. Before long, the group of candidates appeared before a massive octagonal tower, its walls carved with intricate patterns that looked ancient. It gave an impression of both grandeur and mystery. The trial tower was discovered in ruins from an alien world that merged with Blue Star, and this tower before us is merely a projection of the original. There are hundreds of such giant towers across the world, filled with both opportunities and unimaginable dangers. Students, are you ready? The inspector shouted from the high platform. We are ready. The candidates were all eager to start. Grab your supplies and set off. Since there is no way to estimate which floor the candidates will reach, the authorities provide plenty of food and water. Yes. The candidates stepped forward and packed their supplies. Creak. As the 8 massive gates, each 30 or 40 meters high, opened on the 8 walls, it signaled the official start of the college entrance exam. All 8 gates are identical. Once inside, each student is transported to their own separate space. To get out, you must defeat the monster guarding the current floor, otherwise you will be trapped inside. Yes. Chen Ge looked up at the towering, endless structure, took a deep breath and walked firmly into the trial tower. The other candidates entered in an orderly fashion as well. As Chen Ge entered the first floor, the environment changed abruptly. Blinding sunlight, a desolate desert, and the air itself distorted by the intense heat. Ping, Black Iron rank 1-star Poisontail Lizard. The level of the monsters in the trial tower increases with each floor. It is already quite impressive for an average student to reach a floor 10 levels higher than their own card master rank. Facing these small fries, Chen Ge simply summoned 100 skeleton warriors to take care of them. Even though they were created by low-level magic cards, the skeleton warriors were at the same level as Chen Ge, 1-star silver rank, so it was almost effortless. For most top-tier candidates, the early floors are mostly just a waste of time. First floor. Second floor. 10th floor. Ping candidate Chen Ge current floor 10. Ping candidate Quan Hanfeng's current floor 7. Ping. People outside could not see what was happening inside the tower and only knew the rough details from the data transmitted by the wristbands. Why is he leading the other candidates by so much? Yeah, even if his card master rank is higher, there is no real challenge in the beginning, it is mostly just a waste of time. But how is he 3 floors ahead of Ms. Quan in second place? My goodness, this candidate is not to be underestimated. I have never seen a kid from an ordinary family lead the college entrance exam like this. Forget about just here, even across the entire Eastern Federation, this is extremely rare. What exactly is going on with him? The people on the high platform discussing the data on the electronic screen were filled with deep confusion about Chen Ge. Under normal circumstances, candidates rely on themselves and can at most summon 1 or 2 familiars to fight. But they would never imagine that Chen Ge had thousands of familiars fighting for him. So far, he has not even lifted a finger himself. Low-level monsters are not even worth his effort. Attacking them would just be a waste of his stamina. Woo-a-woo. Thumpy. After clearing the monster guarding the 10th floor, Chen Ge picked up the blank card from the ground and headed toward the 11th floor. To be honest, these current floors are just wasting his time. They do not drop many blank cards and they cannot provide enough magic power for him to level up. Hurry it up, you guys, try to reach at least the 20th floor by today. Chen Ge said, looking somewhat bored. The skeleton warriors glanced at Chen Ge, then began to slash and fight even more energetically. Most candidates would consider it a great achievement to reach the 13th or 14th floor by the end of the day. If they heard Chen Ge talking about reaching the 20th floor, they would likely be spitting blood from sheer frustration. Chen Ge followed behind the Skeleton Legion and pulled out the 21 blank cards he had collected today. Low-level monsters in the wild barely drop any blank cards. If not for the high volume, he would not even have these 21. While others were fighting desperately on other floors, Chen Ge took advantage of his boredom to start drawing cards. First draw a low-level magic card. Second draw a low-level magic card. 21st draw a low-level magic card. After drawing all 21 blank cards, Chen Ge let out an awkward, polite smile. The original investment of 210,000 was probably not even worth 2,100 now. Although card master sounds like a prestigious profession, most actual card masters are quite poor. They use most of their blank cards for their own draws and they rarely ever pull any high-level cards. It is almost a vicious cycle. If you do not draw cards, you do not have powerful magic cards. Without powerful magic cards, you cannot level up and no one will invite you to join them in high-yield dungeons or abyss zones. Therefore, to become stronger, card masters must draw cards, which costs money. In the end, most can only join top-tier guilds or conglomerates, becoming slaves to their whims and toiling away their entire lives. Even someone like Chen Ge, who has the lucky emperor talent, could end up empty-handed, let alone those ordinary card masters.
Yes.
Chen Ge took a deep breath and frowned. What is going on these past 2 days? A few days ago, I was pulling strong magic cards every other day. Could it be that my luck as a chosen one has finally run out? Even Chen Ge, who possesses the talent of a lucky chosen one, often comes up empty-handed, let alone those ordinary card masters. It just goes to show how difficult it is for most ordinary card masters to draw a powerful magic card. After that, he did not pull many blank cards, and Chen Ge threw himself entirely into the exam. Around 10 o'clock in the evening. Ding examinee, Chen Ge current floor 20th floor. Ding examinee, Quan Jiayon current floor 16th floor. Ding examinee, Jin Yale current floor 15th floor. This is the first time I have seen an examinee reach the 20th floor on the very first day. Incredible. He is actually 4 floors ahead of the second place. His strength is just too overwhelming. I just wonder what kind of super magic card this examinee pulled. How many floors do you think he can reach in the trial tower with his strength? His card master rank is silver 1 star. Even with a super magic card, normally he would struggle against golden 5-star level beasts. I guess he will make it to the 34th floor. 34th floor, Principal Chu, are not you being a bit too bold with that guess? A few of the other principals looked at Principal Chu with astonishment. Even with a legendary grade magic card, one would have to think twice. Is it bold? Principal Zhu, hearing these words, retorted with a question and held up 4 fingers. 40 floors. What, 40 floors? Principal Zhu, are you kidding? 40 floors involve platinum-level beasts. He would not even be able to break through their defenses. Exactly, Principal Zhu, although your Xinyu High School is leading the pack this year and this kid is truly excellent, are not you getting a bit carried away? I think 30 floors is his limit. I reckon around 32 floors. The other principals all offered their own guesses. Inspector, you're experienced, what do you think? Principal Zhu turned to ask the inspector. The inspector hesitated for a moment. It is hard to say, maybe 33 floors. I agree with the inspector's prediction. I think that is about right. Those around them voiced their opinions one after another. Chairman Quan, Chief Executive Yi, and everyone else, what do you think? Principal Zhu asked with a smile. Since there is nothing to see inside, they might as well strike up a conversation while they have nothing to do. Chairman Quan, Chief Executive Yi, and other high-ranking officials looked at each other. Chief Executive Yi, sitting next to Chairman Quan, asked Chairman Quan, what is your take? 45 floors. Chairman Quan replied after some thought. What 45 floors? Is not Chairman Quan thinking a bit too highly of that kid? Chairman Quan's prediction is truly daring. As expected of the chairman of the New Moon Group, his insights are indeed unique. Chairman Quan is indeed Chairman Quan. That prediction is certainly astonishing. When Principal Zhu said it, they belittled him, but when a person of status like Chairman Quan said it, even if they did not understand, they had to offer some praise. Chief Executive Yi, what do you all think? Chairman Quan smiled and turned to look at Chief Executive Yi and the others nearby. Chief Executive Yi pondered for a moment. How about this, Chairman Kwon? Why do not you be the bookie and we make a bet? Otherwise, all this guessing is meaningless. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up. 45 floors for a silver 1-star Chen Ge was nearly impossible to reach, even with level-ups along the way. They would surely win big on this bet. Why not? Chairman Kwon was intrigued and continued, then let us make it 100,000 per bet, how about that? Let us do as Chairman Kwon says. As expected of Chairman Kwon, rich and generous, daring to be the bookie for such a bold prediction. Those around them marveled. To be honest, Chairman Kwon's prediction of 45 floors was truly too bold. Secretary Shen, go and register these. Chairman Kwon said to the secretary beside him. Yes, Chairman. The secretary immediately started to handle it. Afterward, Chairman Kwon asked Chief Executive Yi, which floor do you think he can reach? 40 floors. Chief Executive Yi held up 4 fingers. 40 floors, the same as Principal Zhu's thought, but how is that possible? It seems Chairman Kwon and Chief Executive Yi think highly of that kid. But at silver 1-star, even if he ranks up to 2 or 3 stars, how could he possibly deal with platinum-level beasts? The others exclaimed in disbelief, unable to believe Chen Ge could reach such a high floor. All right, it is getting late. The examinees inside should be stopping one after another. Let us get ready and call it a night, shall we? Chairman Kwon stood up from his chair with a smile. Good idea, let us continue tomorrow morning. Chief Executive Yi also stood up. They had already had housing built when they arrived. They definitely did not plan to go back tonight. They wanted to see exactly where Skywalker's G's limits were. Meanwhile, Chen Ge did not stop at the 20th floor. Seeing that it was still early and he still had energy, he cleared the beasts on the 21st floor before stopping. At that moment, Chen Ge checked the time. It was almost 11 o'clock at night. It was time to rest, more haste, less speed. As for Kwon Jaeyeon, she had already reached the 17th floor, but she had no intention of stopping. Riding a Pegasus and wearing dazzling armor with a magnificent sword, she kept fighting through waves of beasts. She had just learned through her bracelet that Chen Ge was on the 21st floor, and seeing that number, she looked unwilling to accept it. She clearly knew Chen Ge was stronger than her, but her intense competitive spirit could not tolerate such a situation. If Chen Ge can kill his way to the 21st floor today, then so can I. She muttered to herself, and the sword in her hand danced even more fluidly. In the face of the mountain that is Chen Ge, Kwon Jaeyeon was not crushed, but rather became even stronger. By now, her swordsmanship had also made significant progress. As a proud girl with long black hair, her inner self was just as intimidating as the temperament she exuded. In fact, her goal was never just Chen Ge, but the entire Eastern Federation and even the world. However, for now, she was blocked firmly by this mountain called Chen Ge. But she would not give up so easily. That was her life motto. 16th floor, Chu Tian. Zia, 21st floor, is there some mistake? Having dealt with the beasts on the 16th floor and resting, Chu Tian saw the ranking and he felt terrible. He knew there was a gap between him and Chen Ge, but what was this 5-floor difference? This made him look like a clown. Thinking about how he had planned to deal with Chen Ge this morning, he could not help but feel a lingering fear. Good thing he did not go, or he would have lost all face. You have to know, his uncle, a king-level card master, was someone who valued face immensely. If he knew he had been humiliated like this, he probably would not even bother with him anymore just to avoid embarrassment. Chen Ge, do not get too smug. I will definitely get into the Shendu Academy. When that time comes, my friends will definitely show you that in front of a real family power, those 2 legendary grade dragon pet cards of yours are nothing worth mentioning. Zhu Tian chuckled. On the 16th floor were the twins, Jin Yale and Jin Yazhang. Perhaps because of their twin bond, even though they were not in the same space, they both stopped what they were doing at almost the same time to glance at the leaderboard. Chen Ge was far ahead in both points and floor ranking. Amazing, I wonder how he compares to our cousin. The 2 girls thought of their cousin at the exact same moment. Their cousin had been admitted to the Shendu Academy in recent years and had always been the goal they were chasing. Today, both Chen Ge's 1-star silver rank and the strength he displayed made them spontaneously compare him to their cousin, who came from a top-tier political family. Our cousin is a famous prodigy in Shendu. How could he possibly be his match? The conclusion the two girls reached was, unsurprisingly, identical. Meanwhile, Qi Tianling and Yi Tian had also finished their battles on the 15th floor and planned to stop and continue the next day. But when they saw the leaderboard and the floor Chen Ge was on, their expressions shifted repeatedly in unison. 21st floor, he has already reached the 21st floor. Qi Tianling and Yi Tian's faces were filled with disbelief and resentment. Qi Tianling's face darkened as he gritted his teeth, saying, "Chen Ge, you just have better luck, that is all. Is not it just 2 dragon-type pet cards? Your luck cannot last forever, and I will definitely catch up to you using the power of my family." Despite saying that, his expression grew increasingly grim. He had planned to rest, but the thought of being 6 floors behind Chen Ge made him decisively head toward the upper levels. At this moment, Yi Tian was also filled with unwillingness, his teeth clenched tight. He knew he had a gap with Chen Ge, but he never expected it to be this large. He was 6 levels behind in rank and now 6 floors behind in the tower. This was something he could not accept. When he went home yesterday, his father, the chief executive, had not given him a pleasant look. As a prominent political family in the Eastern Federation, the Yi family only valued personal strength, and clearly his performance had not satisfied his father. As for claiming his luck was bad because he did not draw powerful cards like Chen Ge. Sorry, in this world, luck is part of strength itself. Bad luck means a lack of ability, and ultimately one might be abandoned by the family. After all, he had several younger brothers and sisters below him, and every one of them was watching him, the eldest son. Since he was born into a political family, he had to accept the cruel consequences of insufficient strength. "Chen Ge, just you wait." Yi Tian also gritted his teeth and headed upstairs without a moment's hesitation. Chu Yao and Chen Qin were undoubtedly at the bottom of their small group in terms of family background and personal strength, but they had also reached the 14th floor. However, upon seeing the floor Chen Ge was on, their pupils dilated in shock. The 21st floor, he reached the 21st floor on the very first night. What kind of being is he? Back at school, they had only thought Chen Ge was good at studying and handsome, but now it seemed they had misjudged him completely. The potential Chen Ge possessed was far beyond what they could have imagined. And so, everyone continued with their own moods, some kept fighting while others rested. The next morning, 1 candidate Quan Zian points, 29,701, floor 27. 2 candidate Yi Tian points, 25,231, floor 25. 3 candidate Qi Tianling points, 25,112, floor 25. 6 candidate Chen Ge points, 29,012, floor 21. Clearly spurred on by Chen Ge, many people did not sleep last night and fought until now. Since the ranking was based on a combination of points and floor level, Chen Ge had slid down to 6th place. Chen Ge, who had just woken up, did not notice this. Even if he had, he would not have panicked. After all, sharpen the axe before chopping wood, getting enough rest is the real key. Quan Zian, Yi Tian, and the others were just burning themselves out. Outside the trial tower, Chairman Quan, the chief executive, and others had all arrived at the viewing platform. Chairman Quan, Miss Quan is amazing. She has actually reached the 27th floor. Chief Executive Yi, indeed, a tiger father produces a tiger son. Your son is now firmly in 2nd place. The candidate's willpower is so strong nowadays, they actually fought all night without sleeping. The people around them exclaimed in surprise. Chairman Quan and the chief executive wore different expressions. Chairman Quan was somewhat worried about his daughter's behavior. After all, such exhaustion was not helpful for her in the long run. And while the chief executive knew his son was definitely not as good as Chen Ge, he still nodded slightly, acknowledging his spirit and perseverance. What is Chen Ge doing? He is about to slide to 7th place. Someone asked in surprise. The main issue was that Chen Ge's ranking had dropped quite drastically. Young people get a bit arrogant after taking the lead. He is probably still sleeping. Say pride comes before a fall, pride comes before a fall. After learning of Chen Ge's family background, most of the people present did not think highly of him. Even if you have 1 or 2 strong magic cards, what of it? In front of true plutocrats, warlords, and political families, that is not worth mentioning. The college entrance exam is just the beginning. Only when they truly enter the Chengdu Academy will people realize what a truly powerful family means. Sai, why are you all in such a hurry? As the saying goes, sharpen the axe before chopping wood. It is not about who is faster, ultimately it is about who reaches a higher floor. After all, Chen Ge was Principal Zhu's biggest hope and pride. Hearing others talk about him like that made him uncomfortable. Hearing this, the others stopped saying anything. At this moment, Chen Ge finally woke up completely. He leisurely had something to eat and washed up before heading toward the 22nd floor. The sky on the 22nd floor was overcast. It was a swamp, very humid, and the air carried a hint of a fishy stench. Let us finish the next floor quickly. The smell was too strong and Chen Ge could not stand it, so he pulled out his magic cards directly. Skill card Infinite Summoning. Pet card Young Skyfrost Dragon. Awu. Awu. Immediately, 5 young Skyfrost dragons appeared in midair, roaring at the sky. Although they were inside the trial tower, in reality it was another space, large enough for 5 young Skyfrost dragons to soar. Faster! As soon as Chen Ge spoke, the 5 young Skyfrost dragons began their sweep. Beep Candidate Chen Ge, current floor 23. Beep Candidate Chen Ge, current floor 24. Beep Candidate Chen Ge, current floor 25. Beep Candidate Chen Ge, current floor 26. Watching Chen Ge climb the floors at rocket speed, those on the high platform who had previously looked down on him were left wide-mouthed. What kind of magic card is he using? How can it be this powerful? It takes others all night to reach the 26th floor, but how long has it been for him? He is about to catch up. This is amazing, truly incredible. Was I too rash to bet that he would only make it to the 33rd floor? Looking at this momentum, could he reach above the 35th floor? Sai, I originally wanted to say he would stop at the 30th floor, but seeing you all raise your expectations, I went with 33, and now. They had originally hoped to win a fortune from President Quan, but now they were starting to panic. Why are you panicking? He only has this advantage because his level is high. Once he hits the 31st or 32nd floor, his speed will slow down. Someone offered their insight. That is true. Some agreed with this view. A silver 1-star can easily take down monsters within 10 sublevels with a powerful magic card, but once they exceed that, meaning beyond gold 1-star, even breaking their defense becomes very difficult. Beep Candidate Chen Ge, current floor 27. At this moment, Quan Zian had just finished off the monsters on the 29th floor and was planning to head to the 30th. Having not rested at all, her consumption was undoubtedly immense. While mana and physical stamina can be restored via recovery magic cards, mental fatigue cannot. Taking advantage of the break, she opened the Xuan to check the information. When she saw that Chen Ge had reached the 27th floor in such a short amount of time, her pupils contracted instantly. It took her all night to barely make it to the 30th floor. How long has it even been? Chen Ge is already at the 27th floor. At this rate, it will not be long before he catches up to her, will it? Quan Zian's immense competitive spirit would not allow her to be overtaken by Chen Ge, so she gritted her teeth and headed toward the 30th floor. Huff huff. At this point, Yi Tian on the 27th floor felt he had reached his limit. He panted heavily and during a break glanced at the leaderboard. Although he knew Chen Ge was stronger than him and would eventually surpass him, he felt a great sense of achievement as long as his ranking remained above Chen Ge's. But it would have been better if he had not looked. He discovered that Chen Ge was already at the 28th floor. The 28th floor. In an instant, Yi Tian's pupils shook and his composure completely shattered. He slumped to the ground, feeling completely dispirited. According to his calculations, Chen Ge should still be behind him, so how was he already on the 28th floor? I worked hard all night and it is not even worth what he did in such a short time. Yi Tian's mouth twitched and the fire he had been feeling suddenly fizzled out. People really cannot be compared, it is infuriating. More importantly, who does Chen Ge think he is? Chen Ge, you just wait, I will not let you have an easy time at Chengdu Academy. Yi Tian gritted his teeth. His father was only from a branch of the Yi family, but the entire Yi family was a behemoth in the Eastern Federation. He had many cousins who were already at Chengdu Academy. Once he got to Chengdu Academy, he would definitely make Chen Ge's life miserable. Qi Tianling's strength was about the same as Yi Tian's. He was also currently on the 27th floor struggling to fight. He was bronze 6-star and the 27th floor was home to silver 7-star monsters. This was almost his absolute limit. He knew that even at his peak, he likely could not advance much further without risking his life. However, his current results were enough to get into Chengdu Academy, so there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Taking advantage of the fact that the surrounding monsters had not approached yet, he took a look at the leaderboard. The 28th floor. Seeing that Chen Ge was already on the 28th floor, Qi Tianling let out a roar that startled the nearby monsters. Anyone who did not know better would think he had been practicing the lion's roar technique. I did not rest all night and you are already at a higher floor than me, this is just. Qi Tianling was left speechless. Chen Ge, I will see you at Chengdu Academy. I will make you understand the difference between a family background and an ordinary upbringing. Qi Tianling gave up the struggle. He planned to wait until he reached Chengdu Academy to wash away this shame. Beep candidate Chen Ge, current floor 29. Beep candidate Chen Ge, current floor 30. Soon, the floor Chen Ge was on was level with Quan Xian's. He is on the 30th floor, he is caught up to Miss Quan. So fast. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. The people on the high platform exclaimed one after another. He is like a rocket. I really wonder how he fights. Does he have 7 or 8 magical beasts or does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? If it were as you said, that might be possible. Otherwise, I really cannot understand why he is so fast. Gasps of amazement rang out one after another, all of them in disbelief, mainly because Chen Ge's speed in climbing the floors was simply too fast. Beep candidate Chen Ge, current floor 31. Soon, Chen Ge arrived at the 31st floor, while Quan Xian was exhausted after clearing the monsters on the 30th floor. She had intended to lean against a tree to rest for a while before continuing, but ended up accidentally falling asleep. 31st floor, he is on the 31st floor. Those who had placed bets last night had mostly raised their expectations, mostly betting on the 32nd floor or above. Seeing that Chen Ge was already at the 31st floor, they could not help but become nervous. Outside the trial tower, candidates had been emerging one after another. After all, once you clear a floor, you usually have a rough idea of whether you have the ability to go any higher. Wow, that Chen Ge is already at the 31st floor. What, the 31st floor? Are you kidding me? I almost lost my life getting to the 25th floor and he is on the 31st. Although candidates were free to leave after exiting the trial tower with results to be announced on a later day, most stayed behind after seeing Chen Ge's performance. Beep candidate Chen Meng's, current floor 24, status deceased. Just then, a notification appeared on the giant screen in front of them. In an instant, the gathered candidates fell silent, though they were not overly saddened. As long as you become a magic card master, such things can happen at any time. Even if you do not die here, you might eventually die in some dungeon or secret realm due to lack of strength. Moreover, once you choose to challenge higher floors, you should be mentally prepared for the possibility of death. Beep candidate Chen Ge, current floor 32nd floor. Finally, Chen Ge had reached the minimum expected floor set by the people on the high platform. Sai, looking at his speed, reaching the 33rd floor should be no problem at all. It seems I underestimated him. Chairman Quan guessed he could reach the 45th floor. I wonder if that is even possible. Some people looked towards Chairman Quan in unison. At this moment, Chairman Quan was frowning deeply, staring fixedly at his daughter's name. His daughter had not shown any progress for a long time, and he was not sure how she was doing. It was past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Beep candidate Chen Ge, current floor 33rd floor. The 33rd floor, did he really reach the 33rd floor? So strong, simply too strong. Incredible. The people on the high platform could not help but gasp. Some who had guessed Chen Ge would only reach the 32nd floor spread their hands in resignation. They had lost. The candidates watching below did not look too happy either. After all, they were the top talents of their respective schools and families, but compared to Chen Ge, they felt completely overshadowed. Does anyone know where this Chen Ge actually comes from? Is he from some major noble family? Wow, so amazing! The family forces behind him must be huge, right? He probably has legendary magic cards in his hands. Some candidates began to inquire about Chen Ge's background, mainly because the strength he displayed was just too strong, far beyond their imagination. They wanted to know which family he belonged to, if only to find some psychological comfort in his powerful background. You might not believe it, but Chen Ge is from a normal working-class family. However, he has always been top in his school, consistently suppressing even Quan Zian. A candidate who knew Chen Ge spoke up. What? A normal working-class family? How is that possible? Without massive resources, how could he have such monstrous strength? Are you joking? That is not a funny joke at all. People from normal working-class families do not even have the qualifications to participate in the first-tier entrance exam. How could it be him? Those candidates vehemently denied the answer. After all, having a student with no background crush them would make them look like complete failures. I have said what I needed to say. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. The candidate shrugged casually. The candidate's present fell silent. A candidate from an ordinary working-class family is actually leading the pack, and this year's batch is much stronger than previous ones. Even the daughter of a super chaebol like Quan Zian is being firmly suppressed. This is really. Beep candidate Chen Ge, current floor, 34th floor. 34th floor, he is already at the 34th floor. His ascent speed slowed down significantly after entering the 32nd floor. It looks like he will stop around the 35th floor. This result is already very impressive. He is undoubtedly the leader. 35th floor, that is truly impressive. Beep candidate Chen Ge, current floor, 35th floor. His speed in clearing beasts dropped again at the 34th floor. It seems he is struggling a bit now. The 35th floor is full of 5-star gold level beasts. Given his rank, he is at most around 2 or 3-star silver level, so he is definitely struggling. It looks like he will probably stop at the 36th floor. Beep candidate Chen Ge, current floor, 36th floor. 36th floor, his speed is getting slower and slower. It seems he has reached his limit. What a talent, to be able to fight to this floor with such a gap in rank. His magic cards and combat talent are undoubtedly top tier. Beep candidate Chen Ge, current floor, 37th floor. Beep candidate Chen Ge, current floor, 38th floor. It was past 10 o'clock at night. Beep candidate Chen Ge, current floor, 39th floor. Chen Ge kept responding to those on the high platform with his performance, leaving those who were so certain completely baffled. They doubted him from the 35th floor all the way to the 38th, and here he is now at the 39th. The more confident their analysis was, the harder they were slapped in the face. During this time, the reason Chen Ge's speed slowed down was because he did not summon any more Frost Young Dragons, relying solely on the original 5. As the floor level rises, the rate of those 5 Frost Young Dragons would naturally decrease. That is perfectly reasonable. Up to now, Chen Ge had not even had to fight himself. He had not even had the opportunity to show his own strength. The candidates below the high platform were also silenced by Chen Ge. 39th floor. Honestly, this is a floor they would not even dare to dream of. A normal working-class family can cultivate someone like this. Are you kidding me? If he is a kid from a normal working-class family, I will eat the screen on the wall. This is just too outrageous, is not it? The candidates below kept denying the fact that Chen Chenkyu came from an ordinary working-class family, because this truth was too heavy a blow for them. 99% of the people present, while not part of families like Quan Zian, Qi Tianling, or Yi Tian, were still far from being ordinary working-class families. Yet they were defeated by a child from such an ordinary family. This was something they were unwilling to admit under any circumstances. Lies do not hurt, but the truth is a sharp blade. After a long while, those on the high platform finally let out a sigh of relief. He is finally stopped. The others followed suit with long sighs. The 39th floor, what does that mean? It is simply unbelievable. Most of the people here had bet on around the 35th floor, but he is already at 39. It is ridiculous. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, how would they have dared to bet on 40 or even 45? What a joke. At this moment, they all looked towards Principal Zhu and Chairman Quan. It seems the other side had foresight. At this time, Principal Zhu suppressed a smile as much as possible, glanced at his watch and said, "Sai, it has gotten so late before we knew it. I assume he will rest after clearing the 39th floor. Everyone, shall we go grab dinner and continue tomorrow?" Sai, this is truly remarkable. We really misjudged him. Those principals, officials, and inspectors all sighed inwardly as they began to walk off the high platform. At this moment, Chairman Quan and Executive Director Yi both took a deep look at the floors their children were currently on before leaving. At this moment, Quan Ziyan was still resting on the 30th floor. The exhaustion from a day and a half of continuous struggle was immense and she was still fast asleep. Qi Tianling and Yi Tian had not come out either. After clearing the monsters on their current floor, they also began to rest in place. Although they could not keep up with Chen Ge's pace, they did not want to give up just yet. After all, with Chen Ge still in the tower, how could they just walk away? Chu Yao and Chen Qin also exited the trial tower at nightfall. When they saw the floor Chen Ge was on, they were left completely speechless. The 39th floor. They would not even dare to dream of such a thing. Meanwhile, Chen Ge had already cleared out the monsters on the 39th floor, found a place to eat and drink his fill, and lay down to rest. The floor he was on now featured a large lake. The night breeze was cool and it was quite comfortable to sleep there. He stretched, then took out the blank cards he had. There were 72 in total, which was not a massive amount, but it was not small either. I wonder if I can double these 72,000 after I am done drawing. With that thought, Chen Ge directly injected his magic power into the blank cards. The first one. Magic card name Power Boost. Quality Legendary. Type Skill Card. Effect increases your own strength by 100% upon use. Description: Strength is the eternal goal pursued by every magic card master. 100%? If I combine that with the Berserk card I already have, would not that be a 600% increase in my strength? Chen Ge was ecstatic. It seems I really do have what it takes to be a berserker. He then chuckled and added, "My luck was bad the last 2 days and I did not draw any powerful cards. I thought my beginner's luck had run out, but the first one today is this good. Looks like I was just overthinking it. Ha ha ha." 10 minutes later. Silence was the theme of the night. Say no more, talking only brings tears. Time to rest early. Good for me, good for you, good for everyone. The next morning, Quan Ziyan slowly woke up. The exhaustion from the previous 2 days had truly been too much. After waking up, she washed up, grabbed a bite to eat, and took a look at the leaderboard. Yun's 39th floor. She, who had been sitting on the ground, instantly leaped to her feet. She looked at her own position, the 30th floor. "Chen Ge, you are ruthless." With that, she hastily finished her meal and continued rushing to the floors above. She knew Chen Ge was stronger and would definitely reach higher, but she just could not bring herself to give up. Why should she, Xuan Ziyan, daughter of a powerful family, be suppressed by Chen Ge? Meanwhile, Qi Tianling and Yi Tian woke up one after another. The first thing they did upon waking was to check the leaderboard. 39th floor. He actually made it to the 39th floor. Changqiu Tianling and Yi Tian were both stunned on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. They were still stuck on the 27th floor, to be 12 floors behind Chen Ge. What kind of concept was this? If one floor represents an insurmountable mountain, then 12 floors mean an astronomical difference. Chen Ge. The two gritted their teeth and immediately stood up to head toward the 28th floor. In reality, they were already struggling on the 27th. Going to the 28th now was purely out of stubbornness. Zhu Tian, currently on the 29th floor, also gnashed his teeth as he checked the leaderboard. Damn it, I wake up and he is 10 floors higher than me. Is this for real? How is anyone supposed to live like this? Zhu Tian cursed as he exited the trial tower. He knew his own strength. Since he was already secured a spot in Chengdu University, he did not want to push himself any further. It is just that seeing Chen Ge 10 floors ahead of him gave him a toothache, a headache, and made him feel uncomfortable all over. Also on the 29th floor, but in a different space, the twin sisters Jin Yale and Jin Yazhang both woke up as well. They took their time washing up thoroughly. It was clear they were refined young ladies before they finally checked the leaderboard. He is already on the 39th floor. Do you think he is really stronger than our cousin? I doubt it, right? I am so looking forward to seeing him fight our cousin at Chengdu University. The twins were perfectly in sync. Even when not in the same space, every smile and every gesture made them seem like the same person existing in different times. Judging by the smiles on their faces, one has to wonder what they are expecting. Meanwhile, on the big screen outside the tower, Ding candidate Long Guangpeng current floor, 24th floor has perished. Ding candidate Huangfu Man current floor, 25th floor has perished. Generally, one needs to pass the 25th floor or higher to secure a spot at Chengdu University. Many students chose to risk their lives even when they knew it was beyond their reach. Chengdu University is the top institution in the Eastern Federation, and the resources available to its students are beyond anything ordinary people can imagine. Those who graduate from there will undoubtedly become the brightest new stars. For that glory, some are even willing to bet their lives. The students in front of the high platform had mixed expressions when they saw this scene. Some admired them while others despised their recklessness, but who could really say? Before long, Chairman Quan and Chief Executive Yi were seated on the high platform, waiting for the few remaining candidates to make their next moves. Miss Quan is truly impressive. She is already on the 31st floor. Chairman Quan, you have raised quite the daughter. By the looks of it, Miss Quan's results will outperform most of the candidates. Chief Executive Yi's son is also quite capable. He is still climbing the tower. The principals, officials, and inspectors kept flattering Chairman Quan and Chief Executive Yi. Chairman Quan was already satisfied with his daughter's performance, but he was more curious about Chen Ge's limits. Could he reach the 45th floor or even higher? Chief Executive Yi frowned, yet he was pleased with his son's perseverance. However, like Chairman Quan, he was more focused on what Chen Ge's ultimate limit would be. Chen Ge finally woke up slowly after 20 minutes. He got up, stretched, washed his face casually, had a quick meal, and headed toward the 40th floor. As he climbed, he loosened up his muscles. I have been relying on my magic pets for the last 2 days and my body feels a bit stiff. From here on, I will have the Frost Dragon hatchlings fight alongside me. It will be the perfect time to test that power boost card. Ding candidate Chen Ge, current floor, 40th floor. He moved. He actually reached the 40th floor. The 40th floor, it makes my head spin just looking at it from here. How did he get up there? This is truly unbelievable. Seeing Chen Ge enter the 40th floor, the crowd both on and off the high platform erupted in excitement. Floor that most of them had not even dared to imagine. Chen Ge had now reached the 40th floor. Go. The sky was dim. Although the trees within sight were massive, they were all twisted and barren, with crows letting out shrill, miserable cries from above. Further in the distance, a thick fog drifted in and out, vaguely revealing a colossal castle built of stone. Humanoid monsters. Seeing this, Chen Ge felt a slight start of surprise. Generally, secret realms with buildings contain humanoid monsters, which means they are stronger, smarter, and more importantly, their leaders can be at the king or even emperor level. Looks like it is time for me to show what I can really do. Chen Ge became completely serious now. He first pulled out equipment cards to arm himself, then summoned thousands of skeleton warriors, skeleton generals, and 10 frost dragon hatchlings. The real battle had just begun. Ding Platinum 1-star Vampire. Ding Platinum 1-star Enhanced Vampire. Once prepared, Chen Ge headed toward the castle, and a large number of humanoid monsters immediately swarmed him. They had blue faces, fangs, and vicious expressions. Skill card Strength Boost. Chen Ge was currently at the silver 3-star level, nearly 4-star. Even with an epic weapon in hand, the gap in their levels was simply too great, so he had to boost his own strength immediately to bridge it. In an instant, a massive phantom image flashed behind him, and the power within his body began to soar. Kill! He let out a fierce shout and, leading his magical pets, charged toward the vampires. The enhanced and elite-level vampires that had rushed out of the forest were stunned for a moment at this sight. What is the meaning of this? Is not this the Tower of Trials, which is meant to be challenged alone? Usually it is a whole group of us against one person, so why has the tide turned today? Crescent Moon Slash. Before they could recover their senses, a crescent-shaped arc of light reached them and cut them in half at the waist. Refreshing. If it were anyone else at the silver 3 or 4-star level, it would be impossible to break through the defenses of platinum-level monsters. But Chen Ge, relying on a stack of powerful magic cards and the boost from his own SS-level magic source, was able to cut through these monsters like bamboo. Though it did not look far from the entrance, once Chen Ge started walking toward the castle, he realized it was incredibly far. He wasted quite a bit of time just on the road to the castle. Furthermore, while he had various buffs, his pets did not. They were all silver 3-star, so the damage they dealt to the platinum 1-star monsters was naturally much lower. The skeleton warriors and generals could only serve as cannon fodder to draw fire. By the time Chen Ge reached the castle moat, he had spent far more time than he did on the 30th floor. Meanwhile, outside the Tower of Trials, everyone present was staring fixedly at the screen, wanting to see when Chen Ge would come out or challenge the 41st floor. He spent much more time on the 40th floor than on the 30s. It seems the 40th is already quite a struggle for him. Indeed, if it were yesterday, he probably would have cleared from the 20th to the 27th or 8th floor in this amount of time. The 40th floor has platinum 1-star monsters after all. It is too much for a candidate at the silver 3 or 4-star level, though it is still enough to leave people stunned. Incredible, absolutely incredible. The officials, principals, and proctors checked their watches, emitting constant exclamations of surprise. Executive Officer Yi, sitting there, turned his head with a smile and said, "Chairman Quan, it looks like I am going to win quite a bit of money from you today." Based on experience, once a candidate's speed slows down, it means they have started to tire out. And in the eyes of others, Chen Ge was in exactly that state. Although everyone enters the same floor of the Tower of Trials, the environment and the monsters they encounter can be completely different. What Chen Ge was facing clearly was not a standard 40th floor. If Executive Officer Yi knew Chen Ge had encountered humanoid monsters, he probably would not be saying this. Humanoid monsters are extremely powerful entities that usually appear at the diamond level or higher. It is very rare to see them at the platinum level. Chairman Quan seemed to feel the same way and chuckled. Executive Officer Yi, as the bookie, I have already taken all the bets placed on the floors before the 40th. You cannot expect me to take it all, can you? The two big shots looked at each other and laughed. Beneath the high platform. Given the current situation, the 40th floor should be his limit. It is likely he cannot go any further. 40 floors, this is the 40th floor. If he goes even one floor higher, is he even still human? Those are all platinum level monsters, how could he possibly? I have trouble even with the silver level ones, and yet he, sigh. Platinum level monsters, just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle, yet someone in my own year is actually fighting them. It is unbelievable. Could someone from an ordinary working class family really be raised to be this good? I do not believe it. The 40th floor must be his limit. The candidates below were actually somewhat unwilling to accept it. After all, we are all in the same year, so why am I exhausted after 20 floors while he can reach the 40th? Meanwhile, Quan Ziyan was on the 32nd floor. Her speed had begun to drop sharply and she felt she was reaching her limit. Taking a breather, she glanced at the leaderboard. You have been at the 40th floor for so long, it seems you have reached your limit too. Quan Ziyan finally felt a sense of relief. She had finally narrowed the gap between herself and Chen Ge infinitely. At this moment, on the 28th floor, Kui Tianling and Yi Tian were struggling. The two of them were bruised and battered, jumping around on the 28th floor. I will freeze you to death. Kui Tianling, his mouth already swollen, shouted incoherently. He mustered his strength to rush up and slash the monster, then immediately turned and fled. He had to use wit, not brute force, otherwise he would lose his life. Roar! Kui Tianling took a slash and ran, but the move completely enraged the monster, which roared and gave chase at an even higher speed. Oh my mother! Fleeing everywhere, Kui Tianling looked back with tears in his eyes. Kui Tianling, oh Kui Tianling, why do you act so tough? You knew you only had that much ability, so why did you go up to the 28th floor? Are you out of your mind? Yi Tian was in no better shape. He was being targeted by a swarm of poisonous bees. His head was swollen like a pig's and he could not just rush in. He had to run and counterattack, engaging in guerrilla warfare. "You monsters, do not you know not to hit a man in the face? My looks are my livelihood. How am I supposed to face anyone like this?" Tears began to well up in Yi Tian's eyes. He started to regret not just leaving when he reached the 27th floor. What was the point of trying to show off like that? Did he really think reaching the 28th floor made him better than Chen Ge at the 40th? "No, do not come any closer." Yi Tian continued his frantic escape. Still, they both had a solid foundation, so even though they were in a sorry state, they would likely make it out of the 28th floor in one piece. Meanwhile, the Jin sisters Ye Le and Ye Zhang, having cleared the 30th floor, glanced at the leaderboard at the same time. 40th floor, that seems to be his limit. Still, he is incredibly impressive. The two of them spoke in the same tone and moved in perfect unison. "Maybe he is stronger than our cousin, or maybe weaker." They shook their heads. "Anyway, he is better than me. 30th floor is enough. Time to head down. I do not want to go up there and get beaten up." With that, they exited the trial tower together, perfectly synchronized. Meanwhile, Chen Ge had already crossed the moat and reached the outer city, though he was still quite a distance from the castle in the center. "Be Platinum 2-star Vampire. Be Platinum 2-star Rare Vampire." As soon as he entered, vampires flooded toward him from every direction. But looking at them, their bloodlines did not seem very pure. They all looked a bit dim-witted. Realizing the skeleton warriors and generals were only good for cannon fodder and his frost dragon hatchling's damage was dropping rapidly, Chen Ge pulled out another card. Skill card Time Acceleration. Rower. Instantly, the 10 frost dragon hatchlings grew into full-sized frost dragons, letting out earth-shattering roars. Leveling up had increased his mana reserves, and with his magical artifact bonuses, he could afford this cost. "Kill!" Chen Ge shouted deeply. The 10 frost dragons roared again and began unleashing their icy dragon breath. Even as platinum-level monsters, they were doomed to turn into ash before the frost dragon's flames. Chen Ge was not idle either. His warrior's wings flickered behind him as he zipped around, cutting down the approaching vampires. "Rower!" Just as Chen Ge was busy slaughtering, one of the frost dragons landed beside him and let out a low growl. Chen Xingwu stopped and understood. It wanted him to ride on its back. "Good lad, you are sharp, I like you." Chen Ge praised the frost dragon and hopped onto its back. "Rower!" The frost dragon took flight, diving and weaving while unleashing frost breath. Whenever the dragon flew low, Chen Ge would swing his heavenly moon blade to slaughter the vampires below. 1 man and 10 dragons circled in the air, toying with the vampires below, who could only stomp in furious frustration. Before long, Chen Ge's card master level rose from silver 3-star to silver 4-star, and the outer city was nearly cleared of vampires. At the top of the massive castle, a luxuriously dressed king-level vampire watched it all unfold. Even seeing so many dragons, it remained calm. It casually took a glass of blood from a subordinate lord-level vampire, sniffed it elegantly, and drained it. Clearly, it was quite satisfied with the fresh blood. "My king, do you need us to dispose of the humans outside?" The lord-level vampire asked humbly. The king-level vampire picked up another glass, swirled it, and chuckled. "No need. Wait until he..." "Rower." Before it could finish saying "wait until he comes through the front door," an earth-shaking roar tore through the air and the roof of its prized castle was ripped right off. What infuriated it even more was that its favorite outfit had been ruined. The once elegant king vampire had veins bulging on its forehead. It was very unhappy, and the consequences were dire. The lord-level vampire next to it looked equally disheveled. It had been listening to its king's teachings, and because the king was looking at it, neither of them realized Chen Ge had arrived until it was too late. "Crude human, should not you use the front door when visiting someone? How impolite." The king-level vampire's scarlet eyes glared as it droned on. Of course, Chen Ge, sitting on his dragon, could not understand a word, so he muttered to himself, "No wonder they are humanoid monsters, they can actually yap away." He paused, feeling satisfied with his decision. "I knew it. Better to come from above and take out the strongest one first. The rest will be easy pickings." Chen Ge had originally planned to use the front door but figured the toughest enemy would be on the top floor, so he struck there instead. He had to admit he was truly wise and decisive. 1 man and 10 dragons circled in the sky, facing off against the king and lord vampires on the open roof tower.
Attack!
At Chen Ge's command, all 10 frost dragons unleashed their breath toward the king-level vampire. In an instant, flames shot into the sky, turning the dim night as bright as day.
Oh no!
The soaring flames obscured his vision, but Chen Ge sensed something wrong instantly. He jumped off his dragon and used his wings to fly to the side.
Swish! Ooh!
The next moment, the dragon he had been riding was sliced in two. The king-level vampire hovered in midair, glanced at its blood-stained hand, and slowly licked it clean. It looked positively delighted. The way it looked at Chen Ge now was like looking at a lamb for slaughter, its lips curled into a cruel, contemptuous sneer. Chen Ge found it absolutely disgusting. More importantly, he was furious that it had killed his dragon. Even if it was not a permanent death, he was still enraged. Skill card time acceleration. He used it on one of the dragons, causing it to grow at a visible rate.
Rower!
In the blink of an eye, a 1,000-year dragon stood before them. It let out a roar, and the buildings below began to shake violently, as if they were about to collapse.
Emma!
The king-level vampire, having treated Chen Ge as prey, had its scarlet eyes widen in pure disbelief at the sight of the 1,000-year dragon. It looked up at the behemoth pressing down from the sky, the corners of its mouth trembling. The elegance that belonged to the vampire race was gradually vanishing from its face. All that remained was its sheer terror of the Millennium Dragon before it. It slowly withdrew its gaze, and when it looked at Chen Ge again, all it wanted to say was, "I know I spoke a bit too loudly just now. Is it too late to apologize?" However, this thought only flashed through its mind, because it understood that today it was either him or me.
So, whoosh!
It suddenly accelerated, charging toward Chen Ge. As long as it could take out this detestable human, that Millennium Dragon overhead would pose no threat. Facing that weak, vulnerable human, its confidence surged rapidly. But just as its claw came down, thinking it had sliced Chen Ge in two, it discovered it had only struck the pathetic human's afterimage. How is this possible? It stared at its own claw, then began looking around in a panic, its face filled with bewilderment. Meanwhile, Chen Ge had already appeared on the back of the Millennium Dragon, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Good thing I have legendary-grade wings, otherwise I would have been in trouble. He casually gave the order to the dragon beneath him, "Do not go easy on it, take it out."
Roar!
In an instant, streams of frost and fire fell from the sky like a meteor shower, slamming down toward the Vampire King. The Vampire King relied on its speed, scurrying around in panic, but then the Millennium Dragon's frost breath followed close behind. The noble elegance it claimed to have was completely stripped away in that moment. All that was revealed to the onlookers was a miserable wretch running for its life. As it ran frantically, the castle behind it crumbled under the assault of the frost and fire. "My castle, my precious castle." The Vampire King ran with tears in its eyes, its pride completely shattered by the Millennium Dragon in the sky. Outside the Trial Tower. It has been so long without any movement, it seems the 40th floor is indeed too difficult for him. Judging by his current pace, the 40th floor is truly his limit. Let us hope he does not push himself to go any higher. With proper training, such a promising talent will surely make an exceptional contribution to the Federation. This child has a limitless future. Regardless, no one present could deny that Chen Ge was indeed a talent worth cultivating. The combat power he had displayed was unquestionable. No one standing here could deny that. Chief Executive Yi took a sip from his cup and looked at Chairman Quan with a smile. "Chairman Quan, it seems our Crescent City will achieve some great results in the Federation this year." Chairman Quan nodded and said, "I suppose when we apply for funding next, the Federation will be a bit more accommodating. It is truly a good thing. The world remains dangerous, and if a city can send promising students to the Federation will give relevant cities some preferential treatment. The 40th floor is already the best result in our Crescent City's history." Chief Executive Yi nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Of course, Miss Kwan's performance having reached the 32nd floor is also very dazzling. Congratulations, Chairman Kwan."
Ha.
Chairman Kwan was quite satisfied with his daughter's performance. If not for Chen Ge being so brilliant, his daughter would have been number one. Then, Chairman Quan turned the conversation to Chief Executive Yi's son, Yi Tian. Your son is also quite impressive. 28th floor is already quite.
Whoosh.
Just then, a commotion in the distance instantly caught the attention of both Chairman Quan and Chief Executive Yi. The two looked toward the source of the sound and saw two people scurrying away in panic. Although the two were trying their best to hide, Chairman Quan and Chief Executive Yi recognized them instantly as Qi Tianling and Yi Tian. With their faces swollen like pig heads and their clothes in tatters, one could tell they had suffered quite a bit in the trial tower. Chairman Quan immediately stopped his previous thought and laughed it off. Indeed, 28th floor, that is quite impressive. Just for that perseverance, he deserves encouragement. Chairman Quan was indeed Chairman Quan. With a swift turn of the conversation, he avoided the sensitive topic and managed to save some face for Chief Executive Yi. Chief Executive Yi, who had been unhappy upon seeing his son's pathetic state, finally smoothed his brow and nodded after hearing that. As expected of Chief Executive Yi's son, his future is full of promise, Reaching the 28th floor is already better than most students of the same year. The people around them naturally began to flatter. Below the platform, the examinees covered their mouths, trying not to laugh out loud unless they could not help it. Mainly because the two came out looking like pig heads, which was just too funny. But they also understood that while they were laughing, the pair's strength was still undeniable. The 28th floor was a level that 99% of them would not even dare to hope for. Meanwhile, Qi Tianling and Yi Tian had snuck out from among the examinees and reached a quiet spot, where they finally lowered their hands and looked at each other. What happened to you? How did you end up like this? Qi Tianling almost laughed when he saw Yi Tian's pig-head appearance, but he held it back. Yi Tian was much the same, but he also held it back and just said, "What about you? Why did you end up like this too?" Having been playmates for so many years, they instantly understood the reason.
Sigh.
The two sighed in unison and sat down. If you want to blame someone, blame Chen Ge. Why did he have to go up so high? Qi Tianling grumbled. The 40th floor, he actually dared to go that high. Yi Tian looked unconvinced as well. I would not even dare to imagine it. Are those two legendary dragon-type monster cards of his really that strong, to think he could clear up to the 40th floor? Qi Tianling was silent. Who am I supposed to ask? Dragon-type monster cards are rare enough, let alone having two. However, one thing was certain, the reason they ended up like this, being mocked in public, was all Chen Ge's fault. They could not be blamed for this, right? If it were not for Chen Ge reaching the 40th floor, how could they have ended up trying to overcompensate? Meanwhile, the other examinees stopped paying attention to Qi Tianling and the other, whispering instead about the most eye-catching person of all, Chen Ge. They all wanted to know when Chen Ge would come out of the trial tower. Looks like he has reached his limit too. Is not this taking a bit too long? 40 floors is enough. If he keeps climbing, what are we supposed to do? Exactly, we are at 23 or 24, he should have been satisfied with 40. Although the examinees were awestruck by Chen Ge's strength, their words were still filled with sourness. Mostly because Chen Ge's greatness made them look so weak. With a magnificent sword strike, the guardian beast on the 32nd floor fell before Quan Ziyan with a whimper. Quan Ziyan was exhausted, her fatigue plain to see. She had truly given it her all. The 32nd floor was the limit of her stubborn defiance. Stripping off her gear, Quan Ziyan sat on a dead tree and opened the leaderboard. 40 floors. Quan Ziyan was stunned. When she entered the 32nd floor, Chen Ge was already at 40. She had finished her floor and he was still at 40. It seems 40 floors is indeed your limb. Before she could finish her sentence, her cold eyes suddenly shifted. 41, Chen Ge is starting to climb again. Chen Wehahaha, you spent so much time on the 40th floor, are you crazy? You are just asking for death. Quan Ziyan could not help but exclaim out loud. In her view, since the 40th floor was already such a struggle, there was no need to go further. Besides, that result was already impressive enough. She sat there staring intently at the leaderboard, waiting to see Chen Ge's next move. Chen Ge, you had better not die. Quan Ziyan whispered to herself. Outside the trial tower there was an uproar. He is crazy, the kid is definitely crazy. It took so long to clear the 40th floor, how can he keep going up? Too young, still too young, so reckless. It is good for a young person to have a spirit that does not admit defeat, but one must know their limits, otherwise it is just stupidity. This kid has no idea how high the sky is. 41st floor, the world has really gone mad. When the high-ranking officials, principals, and inspectors saw Chen Ge continuing to climb, they were all filled with righteous indignation. Such a talented sprout. If something happened to him in the tower, it would not just be a loss for Crescent City, but for the entire Eastern Federation. Although the world is socially stratified, everyone has a common enemy, the monsters from other worlds. That is the greatest threat to humanity right now. A talent like Chen Ge is undoubtedly a future king-level magic card master. Losing him in the tower would be a catastrophic loss. This kid Chen Ge. Along the way, Principal Zhu had questioned Chen Ge's strength, but he had never been this worried. 40 floors is high enough, why must you do this? How can you bet your life on it? Principal Zhu looked grave. Chairman Quan and Chief Executive Yi also frowned. Old Yi, even though I have made a fortune running the betting pool, I really cannot be happy about this. Chairman Quan gave a bitter smile. Regardless of the reason, he did not want to see such an excellent examinee fall here. Chief Executive Yi also stared at the big screen with furrowed brows, sighing as he shook his head. He is too young, youth brings impulsiveness. I hope he comes out safely. That is all we can hope for. Chairman Quan nodded slightly, then kept his eyes fixed on the screen, letting out a sigh. The candidates below the platform. 41st floor, is Chen Ge crazy? Is not he showing off a bit too much? It took him so long to clear the 40th floor, why keep going? Just because he got lucky and drew a few powerful cards, he gets cocky. This is the typical nouveau rich mentality. He clearly comes from a working-class family with no real depth. He should have known when to quit. What is he thinking? 40 floors is enough, why risk his life? The attitude of the other candidates gradually shifted. In their eyes, Chen Ge was already good enough. He did not need to keep pushing forward. Continuing was just suicide. This guy is a total lunatic. Zhu Tian, watching from not far away, gritted his teeth. Compared to his own decision to quit while he was ahead, he felt Chen Ge was being reckless, way too reckless. He is so amazing, I really hope he fights my cousin. If he could break his legs, that would be perfect. The Jin sisters, Yapping and Yale, smiled at each other. Though their smiles were innocent, what they said was chilling. Hui Tianling and Yi Tian, hiding nearby, had their mouths wide open in shock. Is Chen Ge tired of living? Hui Tianling murmured as he watched the screen. Yi Tian frowned, watching him for 3 years. He has always been such a cautious person. What kind of madness is this? I think he just does not know how to spell death. Hui Tianling said bitterly. What is he trying to do? Is not getting this much attention enough? Why go to his death? Is not it better to stay alive? Yi Tian was puzzled. Ding examinee, Chen Ge current floor 42nd. Ding examinee, Chen Ge current floor 43rd. Ding examinee, Chen Ge current floor 44th. Thump. After 6 in the evening, Chen Ge finally killed the guardian beast on the 45th floor. Of course, he did not do it alone. He had the help of the Millennium Dragon, but after the dragon finished the beast off, he dispelled the summon. Summoning the Millennium Dragon continuously drained his magic power, and by now, he was running quite low. Immediately after, he summoned a skeleton warrior to help pick up the blank cards, planning to take a break before continuing. Before long, he had collected 142 blank cards, including one special blank card. His level had reached Silver 5-star, an absurdly high number. 45 floors is the maximum level attainable at your current rank. You are about to be sent out of the tower. An ethereal voice echoed in the air. Before Chen Ge could understand what was happening, he was ejected from the trial tower. Seriously, even like this? Teleported out, Chen Ge felt annoyed as he saw his classmates staring at him. Cannot take a challenge, huh? You will not let people go past 45 floors. What kind of tower are you? If you cannot handle it, do not let people enter in the future. Embarrassing. Then Chen Ge looked up at the magnificent trial tower and thought to himself, remember, 45 is your limit, not mine. As he came to his senses, he noticed the students around him staring at him in silence. Their eyes seemed to hold 1,000 words, yet they hesitated to speak. For a moment the atmosphere was chillingly quiet. Phew, he finally came out. If I did not know better, I would have thought he was trying to clear the whole tower today. Who exactly is he? How could he possibly reach the 45th floor? Is he even human? Is he actually human? He looks human enough, 1 nose, 2 eyes, 2 ears, and looking from this angle, he really is breathtakingly handsome. Can a human being really reach the 45th floor? What is most amazing about Chen Ge is not just that he reached the 45th floor, but that he climbed all the way from a 1-star silver rank. That is just outrageous. You have to realize jumping more than 10 minor ranks is incredibly rare, especially for candidates who have just started their combat training. And in Chen Ge's case, can you even call that just 10 minor ranks? The candidates present whispered among themselves, feeling a sense of relief. At the very least, he had finally come out. They were genuinely afraid that Chen Ge would clear the trial tower. It sounded absurd, but they were actually worried because it would just make them look incompetent.
You.
Up on the platform, the high-ranking officials, principals, and inspectors also wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and let out long sighs of relief. He finally decided to come out. At least he still has some sense. Unbelievable, the 45th floor. Do you realize what that means? There are no words left to describe his genius. They all exclaimed in shock, one after another. Sitting to the side, Chairman Quan and Executive Director Yi looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, the shock in their hearts was beyond words. After a while, Executive Director Yi offered his congratulations. Congratulations, Chairman Quan, not off by a single bit. The 45th floor, you truly have a sharp eye for talent. I am impressed, truly impressed. Executive Director Yi cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. Chairman Quan had just made a guess, never expecting Chen Ge would actually reach the 45th floor. He waved his hand and said, just luck, it was just luck. When he reached the 40th floor, I thought he had already hit his limit. Chairman Quan is indeed the chairman of the Crescent Consortium. Your insight is truly razor-sharp. No wonder the Crescent Consortium has been gaining so much momentum under Chairman Quan's leadership these past few years. Your vision is truly admirable. Chairman Quan is far too modest. We all made guesses, but you were the only one brave enough to call the 45th floor. That is what I call true vision. Indeed, as expected of Chairman Quan. The people nearby began to shower Chairman Quan with praise, genuinely impressed by his judgment. He had been spot on. It is just a pity they did not know that was the limit of the trial tower, not the limit of Chen Ge himself. I wonder what they would think if they knew. Hui Tianling, Yi Tian, and Chu Tian, who were sitting not far away, stood there with their mouths agape, their minds completely blank. 45th floor. Are you kidding me? Chen Ge, why do not you just go to heaven already? Meanwhile, the sisters Jin Yazhang and Jin Yale were filled with joy. Given my cousin's personality, he is definitely going to give Chen Ge trouble once he enters the Divine Capital Academy. By then, my cousin's legs. Jin Yazhang and Jin Yale shared a smile and said in unison, they will most likely be gone for good.
Clap.
That is just wonderful. As they spoke, the two of them high-fived to celebrate.
Whoosh.
Not long after, Wang Ziyan also emerged from the trial tower, appearing not far from Chen Ge. With her long, straight black hair swaying in the breeze, she stood there quietly, staring intently at Chen Ge as if trying to see right through him. She knew this man was formidable, but seeing the gap between them still left her feeling quite resentful. Hey classmate Quan Ziyan, congratulations. Chen Ge, feeling the resentment in her gaze, glanced sideways at the girl's frustrated expression and greeted her casually. Wow, look at the leaderboard, are you kidding me? At that moment, the surrounding candidates erupted in gasps, all instinctively turning their eyes toward the giant screen. One candidate, Chen Ge, points, 98,102, final floor reached, 45. 2. Candidate, Quan Ziyan, points, 45,701, final floor reached, 32. 3. Candidate Jin Yale, points, 39,012, final floor reached, 30. 4. Candidate Jin Yazhang points 39,001 final floor reached 30. Points are usually updated after midnight, but since every candidate had finished their run, the system updated immediately. 98,000 points, what kind of joke is this? The Academy ranks everyone based on points. With this score, Chen Ge could probably rival the seniors from the previous year, right? Oh, that is simply absurd. The Divine Capital Academy is strictly point-based. With Chen Ge's score, he will probably be on the rankings the moment he arrives. It is just too outrageous. Wow, I am so jealous. The candidates present felt a mix of envy, shock, and confusion. Mainly because Chen Ge's score was just too ridiculous. He has not even set foot in the Divine Capital Academy yet, and he has already become a legend. Hui Tianling, Yi Tian, and Chu Tian looked at each other, offering dry, awkward smiles without saying a word. Are not we all human? Is the gap between us really this big? If I had known, I would have struggled a bit more. Chu Tian could not help but say, I really do not think that is necessary. Yi Tian pointed at his and Hui Tianling's faces and said, this is exactly the result of us struggling a bit. Chu Tian looked at Hui Tianling and Yi Tian at a loss for words. On the high platform, 98,000 points, that is more than the second and third place combined. The Divine Capital Academy is entirely point-driven. Inside, points represent everything. Chen Ge is shining way too brightly. I fear he will not have an easy time at the Academy. The Divine Capital Academy is the heart of our Eastern Federation. It seems a new competition is about to begin. Competition is a good thing. Only with competition can our Eastern Federation have hope. It is just that for a freshman to have 98,000, he is making himself quite the target. The people on the platform chatted back and forth, all looking forward to what would happen next at the Divine Capital Academy. It seems a brand new generation has arrived. Executive Director Yi and Chairman Quan were both graduates of the Divine Capital Academy, making them alumni. Chairman Quan, what do you think? Executive Director Yi looked at Chairman Quan with great interest. Chairman Quan laughed. It seems the Divine Capital Academy is going to be quite lively from now on. Executive Director Yi agreed deeply with Chairman Quan. A student like Chen Ge who has no background but shines so brightly will inevitably become a target for everyone. I wonder if he is prepared for that. Chairman Quan replied with a meaningful look. If you have the strength, what else is there to prepare for? That is true too. The two of them laughed together. Students, the exam is now officially over. You are free to leave at any time, or you may rest in the nearby temporary cabins and leave tomorrow. In 3 days, you will receive your admission letters from the respective academies. On the high platform, the inspector announced the end of the exam. Thump, thump, thump. No sooner had he finished speaking than the noise of helicopter rotors echoed from all directions. Before long, a large number of helicopters landed on the nearby pads, and the candidates began to leave in small groups. Seeing this, Chen Ge muttered to himself, since I do not have a helicopter, it looks like I will have to ride the Frost Dragon back. Student Chen Ge, why do not you come back with us? At that moment, Chairman Quan's voice rang out from the high platform. Chen Ge looked up and saw Chairman Quan smiling at him. Student Chen Ge, come on up. The executive officer Yi beside him also smiled and waved his hand. Wow, it is Chairman Quan of the Crescent Consortium. He actually invited Chen Ge. I heard from my father that the Crescent Consortium just completed another merger and is gradually becoming a super consortium. It is so enviable to be valued by Chairman Quan. I have heard that news too. The Crescent Consortium is already a top-tier group, and the current Chairman Quan is known for his formidable methods. And that person next to him, Executive Officer Yi, he is from the Yi family of the Eastern Federation. I wish I could be invited by them too. Forget it, keep dreaming. Look at Chen Ge's strength. Although the surrounding candidates all had some background compared to families like Chairman Quan's or the Yi family, they were not worth mentioning. If one could be lucky enough to get to know Chairman Quan or Executive Officer Yi, their family could even elevate their social status to the next level. It is just a pity that for such big shots, if you do not have enough strength, trying to befriend them is just a luxury. Chen Ge looked at Chairman Quan and Executive Officer Yi on the platform and thought for a moment. Since they were so sincere in their invitation, he would reluctantly accept right. After all, he had just finished fighting and did not have much mana left. Since there was a free ride, why not take it? Thinking it over, there was absolutely no reason not to take it. Alright then. Chen Ge nodded slightly and followed them. Before long, he was sitting on Chairman Quan's private helicopter. The chairman's private helicopter was clearly different from the others. It could seat at least 10 people and even had dedicated flight attendants. "Sir, would you like something to drink? Mineral water, juice, or perhaps?" A beautiful and poised attendant walked over to Chen Ge, bowed, and asked with a smile.
Juice, please.
Chen Ge smiled and replied, and shortly after she brought him the juice. At this moment, Chairman Quan, Executive Officer Yi, and Quan Zian were also on the helicopter. Chairman Quan and Executive Officer Yi sat opposite each other, both smiling and looking at Chen Ge with great interest. As for Quan Zian beside them, she looked as cold as frost, staring intently at Chen Ge. If you did not know better, you would think she was about to eat him alive. Chen Ge subconsciously tightened his clothes, just in case she really decided to eat him. "Student Chen Ge, it was too chaotic that day, and I have not had the chance to thank you for saving Zian's life." Chairman Quan stood up and reached out a hand. "Thank you for saving my daughter." "We are all students, Chairman Quan, you do not need to take it to heart." Chen Ge set down his juice and shook hands with Chairman Quan. Father was right, it was indeed Chen Ge who saved her, but Quan Zian just turned her head away, pouting and fuming. She knew she should thank him, but she just could not bring herself to do it. "Chen Ge, if you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask me. I will hold your kindness close to my heart," Chairman Quan said in a firm tone. "All right," Chen Ge replied casually. Afterward, Chen Ge shook hands with Executive Officer Yi. They exchanged some casual pleasantries, and before they knew it, they had returned to Crescent City. Chairman Quan and Executive Officer Yi wanted to invite Chen Ge to dinner, but he politely declined, using the excuse that it was getting too late. Afterward, Chairman Quan sent someone to drive Chen Ge home.
Click.
It was almost 10 o'clock at night when Chen Ge got home. He opened the door carefully, only to find the living room lights were on.
Is that Chen Ge?
Immediately, his mother's gentle voice came from the living room. Then Chen Zai ran out barefoot, grinning and shouting, "Big brother, big brother." She quickly ran over. Chen Ge went up and gave Chen Zai a hug, resting his forehead against hers, and asked with a smile, "Why are not you asleep yet so late at night?" "Big brother has been gone for so many days, I was a little worried." Chen Zai said this serious topic in her childish, milky voice. "Sai, everyone else comes back in a day or two. You were gone for 3 days without a word, how could I not be worried?" His mother appeared at the doorway as well. "Sai, why is there anything to worry about with me?" Chen Ge hugged Chen Zai into the living room. His father was not there. "Oh, by the way, your father is working overtime tonight, and I do not know when he will be back," his mother added. Chen Ge nodded, and his mother hurriedly asked, "Have you eaten yet? Shall I go make you something?"
Yes, please.
Chen Ge nodded quickly. Half an hour later, a sumptuous dinner was laid out before Chen Ge. "Thanks, Mom, I am going to start eating too," Chen Zai said happily. "Did not you already eat?" His mother looked at Chen Zai, a bit annoyed. "Big brother cannot finish all this by himself, I am just helping him," Chen Zai said sweetly. "Thanks for your concern," Chen Ge said with a smile. Chen Zai shook her little head and replied without any hesitation, "You are welcome." The three of them chatted and laughed, and his mother asked, "How was the exam? It went all right, did not it?" Chen Ge nodded and said, "I got first place."
First place.
Although she knew her son was outstanding, hearing he got first place still stunned his mother for a moment. In the current situation, for a child from an ordinary family to get first place is simply a fantasy. "I was just lucky, and I drew a few good, powerful magic cards later on," Chen Ge replied with a smile. That is good, that is good." His mother nodded repeatedly, looking very gratified. Not long after, his father returned. When he heard that Chen Ge was going to enter the God Capital Academy as the top scorer, his fatigue vanished, and he became energetic. He usually only eats 1 bowl, but tonight he ate 3. Time passed quickly, and it was quite late. The family washed up one by one and went to bed. After carefully taking a shower, Chen Ge sat down at his desk. Sigh, even a lucky draw master needs to bathe and cleanse himself now. You can see how poor the card drawing environment has become. Sitting at the desk, Chen Ge could not help but sigh, and then he murmured, if I have to blame anyone, I will blame myself for not being a god of luck, just an average lucky draw master. No more talk, I will take out the 142 blank cards I saved in the Tower of Trials and infuse them with magic power. First card, low-level magic card. Second card, low-level magic card. 30th card, low-level magic card. Chen Ge stopped what he was doing and said in a deep voice, could you please show some respect for someone as lucky as me? 31st card. Magic card name, Speed Boost. Quality, Legendary. Type, Skill card. Effect, after use, increases the magic card master's speed by 100%. Cannot be used simultaneously with other magic cards of the same type. Description, in the world of martial arts, only speed and strength prevail. But I am sorry, this mediocre magic card is still not fast enough. Not bad, I feel like my legendary luck is finally getting the respect it deserves. And so Chen Ge continued to draw cards. 32nd card, low-level magic card. 63rd card. Magic card name, Skeleton Knight. Quality, Rare. Type, Familiar card. Skills, Fearless Charge, Critical Strike. Description, it sleeps in endless darkness. All it possesses are its warhorse and bone spear. Awaken it and fight together. Not bad. Chen Ge was planning to build an army of skeleton minions and was quite satisfied with this card. He nodded and continued drawing. 64th card, mid-level magic card. 72nd card. Magic card name, Mana Recovery card. It is always good to be prepared with cards like these, the more the better. 120th card. Magic card name, Sword Mastery. Quality, Legendary. Type, Skill card. Effect, passive skill card that increases the magic card master's proficiency with sword-type weapons. Description, no matter what, skillfully mastering weapons will make you invincible in battle. What do you think? Not bad, it is just a shame it is nothing compared to my weapon master skill. I hear these can be traded, so I will keep it for now and auction or trade it off later. Chen Ge murmured to himself and continued drawing cards. Finally, he reached the last special blank card. Without a second thought, he infused it with magic power. Magic card name, Speed Reinforcement. Quality, Epic. Type, Skill card. Effect, after use, increases the magic card master's speed by 200%. Cannot be used simultaneously with other magic cards of the same type. Description, in the world of martial arts, only speed and strength prevail. Is this card fast enough? Sorry, it is still not fast enough, it is still not invincible. Enough, that is enough. Chen Ge nodded in satisfaction. If this was not enough, he would be flying into the sky. Finally, Chen Ge gave his post-shower drawing remarks. Overall, it was okay, but at the end of the day, it is because I am not a god of luck, just an ordinary lucky person. Not lucky enough. He cleaned up and directly placed the Skeleton Knight and Speed Reinforcement cards into his magic source, keeping the remaining two for later. Then, with a shift in his thoughts, his detailed stats appeared before him. Name, Chen Ge. Talent, Lucky 1 Unique. Level, Silver 5-star. Magic Source, SS rank. Equipment, Ring of Magic. Familiar cards, Skyfrost Young Dragon Legendary, Skeleton Knight Rare, Skeleton Warlord Advanced, Skeleton Warrior Low Level. Skill cards, Infinite Summoning God Tier, Time Acceleration God Tier, Weapon Master Legendary, Berserk Legendary, Speed Reinforcement Epic, Strength Boost Legendary, Crescent Slash Legendary, Peerless Shatter Legendary, Wind Blade Legendary, Dragon Chasing Strike Advanced. Equipment cards, Hero's Wings Legendary, Heavenly Moon Blade Epic, Golden Bow Epic, Dark Armor Advanced. Special card, God Level Block. Barely passable. Chen Xuan looked at his panel and gave a very fair evaluation. He just wondered if others would feel the urge to punch him if they saw this panel. Slap. You call this barely passable. Afterward, Chen Ge fell asleep contentedly. The next day, he did nothing but eat and sleep, intending to rest properly, since the combat intensity in the Tower of Trials was no joke. One must know how to balance work and rest, otherwise it would not be worth it to die before reaching the king-level magic card master tier. On the third morning, Chen Ge got up early. Buzzy buzzy buzz. Just as he finished washing up in the bathroom, he heard his phone vibrating. Chen Ge went over and opened it to see. Quan Ziyan, come out, I am treating you to a meal. I Chen Ge lack a meal from you, even if I Chen Ge were to starve to death. Chen Ge was talking to himself when Quan Ziyan sent a location. New Moon Grand Restaurant. That is the most expensive restaurant in New Moon City. I heard a single meal there costs as much as a card pack. Chen Ge said solemnly, well, we are classmates after all. If someone is offering to treat me, why should not I go? He turned to change his clothes, defending himself as he dressed. A young lady is treating me to a meal, so I have to give her some face. Besides, there is no reason to turn down free food. In a blink of an eye, Chen Ge was already dressed. Mom, someone is treating me, I am heading out now. Chen Ge greeted her as he left and headed straight for the New Moon Grand Restaurant. The New Moon Grand Restaurant is located in the center of New Moon City, where wealthy socialites come and go every day. Do you have a reservation, sir? Chen Ge walked to the door and a beautiful hostess in a tight skirt approached him and asked very politely. I'm Quan Ziyan's classmate, she invited me. Chen Ge replied with a smile. Miss Quan. The beautiful hostess paused for a moment before gesturing him in, sir, please this way. As he walked in, everyone around him was dressed in flashy and glamorous clothes, clearly successful people. They were chatting and laughing, and when their eyes met with Chen Ge's, they would nod slightly as a gesture of politeness. Chen Ge just took a casual look, and since others nodded at him, he responded in kind. The two of them walked one after another until they reached the main hall. Sir, please, Miss Quan is right over there. The beautiful hostess bowed and smiled. Thank you. Chen Ge nodded slightly and looked around. In such a large hall, apart from the relevant staff, only Quan Ziyan was sitting by the window. With her long black hair, she was still dressed in a uniform skirt, arms crossed over her chest, gazing coldly out the window, perfectly displaying her air of a noble young lady. Hi, classmate Quan Ziyan. Chen Ge walked over and greeted her. Quan Ziyan finally snapped back to reality, just sitting there quietly watching Chen Ge. Chen Ge did not stand on ceremony, plopped down into a seat and smiled, thanks for inviting me to dinner. Quan Ziyan just watched Chen Ge quietly, saying nothing. Before long, a line of 20 waiters brought the dishes to the table one by one. Chen Ge was eating there on his own, while Quan Ziyan sat opposite him, still with her arms crossed, constantly looking him over. Chen Ge looked up and said with a smile, Student Quan Ziyan, you should eat too. Chen Ge looked up and smiled. You have to admit, it is expensive for a reason, the taste is really great. Then Chen Ge glanced around and said, the food is delicious, so why is not there anyone else here? I booked this entire hall so you can eat as much as you want. Quan Ziyan replied without a hint of emotion. Chen Ge paused for a moment and looked around. This must have cost at least a few million. A rich girl is a rich girl, no comparison, he just kept eating. Chen Ge, we are already students of Chengdu University, I want to invite you to join my team. Quan Ziyan said suddenly. Chen Ge stopped what he was doing and smiled, sorry, student Quan Ziyan, even though we are classmates, we are not on the same path, so forget it. After saying that, he continued eating. Hearing this, Quan Ziyan frowned and continued, Chen Ge, I admit you are very strong, but Chengdu University is different from Xinyu High, joining me might save you a lot of trouble. Chen Ge looked up and smiled, all trouble stems from insufficient strength. As long as I am strong enough, there will not be that much trouble. Quan Ziyan was rendered speechless. The main thing is that what Chen Ge said made a lot of sense, there was no reason for her to refute it. Chen Ge, are you really not willing? Ji Tian's asked again. Chen Ge nodded while eating heartily. Then why are you still eating my food? Quan Ziyan said with annoyance. Chen Ge stopped, looked up and said, Student Quan Ziyan, you invited me to eat and I hate wasting food more than anything in life. You would not want me to become the kind of person I hate most, would you? You have said it all, what else can I say? Not wanting to force the issue, Quan Ziyan picked up her chopsticks and began to eat in large bites. She could not just let Chen Ge have all the benefit. As Quan Ziyan ate reluctantly, she suddenly felt like a pair of eyes were watching her. The owner of those eyes seemed to want something. She looked up and saw Chen Ge staring straight at her, his eyes clearly conveying that he had something to say. What are you doing? Quan Ziyan pursed her lips and asked. Chen Ge smiled. Since we are already here and you have already booked the place, why do not we eat lunch together too? Quan Ziyan was speechless for a moment. Not bad. Before he knew it, he had eaten until evening. When Chen Ge came out, he gave a big stretch. This was definitely worth it. Student Quan Ziyan, thank you for the treat today. Chen Ge turned around to say goodbye to Quan Ziyan. Chen Ge, my offer is always valid. If you are willing, I will welcome you anytime. Quan Ziyan said again. I know. Chen Ge had no intention of joining Quan Ziyan's team, so he waved his hand while walking away with his back to her, heading home. Back home, he played with Chen Zai for a while, watched the TV show his family was following, and then went to sleep feeling satisfied. It was not a wasted day. He had no idea how much food he had saved for the family, so he fell asleep with contentment. Crackling, popping. The next morning, downstairs, the sound of firecrackers shook the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Ge, wake up, it seems your admission letter has arrived. His mother's gentle voice suddenly rang out. Chen Ge sat up in bed instantly. Did not they say it would be 3 days later? If I remember correctly, today is only the 3rd day. But since it had already arrived, he could not stay in bed. He quickly got up, washed his face, and put on his clothes. Today was his father's day off, so he was at home too. Dad, Mom. He greeted them and then asked, what is going on? Was not it supposed to arrive tomorrow? All right, hurry up and get ready. Let us go down together to welcome Principal Zhu. His father was wearing a suit, and his mother was also dressed very formally. Even Chen Zai was dressed up very adorably. Okay. Chen Ge agreed and went downstairs with his parents. At that moment, downstairs, Principal Zhu was leading a group of people, with drums beating and firecrackers popping incessantly as if they were free. Oh my, this kid is incredible. He is the top student among our surrounding 9 cities. He has a boundless future ahead of him. Principal Zhu was surrounded by people from the neighborhood, praising Chen Ge with great enthusiasm. Yes, I have watched King Wenji grow up since he was small. He has always been a smart child. Becoming a magic card master was already impressive enough, but now he is actually going to study at Chengdu University. His parents are truly lucky. The boy is handsome and polite. He is truly a good child. The elderly residents in the neighborhood also started praising him, and the surrounding area became very lively. Oh, is not that Chen Ge and his family? Come on, hurry. Principal Zhu was overjoyed, quickly moved out of the crowd, went up and grabbed Chen Ge's father's hand. Chen Ge's father, how are you? Congratulations, congratulations, your family's Chen Ge is truly amazing. For the past 3 years, he has been first in school every year. Now that he is graduating, he is not only the top in the whole school, but also the top in the surrounding 9 cities. You have a great future ahead of you. Thank you, Principal Zhu. Thank you, Principal Zhu. Chen Ge's father could not stop smiling, turned to look at Chen Ge and looked full of pride. Big brother is so great. Chen Zai said, raising her hands high in Chen Ge's arms. Old Kingwens, your good days are coming. That is Chengdu University. Once he graduates, he will be someone of status. Old Chen, you are truly lucky. Chen Ge is really promising to have achieved such a high ranking. Old Chen, congratulations to you. The neighbors in the community were already very friendly, and in this situation they kept offering their congratulations. Thank you, it was a bit rushed today. I will host a celebration for Chen Ge tomorrow. Everyone please do come. Chen Ge's father thanked them repeatedly. Definitely. We will certainly be there for such a great event. Even if you did not invite us, we would go. After all, a celebration dinner for Chengdu University is not something you get to eat every day. The scene was one of great joy and harmony. Principal, did not you say it would be tomorrow? Chen Ge asked with some confusion. Principal Zhu immediately smiled and said, well, your situation is different. Number 1 has to look like number 1, so naturally it should come earlier than the others. Oh. Chen Ge understood. Afterward, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Principal Zhu followed Chen Ge and his family into their home. Entering Chen Ge's home, Principal Zhu took the admission letter with a pure gold cover, opened it, and read it solemnly. Student Chen Ge, having passed the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, you have been admitted to Chengdu University. After receiving this letter, please go to the school to complete your enrollment procedures as soon as possible. Great. Clap. Upon hearing Principal Zhu's words, the neighbors standing at the doorway broke into applause. For a moment, the lively atmosphere in the room reached its peak. Chen Ge, I am now officially handing over your admission notice to you. Principal Zhu closed the admission notice in his hands and handed it to Chen Ge with a solemn expression. Thank you, Principal Zhu. Chen Ge gave a slight nod and accepted it. With this, the ceremony concluded and the neighbors began to disperse, waiting for the banquet tomorrow. After everyone left, only Principal Zhu and Chen Ge's family remained in the room. Chen Ge's mother served Principal Zhu a cup of tea. He accepted it politely and then took out a card from his pocket. Please accept this 1 million as a special scholarship from Xinyu No. 1 High School for student Chen Ge. Chen Ge's family was taken aback. Principal Zhu, did not you already give us one last time? Chen Ge's father hesitated and asked, without reaching for the card. Principal Zhu smiled and said that was the reward for being an outstanding student who broke records. This is a special reward for being the number 1 in the 9 cities. They are different things. He waved his hand and continued, this scholarship is mainly to thank Chen Ge for his outstanding contribution to our Xinyu No. 1 High School. Then thank you very much, Principal Zhu. Since he put it that way, Chen Ge's father had no choice but to gratefully accept the card. Principal Zhu laughed, took a sip of tea, then stood up and said, please be sure to notify me where the graduation banquet will be held tomorrow. I still have things to do at school, so I will not stay any longer. Alright, we definitely will. Chen Ge's father stood up, and the family saw Principal Zhu off. Back inside, Chen Ge's father looked at the card with the 1 million scholarship, picked it up and handed it to Chen Ge. Take this. You will need a lot of money for school and buying card packs later. I will make sure to prepare more for you. By the way, the previous 500,000 is here too. I will give it to you together. His mother spoke up suddenly and turned to go get it. Seeing his parents' eager desire for him to succeed, Chen Ge smiled and waved his hand. No need. You keep this money for emergencies, just give me enough for living expenses. Chengdu is very far from Xinyu City and making the trip back and forth probably will not be easy. Only by leaving a sum of money for his family could he go to school with peace of mind. I heard that Chengdu University does not charge tuition, but surely you will need money to buy card packs to boost your strength, right? Chen Ge's father tried to force the card into Chen Ge's hand. Chen Ge immediately waved his hand again. No need. Nowadays, who relies on buying card packs all day long? Of course, you rely on your own skills to win them. His parents looked at each other in confusion. Is that really how it works? They were not magic card masters and did not know much about these things, so they looked blank. You two keep this money, just give me enough for my living expenses, I will handle the rest myself. Looking at his parents' expressions, Chen Ge said earnestly, do not you trust me yet? Seeing how determined their son was, his parents stopped insisting. His father went out to book a restaurant immediately while his mother took charge of calling relatives and friends. The next day at Huifeng Grand Hotel. Pop pop crackle. Firecrackers were going off and drums were beating. Passers-by who saw that a graduation banquet was already underway looked surprised. What is going on? Did not the admission notices only get sent out this afternoon? Why are they holding the banquet already? I heard it was an early admission and they already received the notice. Is it Chengdu University? What, Chengdu University? The passers-by looked at Huifeng Grand Hotel in unison and hesitated. Chengdu University is for the wealthy and those banquets are always held at the Xinyu Grand Hotel, right? Why is it at Huifeng? Huifeng Grand Hotel was naturally not on the same level as the Xinyu Grand Hotel, but Chen Ge's father had gritted his teeth and booked it. The whole thing cost 4 or 500,000. How much money does he even make? Even though his son got a scholarship, he should not spend it like this. But considering his son got into Chengdu University, he decided it was worth it. I heard they are just an ordinary family, but the students' grades are excellent. Oh really, that is rare. You can say that again. You might not see a child from an ordinary family get into Chengdu University for years. Wow, I am so envious. When the passers-by heard that a child from an ordinary family had been admitted to Chengdu University, they were filled with surprise and envy, which shows the prestige Chengdu University holds in people's minds. At this moment, at the entrance of Huifeng Grand Hotel. NT3. Chen Ge greeted her, his third aunt pulled her son over and said earnestly, "Look at that. That is your brother Chen. He is a student at Chengdu University now. You should take him as your role model from now on, you hear me?" "I got it." The third aunt's son looked at Chen Ge with shining eyes, filled with admiration. After that, scenes like this kept happening to Chen Ge. He had completely become the legendary child of other people. Half an hour later, several top-tier luxury cars pulled up in front of Huifeng Grand Hotel. Stepping out were Chairman Quan, Executive Officer Yi, Principal Zhu, and others. Chen Ge was stunned when he saw them. "Why are Chairman Quan and Executive Officer Yi here?" Those watching the excitement nearby began to gasp in shock. "Look, is not that Chairman Quan of the Xinyu Group?" "Yeah, and the one next to him is the Chief Executive Officer of Xinyu City. Why are they both here? Maybe they just happened to be passing by for something else." While everyone was still bewildered, Chairman Quan, Executive Officer Yi, and the others walked straight up to Chen Ge. "Chairman Quan, Executive Officer Yi, Principal Zhu, you guys." Chen Ge hesitated, not knowing what to say, as he had not invited those two. Principal Zhu immediately said, "Since you are the number one in the 9 cities, I specifically invited Chairman Quan and Executive Officer Yi to come and congratulate you. We are not interrupting your graduation banquet, are we?" Chairman Quan and Executive Officer Yi asked with a smile. "Not at all." Chen Ge replied with a smile, then turned to introduce them to his father. When his father heard that the two men in front of him were Chairman Quan and Executive Officer Yi, he was stunned. Such high-profile figures are not people you can just meet whenever you want, yet they came to his son's graduation banquet. "Hello, Chen Ge's father." Chairman Quan and Executive Officer Yi shook hands with Chen Ge's father one after the other. In a daze, Chen Ge's father welcomed them inside. The sight left the bystanders watching absolutely dumbfounded, as these were both incredibly influential figures who had actually come to attend the banquet of an ordinary family's child. Getting into Chengdu Academy is impressive, but surely it is not enough to warrant a personal visit from President Quan and Chief Executive Yi, right? Something is definitely up. I bet this kid is more than just a top-scoring student. My, with a child like this, how happy must his parents be? The onlookers were filled with envy. Although the Huifeng restaurant was not as grand as the Crescent restaurant, the arrival of President Quan and Chief Executive Yi instantly raised its status. Seeing this, the neighbors and friends sighed in admiration. "Look at Chen Ge, he has been smart since he was a child. Now he is incredible, having so many big shots show up to support him. This is quite a spectacle. Oh, this child Chen Ge has really brought honor to our Chen family." More than just honor, once Chen Ge graduates from Chengdu Academy in a few years, he is going to be a real legend. Exactly, and not just an average person, but someone who will hold the future of our Eastern Federation on his shoulders. My word, he is truly amazing. This child has a boundless future. Amidst the continuous praise from neighbors and friends, the entrance banquet came to a successful conclusion. The plane tickets to Chengdu Academy were all arranged by the school. 4 days after the banquet, Chen Ge was ready to embark on his new journey. "Mom, Dad, take care of yourselves and call me if anything comes up," Chen Ge said with a smile at the airport. Since he was parting ways with his family, the smile on his face felt a bit forced and unnatural. After all, this was his first time leaving home, and he was naturally reluctant to go. "All right, give us a call as soon as you arrive to let us know you are safe." "I will." Chen Ge nodded heavily in response to his father. "Yeah, moi." Chen Zai gave him a big kiss while in his arms, her eyes filled with sadness as she looked up at her brother. "Brother, you have to miss me when you are at school, okay?" Chen Zai pouted, her voice sounding sweet and childlike. "I know I will." Chen Ge replied with a smile and finally left, feeling his family's deep reluctance. Since the world expanded, distances had been stretched mercilessly. The flight from Crescent City to Chengdu, the heart of the Eastern Federation, required 7 transfers and took a very long time. Fortunately, Chengdu Academy had booked first-class tickets, allowing for rest and decent food along the way. Also on the plane were Quan Ziyan, Qi Tianling, and Yi Tian, though there was almost no interaction between Chen Ge and them. It was not that Chen Ge was aloof, but those three, especially Qi Tianling and Yi Tian, looked at him as if they were facing a great threat. If it were not for Chen Ge, they would not have ended up with swollen faces like pigs. Ding, 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 dear passengers, the plane is about to enter the airspace above Chengdu. After such a long and winding journey, the plane was finally arriving in Chengdu. Sitting by the window, Chen Ge had a full view of the scenery below. Chengdu was the heart and hub of the Eastern Federation, and its scale and grandeur surpassed anything an ordinary person could imagine. Looking down at the majestic city from above, the prosperity before his eyes was truly astonishing. Chen Ge watched it all with a calm demeanor. His journey had only just begun. What he saw before him was merely the tip of the iceberg of this magnificent world, with a vast expanse of sky and land waiting for him to conquer. Half an hour later, they had stepped onto the soil of Chengdu. Chen Ge stood there looking around. "Student, are you a new student here to report to Chengdu Academy?" Chengdu Academy had arranged everything in advance, and there were personnel waiting to receive them. The person speaking to Chen Ge was a cute young woman. "Hello, yes I am." Coming back to his senses, Chen Ge nodded with a smile. "Please follow me this way." The young woman led Chen Ge, along with Quan Zian and the others, through a special passageway to the registration point outside the airport. "Students, please complete your registration here first. There are a few more students arriving later, and we will take you all to the academy together once everyone is here," the young woman said with a smile. Afterward, Quan Zian and her group signed in first, while Chen Ge signed in last unhurriedly.
Chen Ge. Chen Ge.
When the registration staff saw the name Chen Ge, they could not help but look toward him.
Is he Chen Ge?
Wow, he is so handsome. Is this the freshman Chen Ge? He has not even arrived and his name is already famous throughout the academy. He really is so handsome. The other staff members began whispering. In Chengdu Academy, where points are everything, Chen Ge, who already possessed 98,000 points before even enrolling, had undoubtedly become a legend. When the people present heard the name, they all turned to look at him instinctively. Is there a problem?" Hearing their surprise at seeing his name, Chen Ge was taken aback and asked a follow-up question. "Numbers, nothing at all." The staff member in charge quickly shook her head, then gestured for him to move along and said, "Please take a rest in the hall nearby. There will be service personnel there to assist you. You will be taken to Chengdu Academy before long." "All right, thank you." Chen Ge smiled and nodded, then walked over to the hall. Chen Ge did not know why these people were so surprised, but Quan Zian and Qi Tianling knew very well. Seeing that Chen Ge had become famous in the academy even before arrival, they felt a bit sour inside. HMPH, I wonder what he is showing off about. Although Chen Ge had done nothing, in Qi Tianling's eyes, everything he did was an act of arrogance. This is Chengdu, not Crescent City. The real show is still ahead, so do not be in a hurry. Yi Tian chuckled. Zhi Zian stood there, feeling somewhat unwilling yet helpless. Who told him to be stronger than her? After Quan Zian and the others walked away, the staff gathered to discuss again. "I heard he already had 98,000 points during the freshman exam. Is that true?" "That is right. I heard that when the academy received this news, they confirmed it multiple times because this score was just too exaggerated. Although there are bonus points for killing monsters and climbing floors during the entrance exam, 98,000 is just way too much. It feels like a score no normal person could achieve. He could even enter the top 1,000 on the leaderboard with that. How could it not be shocking? Besides, he is so handsome. I feel like he is even better looking than those rich kids in the academy. Indeed, he is very handsome, and it is a subtle, elegant type of charm that is completely different from those in the academy." The staff members continued their discussion, one after another. An hour later, Chen Ge and the others boarded the luxury bus heading to Chengdu University. Towering, magnificent buildings swept past on both sides, telling him of the prosperity that belonged to this city. Pedestrians on the streets looked hurried, seemingly weighed down by the heavy burdens of life. Taking it all in, Chen Ge remained as calm as ever. I do not know how much time passed before the luxury bus finally drove into the area belonging to Chengdu University. On both sides of the wide road stood towering trees so thick that it would take 4 or 5 people to encircle them. Pink flowers bloomed on the branches, drifting down in a scene of breathtaking beauty. Not far away, one could see many statues several tens of meters high. These were surely the powerful magic card masters who had graduated from Chengdu University. Their stone figures stood on both sides, solemn and imposing, naturally inspiring a sense of awe. I do not know how vast the campus of Chengdu University is, but after entering its grounds, the luxury bus drove for a long time before slowly coming to a halt. Next to where the bus stopped was a large building shaped like a bird's nest. Once the bus door opened, a girl with an elegant posture and a gentle, moving demeanor stepped on board. She first tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, then smiled and said, "Hello, juniors, I am your senior Jiang Yue. I will be responsible for leading you to register."
Understood, senior.
Seeing Jiang Yue's slender figure, some of the boys present were already getting carried away. When they replied, they were extra loud. This included Kui Tianling and Yi Tian. The two looked at each other and smiled, sharing a look that said they understood each other perfectly. Regarding this, Chen Ge's expression remained unchanged. Women would only slow down his blade. "Juniors, just leave your luggage on the bus. It will be delivered directly after you finish registering. Follow me." Jiang Yue smiled and stepped off the bus first, her presence as refreshing as a spring breeze. The others followed closely behind. "Please walk this way." Jiang Yue led the way, with Chen Ge and the others trailing behind. I have to say, Jiang Yue's figure was truly captivating. It was impossible not to look. The boys following her all gazed at her in a daze. The massive bird's nest-shaped building was a huge gymnasium, and the materials used for its interior were all top-tier. At this moment, the gymnasium had been turned into a large office space where staff members were busy, and freshmen were flooding in batch after batch. Although Chengdu University recruits very few students from each city, the world has expanded and the population has increased, so even with low recruitment rates, the total number was quite substantial. "Juniors, let us start here. Verify your identities and register." Jiang Yue looked back and said with a smile.
Yes, senior.
Those boys answered with extra enthusiasm. Only then did Jiang Yue start to size up the juniors she had brought in. The most eye-catching in the crowd were Quan Zian, a girl with long black hair who looked like a young lady just by standing there, and Chen Ge, who was dressed very simply but looked quite handsome. Clearly, that girl must be the child of some super family. She radiates the aura that only those from such families have. As for that guy, Jiang Yue murmured in her heart, while he is handsome, his attire is quite plain. He is probably just a lucky kid from an ordinary family, right? But honestly, he is quite good-looking, it is just a pity. In a few moments, Jiang Yue had already roughly analyzed and judged the juniors in front of her. The one she cared about most was naturally Quan Zian, and the one she looked down on most was naturally Chen Ge.
Biba.
Name Quan Zian. Magic Card Master Level, Silver Rank 1 star. Magic Source S Rank. Points 45,701. In order to keep up with Chen Ge, Quan Zian had not been idle these past few days, and her Magic Card Master level had also reached Silver 1 star. "Hello, authentication successful, please move forward." The staff member in charge of authentication looked up and smiled at Quan Zian. The people before her had not received such courteous treatment, but Quan Zian's level and points had earned his recognition. Quan Zian left coldly, ignoring him. She was not one to tolerate someone who judges people by their status. This made the staff member quite uncomfortable, but he could also see that this was definitely a young lady from some big family. This was clearly her style as an heiress. What could he do about it? He looked up and saw Chen Ge, dressed plainly, clearly from an ordinary family, which formed his initial impression. "Please present your Magic Card Master Bracelet," he said casually to Chen Ge, who was standing in front of him. Chen Ge felt no dissatisfaction and casually held out his Magic Card Master Bracelet.
Biba. Name Chen Ge.
Magic Card Master Level, Silver Rank 5 star. Magic Source SS Rank. Points 98,102.
Hey.
Upon seeing the display on the computer screen, the staff member who had previously looked down on Chen Ge jerked his head up, his pupils contracting as he exclaimed, "You are Lin Ji?" He was certain the person was Chen Ge and had seen the 98,000 points, but he could not help but ask. He never expected that this plain-looking man standing before him was the legendary freshman, Chen Ge.
Swish, swish, swish.
In an instant, the somewhat noisy gymnasium fell silent, and the eyes of most people present were fixed on Chen Ge. But there were some freshmen who did not know the situation, and seeing so many people looking at Chen Ge, they asked cautiously, "Excuse me, what is wrong with that Chen Ge? Why are you all so surprised to hear his name?" Someone immediately started to explain. He is the legendary figure among this year's freshmen, a guy who already had 98,000 points before even entering the university. Oh, I have heard some things about that, so it was him. In an instant, the freshmen who did not know understood, and they also followed the others in looking at Chen Ge. The legend among freshmen. A freak of nature who had 98,000 points during the college entrance exam.
So he really is Chen Ge.
Jiang Yue, who had been looking down on Chen Ge just moments ago, opened her mouth in surprise, her face full of astonishment. Although there were rumors about Chen Ge in the university, they were all vague, without detailed information. In her mind, Chen Ge should have been a child from some big family, definitely arrogant and full of himself. As it turned out, the Chen Ge before her was completely different from what she had imagined.
Zai.
Chen Ge, having no background, naturally could not hear the rumors about himself at Chengdu University. This was the second time today someone had reacted with such shock to his name, so he could not help but sigh secretly. "I am Chen Ge, is there a problem?"
Chen Ge asked helplessly.
The staff member came back to his senses, gave a dry laugh, shook his head and said, "No problem, your authentication is complete, you can go." Just as the staff member was about to give Chen Ge directions, Jiang Yue suddenly walked up with a warm smile and said, "Why do not I take him there?" That works too." The staff member hesitated for a moment before nodding. I need to follow the others." Chen Ge looked at the students in front. Since they were all lining up to go that way, where was he being taken? Jiang Yue explained immediately, "Student Chen Ge, since you are in the top 1,000 of the ranking, your dormitory has been specially arranged. Please come with me." As she spoke, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and wore a lovely smile. "Oh, all right, thank you." Chen Ge thanked her and left with Jiang Yue. Seeing this scene, Quan Ziyan, Kui Tianling and Yi Tian all twitched their mouths. Although they were very envious, they would not say it out loud. They just stared intently as Chen Ge headed toward the nearby registration desk.
"Junior Chen Ge, this is it,"
Jiang Yue said with a smile.
"Okay."
Chen Ge stepped forward and held out his magic card master bracelet again.
"Biba."
The staff in charge entered the relevant information and then said to Chen Ge, "Student Chen Ge, your current ranking is 999th. I will now register you and process your check-in."
"Understood."
Chen Ge nodded slightly with a smile. 999th place, even though it is second to last, I am so envious. To have his own dormitory right after arriving at Chengdu University, is not that just too incredible? He is truly a legend among the freshmen, I am so jealous. Sai, when will I ever make it into the top 1,000 of the ranking? Stop dreaming, making it into the top 1,000 is not an easy task at all. The surrounding freshmen looked on with envy. Student Chen Ge, the paperwork is all done. A staff member will come to take you over shortly. The staff member said with a smile. Sounds good. Ji nodded and turned his head, just in time to meet Jiang Yue's eyes. She had a stunning figure and was naturally beautiful. She was truly a femme fatale.
"Junior Chen Ge, can I treat you to a drink?"
Jiang Yue suddenly asked with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Yue's watery eyes were almost brimming with emotion, and the look she gave Chen Ge began to change. Suddenly, the surroundings went quiet again. Chen Ge knew that he looked good and his grades were solid, so he would definitely attract attention at the university. However, women really would affect the speed at which he draws his blade. He looked around, everyone else was staring at him intensely, some even wanting to eliminate the competition, and finally his gaze happened to pause and then retract as he looked toward Quan Ziyan. Sorry, senior, I already have someone I like, so it is really not convenient to go for a drink with a beauty like you. I am truly sorry. Chen Ge said with an apologetic and polite smile. Student Chen Ge, shall I take you to your dormitory now? Just then, the staff member responsible for leading the way came over and said, Okay, thank you for the trouble. Chen Ge nodded slightly and left with an apologetic smile toward Jiang Yue. Why did he look at me when he said that? On the side, Quan Ziyan frowned as she heard what Chen Ge said while looking at her. He looked at me while saying that. Was he doing it on purpose for me to hear? Could he have some ulterior motives toward me? Quan Ziyan frowned even more. She looked down at herself. Indeed, with her long, straight black hair, she possessed everything boys liked. She did not know how many times better she was than that senior Jiang Yue. It was only natural for any boy with eyes to like her. But what was the meaning behind his previous attitude of ignoring me? Could he have been trying to attract my attention on purpose? Quan Ziyan frowned. Thinking back on Chen Ge's recent attitude toward her, she recalled the image of him holding her face in the secret realm. Could it be that he fell for me after seeing my legendary beauty up close? Quan Ziyan fell into deep thought. A woman like her could indeed easily make someone fall hopelessly and helplessly in love in a single instant, but that was just the way it was. This was the lifelong trouble for such a beautiful woman. As for Chen Ge, the staff member loaded his luggage, and a special vehicle was provided to take him to the dormitory. In the precious land of Chengdu, the sheer size of Chengdu University was staggering. Along the way, the staff member continuously introduced the surrounding buildings and the situation at Chengdu University to Chen Ge. Soon, a palace reminiscent of where ancient emperors would hold court appeared in Chen Ge's field of vision. However, compared to the palaces in his memories, this one was even more enormous and magnificent, highlighting the authority of Chengdu University as the premier institution of the Eastern Federation. The stream of students going up and down from there was endless. This is Changsheng Palace, meaning eternal prosperity. It is one of the main buildings of Chengdu University. In the future, you will come here for official business and to pick up missions. The staff member explained, and Chen Ge listened carefully from the side. After some more time, a vast complex of buildings appeared before Chen Ge. The surrounding buildings were all built around a central structure that looked like a palace in the clouds. Its scale and magnificence were beyond words. That over there is your dormitory area. The buildings around it are for regular students, and your dormitory is building 999, which surrounds the main building. The staff member explained. Such a massive complex is actually a dormitory. Even those buildings nearby, although a bit shorter, were not small at all. They were definitely grand enough to be called palaces. Is this the top-tier Chengdu University of the Eastern Federation? I love it. Chen Ge tried to suppress the surprise in his heart as he watched the vehicle enter the complex. After a while, the vehicle finally stopped, and the staff member led Chen Ge to his legendary dormitory. This was an Eastern-style building with a cross-hipped roof, perfectly showcasing the aesthetic beauty of the Orient, complete with a surrounding wall. Student Chen Ge, please come in. This is your dormitory. The staff member said while carrying Wushan Ji's luggage. Okay. Chen Ge was completely stunned. This is a dormitory. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about what a dormitory is? This is clearly a palace. This dormitory had a perimeter wall on the outside and a garden on the inside, leaving Chen Ge in total shock. Hello, we have finished cleaning the dormitory and we have replaced the items inside. You can move in now. As the two entered, a group of workers in uniform walked out and said, All right, thank you for your trouble. You can go back to work. The staff member replied with a smile, and the other workers left with a smile as they looked at Chen Ge. However, those workers were followed by a few others. It was obvious they were not workers but rather students. When they were leaving, the way they looked at Chen Ge felt a bit off. After they left, Chen Ge frowned and asked, Who were those few people just now? The people in front were workers who came to clean, but he did not understand the ones behind.
Hehe.
As the staff member led Chen Ge into the dormitory, he smiled and said, One of those people you just saw was originally a student living here, but due to his points ranking, he got moved to room 1000.
I see.
Chen Ge had a sudden realization. You kick someone out of their spot, so why would they give you a friendly look? But since it is a points-based system, you have nobody to blame but yourself if your strength is not up to par. After setting down the luggage, the staff member began explaining the features of the room. Entertainment area, gym, kitchen, everything you could possibly need is here. The decor is quite exquisite, perfectly blending modern technology with an oriental aesthetic. You could say that every detail has been refined to perfection. Why is there only one room? At the end of the tour, Chen Ge paused, looking surprised. The staff member stopped, turned back to Chen Ge, and smiled. The top 1,000 students are all provided with private dormitories. A whole building this size for just one person. Chen Ge was stunned. This is way too luxurious, especially considering land is worth its weight in gold here in the divine capital. Then, the staff member took Chen Ge to the second-floor balcony, pointed at the building in the center that looked like a palace above the clouds, and continued. The top 10 ranked students live in there. In front of that magnificent palace, the dormitory Chen Ge was in did not seem quite so special anymore. With your talent, student Chen Ge, I am sure you will be living in there someday too. The staff member smiled.
Emma?
Chen Ge nodded with a smile, neither confirming nor denying it. Student Chen Ge, do you have any other questions? If not, I should head back to work. If anything comes up, you can check the school handbook kept in the living room or download the school app to ask the staff. The staff member asked with a smile. No, thank you for showing me around. Chen Ge replied politely, and the staff member departed. Things were not going as well for Quan Zian. Her ranking was outside the top 1,000, so she was assigned to the outer dormitories. These dorms certainly could not compare to Chen Ge's. They were shared by 4 people, though they were still fully equipped with kitchens, bathrooms, and all sorts of appliances. But this still left Quan Zian somewhat dissatisfied, as she was used to living alone. However, those were the rules of the Divine Capital Academy, and no one could break them. If you want better accommodation, then get your ranking into the top 1,000. At the Divine Capital Academy, while family background matters, individual strength is paramount. At this moment, Quan Zian felt not only disgruntled about her room but also troubled by what Chen Ge had said to her earlier. Him saying that to me in front of everyone really bothers me. Quan Zian muttered to herself, looking troubled. Wait, could it be that he just happened to be looking in my direction when he said that, and he was not really talking to me at all? Impossible. Quan Zian quickly shook her head. What are the odds of that? But when I invited him out that day, he clearly told me we were not on the same path. That was obviously him drawing a line between us. Thinking this, Quan Zian arrived at her room and heard her roommates talking inside. Men these days, they always tell you you are not on the same path, but in reality it is just hard to get tactics. The more they do that, the more you will care. Exactly, they ignore you on purpose just to get your attention. You have to be careful with that kind of guy. Also, if you invite a guy like that to dinner, he will show up without a second thought. If you invite him to join a team, he will say no with his mouth, but his actions prove he is more than willing. Usually, they act like they do not care about you, but as soon as there is danger, they are the first to step up and protect you. That kind of guy is just saying one thing while meaning another. Standing outside the room, Quan Zian heard every word clearly. Always saying we're not on the same path. Invite him to dinner and he shows up. Ask him to join a team, he says no, but his actions are honest. Ignoring you on purpose to attract your attention. Being the first to protect you when you are in danger. Each of these things gradually overlapped with how Chen Ge had treated her. Quan Zian frowned, then finally chuckled with a sense of relief. Heh, Chen Ge, so that is the kind of man you are, saying one thing but meaning another, playing hard to get.
HMPH men.
Quan Zian laughed dismissively and pushed the door open to walk inside. In that moment, the confidence she had lost because of Chen Ge returned to her face. Meanwhile, Chen Ge was in the living room of his dormitory, watching TV and reading the student handbook. At the Divine Capital Academy, there is no such thing as classes or teachers. Everything revolves around points. You can earn them by signing up for swordsmanship classes or by taking on missions. Basically, the more points you have, the more privileges you get. However, the way points are calculated changes depending on how long you have been at the academy. In other words, someone who arrived a year earlier will definitely have more points than a newcomer, but the academy uses a specific formula to ensure the points are relatively fair and just. Since Chen Ge is a new student, his points were calculated from scratch, which is why he entered the top 1,000 so quickly. The point gap for the top 1,000 is also significant. The strong stay strong, constantly widening the gap, while the weak have no choice but to survive as best they can. So you get to live there if you are in the top 10. The view must be great, right? Chen Ge murmured, his gaze drifting through the living room window toward the distant palace. What kind of people are the top 10 of the Divine Capital Academy anyway? They must have Phantom Class magic cards, right? Wonder how many they have. I am really looking forward to it. Chen Ge chuckled, looking quite expectant. Before he knew it, it was time for dinner. Alright, time to go check out the school canteen. The canteen was right next door and quite large. Chen Ge, impatient to see it, got up and headed out toward the building. As Chen Ge went out, he ran into the same group of people he had met in his dormitory earlier. Their eyes met briefly. Nothing was said, but the resentment in the eyes of the young man with yellow hair was clear. Obviously, he must have been the one who was previously in 999th place. Despite his resentment, he did not express it directly. After all, his lack of strength made him realize that shouting would just look like powerless rage. Because the campus is so large, there are luxury buses on designated routes at the intersections which can take you near the canteen. The canteen buildings also featured traditional architectural styles with upturned eaves. By the time he arrived, it was dinner time and students were bustling about. The 4 canteen buildings stood facing each other, each with 5 or more floors, and there were various signs posted at the base. Basically, if a cuisine exists in this world, you can find it here. Tuition at the Divine Capital Academy is free, and those in the top 1,000 get everything in the school for free. This is just awesome. Chen Ge looked up at the canteen ahead, beaming with joy. If a man likes to play those little games of playing hard to get, once he starts acting enthusiastic toward you, you had better watch out because they think the time is ripe. Quan Ziyan was out eating with her roommates, who were still busy discussing the topic of men. Hearing that remark, Quan Ziyan frowned, because Chen Ge was standing not far away, greeting her with a smile. Since when did Chen Ge ever act so enthusiastic toward her? Suddenly acting so enthusiastic? Do not tell me you think those little games of yours will work on me. I am not that naive. Quan Ziyan looked at him with cold eyes and did not respond. She thought to herself, the cafeteria is so huge with so many floors, what a coincidence that I run into him right here. Clearly this man followed her here on purpose. Amen. The arrogance that was characteristic of Quan Ziyan surfaced on her face once again. Things you cannot get always stir up trouble, and those who are favored are always bold because they are spoiled. Seeing Quan Ziyan's expression, Chen Ge felt helpless, but he did not take it to heart. Is not she always like this? He just happened to be here, happened to see her, and thought it was fate. Besides, they are old classmates, even if they are not on the same path. What is wrong with saying hello? Bang! Are you blind? Suddenly, a loud crash nearby drew Chen Ge's attention. The boy who had just shown him the way had tripped. Ignoring Quan Ziyan, he walked over toward the sound. Seeing this, Quan Ziyan chuckled to herself. After seeing my attitude, are you trying to play the hard-to-get game again? Men, you ultimately still fell for my charms. Dressed in a uniform skirt with her arms crossed, Quan Ziyan, with her long black hair, felt more pleased with herself than ever, though her face remained cold and haughty just like the wealthy heiress she was. Meanwhile, Chen Ge went up to help the boy who had fallen, asking, "Are you okay?" The boy had longish hair and a fair, handsome face, though he looked somewhat gloomy. When Chen Ge was downstairs looking for a specific restaurant earlier, this was the boy who had led him up. I am fine. The boy shook his head with a smile. Hey, I am talking to you, are you blind? The boy who had spoken earlier chimed in again, his tone incredibly arrogant. Did not he trip the guy on purpose? Why is he being so unreasonable? Sai, forget it, they are just bullying Su Li on purpose. Why are not they all classmates, plus the academy rules forbid fighting? Su Li is an orphan. He got lucky last year and pulled an epic raid magic card which got him into Shendu Academy, but he is timid and has no background, so he naturally became a target for bullying. Bullying does not count as fighting. Do not look, let us go. In Shendu Academy, students from ordinary families with no background or connections almost always get bullied. The students behind Chen Ge were whispering, and hearing it clearly, Chen Ge could not help but frown. Hey, slap. As he spoke, the bully approached to push Su Li again, but Chen Ge swatted his hand away. The bully was stunned for a moment, then spat out, "Kid, the business between me and Su Li is not your concern. You better get lost." Whoosh. In the next instant, the Sky Moon blade appeared in Chen Ge's hand, and he asked in a low voice, "Do you want to fight me here?"
Eh?
The bully froze and subconsciously took a step back. You are crazy, fighting in the academy leads to expulsion.
Hi.
Chen Ge chuckled, whether I am crazy or not does not matter and I do not care about expulsion, but if you do not disappear from my sight right now. Suddenly, Chen Ge's expression shifted and he roared, I will hack you to death. Instantly, his entire aura changed, as if he really intended to kill.
Yes.
The bully gasped, instinctively retreating while looking left and right. Being embarrassed in such a public place left him stuck in a dilemma. He could not leave without losing face, but he did not want to risk expulsion, and the man in front of him was clearly crazy for standing up for an orphan. Just you wait. Seeing that things were not going his way, the bully dropped that threat, turned around and slunk away, quickly disappearing at the stairs.
Hi.
Seeing this, Chen Ge dissipated the Sky Moon blade and chuckled, pathetic. This display was not just to help Su Li, it was to establish his own reputation so others would not think he was easy to bully. As the great leader once said, one punch to avoid 100 more. My name is Su Li, thank you for standing up for me. Su Li whispered his thanks from the side. Chen Ge looked up and said, you are welcome. I am Chen Ge and thanks for leading the way for me earlier. You should be careful yourself. If those people come to bother you again, tell them to come find me. Su Li said cautiously.
Eh?
Chen Ge frowned but did not answer. He did not understand why Su Li was like this, but everyone has their own way of living, and he did not want to say anything more. I am going now. Su Li hurried away.
Zai.
Watching Su Li's retreating figure, Chen Ge sighed inwardly, then walked toward the restaurant he had chosen. It is free, I have got to have a feast. Hey, did you hear that? He said his name is Chen Ge. Chen Ge, could it be that legendary freshman? He looks new, so he must be a freshman. It should not be such a coincidence that there is another one with the same name, right? He was so domineering just now. My heart was pounding in that moment. What do I do? It feels like love.
Yo. Eh?
The people around were whispering and discussing. Quan Ziyan and her roommates naturally saw the whole thing. Wow, that freshman is so handsome. What he just did was so manly, I love it. He seems like he would make a great boyfriend.
Eh?
Hearing her roommates, Quan Ziyan chuckled to herself. You all probably do not have a chance with this guy. Chen Ge, not bad, you were actually quite cool for a moment there. Quan Ziyan's lips curled up slightly. At that moment, a group of people standing further away also took in everything that had happened. And one of them was Chu Tian. So that is Chen Ge. Standing in front of Chu Tian was a well-dressed man with an arrogant expression, who casually lifted his chin to ask. That is him, Brother Cao. Chu Tian nodded hurriedly by his side. This kid has quite a temper, and he is a bit too arrogant. The boy beside Chu Tian sneered. The leader, Cao Bin, chuckled lightly. After all, he is a legendary figure among the freshmen, how could he not be arrogant? He reached up to rub his nose, then said with a faint smile, go and tell the people ranked 1000th and 1001st on the leaderboard that I want to team up with them and carry them up the ranks. Brother Cao, are we not going to take action directly? Chu Tian was stunned for a moment and asked. Cao Bin glanced back at Chu Tian with disdain. That kid actually dared to show his gear inside the academy. If you really provoke him, I think he might actually do something crazy. Let us get him off the leaderboard first and take him down a peg. As expected of someone at the 950th rank, Brother Cao thinks of everything. The people behind Cao Bin immediately chimed in with flattery.
Hahi.
Cao Bin gave a light laugh and continued, go notify everyone, including those freshmen. If anyone dares to team up with Chen Ge, do not blame me, Cao Bin, for turning hostile. Yes, Brother Cao. Chu Tian was overjoyed. Soon, this news spread like wildfire among the students of Shendu Academy. Hey, have you heard the news? Cao Bin has put the word out that anyone who dares to team up with Chen Ge should not expect him to be nice. Is it really necessary to go that hard on a freshman? Chen Ge is going to have a hard time now. Without a team, he will not be able to enter high-difficulty dungeons and raids. Quan Ziyan's roommates were chatting one after another. Upon hearing this, Quan Ziyan frowned. Although she did not care about Chen Ge, was not it a bit low to go after a freshman like this? And using such cheap, underhanded tactics. Who is Cao Bin? Quan Ziyan turned around and asked. A roommate immediately explained that Cao Bin is from the Cao family. They have significant influence in the Eastern Alliance military. You could call them a warlord family. His current ranking on the leaderboard seems to be 950th. Another roommate added, Chen Ge is in big trouble now. Although the roommates had their own backgrounds, they could not compare to a warlord family like the Cows, so naturally, they did not think well of Chen Ge's chances. If nobody is going to team up with him, I might as well team up with him myself. Quan Ziyan murmured to herself, I am not doing this out of concern for him, I just look down on such dirty tactics. She nodded firmly, satisfied with this reasoning. Meanwhile, Chen Ge was completely unaware of all this. Free food is always delicious. He probably ate twice as much as usual tonight. Back in the dormitory, there were specially supplied drinks in the fridge, and dedicated staff came by every day to restock them and clean the room. Living in the top 1,000 on the leaderboard is like living the life of a god. According to the handbook, every 100 ranks you climb, your standard of living improves dramatically. Looks like I need to work hard. Sipping his drink, he looked back at the palace outside the window. If it is this good here, does not that mean the life inside is like that of an emperor? A ripple of longing stirred in Chen Ge's heart. He checked the time, pulled out his phone to call his parents, checked in on them, and finally hung up only after Chen Ge gave him a big kiss. Early the next morning, Chen Ge finished freshening up and headed towards the Changsheng Palace. There are many ways to earn points in Shendu Academy, but the most direct and best way is by taking on missions. Shendu Academy has the best intel and resources in the Eastern Federal Region, providing students with access to a massive number of dungeons, secret realms, and abysses. Once a student accepts a mission, the Academy dispatches special aircraft to transport them there to save time. You could say that any problem you can think of, the Academy will find a way to accommodate you. All the students need to do is keep improving their magic card master level and points. There is nothing else they need to worry about. Chen Ge did not go to the mission hall first, instead he went to the trading hall. He planned to list his sword weapon mastery and speed boost cards to see if he could trade them for cards he could actually use. As for why he did not sell them, official sales channels are regulated by the Federation. Especially for high-level cards like the legendary ones, any monetary transaction requires a tax payment of at least 50%. The higher the card level, the higher the tax. Furthermore, large transactions of high-level cards attract official scrutiny. After all, powerful cards are not something you can just draw whenever you want, so it would inevitably lead to unnecessary trouble. You have to realize such a tax rate is unaffordable for anyone. What is the difference between a 50% tax and just stabbing the seller? Private transactions. Not to mention that such a massive amount would inevitably attract attention. Those who can afford such cards are not ordinary people. You need brokers and intermediaries to set it up. As for the buyer's true intentions, who knows? If someone wants both your card and your money, what are you going to do if you have no wealth or power? So for someone like Chen Ge with no background and no connections, the best way is to trade through the Academy's trading hall. Hello, please help me register these 2 magic cards. Chen Ge arrived at the trading hall, sat down at a private counter, and pushed the 2 magic cards he had prepared toward the staff member. Alright student, please wait a moment. The staff member was a beautiful woman in a uniform, smiling and speaking in a very gentle tone. But when she took the 2 cards from Chen Ge, she was momentarily stunned. Legendary Tier Sword Weapon Mastery Card. Legendary Tier Speed Boost Card. How could someone list cards like these? Is his family sitting on a gold mine or a card mine? You have to know that the cards that usually appear in the trading hall are mostly high or rare grade, with a few rare mid-grade ones. Legendary cards rarely appear. And even when they do, they are usually trash cards that are not even as useful as some high-grade ones. Although she was not a magic card master, the 2 cards in front of her were top tier, both in terms of rarity and utility. Student, are you sure you want to register these 2 cards? The staff member asked cautiously again, as these 2 cards were simply 2 top of the line. Yes, I am sure, please go ahead and register them. Chen Ge nodded. Keeping these 2 cards on him is not as good as trading them for something useful. If he does not find anything satisfactory in the end, he can just take them back, so there is nothing to worry about. Not long after the information was recorded, the registration was completed and the cards were processed. Alright, student, the recording is finished. If anyone wishes to trade with you, we will send you the relevant card information. If the other party wants to meet you in person, do you consent? The staff member asked again. Send me the card info first. As for whether or not I will meet, I will decide later. Chen Ge replied with a smile. Understood. The staff member nodded. After finishing his business, Chen Ge turned and headed straight to the mission hall, which was bustling with people. The giant screen overhead was scrolling with information regarding dungeons and secret realms. 1. Location, Fengdu City. Mission type, Platinum 1-star dungeon. Level requirement, Platinum grade. Mission difficulty, B rank. Team size requirement, 5 or more members. 1022. Location, Wanan City. Mission type, Gold 3-star Abyss. Level requirement, Gold grade. Difficulty, A rank. Team size requirement, 10 or more members. Additionally, there was information on the giant screen inviting people to join teams. 1. Captain Chen Chufeng. Magic Card Master Level, Gold 1-star. Target, Dungeon number 1412. Current members, 3. 99. Captain Lin Yue. Magic Card Master Level, Platinum 2-star. Target, Abyss number 998. Current members, 4. Generally speaking, students with strong capabilities have fixed teams, and only those who are slightly weaker would do this.
Hello.
Chen Ge walked all the way to the staff member in charge of issuing missions. Hello, may I ask which mission you would like to take? It was still a beautiful woman, dressed appropriately, with a very gentle smile. May I ask if the requirements for the Magic Card Master Level and team size could be a bit more flexible? He could just absorb all the magical energy himself, and others would only slow down his speed of obtaining points and energy, so he did not want to form a team. The beautiful staff member paused for a moment and smiled. Hello, please show me your Magic Card Master bracelet first. Chen Ge smiled and handed it over. Different places receive different information.
Name Chen Ge.
Magic Card Master Level, Silver 5-star. Points 98,102. Highest mission difficulty completed, none so far.
Chen Ge.
Seeing these words, the staff member was stunned again. Then she looked up and took a long, deep look at Chen Ge, that legendary figure among the new students.
May I ask, student Chen Ge, which mission would you like to take?
The staff member asked with a smile. That one. Chen Ge pointed to the giant screen and said, number 999. The staff member immediately pulled up the relevant information. 999. Location, Sanyuan City. Mission type, Gold 9-star Abyss. Level requirement, Gold grade. Mission difficulty, A rank. Team size requirement, 5 or more members. Silver 5-star. Trying to take on a Gold 9-star Abyss. The staff member was taken aback, as such a massive level jump was very rare. What is more, the person actually intended to go in alone. He felt like either a madman or a genius. But looking at the current situation, the person clearly belonged to the latter. After a while, the staff member gave a dry laugh and said, Student Chen Ge, judging by your points, you do meet the requirements to enter a gold grade abyss, but regarding the team size, unless you have completed higher difficulty missions, it cannot be relaxed. How many monsters are there in one abyss anyway? With 8 people splitting the points, energy, and white cards, how much can one really get? Chen Ge muttered to himself. For an outstanding student like him, the requirements should be relaxed a little. If Chen Ge's complaint were heard by others nearby, they would likely be shattered. What do you mean by how many monsters are there in an abyss? It is filled with mountains of monsters in there. You might not even know how you died if you were not careful. Fundamentally, it was because Chen Ge's own magic card level was so high that he felt there were hardly any monsters to fight in the abyss. Is it really not possible to make an exception? Chen Ge asked again, just to see if it were possible. Sorry, it really is not possible. The staff member replied with an apologetic look. Fine, then I will go find some people. Chen Ge felt helpless, turned around, and registered his team-up information. Soon, Chen Ge's invitation to form a team appeared on the mission hall's giant screen. 1412. Captain Chen Ge. Magic Card Master Level, Silver 5-star. Target, Abyss number 999. Current members, 1. Look, it is that guy Chen Ge inviting people to join a team. Number 999. If I remember correctly, that is a Gold 9-star Abyss, right? That is right, it is that very gold 9-star abyss. He is just a silver 5-star magic card master and he is daring to go to a gold 9-star abyss. Is he crazy? Geniuses are on the left, madmen are on the right. After all, he is a freshman with 98,000 points, so it is normal. Not to mention that Cao Bin put out the word not to team up with him. Even without that, no one would join him. Is not this just asking for death? To be honest, what he is doing is indeed a bit exaggerated. The surrounding students were whispering, but none of them intended to join. An hour later, Chen Ge, who was sitting there waiting, frowned. There is absolutely no one. Is not this just a waste of time? Would not it be better if I were alone? He paused and added, with this much time, I probably would have already finished the raid and returned. That last sentence was just pure boasting. Even just traveling there would probably take more than that amount of time. In the distance, Cao Bin, Chu Tian and the others saw Chen Ge sitting there foolishly, still unaware of the situation, and curled their lips in mockery. Hahaha, brother Cao, that move of yours was ruthless. Look at that kid with a silly expression. In the end, he will be just like those losers, only able to take on F-rank solo missions, hahaha. Heh, he still does not know his place even now. It is truly ridiculous. Cao Bin was very satisfied with the current situation and sneered, this is only the beginning. He just happened to have good luck and got a decent magic card. But as for us, as time goes on, our magic cards will only get better. By then, he will realize how big the difference is between a normal working-class family like him and us. The situation with Su Li being bullied after entering the school is just the same. Even if you had an epic raid magic card during the entrance exam and got into the Shendu Academy, so what? Your luck is limited, but the financial and material resources of those consortia, politicians, and warlords are beyond what ordinary people can imagine. It is only a matter of time before those wealthy offspring widen the gap between them and you. Brother Cao is right, Chen Ge's luck is temporary, but we have always relied on strength. How can he compare to us? Hearing Cao Bin's words, Chu Tian felt his momentum, which had been suppressed by Chen Ge, gradually returning. What Cao Bin said was indeed reasonable. Compared to their Chu family, a lucky guy like Chen Ge being surpassed by them was just a matter of time. Ha ha ha. Slap slap. Cao Bin turned and patted Chu Tian on the shoulder with a smile. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a figure walk up to Chen Ge and his expression darkened. It was that suicidal orphan Su Li. He looked up at the giant screen and saw that Chen Ge's team had become 2 people. Is he asking for death? Cao Bin's expression changed drastically and he squeezed those 4 words out through his teeth, wishing he could tear Su Li apart. Is not this just a slap in his face? Most importantly, it was that loser he looked down on the most. Cao Bin sat there with a dark expression, while Chen Ge wore a smile as he saw Su Li approaching. Did you apply for this? Chen Ge stood up and asked with a smile. Yeah. Su Li nodded slightly, a smile appearing on his gloomy face as he said, although my level is a bit low, I still want to team up with you. Great, you have a good eye. We do not have enough people yet, so why do not we sit down and chat? Chen Ge smiled and invited Su Li to sit beside him. After Su Li sat down, he glanced at Cao Bin and his group not far away, then turned to Chen Ge and asked, do you have some kind of grudge against Cao Bin? Cao Bin, who is that? Chen Ge was taken aback. Although he was a friendly person, he often offended others unintentionally, so after a while he stopped paying attention to it. Su Li hesitated for a moment before saying, last night, word got out from Cao Bin's side that anyone who joins your team is making an enemy of him. As he spoke, Su Li looked towards Cao Bin again. He saw the man's dark expression, eyes that clearly signaled he wanted to get rid of Su Li sooner or later, and a mocking smirk on his lips. Chen Ge followed Su Li's gaze and saw someone he recognized, Chu Tian. I have not seen the leader before, and I only ran into that Chu Tian a few times during the college entrance exams. How could there be any grudge? Chen Ge frowned. Su Li turned to look at Chen Ge and gave a wry smile. I heard you are from an ordinary family too. It seems they are specifically targeting you. They make a hobby out of bullying students from regular backgrounds. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Chen Ge looked back at Cao Bin and Chu Tian again. With a mocking look and a sneer, he made a fist and gave a thumbs-down gesture as a provocation. A bunch of losers who only know how to play these cheap tricks. You, Seeing Chen Ge's provocative gesture, Cao Bin's expression shifted, though he remained calm. Chu Tian, however, could not hold back and was about to walk toward Chen Ge.
Hey.
Cao Bin grabbed Chu Tian before he could rush out and said, there are not many people in Chengdu University who dare to act like this toward me. This kid is interesting. I wonder how long he can keep up this tough act. Cao Bin and Chen Ge locked eyes from a distance, both filled with mutual defiance. This scene caused an uproar among the other students in the hall. Wow, is that Chen Ge guy too bold? He actually dared to make that gesture at Cao Bin. I heard that Chen Ge almost attacked someone with a blade in the cafeteria last night. He really is a lunatic.
Is not this just way too crazy?
Do not forget Cao Bin's background. Not many people dare to provoke him at school, and since this Chen Ge seems to have no background, what else could you call him but a lunatic? It is just too crazy. Who would dare to team up with him acting like that? Is not that just asking for trouble?
The crowd started whispering to each other.
Before long, Chen Ge looked away and asked Su Li beside him, even after hearing what he said, you still dare to join my team? People said Su Li was timid yesterday, but seeing him today, he does not seem like it at all. Su Li looked up at Chen Ge and said solemnly, I am not a person of much talent, but you helped me yesterday, so I will help you in the future. His eyes were firm. Where was there any trace of timidity?
Thanks.
Chen Ge thanked him with a smile and glanced casually toward Cao Bin's side. His lingering gaze happened to meet Quan Ziyan's. Chen Ge nodded at Quan Ziyan with a smile to be polite. Quan Ziyan, who had been planning to join Chen Ge's team, frowned and stopped in her tracks. She had intended to join his team, but this man was looking at her and smiling again so enthusiastically. He was trying to play those hard-to-get mind games again. Forget it, he already has a teammate anyway. I will just pass lest I let him get any wrong ideas. I Quan Ziyan am not that kind of woman.
Ziyan, let us go.
Given Quan Ziyan's strength and background, there were plenty of people lining up to team with her, and someone from another group was already calling for her. All right. Quan Ziyan did not return any gesture to Chen Ge's smile and turned away. Chen Ge was already used to Quan Ziyan's attitude and did not really care. Chen Ge, how about we two just go and take on mission number 1482? It is an E-rank mission that only requires 2 people. I doubt you will find 5 people even if you wait here.
Su Li said to Chen Ge.
Chen Ge looked up at the big screen upon hearing this. The mission Su Li mentioned was a silver 5-star mystic realm. It was 0 challenge for him. Before Chen Ge could respond, Su Li quickly added, there is a mystic forest nearby with many similar realms. We can pick up 9 identical missions at once. Once we complete enough missions, the requirements for taking future ones will drop.
A mystic forest. Hearing this, Chen Ge's eyebrows lifted.
A mystic forest meant there were many realms of the same level nearby. Although the level was not high, the advantage lay in the quantity. Chengdu University had its own set of rules, and being unreasonable was useless. But if you could prove your strength by continuously completing missions, the requirements for you would drop significantly. The academy set so many requirements just to ensure students had enough strength. If they determined you were strong enough, they would not stop you from doing whatever you wanted. There are 9 realms over there. If we are fast, we can finish them in 3 or 4 days. That will be a decent amount of points.
Su Li continued.
Just those few realms, and it will take 3 or 4 days.
Chen Ge felt helpless. Well, 5 or 6 days maybe. Clearly, Su Li had no clue about Chen Ge's true strength.
Chen Ge was speechless, then stood up and said, fine, wasting time here is no good anyway. Let us do it, it will not take long regardless.
So the two stood up to register for the missions.
During registration, Chen Ge realized that Su Li was only a silver 3-star. You have been at Chengdu University for a year, and you are only silver 3-star. This level left Chen Ge dumbfounded. He was already silver 5-star before even entering school. What kind of situation is it for someone to be silver 3-star after a year? This was not just a matter of being weak.
Hi.
Su Li gave a dry laugh and scratched the back of his head helplessly. Nobody would team up with me. I usually do F-rank missions alone, so my level and points are a bit low.
Is that what you call a little low?
That is more like a whole lot low. But at the end of the day, he was just bullied by those people. Under normal circumstances, how could it be this low? Chen Ge calmed down and said, "Do not worry, I will team up with you from now on. We will do it together."
Thanks.
A glimmer of light appeared in Su Li's otherwise dull eyes, and he looked truly grateful. The staff finished registering their information, and the two went to the airport to wait for their mission aircraft, leaving the hall while chatting and laughing. So they just took a mission and left. In the distance, Cao Bin watched this scene and frowned. Hahaha, given their situation, they can at most take on E-level duo missions. How many points could that possibly earn? It is not even worth the time wasted traveling back and forth. And that Su Li is just a dead weight. Is not he just a burden dragging him down? It is hilarious. E-level missions do not offer many points at all. It is a complete waste of time. It is only a matter of time before Chen Ge gets kicked off the leaderboard. The people behind Cao Bin burst into laughter. Seeing this, Cao Bin smirked and asked, "What day is the next leaderboard update?" "Brother Cao, counting today, there are 7 days left." One of his followers replied immediately. Cao Bin scoffed, "All right, let us not just stand around, let us go pick up our mission." "Yes, Brother Cao." The two people behind Cao Bin shouted in response. Cao Bin turned his head with a smile and said to the two newcomers, "Do not worry, I will definitely help you get back to your original ranks. You just need to stick with me and play your cards right." "Yes, Brother Cao." The two students ranked 1000th and 1001st were overjoyed. Being able to team up with Cao Bin, who was ranked 950th, was a blessing in disguise thanks to Chen Ge. Afterward, Cao Bin led his team to accept their mission. Before leaving, he glanced at the spot where Chen Ge had disappeared and let out a scoff. "I wonder if you will still be this arrogant once you get kicked out of the top 1000. Hey, hurry up and open the Academy website. 2 top-tier legendary cards have appeared in the trading hall. They are the absolute best. I saw it. Which divine expert put those up? This is too ridiculous, right? These have to be the best among legendary grade cards, right? I want them so bad." Just as Cao Bin and his group had received their mission and were planning to head to the airport, they heard a commotion among the students nearby. Those 2 magic cards from Chen Ge were like 2 bombshells dropped on Shendu Academy, sending the entire campus into a frenzy. Hearing this, Cao Bin and his team took out their phones to check. Magic card name, Sword Weapon Mastery. Quality Legendary. Type Skill Card. Magic card name, Speed Boost. Quality Legendary. Type Skill Card. Sword Weapon Mastery. Speed Boost. Gulp. These were top-tier legendary magic cards. After one look, Cao Bin and his group could not help but swallow hard. What a find! Who on earth put these up? Does this person have a card mine, or are they just made of money? These 2 cards really are top tier. Cao Bin and the others gulped uncontrollably, unaware that these were just the spare magic cards held by the very Chen Ge they had dismissed so casually. They were literally just excess items to him. I probably will not be able to trade for these 2 cards for a while. Maybe I should check with my family. Cao Bin pondered silently. In fact, the members of his team were thinking the exact same thing. However, finding cards of equivalent value was extremely difficult because both of these were incredibly versatile. There are so many sword-wielding warriors who would not want that. Not to mention the speed boost, who does not want to be faster. As the saying goes, in the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. I have something to do. I am going to make a call. You guys wait here. Cao Bin turned and said, "Sure, I am going to make a call too. And I was thinking of calling home. I have not checked in for a while." His team members chimed in as well. Cao Bin was speechless but walked to the side to call his family. "Hello, what is it?" Cao Bin's father held a high position, so his tone was naturally authoritative. Cao Bin immediately reported the appearance of the 2 top-tier legendary cards at the academy. They are indeed top-tier, but our family does not have magic cards of equivalent value to trade for them. Cao Bin's father said in a deep voice. "I just wanted to let you know, you can take a look yourself." Zhu Bin replied respectfully. Although the Cao family was a major clan, they had their own troubles. High-level magic cards were always in short supply and rarely, if ever, became surplus. Let alone cards equivalent to those 2 top-tier legendary ones Chen Ge had. Meanwhile, Quan Ziyan was already on a plane heading toward her mission target. Wow, look at the Academy website, someone posted 2 top-tier legendary cards. Are not these a bit too good? Her teammates exclaimed, and she quickly took out her device to check. Seeing the sword weapon mastery card, her eyes glazed over. I want it. She loved her sword, but her swordsmanship was not quite good enough yet. If she could get this card, her skills would definitely skyrocket. Then her gaze shifted to the speed boost card and her heart skipped a beat. I want that one too. I want them both. Quan Ziyan bit her lower lip, murmuring to herself. Afterward, she submitted information about the magic cards she did not need and sent a trade request. She also attached a message. If there is not a satisfactory trade, I am open to negotiating in person. I hope I get a chance. After doing everything she could, Quan Ziyan looked off into the distance, filled with anticipation. As for Chen Ge, he and Su Li had arrived near their destination by helicopter. Because it was relatively close to Chengdu, they used a regular helicopter. If it were further away, they would have had to use a large transport plane and then a helicopter for the final leg. The amount of time wasted on such journeys is immense. It is not bad, even though the Mystic Realm level is a bit low, it is close by. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can head back. After stepping off the helicopter, Chen Ge stretched and remarked, "Hello there, once you finish the mission in 2 days, you can call us to come pick you up." The co-pilot sitting in the front turned back to tell the two. Su Li was about to thank him, but Chen Ge stopped him and said to the co-pilot, "Do not bother, just wait here. We can finish the mission today, it is not easy for you to make the trip back and forth." It was not exactly close and it had taken nearly 2.5 hours to get here. Making them leave and come back would be a waste of resources, so Chen Ge was being considerate. The co-pilot was stunned by the remark. The pilot, a man in his 40s, also turned his head to look at Chen Ge, filled with doubt. What does he think this mystic forest is? Heading back today. Student, according to the information we received, there are a total of 9 secret realms here. You are joking, right, wanting to finish them all today. Students from Chengdu Academy are the top magic card masters of the future. Although the pilot was complaining in his mind, he spoke very politely. It will take you at least 5 hours to go back and forth, right? Chen Ge held up a hand. 5 hours, just 5 hours. If there are any issues, I will bear all the consequences myself. Is that okay? Coming back and forth like this would not just waste their time, it would mainly waste Chen Ge's time. With that time saved, Chen Ge could go back earlier and be in excellent shape to take on other missions tomorrow. His goal now is to complete enough missions to prove his strength, take on higher level missions, earn more points, and eventually become number 1. It is just that simple. Let me state this in advance, he is not working this hard for a vulgar reason like living in some palace. The pilot and co-pilot looked at each other, then the pilot replied, "Student, that is no problem, but I must say this first. We need to report this to the main station. If you cannot finish the task and come out within the specified time, delaying the flight schedule, then points will be deducted." Deducting points at Chengdu Academy is no small matter. After all, the students' goals are all centered around points. Is not Chen Ge being a bit too bold? Su Li nearby knew that Chen Ge was a legendary freshman and must have the confidence to say such things, but he could not help asking anyway. Is it very bold? Chen Ge looked at Su Li and said with a smile, "The bolder you are, the greater the harvest. If I were not bold enough, when would I ever be able to move into that palace?" Accidentally let the truth slip out. Buying palace. Su Li was stunned for a moment but immediately understood. Chen Ge was obviously talking about the Cloud Palace where the top 10 lived, surrounded by stars like the moon. Let alone living there, he would not even dare to dream of being in the top 1,000. Those are the top students from the top families in Chengdu Academy. Almost every one of them has an illusion god card, and they have so many other grade magic cards that their hands get tired. They truly stand at the top of the pyramid at Chengdu Academy. The missions they do are different from ordinary students. They are missions involving ruins and forbidden areas of corresponding levels, and the points gained at once are quite substantial. However, thinking about it, Chen Ge, ranked 999th in points, is already standing in that pyramid, so what he needs to do now is naturally to climb upward. I understand now.
Su Li nodded solemnly and said to the pilot, "You too, this is our legendary new student at Chengdu Academy, Chen Ge, ranked 999th on the points leaderboard. Since he has spoken, just do as he says." Legendary. Freshman. Ranked 999th in points. The pilot and co-pilot were both stunned and greatly shocked upon hearing this. They only received the relevant pickup information and did not know exactly who it was, but Chen Ge's reputation in Chengdu Academy was currently at its peak, and every staff member inside knew of him. "Okay, we will report to the main station. The two of you please go ahead," the pilot said solemnly, watching Chen Ge and his companion walk toward the secret realm. 9 secret realms, 5 hours, a legendary freshman? That is really interesting. I would like to see if he is as capable as he says. It was not until Chen Ge and the others were far away that the pilot spoke leisurely. "I heard no freshman has ever made it into the top 1,000 on the leaderboard right after enrollment. This is truly a legend." The co-pilot was a bit younger and felt some envy in his eyes, but unfortunately he had not awakened a source of magic and could only be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. "That is why I said it is interesting. I will report to the station, and you calculate the time they spend coming out of each secret realm," the pilot said with a smile. Yes. The two of them each got busy. And at this moment, inside the first secret realm. "Since there are only 5 hours, let us go all out." Su Li immediately took off his coat and threw it on the ground, pulled out his equipment card and stood ready, looking quite excited. "What are you doing?" Chen Ge looked back at the clothes on the floor and turned to ask Su Li. Clearing the secret realm, what else?" Seeing Chen Ge's expressionless face, Su Li replied blankly. Move back, pick up your clothes. Do not just throw things around because it is a secret realm. Put your weapons away too, do not waste time." Chen Ge waved his hand casually. "Hello." Su Li nodded blankly, put away his equipment, picked up the clothes he had thrown on the ground and walked to the side in a daze. He did not understand why he was wasting time by taking out his weapon to prepare for battle. But in the next second, his jaw dropped to the floor. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ge had summoned thousands of skeletons around him, including low-level skeleton warriors, high-level skeleton generals, and even rare skeleton knights. "Yo, you have got to be kidding me." Su Li blinked quickly and rubbed his eyes, finally seeing clearly that there were indeed many skeletons. What kind of sane person can summon so many skeletons at once? "Are you kidding me? I think there is at least 2,000 or 3,000 of them." Su Li hesitated, raised his hand, and began to count. 1, 2, 3. Gulp. The group of skeletons was fighting in front. Chen Ge followed closely, and Su Li, who was following at the back, just kept counting. 921, 922. Before he could finish counting, he was teleported out of the secret realm. Su Li was stunned on the spot. What happened? He had not even finished counting. He just wanted to know how many skeleton warriors Chen Ge had summoned. Was that so hard? "What are you doing?" When Chen Ge turned his head, he saw Su Li raising his hand, pointing at the front in a weird way. "Numbers nothing." Su Li quickly pulled his hand back, deciding to count faster in the next secret realm. "Let us go next one." Chen Ge led the way with Su Li following, as they headed toward the next secret realm. The pilot and co-pilot in the distance saw the situation here clearly. 22 minutes and 32 seconds so fast. The co-pilot was stunned when he saw them being teleported out. Interesting, it is indeed fast, but I do not know if he can keep it up. After all, the situation in each secret realm is different. The pilot was eating an apple with interest and observing. Is not this speed fast enough? Why does it feel like you, old Chu, are not surprised at all? The young co-pilot turned and asked. Old Chu replied, Zio Li, you are still young and have not seen much of the world. What is this? I have seen others at a similar level who were much faster than him, at least 7 minutes faster. By this time, Chen Ge had already arrived at the second mystic realm with Su Li. In an instant, the landscape transformed into a breathtaking painting of rolling green hills and crystal-clear waters. A valley, would not walking just be a waste of time? Chen Ge frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Su Li, trailing behind, shielded his eyes with his hand to peer into the distance before coming to his senses and looking over at Chen Ge. He was determined to count exactly how many skeletons Chen Ge could summon today. Not even the principal could stop him from finding out. But when he turned his gaze toward Chen Ge, he saw 2 adult giant dragons standing by his side, along with 7 or 8 dragon hatchlings. What? Su Li's jaw dropped to the floor again, and his eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. What on earth was he looking at? 2 adult giant dragons. 8 dragon hatchlings. Are you kidding me? Su Li could not help but mutter to himself. What are you doing? Seeing the hilarious expression of shock on Su Li's face, Chen Ge asked with a smile. Nothing at all. Su Li quickly regained his composure and shook his head. He was stunned, but he was not going to say a word. As for the specifics, being a professional magic card master, he naturally would not ask. It is the code of a magic card master not to inquire about others' card details, nor to reveal them if discovered. Although some do not follow it, he was a traditionalist. Then why are you just standing there wasting time? Chen Ge urged, come on, hop on. Ride a dragon. A scenario Su Li had never even imagined appeared before him. Then where did you want to ride? Chen Ge replied helplessly. Roar. The giant dragon stood there, letting out a roar that showcased its dragon-like pride. Seeing this, Su Li felt a surge of excitement and jumped on immediately. The next moment, the 2 dragons took the pair and a flock of hatchlings soaring through the mystic realm, clearing out the magical beasts below. In that instant, Su Li felt as if the world was vast and nothing could ever constrain him again. Due to the complex terrain and difficult conditions, 20 minutes and 9 seconds later. Old Chu, they are out. This time it took them 20 minutes and 9 seconds, not bad at all. Little Li patted the bored-looking Old Chu sitting next to him. Old Chu stood up, took a look and sighed, making such a fuss. The one I mentioned to you earlier took at least 19 minutes and 29 seconds. What is so special about this? Sigh. Old Chu sighed again, still too young, your perspective is just too narrow. Little Li fell silent. Meanwhile, Chen Ge and his group had already entered the 3rd mystic realm. Just as Su Li was excitedly preparing to ride the dragon, he noticed the area was densely packed with skeletons. Perfect, now I can finally count how many skeletons Chen Ge can summon. Su Li rolled up his sleeves, but the moment he looked down and then looked back up, he fell into a deep, heavy silence. There must be at least 8,000, if not 10,000 of them. His lips trembled, he was shocked, but he was not going to say a word. What are you doing? Chen Ge turned around with a smile to see Su Li standing still, far behind him, so far that he probably could not even reach him with his mana. Nothing, just resting for a bit. Su Li was astonished, but he maintained a calm facade. How about we split today's blank cards 80-20, you okay with that? Taking advantage of a moment of downtime, Chen Ge turned and asked. What? Su Li froze, pointing at himself in disbelief. I get 20%. He quickly came to his senses and waved his hands. No. Forget it. I already feel bad enough just tagging along and getting free mana and points. Enough, I said 20% is 20%. Chen Ge said firmly. If it were anyone else, he would have taken it all without hesitation, but Su Li had risked being targeted by Cao Bin just to team up with him today. Reasonably and morally, he could not let the guy leave empty-handed. Thank you. Su Li thanked him quickly, feeling touched. He had been at Chengdu Academy for over a year, and this was the first time someone had stood up for him, and now they were even giving him blank cards for free. He would remember this kindness for the rest of his life. 18 minutes and 1 second later. Old Chu, not bad, he is certainly very capable, I underestimated him. Little Li muttered, he was clearly very capable all along, did you really need to underestimate him? 16 minutes later. Old Chu began to reflect on his own life. Little Li looked delighted, silently cheering for Chen Ge and the others. 15 minutes later. Old Chu began to seriously ponder the meaning of life, finally concluding, this surely cannot get any faster. Little Li, I think they can still go faster. Sigh, this youngster is just too naive. Old Chu looked back at Little Li and sighed. 14 minutes later. Old Chu began to wonder if something had gone wrong in his own past. 13 minutes later. Old Chu decided he was still young and that it was natural for his experience to be lacking. 10 minutes later. Old Chu's lips trembled. He understood now, it was not his fault, it was the fault of that legendary student named Chen Ge. He was just too strong. Being this strong makes it very hard for an old-timer like me. 8 minutes later, when old Chu saw Chen Ge and Su Li emerge from the 9th mystic realm, his eyes nearly fell out of his head. Are you kidding me? 8 minutes? Is this a joke? Little Li sat there as well, not in the mood to tease old Chu. He was completely bewildered. The main thing was, what was going on with these two? He had calculated it. They had spent a total of 136 minutes and 42 seconds across 9 mystic realms. Is this for real? What kind of monster are they? Although little Li had high confidence in Chen Ge and Su Li, these figures were simply outrageous and unheard of. In a blink of an eye, Chen Ge and Su Li were back on the helicopter. There were 4 people on board, and 3 of them were in a state of total bewilderment. Old Chu, where in the world did this deity come from? Little Li, he is so strong, I am so envious. Su Li, who am I? Where does time start and where does the world end? What did I just see? Am I crazy or is the world crazy? Could you hurry up? I am in a rush to get back for dinner. Seeing that the helicopter had not moved for a while, Chen Ge reminded them. Oh right. Old Chu and little Li finally came to their senses, glancing at Chen Ge with utter disbelief. Only one thought remained in their minds: what a talent. It was just past 4 in the afternoon when Chen Ge and a dazed Su Li returned to Chengdu Academy. Su Li, not bad, it is only just past 4. Chen Ge stepped off the helicopter, checked the time, and said to Su Li with satisfaction. Not bad. Su Li nodded blankly, only wanting to say one thing. What do you mean by not bad? Do you have some kind of misunderstanding of the phrase not bad? He used to wonder why others could reach the top 1,000 on the leaderboard so quickly after entering. Now he finally understood. The gap between people is sometimes greater than the gap between humans and dogs. Alright, let us go turn in our mission and then grab something to eat together, shall we? Chen Ge smiled and left with Su Li. Old Chu and Xiao Li were left standing in the wind, stunned as they watched Chen Ge and Su Li walk away. All they could think to say was, what a talent. Meanwhile, Chen Ge and Su Li soon arrived at the mission hall. Hello student, how can I? The same beautiful staff member who was on duty in the morning greeted them with a smile when she saw someone approaching. But upon seeing Chen Ge and Su Li, her voice trailed off until she stopped completely. You 2 students, did not you take the flight that was arranged for you? The staff member asked, looking hesitant. Hello, we have already finished the mission. Chen Ge held out his magic card master bracelet. You finished it. The beautiful staff member froze for a moment, then scanned Chen Ge's bracelet with a look of disbelief. You really finished it? She looked up at Chen Ge, utterly amazed. This was just too impressive. May I ask, how many missions like this do I need to complete to have my restrictions relaxed? Chen Ge asked, voicing the question on his mind. The staff member quickly collected herself and smiled. Hello, based on your performance and the time you took today, you too can accept D-level silver-ranked missions starting tomorrow. That works, thank you for your hard work. With that, Chen Ge took Su Li and left. The system automatically calculates and issues points based on the number of monsters hunted and the mission level, so he did not need to worry about it at all. After Chen Ge and Su Li left the hall, the staff member muttered with a dry laugh, so this is the charm of a legendary freshman. What is wrong, Alan? Just then a colleague walked over and asked. It is nothing. Alan shook her head quickly. Student information was confidential, and even if she knew something, she could not just talk about it. That was professional conduct. Chen Ge could not accept any more missions today, so he decided to grab lunch after leaving the hall, but he immediately noticed a group of students gathered around 2 tall men at the bottom of the stone steps of the Changsheng Hall. The 2 men were dressed in suits and looked arrogant. Just their cold aura was enough to tell they were extraordinary. What is going on? Chen Ge turned to ask Su Li, who was still pondering the origins of the universe. Su Li quickly looked up, gazed down for a long time, and then looked back at Chen Ge, shaking her head. I do not know. Chen Ge was speechless. If you do not know, why were you watching so intently for so long? I thought you knew. At that moment, the 2 men below saw Chen Ge and immediately brushed past the surrounding students, heading straight toward him. Hello, student Chen Ge. The one who stepped forward first was burly, with tight muscles that seemed to contain the power of thunder. His facial features were as chiseled as stone, and he had a friendly smile as he reached out to shake Chen Ge's hand. Chen Ge was taken aback, but one does not hit a smiling person, so he shook his hand and said, "Hello, who are you?" The other man, who looked more delicate but handsome, immediately stepped up and extended his hand. "Hello, Chen Ge. I am an executive of the Eye of the Storm Guild, Chu Lingfeng, and I am here specifically to invite you to join us."
Hello.
Chen Ge nodded slightly and shook hands with Chu Lingfeng as well. The burly man frowned, looked at Lingfeng and said, "Chu Lingfeng, your manners are getting worse. Do not you know about first come, first served?" Then he turned to Chen Ge with a smile. "Hello, Chen Ge. I am Chu Tianyuan, a hall master of the Azure Dragon Guild, and I am here specifically to invite you to join our guild. Due to cultural diversity and integration, each guild has different internal structures and titles."
Hello.
Chen Ge greeted him, still feeling a bit stunned. Meanwhile, the surrounding students erupted in an uproar. My god, are they actually here to invite Chen Ge, a freshman, to join their guilds? Those are the Eye of the Storm and the Azure Dragon guilds. I wish I could join them too. It would be such an honor if I could join them. The surrounding students looked on with envy. There are 9 super guilds in this world. They are not just SSS level or SS level guilds, they are organizations above that level composed of dozens of SSS and SS level guilds. The manpower, resources, and wealth possessed by these guilds are enough to rival a federation. And the Eye of the Storm and the Azure Dragon are 2 of these 9 super guilds. Having executives and hall masters come in person to invite a new student is unheard of, showing just how much they value Chen Ge and proving they believe in his infinite potential. If a student from an ordinary family could join such a super guild, their status in their family would skyrocket, and for someone from a prominent family, it would be a huge honor. The news quickly ignited the official forum of the Chengdu Academy. Shocking, executives and hall masters from Eye of the Storm and Azure Dragon are here to invite Chen Ge. Floor 1, what? Do not scare me, how could a freshman like him get invited? Floor 2, it is true, I can testify, I am at the scene right now. Floor 3, Eye of the Storm, my love, why did not you invite me? Floor 11, I dream of joining the Azure Dragon Guild and seeing that legendary super magic card master. So envious and jealous. Floor 999, jealousy makes me unrecognizable, turning into a prairie dog. This topic instantly blew up the entire Chengdu Academy forum. Chen Ge, our Azure Dragon Guild will provide you with a unique contract and grant you resources that others could not even imagine in a short time. Please take a look. Chu Tianyuan handed over an invitation and related documents. Chu Lingfeng also immediately handed over his own invitation and contract. Chen Ge, I believe our sincerity at the Eye of the Storm is no less than the Azure Dragons. If you have any questions, we can certainly negotiate. The surrounding students were green with envy. Special contracts, what is there even to hesitate about? Oh right, it really is a tough choice between the Eye of the Storm and the Azure Dragon. The Eye of the Storm has massive funds, but the Azure Dragon has that legendary super magic card master. So it is really hard to choose. Chen Ge, you can take the invitations and contracts back to review. If you have any questions, you can call me at the number on the documents. I will not disturb you any further. Chu Tianyuan said with a smile. After all, it is a life-changing decision, so naturally they should not rush him. Chen Ge, I will not bother you anymore either. Please be sure to consider our Eye of the Storm. He winked at Chen Ge after saying this, which gave Chen Ge goosebumps all over. Then the two of them left. Watching Chu Lingfeng and Chu Tianyuan leave, Chen Ge took Su Li to the cafeteria for a meal, leaving the surrounding students full of envy. Meanwhile, Cao Bin and Chu Tian were on a plane heading toward a small ruin. Based on the timeline, they would finish their mission and return just in time for the next leaderboard update. Look at the Academy's official website. Chen Ge has been invited by the Eye of the Storm and the Azure Dragon Guild, and rumor has it, it is a special contract. One of them spoke up suddenly, prompting the others to quickly pull out their phones to check. Seeing this news, the expressions of Cao Bin, Chu Tian, and the others shifted slightly. Cao Bin, however, remained calm and immediately tried to save face. Do not worry, so what if it is the Eye of the Storm and the Azure Dragon Guild? As long as you follow me and play well, keeping your points in the top 1,000, there will be plenty of guilds lining up to invite you. Exactly, as students of Chengdu Academy, as long as we are on the leaderboard, which guild would not want to recruit us? It is only a matter of time. Zhu Tian added. Cao Bin then thought of another question. What is going on with them? Did not they just leave on a mission? How are they already back in the academy? Someone immediately sneered. Looks like they just picked an E-rank mission close to the academy and headed back right after finishing it. An E-rank mission is worth nothing. Even 100 of them are not as good as the one we took. Hey, that is for sure. When they get back in a few days, I would love to see if he is still acting so arrogant. Cao Bin gave a slight chuckle, though he subconsciously glanced at the 2 magic cards on the trading page again. He was genuinely interested. His family had sent over a few magic cards for him to offer, but he did not think the chances were high. Compared to those 2 cards, his were practically trash, with only one being legendary and the rest just rare. Meanwhile, Quan Ziyan had reached her mission target, and her teammates were also talking about Chen Ge. Wow, I am so jealous of that freshman. He actually got invited by the Eye of the Storm and the Azure Dragon Guild. Hugh, you are ranked 808th on the leaderboard. Were not you invited ages ago? What are you jealous of? That is not the same thing. I was invited later on, but he got an invitation the moment he enrolled. That is a completely different level of prestige. True, that makes sense. It just shows those 2 guilds have high hopes for his potential, though it is only fair given that he made the leaderboard the moment he entered. As the group chattered on, Quan Ziyan sat there with her phone, constantly refreshing the page, waiting for news on the magic card trade. She really wanted those 2 cards, no matter the cost. Hearing her teammates discuss Chen Ge, she let out a quiet chuckle. Chen Ge, I have to admit, you really have some tricks up your sleeve and you are quite strong. It is just a shame you set your sights on the wrong person. That is destined to be the biggest mistake of your life. A satisfied smile played on Quan Ziyan's lips. Back on Chen Ge's side, he and Su Li had finished their meal and were stepping out of the cafeteria. Chen Ge, which guild are you planning to join? Su Li asked tentatively. He was truly curious. He knew he should not ask, but he could not help himself. Those were 2 of the 9 major guilds in the world, the Eye of the Storm and the Azure Dragon Guild, and with a special contract at that. Joining meant Chen Ge would immediately become part of their inner circle. As for average magic card masters, they could only join subordinate guilds and climb their way up slowly, but in front of behemoths like those 2, few ever made it from the bottom into the core. I am not picking any of them. I have no interest in working for someone else. Chen Ge replied flatly. Based on the ideas he had been forming lately, he planned to build his own force. Internal guild members could earn points by completing missions and turning in blank cards, and he could use those cards to unveil more powerful magic cards, creating an exchange system for his members. This would motivate a large number of internal staff with high-grade magic cards, creating a healthy internal cycle. And he, Chen Ge, would only need to do a bit of work. Why would not he? Once a guild was formed, transactions between them would save a lot of trouble, and there would not be massive transaction fees. As for money, in the face of a massive guild, money is just a number. The only thing that truly matters is the guild itself. He had thought it over. To rise in this world, one person simply is not enough. He needed a force of his own. Whether for himself or his family, the first person he wanted to develop was Su Li. Although this kid was a bit on the weak side, he had risked being targeted by Cao Bin just to return a favor, and that was enough for Chen Ge to commit to him. And not joining. Su Li stood frozen in place. That was a dream most people did not even dare to imagine. Sai, let us stop talking about this. Give me one of the blank cards you got today. I have got a bit of luck. Maybe I can unveil a good one for you. Chen Ge reached out. Su Li hesitated for a moment before trembling as he handed one over. In reality, he usually sold all his blank cards to cover his living expenses and help the kids back at his orphanage. A blank card was worth 10,000. Using it like this was just too extravagant for him. Hand it over, you act like I am asking for your life. Chen Ge was speechless. Others would beg him to unveil cards, yet he offered this kid an opportunity and he did not appreciate it at all. He injected his magic power directly. Magic card name Sky Dual Pierce. Quality rare. Type skill card. Effect exclusive to daggers, a passive skill card. When dealing damage to a target, there is a chance to inflict double damage. Description: this is a skill tailored for dagger users. I wonder if you like it.
Not bad.
Chen Ge nodded and tossed it to Su Li carelessly. Su Li caught it clumsily, and upon reading the description, he went completely numb. He used an epic grade dagger and his dream was to become a top assassin. This skill card was absolutely a top-tier rare magic card. Not bad, good luck. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about these words? Su Li suppressed the joy in his heart and quickly grabbed Chen Ge. If you do not mind, Chen Ge, I would like to.
Hey, no.
Chen Ge stopped him immediately. Su Li looked up, stunned. I just wanted to call you boss, is that not allowed?
Oh.
Chen Ge realized he had misunderstood and exclaimed, that is fine, sure, I will be your boss from now on. Great, that is great. Then Chen Ge said to Su Li, in that case, help me keep an eye out for students in the academy with good character. I would like to develop a team. Even the worst students at Chengdu Academy were top-tier magic card masters in the Eastern Federation. The main thing that mattered was character. And most of the people Su Li knew were probably students from ordinary families, which made them the perfect candidates for Chen Ge to recruit as team members and eventually full-fledged guild members. After the two reached an agreement, Chen Ge parted ways with Su Li. Chen Ge returned to his dorm, flopped casually onto the sofa, and then leisurely opened the academy's official website on his phone.
Beep, beep, beep.
As a result, his phone started ringing incessantly, like a telegraph machine. Chen Ge paused, opened the trading page to check, and saw that many people had sent trade requests. He looked through their cards one by one. They were all junk, and even those of the same grade did not seem worth it.
Desk looks like.
Chen Ge was just about to speak when he saw the magic card information sent by Quan Zian, and one of them made his pupils shrink.
Magic card name, Blood Surge. Quality legendary.
Type skill card. Effect: use after entering a weakened state to negate it. Physical strength, power, and speed are increased by 500% for 1 hour. Introduction: this is part of a set. If you have the corresponding type of magic card, congratulations. If you do not, sorry, it is a useless card to you. Tell me, do you have it?
I have it, I really do.
Chen Ge jumped up from the sofa and nodded repeatedly. This was the perfect set card for his Rampage ability. It perfectly solved the side effects caused by Rampage. It was tailor-made for him. He also had his eye on other cards in Quan Zian's deck, for example.
Magic card name, Underworld Subdragon. Quality legendary. Type pet card.
Skills: corrosive flame, nether poison. Introduction: a sub-dragon species from the underworld that lives in the sunless depths of the underworld. It is both sad and pitiful, covered in corrosive liquid. It is weak, helpless, and pathetic. Who can save it?
Gulp.
Chen Ge swallowed and muttered, I wonder if using time acceleration on it would have the same effect as it did on the frost dragon hatchling. This card is also pretty good. It feels like Quan Zian specifically drew it for him.
But there was one more card he really liked. Magic card name, Call of the Dead. Quality rare.
Type skill card. Effect: passive aura card, increases the damage of summoned undead pets by 10%. Introduction: since you already have undead pets, it is only reasonable to pair them with a skill aura that boosts their combat power, right?
That is reasonable.
Chen Ge nodded repeatedly, finding the card's introduction quite logical.
All three of these are great.
Chen Ge muttered as he checked the details. The other party had also requested a face-to-face meeting, and the applicant was actually Quan Zian.
Oh, so it is her.
A small smile played on Chen Ge's lips as a plan formed in his mind. These three cards definitely were not her style. Given her personality, if he used a bit of negotiation, swapping 2 legendary cards for these 3 should not be an issue. He agreed to the meeting directly and let her decide the location. Chen Ge was not trying to save money, he just felt that a young lady like her would not be satisfied with a place he chose, so it was better to let her pick. Yes, he was just being a polite gentleman like that. Meanwhile, Quan Zian, who had just finished a battle and was taking a break, checked her phone. Her lips curled upward. The other party had actually agreed to the meeting. That was wonderful. At their current pace, they could finish the mission tomorrow and be back at the Chengdu Academy by tomorrow morning at the latest. Quan Ziyan thought for a moment and set the time and location for the meeting without hesitation. The excitement on her face was clearly impossible to hide. The next day, I would like to take 3 missions, 372, 1207, and 1525. Chen Ge walked up with Su Li and said. He had picked up missions from the beautiful staff member, Alan, yesterday. After getting familiar with the process, Chen Ge came to her every time for convenience. Hey. Seeing Chen Ge and Su Li, Alan was stunned. She had just assigned them 3 silver D-level missions this morning, so how were they back already by noon? Oh, I forgot, the first 3 missions are done, let us settle them. Chen Ge handed over his magic card master bracelet. A short while later, Alan watched Chen Ge and Su Li's figures quickly disappear from the mission hall and could not help but let out an awkward laugh. To be honest, this legendary freshman was a bit too strong. 3 silver D-level missions in one morning, excluding travel time. They basically just did a quick lap and came back. What kind of clearing speed is that? And he really is a master of time management. He chose missions that were adjacent to each other and ordered them by distance, barely wasting any time on travel. Although the missions were low-level with fewer points, given his time management method, it might not be any less efficient than spending several days on one high-level mission. In the afternoon, for Alan, working at Chengdu Academy was lucky. Although it was boring, the pay was high. She glanced at the time. It was almost time for her shift change. I thought they might be back before my shift ended, but it seems that this morning. Just as Alan was thinking this, Chen Ge and Su Li appeared in her field of vision. They were late, but they made it. They really came back. She had been working for so long and had never seen students with such high efficiency. Chen Ge and Su Li came to Alan to settle the mission points. Then Chen Ge asked with a hint of helplessness, "May I ask when we can take higher difficulty missions?" Alan glanced at her screen. The system had already made an assessment. Seeing the results, Alan was stunned for a moment, then said, "Chen Ge, based on your mission completion rate today, the system assesses that you can accept silver A-level and below missions without any requirements." Thanks. It was getting late, and if they went out again, they probably would not be back until 11 or 12 at night. So Chen Ge thanked her and left with a smile, leaving Alan in a daze at her desk. In 2 days, the restriction requirements had jumped from silver F level directly to silver A level. She did not know if her colleagues had ever encountered such a thing, but she definitely had not. This is a born powerhouse. That night after dinner, Chen Ge returned to his dorm. Su Li had not found a suitable target for development yet. Come to think of it, haste makes waste, so Chen Ge was not in any rush. After getting back to the dorm and washing up, he took out the blank cards he had gathered over the last 2 days. Excluding Su Li's share, he had 82 cards. 82 cards in 2 days meant 820,000. For most magic card masters, let alone ordinary people, that was an unreachable goal. I only this much in 2 days. Chen Ge sighed and began to draw cards. The first card. Magic card name, Stamina Recovery Card. Not bad. The second card, an intermediate magic card. The 51st card. Magic card name, Blood Frenzy. Quality, Phantasm Tier. Type, Skill Card. Effect. Upon activation, your blood boils and you enter a state of extreme excitement. Your physical strength, speed, and power increase by 1000%. This can be kept active continuously, but it consumes a massive amount of mana while active. Description: as a warrior, if you are not crazy enough, are you even a warrior? Frenzy consumes mana once upon use, so it has a time limit. But Blood Frenzy is clearly a sustained consumption type, so it has no time limit. However, the mana consumption increases over time, so you cannot keep it on forever unless you have enough mana. Indeed, if you are not crazy, what kind of warrior are you? Chen Ge nodded calmly, though inside he was already ecstatic beyond control. At this rate, with Blood Frenzy, and Power Boost, his strength would increase by 1600%. That is an absolutely insane number. And as the magic card master level rises, this number will only become more exaggerated. Once Frenzy puts me in a weakened state, I can just use Quan Ziyan's Blood Surge card to be a new man again. Tusk. Chen Ge clicked his tongue and said, "Keep a low profile, that card is still in Quan Ziyan's hands. When I talk to Quan Ziyan tomorrow, I must use the right strategy. Those 3 cards belong to me, Chen Ge, not even Jesus could stop me from getting them." I said what I said. Chen Ge's lips curled up slightly. And so he continued drawing. The 82nd one. Magic card name, Skeleton Archer. Quality, intermediate. Type, familiar card. Skills, corrosive arrow, double arrow burst. Description, a pitiful existence from the underground world that is not worth mentioning. Its very existence is a mistake. Its existence is very valuable. Chen Ge smiled. For others, 1 or 2 skeleton archers are truly worthless, but what about thousands or tens of thousands of them? He put Blood Frenzy and Skeleton Archer directly into his mana source. Then he summoned his detailed information. Name, Chen Ge. Talent, European Emperor Unique. Level, Silver 5 stars. Mana source, SS grade. Equipment, Mana Ring. Familiar cards, Frost Dragon Hatchling Legendary, Skeleton Knight Rare, Skeleton General Advanced, Skeleton Archer Intermediate, Skeleton Warrior Basic. Skill cards, Infinite Summon Phantasm, Time Acceleration Phantasm, Blood Frenzy Phantasm, Weapon Master Legendary, Frenzy Legendary, Speed Enhancement Epic, Power Boost Legendary, Half Moon / Legendary, Shattering Might Legendary, Wind Blade Legendary, Dragon Chasing Strike Advanced. Equipment cards, Warrior's Wings Legendary, Heavenly Moon Blade Epic, Golden Bow Epic, Dark Armor Advanced. Special card, God Tier Block. I have been at the Chengdu Academy for 2 days, and I have not even leveled up once. Chen Ge sighed, those missions are too low level, no challenge at all. The rewards are also disgustingly low. No, I must work harder, I need to rise up. Then he looked at his SS grade mana source and clicked his tongue, Tusk. SS grade is still a bit underwhelming. When will I get an SSS grade mana source card? Truly, human greed knows no bounds, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. He just got a Phantasm tier card and is already thinking about an SSS grade mana source card. Is not that a bit too bold? Do you really think of yourself as the god of luck? A person must have dreams, otherwise what is the difference between them and a salted fish? Chen Ge nodded solemnly and went to bed to rest, intending to be in high spirits tomorrow to outwit Quan Ziyan. The next morning, he called Su Li to tell him to go to the mission hall first and plan how to take on missions, while he put on his most handsome outfit and styled his hair perfectly, determined to suppress Quan Ziyan with his presence. The Chengdu Tower. Soon, Chen Ge arrived near the agreed meeting place. The sky-high Chengdu Tower is a landmark of Chengdu, offering a view of the entire city from the top. Consumption here is not cheap. Chen Ge has a little money on him, but not enough for this kind of luxury. Sai, it is a good thing I let Quan Ziyan pick the spot, or I would have lost a fortune. Chen Ge muttered as he walked up to the very top of the Chengdu Tower. The scenery is beautiful here, making it the best place for tea, coffee, and business, but the best often means the most expensive. Sir, do you have a reservation? The server saw Chen Ge enter and greeted him with a smile. Hello, I have an appointment with Quan Ziyan. Chen Ge replied with a smile, and the server immediately led him to Quan Ziyan. At this moment, Quan Ziyan sat by the window with an indifferent expression, holding a teacup and staring blankly at the scenery of Chengdu. Who on earth posted such top-tier magic cards? Although the other party accepted her application, she did not know their information and she was full of curiosity. Sir, this way. Just then, a voice pulled her back to reality. She looked over and was stunned. Chen Ge. He looks so handsome today, his hairstyle is different and his whole vibe has changed. What is he doing here? Thoughts flooded into Quan Ziyan's mind. Did he follow me here? No way, right? That would be too. Hello, this guest says he has an appointment with you. The server said to Quan Ziyan with a smile. Those 2 cards are his. Quan Ziyan paused, then handed over a tip. Okay, thank you for your trouble. You are welcome, it is my duty. The server stepped back cautiously. After the server left, Quan Ziyan did not speak, but instead sized up the man in front of her. Did he dress up like this specifically to see me? Even if he looks good like this, I will not like him. He is just being delusional. Hello, Quan Ziyan. Chen Ge saw Quan Ziyan stunned there, greeted her very solemnly, and sat down opposite her. Those 2 magic cards are yours. Quan Ziyan asked hesitatingly. That is right. Chen Ge nodded immediately. My cards are all garbage, but those two of his are top-tier legendary cards. Did he only agree to a meeting because he saw it was me? Quan Ziyan could not help but sneer in her heart. Man blinded by love is truly pathetic. Quan Ziyan, you must have seen my cards. Shall we discuss the detailed terms now? Chen Ge smiled politely. Heh, a poor and pathetic man, his gaze at me is so gentle. Indeed, it is impossible to hide the way you look at someone you like. Why did not I notice it back then in the secret realm? At this moment, Quan Ziyan felt like a queen looking down from above, while Chen Ge felt so small. But what if you're strong, Chen Ge? In front of me, are not you just a small ant? How pathetic. Quan Jiayon, shall we have a talk? Seeing that Quan Jiayon had not spoken for a long time, Chen Ge spoke again. With an indifferent expression, Quan Jiayon handed over the magic cards she had brought, saying, take whichever ones you like. Chen Ge was taken aback. Magic cards can be bound, so people usually do not just hand them over to others. It is clear that Quan Jiayon is truly wealthy and generous. Hey, given your strength, you should not have to be this humble, sigh. In Quan Jiayon's eyes, Chen Ge's hesitation seemed so humble that she could not help but sigh inwardly. Chen Ge stopped standing on ceremony, picked up the magic cards and began to flip through them. He first pulled out the Underworld Sub-Dragon and Call of the Dead. Although the Blood Surge card was a useless card for Quan Jiayon, it was still a legendary grade card. If it were really put up for sale, there might be someone out there who fits it, and the price would surely be much higher than that of a top-tier epic magic card. Therefore, it was necessary to put on an act and make sure she did not see through his intentions. Do you really have to flip through them over and over just to spend more time with me? Is it even necessary? Quan Jiayon kept an indifferent face, sneering in her heart. Sure enough, no matter how strong you are, even a hero cannot escape the charm of a beauty. After a good while, Chen Ge frowned, looked up, and said, I have taken a liking to these two, but these two magic cards of yours do not seem to be on par in value with the ones I am offering. I would like to see what other little tricks you are planning to play. Quan Jiayon folded her arms across her chest and chuckled, then what do you want? Chen Ge glanced at Quan Jiayon and sighed, since we are classmates and you need those two, why do not we? Chen Ge helplessly pulled out the Blood Surge card and said, although this one is useless for me, it is a legendary magic card after all. If you find the right buyer, the price should not be too low. How about we trade these three for my two, what do you think? He is actually willing to trade those two top-tier epic cards for these three junk cards. Love really makes people blind. Quan Jiayon sighed inwardly, maintained her cold expression and nodded, that works. Then it is a deal. Chen Ge took out his phone to process the request, then said to Quan Jiayon across from him, I have agreed to the trade. You can just go to the trading hall later to pick them up. To think he is acting so fast just to please me, sigh. Quan Jiayon took out her phone, confirmed the details, nodded and smiled without saying a word. Since the trade is complete, classmate Quan Jiayon, I have other things to attend to, so I will be leaving now. After saying that, Chen Ge turned and left without a hint of reluctance. Quan Jiayon remained with her arms crossed, chuckling. First, you make me feel like I have taken advantage of you, and then you leave with an air of indifference. Are you trying to play hard to get with this kind of trick to keep me hooked? You really underestimate me, Quan Jiayon. Quan Jiayon's expression did not change at all as Chen Ge left, and she scoffed internally. A while later, Chen Ge's small, ant-like figure appeared downstairs, hurrying away. Quan Jiayon chuckled, sigh, this is what a man blinded by love looks like. With that, she stood up to pay the bill, intending to go retrieve those two legendary magic cards. Meanwhile, Chen Ge had already taken a taxi heading towards Chengdu Academy. Sigh, this woman is truly rich. This Underworld Sub-Dragon is definitely top tier among legendary cards. She must refuse to use it just because it does not look appealing. As for Blood Surge, for me, it is a legendary grade card in the truest sense. I have profited. And that Call of the Dead card, that is just pure profit. Chen Ge placed the three cards directly into his source of magic, feeling completely satisfied now. Upon returning to the academy, Chen Ge immediately accepted a mission with Su Li and headed toward their destination without stopping. Although they were 3 silver A-level missions for Chen Ge, who possessed 3 phantasm-level magic cards, they were a complete waste of time. At least his magic card master rank had finally reached silver 6-star, so it was not all for nothing. You finished all 3 missions. Lan, who was preparing for the shift change in the afternoon, asked with a forced laugh when she saw Chen Ge and his companion. 3 silver A-level missions in one afternoon, ha, ha ha. They really do not treat silver A-level as a difficulty at all. After Lan recorded the information, Chen Ge asked hesitantly, "May I ask when we will be able to take on gold-level missions?" Lan looked at the computer screen with a twitching mouth and said, "Classmate Chen Ge, your points have exceeded 100,000. And based on your performance over the past 2 days, the system has assessed that you can now take on any mission below gold A-level without any restrictions." "That is not bad. Looks like it will not be many days before I can take on platinum missions. Thanks." Chen Ge patted Su Li, satisfied, and left after thanking Lan, leaving her in a state of disarray. A silver 6-star thinking about how to take on platinum-level missions. Is this the world of the strong? Although she did not quite understand, she was deeply shocked. At this moment, Su Li, walking beside Chen Ge, was also deeply shocked, but his shock was different from Lan's. This afternoon, he had witnessed something truly terrifying. His boss, Chen Ge, had casually summoned an army of the undead. That was not all. The main thing was that his boss, Chen Ge, had gone red-eyed and hacked the final boss to death with a single blade. It was simply too brutal. Does he even have a shred of humanity left? The poor thing had not even had a chance to make a sound before being cut down. It was so pitiful. In that army of 10,000 undead, wherever they passed, nothing grew. Every flower they trampled dozens of times, and every dog they passed got 2 hard slaps in the face. It was just too savage. The scene was so violent that it had deeply impacted his young heart. "What is wrong?" Chen Ge looked back at Su Li, who was staring blankly, and asked. Su Li immediately snapped out of it, meeting Chen Ge's gaze. It reminded him of Chen Ge this afternoon, surrounded by blood-colored aura, his eyes glowing red, looking completely manic. Although it was a bit insane, frankly speaking, Chen Ge's state at that time was really manly and handsome. It even made him, a hardcore tough guy, feel a bit moved. I am fine." Su Li shook his head quickly and pulled a blank card from his pocket. "Boss, could you lend me some of your luck?" "It is only because it is you. If it were anyone else, I would not even look them in the eye." Chen Ge felt that Su Li was finally starting to get the hang of things, and quite satisfied, he took the blank card Su Li handed over and injected his magic power into it. Magic card name: Speed Boost. Quality: Rare. Type: Skill Card. Effect: increases movement speed by 50% upon activation. Description: a piece of junk card not worth mentioning. It really is a piece of junk card. Chen Ge nodded solemnly and tossed it back to Su Li behind him. Garbage. Su Li scrambled to catch the magic card, and after reading the detailed description, he finally understood what a garbage card really was. "Boss, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about what garbage is? If you have any more garbage cards like this in the future, please give them to me. I am a professional garbage collector." Su Li walked up to him with a grin. They chatted and laughed all the way until they parted ways at the intersection. The next morning, Chen Ge and Su Li were up bright and early as usual. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. They arrived at the mission hall of Changsheng Palace, where a crowd was buzzing with excitement, and students were pointing at the giant screen overhead in awe. "Wow, if someone completes this mission, I bet they could get tens of thousands of points in one go." Tens of thousands? I would say 40 or 50,000 is possible. This mission is almost impossible to complete. If anyone could finish a mission like this, they would definitely have a shot at the top 1,000 on the leaderboard. Hearing this, Chen Ge and Su Li both followed the crowd's gaze. Special grade mission. Location: Sanyuan City. Mission type: Gold rank 9 special dungeon. Grade requirement: Gold. Mission difficulty: Unknown. Party size requirement: 5 or more. "What is this?" Chen Ge turned and asked Su Li next to him. Su Li thought for a moment and said, "Sanyuan City missions are usually handled by the Dongling Academy. Unless it is an extremely difficult mission that they cannot handle, or it has reached the critical time limit for the dungeon to exist, they will ask us at the Chengdu Academy for help and hope we send people over." The critical time limit Su Li mentioned refers to when a dungeon has existed for too long. If it is not dealt with, the dungeon will undergo mutations, the monsters inside will grow rapidly and eventually break through the boundaries, directly threatening Sanyuan City. In such cases, the mutation usually gives birth to a king-level super monster, and by then, Sanyuan City will surely be reduced to ruins. A special mission, bonus points, gold rank 9, maxed out buffs, perfect, this is the one for today. Chen Ge excitedly pulled Su Li toward Alan. This one, boss, are you kidding me? Su Li was dumbfounded. A dungeon that even Dongling Academy cannot handle is nothing to laugh at. It is likely much more complicated than it looks. If a dozen students did not die, Dongling Academy would never ask Chengdu Academy for help. What, you guys want to take that special mission? When Alan heard the news, her eyes widened in shock. Are you kidding me? That is a gold rank 9 special dungeon. Did not you tell me yesterday that I could take any mission below gold a grade without conditions? Does not this unknown one fit the bill? Chen Ge pointed to the giant screen and said, I reckon that is just an A-grade dungeon. He looked completely serious. Maybe I can find another magic artifact in a dungeon like that. Alan was speechless. According to Chen Ge's logic, applying was not strictly forbidden, but whether it would be approved depended on what the evaluation committee had to say. Are you sure you want to apply? Alan asked again solemnly, as this was no joke and could very well cost them their lives. I am sure. Chen Ge nodded with a grave expression. His blade had been thirsty for action for a long time. Using blood rage yesterday was not nearly satisfying enough. He desperately needed a place to showcase his true talent. All right, I will submit the application immediately. It should not take long for them to evaluate you. Please wait a moment. Alan quickly filled out the application for Chen Ge and Su Li and submitted it. Meanwhile, at the Chengdu Academy Evaluation Committee. Because it was an emergency, all members of the committee were present and waiting anxiously. If they could not find students willing to go today, they would have to notify Sanyuan City to evacuate the population as soon as possible. Received it, we have received an application from students willing to go. Quick, project the detailed information onto the screen. In the dim room, a young man shouted in surprise. The committee members sitting below were overjoyed and urged him to hurry. Soon, the relevant information was projected onto the big screen. Name Su Li. Magic Card Master Rank, Silver 4 stars. Magic Source Rank, C grade. Points 41,234. When they saw Su Li's information, the committee members who had been excited just a moment ago began to twitch in disbelief. Are you kidding me? This student does not even qualify to apply. Zhang Chen, what are you doing? A committee member shouted sternly, does this student even have the qualifications to apply? What is this? Are you playing games with us? The elderly man leading the group frowned and scolded as well. Zhang Chen, sitting at the computer, said with a wry smile, Elder Li, this is the application sent over from the mission hall. He paused and added, by the way, the two of them are a party, and they applied together. With that, he projected Chen Ge's information onto the screen. Name Chen Ge. Magic Card Master Rank, Silver 6 stars. Magic Source Rank, SS grade. Points 101,230. The agitated committee members finally calmed down after seeing Chen Ge's information. Is this the legendary figure among this year's freshmen? Elder Li asked in a deep voice. Yes, that is him. Zhang Chen nodded hurriedly. The other committee members looked at each other and began discussing Chen Ge. This kid is undoubtedly the most outstanding freshman in our academy this year. He was already Silver 5 stars when he registered. That is quite rare. I heard he reached the 45th floor of the Trial Tower in Xinyu City, which is equivalent to Platinum 5 stars. That is a feat not many people can achieve. Hearing this, Elder Li nodded and asked again, even with his rank and over 100,000 points, he still should not be able to apply. What is going on here? Zhang Chen immediately pulled up the record of Chen Ge's missions from the past 2 days. 9 Silver 5-star secret realms, and he finished them in half a day. And yesterday he did 6 Silver E-grade missions. Yesterday afternoon he finished 3 Silver A-grade missions. Such speed, he is practically sweeping through everything. Elder Li exclaimed, reading through them one by one. The committee members present nodded in agreement. Zhang Chen added, the reason he is allowed to apply is that the system evaluated his strength as sufficient to take any mission below gold a grade without restriction. Since today's special mission is gold rank unknown, he is theoretically eligible to apply. The system's evaluation is definitely correct. Silver rank missions have no meaning for him anymore. Elder Li nodded slightly. Indeed, silver rank missions are meaningless to him now. It is a complete waste of his time. But everyone knows that while that 9-star gold dungeon is uncharted, its danger level is definitely above S rank. I think it is unwise to let a student with such infinite future potential enter it. A committee member immediately raised a hand and said, I reject his application. Their team only has 2 people, which does not meet the minimum requirement. One of them is still only a 4-star silver. Although I admit that Chen Ge is a very strong student, I also oppose his application. This special 9-star gold dungeon is far more complex than the 45th floor of the Trial Tower. I oppose it as well. After all, Chen Ge is a genius freshman with infinite potential. Most committee members naturally do not want to see him in any danger. This is understandable. At this moment, a committee member suddenly spoke up. Everyone, I must reiterate that Sanyuan City is a vital transportation hub connecting 3 regions, surrounded by 7 other major cities. Its significance is extraordinary. Once we abandon Sanyuan City, it means abandoning those 7 surrounding cities as well, and the losses that would bring are unimaginable. Committee member Su Changlin, what exactly are you trying to say? Su Changlin clearly had something to say. The poised and charismatic Su Changlin in his 20s stood up from his seat and said, I have checked the system. There are not many students currently at the gold rank with top 1,000 ranking points, and we have already sent out invitations to all of them, yet not a single one has accepted so far. Given such a dangerous situation, it is reasonable for the students not to accept. Exactly, even for students in the top 1,000, it is perfectly understandable not to accept this mission. The committee members present did not mean to blame anyone. Su Changlin paced back and forth around the committee members and said, Chen Ge is a legendary freshman. I have already heard many amazing tales about him. In the near future, I believe he will definitely become a top-tier magic card master. He possesses infinite possibilities. The committee members certainly felt the same way, with no objections. It was precisely because of this that they had rejected Chen Ge's application. Committee member Su, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Elder Li, who was sitting there, finally could not help but look back at Su Changlin, who was pacing, and said, Hehe. Su Changlin smiled and said, I heard that when Chen Ge was at the bronze rank, he managed to emerge from a 7-star silver secret realm that had been invaded by darkness. What? A bronze rank student managing to get out of a 7-star silver secret realm invaded by darkness? How is that possible? Committee member Su, where did you hear that? Is not this news a bit too shocking? I admit Chen Ge is a strong kid, but is not this rumor just hearsay? The world is vast, and the Eastern Federation is huge. A deluge of news comes in every day, and some information is reported directly to the Eastern Federation headquarters, so it is normal for these committee members to be unaware. Su Changlin continued. With courage, capability, and the experience of having once leapfrogged ranks to escape a 7-star silver secret realm invaded by darkness, I believe he can bring hope to Sanyuan City. Su Changlin directly gave his final conclusion. Seeing Su Changlin so certain, the committee members present fell silent. If the situation is true, this legendary freshman is indeed qualified to head to that dungeon. Everyone, those 7 cities have a population of nearly 100 million. If we abandon them, the wealthy might be fine, but the people without money will be displaced. Su Changlin said with a grave expression. Committee member Su, is that news accurate? Yes, we need an accurate source for this information. The committee members were wavering. Hi. Su Changlin laughed. Everyone, the subject himself is waiting in the mission hall right now. Instead of asking about the accuracy of my news, why not just call him in and we can ask him ourselves on the spot? I believe that as long as a courageous, capable, and determined magic card master stands before us, we will have our answer. Su Changlin looked very excited. Well, that makes sense. Elder Li nodded slightly and looked back at the other committee members for their input. Clearly, they all agreed. Zhang Chen, inform the mission hall to have Chen Ge come to this conference room. We need to conduct an on-site evaluation.
Yes.
Immediately Zhang Chen passed on the message. The committee wants an in-person evaluation. Upon seeing the message, Ailan's beautiful eyes widened suddenly. When she applied, she did not really take it seriously. After all, the situation was special and the rank gap was a bit too wide, so she did not think there was much of a chance. And now the committee wants an in-person evaluation. This situation is rare, meaning the committee believes Chen Ge might be capable of taking on this mission. Haha, I thought only I had gone crazy, but now it seems the committee members have gone crazy too. Ailan felt the whole thing was a bit insane and could not quite believe it. She turned to Chen Ge and Su Li, who were sitting nearby. Chen Ge, the evaluation committee wants an in-person meeting. I will take you there now. All right. Chen Ge stood up and Su Li rose as well, looking completely disbelieving. In-person evaluation. Does not that mean they think their two-person team might actually have a shot at this mission? He had not taken it seriously at first, and yet the evaluation committee actually wanted an in-person assessment. Have I gone crazy, or has the evaluation committee? I just want to know, what earth-shattering thing has my big brother done to make you all come up with such an outrageous idea? A short while later. The two of you, this is the evaluation committee room. Please come in. Still in disbelief, Su Li arrived outside the conference room. Thank you. Chen Ge offered a word of thanks, took Su Li by the arm and pushed the door open. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, the eyes of the committee members locked onto that legendary freshman. Come. Composed. Neither humble nor arrogant. It was as if this on-site evaluation put absolutely no pressure on him. Strong psychological resilience is a necessary condition for becoming a powerhouse. It was clear this student already possessed it. In sharp contrast to him was Su Li standing beside him, timid and hunched over. The two seemed like complete opposites. They could not understand how such two people could end up together. Chen Ge led Su Li forward. Good morning, committee members, I am Chen Ge. He nudged Su Li, who reacted. Hello, committee members, my name is Su Li. Then Chen Ge met the committee members' gazes and said solemnly, Committee members, I know what you are worried about, but I never play around with my own life. He spoke these words with a calm expression, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. It was the conviction of a powerful magic card master, emanating from the depths of his soul. Just as Su Changlin had said earlier, his very presence here had already given every committee member in the room their answer. The committee members in the conference room exchanged glances. Although they already had their answer, one member could not help but ask, Student Chen Ge, is it true that when you were at the bronze level you once escaped from a silver 7-star secret realm that had been invaded by darkness? Another member pressed, how many people were present at that time? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room stared intently at Chen Ge, eager to confirm the answer they were already certain of in their hearts. What? Standing behind Chen Ge, the timid Su Li thought his ears were playing tricks on him. Escaped a silver 7-star secret realm invaded by darkness while at the bronze level. Looking up at Chen Ge's back now, he felt it was as towering as a mountain. And he felt so small, he was not even worth mentioning. If there had not been so many people around, he would have had the urge to bow down and worship him. A man full of secrets is truly someone to admire. Su Li looked at Chen Ge with eyes filled with adoration. Yes. The committee members watched expectantly and Chen Ge gave a firm answer at that moment, adding, although there were two of us back then, I solved it almost entirely by myself. Really, it is true. He actually completed a task that was almost impossible. I feel as though I am looking at a super magic card master destined for the peak. Solved it by himself. Even though they were mentally prepared, the committee members could not help but gasp in secret upon receiving the confirmation. To them, that was an almost impossible challenge. At this point, the elder known as Li turned back and said, everyone, we have wasted too much time. Shall we put it to a vote? I agree. I agree too. In the blink of an eye, it was a unanimous vote. Good. Elder Li nodded with satisfaction, turned to Chen Ge and said, Chen Ge, the committee has agreed to let you take on this mission. However, since the situation inside is unknown, do you need to expand your team to more than 5 people before heading out? Chen Ge replied immediately, "Committee member, since this is an S-grade mission, time must be tight, right? I doubt anyone would be willing to go anyway, and I do not want to waste time here. The two of us are enough." Adding another person would mean sharing more magic power and blank cards. He was not having it. He was grooming Su Li to be his subordinate. What right did others have to join? Why wasting time? The committee members were momentarily speechless. Did you hear that? Is that even human language? You two silver-level kids are going. We suggest you group up with more people, and you call that a waste of time. Although the specifics were unclear, the members present knew that someone who could escape a silver 7-star secret realm invaded by darkness must possess a phantasm card, so they did not say anything more. In that case, please leave the subsequent matters entirely to me. I will get students Chen Ge and Su Li to Sanyuan City as quickly as possible. Su Changlin stood up and volunteered himself. Not long after, Chen Ge and the others were sitting on a high-speed transport plane. This was a military transport aircraft, incredibly expensive, running on a new type of fuel and capable of extreme speeds. It was generally never used unless it was an emergency. And on this high-speed plane, Su Changlin, Elder Li, and the other evaluation committee members were looking at each other in awkward silence. Su Changlin stared at Elder Li across from him, feeling somewhat speechless. Elder Li felt Su Changlin's strange gaze and chuckled awkwardly. "Committee member Su, do not look at me like that. With the safety of Sanyuan City at stake, of course I have to go see for myself." Meanwhile, Sanyuan City had already fallen into chaos. Traffic was paralyzed, pedestrians moved in a hurried panic, and everything had ground to a halt. Although the Federation tried to suppress the news, walls have ears, and it was only a matter of time before the news got out. Those with the means had already packed up their families and fled, while those who remained were not staying by choice, but because their livelihoods were here. Leaving Sanyuan City meant becoming refugees. In the world today, what did being a refugee mean? Now most of them could only pray, hoping the rumors were not true, clinging to a glimmer of wishful thinking. Others were waiting, hoping for the arrival of a savior. God save us, we do not want to lose our shelter. Are we really finished? Heaven, please help us. Under such circumstances, helpless commoners could only beg for the protection of gods in heaven. Beyond Sanyuan City, even nearby cities were experiencing a degree of unrest. Once the magic beasts from the dungeon broke through the barrier, the dangers inside would be unpredictable. There could even be a situation with hundreds of king-tier beasts. In unknown situations, the Federation would not immediately send personnel for cleanup. If there were super-tier beasts involved, it might even be declared a restricted zone, never again allowing human entry. Such cases were common in this world. In front of some powerful magic beasts, even the top-tier magic card masters had to avoid their edge and try not to provoke them. The skies over Sanyuan City and the surrounding areas were shrouded in a thick gloom, making it hard to breathe. Inside the conference room of the Sanyuan City government building, Chief Executive Yang Tianling sat quietly, teeth clenched, his eyes firm as iron. Although he was also a powerful magic card master, he could not enter a gold-tier dungeon. He could only sit there waiting for the dungeon's mutation, and his strength was not enough to handle it. For the first time in his life, he felt a profound sense of powerlessness. This feeling was so heavy it left him gasping for air. The other high-ranking officials sitting below were equally somber, sighing repeatedly. Krieg. Just then, Yang Tianling's secretary burst in from outside the conference room, trotting over to his side and whispering, "Chief Executive, the Chengdu Academy has dispatched students who are heading to Sanyuan City. I hear it is a legendary tier student, the likes of which we have never seen before." Really? Yang Tianling's furrowed brows smoothed out, and his eyes shone with brilliance. Quick, let us go to the airport to welcome the people sent from Chengdu Academy. Yang Tianling stood up abruptly and said to those present. Hearing this, the high officials' faces began to show smiles, and they followed him out in quick succession. Chengdu Academy students were the top existences in the Eastern Federation. Sanyuan City finally saw a glimmer of hope. Before they knew it, Yang Tianling and his team had been waiting at the airport until nightfall. Although Chen Ge and his companions traveled in a military supersonic transport aircraft, the world has expanded so much that it took them quite a while to arrive. Not long after, the transport aircraft finally landed at the Sanyuan City Military Airport. General Executive Yang, long time no see. Old Li, why did you come here yourself? Yang Tianling led his men forward to greet Old Li and his group. After some polite exchanges, Yang Tianling looked hesitantly at Chen Ge and Su Li, who were of the appropriate age among the crowd. Old Li, are these two the legendary students you mentioned? Dongling Academy has sent 10 students each time, and despite several attempts, not a single one has returned. What is going on with Old Li here? Just 2 students. Are they looking down on Dongling Academy, or are they looking down on that 9-star gold tier dungeon? The situation in that dungeon is clearly not as simple as it looks. Meanwhile, the officials behind Yang Tianling were whispering among themselves. What is going on with Chengdu Academy? They clearly do not take our affairs in Sanyuan City seriously at all. Even if they have powerful students, there is no reason to only send 2, right? Who knows what they are up to? Look at one of them acting all timid and reserved. How does he look anything like a student from Chengdu Academy? Are not they just fooling us? If you want to say Chengdu Academy is fooling us, they could have just not sent anyone. After all, it is an emergency and it would be understandable to have no one available. But what is the meaning of sending these 2? I do not get it. Indeed, faced with such an unknown 9-star gold tier dungeon, anyone would have concerns about only sending 2 students. Old Li laughed as he pulled Chen Ge over to introduce him. General Executive Yang, this is the legendary student. He is absolutely one of the top students at our Chengdu Academy. Nice to meet you. Since he is a top student, calculating based on Magic Card Master rankings, he should be in the top 2 or 300 of the leaderboard, right? Yang Tianling reached out his hand with a smile. Chen Ge shook his hand with a smile and said, Nice to meet you, General Executive Yang. I am ranked 999th on the leaderboard. The smile on Yang Tianling's face gradually froze, and his hand paused in midair. He then asked, It seems you were sent here because your level best fits the requirements. Chen Ge withdrew his hand and nodded. I am currently a 6-star silver rank, which indeed meets the requirements to enter a 9-star gold tier dungeon. Chen Ge believed in being realistic. There was no need to hide anything. That statement left Yang Tianling frozen on the spot. 6-star silver. What does that mean? The officials behind him also started muttering. What is Chengdu Academy thinking? Are they out of people, sending a 6-star silver student here to die? Are they joking? I do not think that student looks like he is joking. He was very serious when he answered. What exactly is Chengdu Academy trying to do? This scene made Old Li quite embarrassed, but Chen Ge's answer was technically correct. He is indeed the 999th on the leaderboard, a 6-star silver. Old Li gave a dry laugh and said, General Executive Yang, do not worry about those details. You must trust the capability of our Chengdu Academy Assessment Committee. General Executive Yang, as a legendary freshman, Chen Ge's strength has been verified. You can rest assured. Zhu Changlin spoke up to guarantee. A freshman. Yang Tianling turned his gaze back to Old Li. What on earth is going on? Old Li glanced at Su Changlin, who realized he had said the wrong thing and started dodging eye contact. He was thinking to himself, if you want to blame someone, blame Old Li for insisting on coming along. Old Li once again said solemnly, General Executive Yang, this Chen Ge is a freshman who entered the top 1,000 of the leaderboard as soon as he joined Chengdu Academy. You should understand what that means. Yang Tianling was a graduate of Chengdu Academy himself. He had not noticed at first, but now he realized. For a freshman to enter the top 1,000 of the leaderboard upon arrival is almost unheard of. Alright, stop wasting time, prepare the necessities for them and let them go in tonight. Old Li said in a deep voice. Very well. Yang Tianling nodded slightly and led them toward the 9-star gold tier dungeon. Soon, this news was also broadcasted by his secretary through the television station. Breaking news, Chengdu Academy has sent legendary students to resolve the issue. Residents, please do not panic and stay at home while awaiting further updates. Wow, I heard that Chengdu Academy sent legendary students. Now our Sanyuan City is saved. Legendary students from Chengdu Academy, that must be someone from the top 10 of the leaderboard, right? Judging by the news, I guess it is the number 1. Ordinary people only know that Chengdu Academy uses a ranking system and that the strongest is ranked number 1. They do not know much else. If they knew that the legendary student was not number 1 but second to last, I wonder what they would think. Meanwhile, Chen Ge and Su Li were already standing at the entrance of the dungeon, though both of them looked somewhat helpless. This is a lingerie store and the entrance is inside the fitting room. This dungeon seems quite bizarre. Let us go, Chen Ge said to Su Li beside him, and the two headed toward the dungeon entrance with firm resolve. Old Li and the others were watching this scene, their hearts tightening. 2 silver rank magic card masters entering a 9-star gold tier dungeon. Honestly, he had no idea if they would succeed. But the aura and confidence Chen Ge displayed at the time could not be faked. I really want to see what kind of magic card master he truly is. Beside him, Yang Tianling furrowed his brows. A legendary freshman, how interesting. However, Chen Ge is a legendary freshman, but what is up with the student next to him? Even if he is not legendary, he should at least be in the top 1,000 of the leaderboard, right? He cannot possibly be an ordinary student who did not even make it to the leaderboard, right? Impossible, that cannot be it. Yang Tianling shook his head, feeling certain. Bang! Just as Chen Ge and Su Li stepped into the dungeon, the gate behind them suddenly closed. Clearly this was a special dungeon as expected. But Chen Ge and Su Li were not calm, because the dungeon before them was far too magnificent. Standing inside, it was as if they had entered an underground palace built for giants. They felt so tiny. Torches on both walls illuminated the interior clearly. Wow, what a massive dungeon. Standing here makes me feel like an ant. Su Li looked up at everything around them and could not help but exclaim. Chen Ge did not say a word. Instead, he started walking forward with Su Li following closely behind. Beep gold 5-star goblin. Beep gold 5-star enhanced goblin. Before long, a group of green-skinned goblins appeared before Chen Ge and Su Li. They brandished various weapons and came walking slowly toward the two, grinning maliciously. Just as Chen Ge was about to make a move, Su Li hurried forward, patted his chest and said, "Boss, let me show you what I have got, okay?" Eyeing the group, which numbered around 30 or 40, Chen Ge nodded and stepped aside. Although he had always felt Su Li was weak, he had managed to get into the Chengdu Academy through the proper entrance exams after all, so this weakness was relative. Since he wanted to show off, might as well let him have his fun. In the blink of an eye, Su Li had equipped his gear, holding his cold-glinting epic-grade dagger in his hand. As he entered combat mode, Su Li's aura suddenly shifted, his gaze turned icy, and he charged toward the pack of goblins. Swish, swish, swish. He moved with light, agile steps, weaving between the goblins. The dagger in his hand spun with lethal precision, almost like he was putting on a performance. However, the massive gap in their levels made it difficult for him to kill even a single goblin. He had to constantly kite, dodge, and wait for the perfect opening. It is fair to say that Su Li already possessed the foundation of an excellent assassin. With proper training, he could definitely become a fierce warrior. 20 minutes later, those 30 or 40 goblins were finally finished off. Overall, Su Li's combat awareness and skills were quite strong, but it was a pity that aside from his epic weapon, his other magic cards were complete trash. During the fight just now, the ones he used most were the 2 cards Chen Ge had given him. Without the help of those 2 cards, he probably would not have been able to kill those dozens of gold goblins. Yo. As the battle ended, Su Li let out a long breath and turned around to ask with a smile, "Boss, how was that?" "Not bad." Chen Ge nodded with a smile. "What do you mean by not bad?" Su Li immediately patted his chest again. "I could take on another 100. "Oh." Hearing this, Chen Ge chuckled, raised his chin and gestured for him to continue. Seeing the smile at the corner of Chen Ge's mouth, a bad feeling welled up in Su Li's heart. Su Li turned around immediately, only to see over 100 goblins swarming out from the passageways on both sides. The number had doubled. Su Li laughed awkwardly and retreated to Chen Ge's side. "Boss, I was just talking big. You just listen for fun, please do not take it to heart." Chen Ge shook his head with a smile and drew an equipment card to arm himself. Skill card Blood Frenzy. In an instant, Chen Ge's eyes turned blood red, and his body radiated an aura of violent, crimson blood power. The faintly visible wings on his back were also dyed a deep blood red. The Tianyu blade in his hand shimmered with a blood-red mist. Standing there, he looked like a demonic god. The corners of his mouth curled up with a trace of madness. Swish! With a casual slash, a crimson crescent moon flew toward the hundreds of goblins. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over. Zhu Li's lip twitched. He decided it would be better to just take care of cleaning up the battlefield and not waste time. He immediately rushed over at top speed to collect the loot cards dropped on the ground. No sooner had he finished picking them up and retreated to the side than hundreds more goblins swarmed out from the passageways. Before the goblins could even scream, Chen Ge swung his blade again, finishing the cleanup. 1 hour later. This is already the 18th wave, and the number of goblins keeps increasing drastically. This time there are probably 5 or 6,000. Zhu Li remarked from the side. No wonder so many people died here. It is an infinite dungeon. Chen Ge said. A so-called infinite dungeon is one that continuously spawns monsters, wave after wave, sometimes for dozens or even hundreds of waves. And once you clear this area, you might run into the same situation further ahead. These dungeons are extremely rare and have the highest difficulty ratings. But in return, the gains in mana, loot cards, and points are quite substantial. Chen Ge took a deep breath and deactivated Blood Frenzy. He felt like he had had enough fun for now. Then he drew other magic cards. Skill card Infinite Summoning. Pet card Underworld Drake. Pet card Frost Young Dragon. Rower. Yes. In a flash, 10 Frost Young Dragons appeared, along with 30 Underworld Drakes. Underworld Drakes are legendary tier, and they consume far less mana to summon than the Frost Young Dragons. I will leave the rest to you. With that said, he called Zhu Li to the side to start having a midnight snack. After fighting for so long, it was definitely time to take a break. The Frost Young Dragons and Underworld Drakes began to coordinate in cleaning up the thousands of goblins. For a while, the sounds of shrieking echoed throughout the magnificent dungeon. Chen Ge and Zhu Li looked like they were camping, sitting there enjoying their food while the goblins nearby could only howl in useless rage. They were all melee units, and against the dragons in the sky, they had no way to fight back. Whenever they tried to get to Chen Ge and Zhu Li, they were blocked by the Frost Young Dragons and Underworld Drakes. Some goblins caught the scent of the food, and watching Chen Ge and Zhu Li eat so happily, they almost wanted to ask, "Is it delicious?" Back at Chen Ge's side, he asked while eating, "How many loot cards have you collected so far?" Zhu Li immediately replied with wild joy, "Not too many, not too few, exactly 100, and we have barely started. By the time we clear this place, I estimate we will have 200 or 300. Zhu Li had fallen into a wonderful dream he could not wake from, as he had never imagined that a single dungeon could yield so many cards. Thinking back on his bitter, lonely days in the past, he could not help but feel a little moved. "Alright, same as always, give me my share," Chen Ge said casually. Zhu Li immediately counted out 90 cards and handed them to Chen Ge. "My capabilities are limited, and 4 split makes me nervous. Let us go with 9. Even then, I still feel a bit guilty." Zhu Li rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. He was essentially freeloading right now, just acting as an assistant to Chen Ge. He should be satisfied just getting some mana. Chen Ge was offering him an 4 split on the cards, and while he was deeply grateful, he knew how to be content. "Fine then." Seeing how firm Zhu Li was, Chen Ge nodded and accepted the 90 cards. The sounds of battle were earth-shaking, yet here, he remained unmoved, even pulling some new cards. First card. Magic card name, Skyfer Young Dragon. Quality legendary. Type pet card. Skills Skyfer Hell Dragon's Wrath. Description: it is weak, helpless, and pitiful. Do you believe that? I certainly do not. If you can pair it with an ice-type companion, it will definitely show you what a true ice and fire experience is. Sorry, but as a lucky star, I really do have a frost hatchling. Chen Ge curled his lips, stood up, first put the flame hatchling into the source of magic, and then drew it out again. Skill card Infinite Summoning. Pet card Flame Hatchling. Awu. Awu. Immediately, 10 flame hatchlings appeared in the sky, letting out earth-shaking roars at the enemies opposite them. Then they intertwined with the 10 frost hatchlings, circling in the sky and letting out joyful roars. It looks like they really like each other. The goblins down below, seeing this, started jumping up and down, chattering in their own language, making quite a racket. But the next moment, the 10 flame hatchlings and 10 frost hatchlings showed them what it meant to face both ice and fire. Although the frost hatchlings are legendary pets, they are only at silver 7-star level when summoned by Chen Ge, who is currently at silver 7-star. They are still a bit weaker than the gold 5-star goblins, so one breath of dragon fire is not always enough to kill them. It often takes the underworld subdragon to finish them off. With the addition of the flame hatchlings, the frost hatchlings first used frost fire to slow down the goblins that were jumping in anger and trying to kill them, and then the flame hatchlings' hellfire followed, instantly vaporizing those gold-level goblins. The only evidence they ever existed was the blank cards they dropped. In the blink of an eye, those thousands of goblins were wiped out. Boss, these dragons in the sky, they were not just drawn by you now, were they? Su Li sat there with her mouth slightly agape, muttering to herself. I have not seen them before, it is highly likely he just drew them. At this moment, Chen Ge was overjoyed looking at the flame hatchlings in the sky. This means that with both the ice and fire dragons appearing together, the damage will increase significantly. This also means that when they both grow into full-fledged dragons and millennial dragons, the damage will increase even more drastically. That means his strength cap has been raised once again. They appeared again, and there are even more this time, probably over 10,000. Su Li pointed at the goblins and exclaimed. Chen Ge was delighted, they have come at the perfect time. These are free magic, blank cards, and points being delivered to me. Since they are coming, the more the better. Afterward, Chen Ge sat back down and Su Li held a blank card high above her head with both hands, placing it in front of Chen Ge. What are you doing? Chen Ge paused for a moment. Boss, please lend me some of your luck. Su Li looked very devout, as if she were worshipping a deity. All right, since you are praying so sincerely, I will show mercy and lend you. Chen Ge said as he took the magic card and infused it with magic. A low-level magic card. Chen Ge froze, this makes it very hard for me, the lucky star. I was just about to show off in front of others and this happens. Looks like your luck is not very good today. Chen Ge handed over the low-level magic card. Whatever went wrong, it was definitely not the fault of him, the lucky star. Hi. Su Li blankly took the card and looked at it. After thinking for a long time, she finally concluded, it seems my luck is indeed not very good. Even after borrowing the boss is luck, I only got a low-level card. Haha. Chen Ge shook his head with a smile and continued to draw cards for himself. Next, he drew 2 magic recovery cards, which was pretty good overall. Afterward, he went back to enjoying his late-night snack. Over there, with the frost and flame hatchlings as the core and the underworld subdragon assisting, it was almost a one-sided slaughter. All Chen Ge and Su Li had to do was sit back and collect magic. Once the goblins were wiped out, Su Li would clean up the battlefield. It was a very satisfying sight. Outside the dungeon, Yang Tianling had people set up a temporary tent. For them, this would be a sleepless night. Sai, I wonder how it is going inside. The combat environment for those 2 kids must be very harsh, right? Yang Tianling said with a look of worry. Old Li, sitting next to him, replied directly, they are young, it is nothing to suffer a little. Tonight is definitely a sleepless night for both them and us. Yang Tianling sighed again. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon. Snore, snore. Chen Ge and Su Li were fast asleep. In the distance, the battle had not stopped yet. Batch after batch of goblins kept emerging from the tunnels on both sides, though their numbers did not swell anymore, lingering at around 10,000. By tomorrow morning, Chen Ge's card master level should be able to reach silver 8-star. I have to say, this situation is really comfortable for Chen Ge. If it were any other student, they would have been minced into meat paste by those goblins long ago. The people in Sanyuan City were also having a restless night. They were all praying for this nightmare to pass as soon as possible. The next morning, Chen Ge and Su Li woke up almost simultaneously. Looking around, apart from the pets Chen Ge summoned, there was nothing else. On the ground, there were many blank cards scattered. Chen Ge first checked his card master level, silver 8-star. From last night when they entered this gold-level dungeon until this morning, he had leveled up from silver 6-star to silver 8-star. High difficulty missions really are effective. Boss, I'm already at silver 6-star. Su Li was also exceptionally excited at this moment. In just a few days, her leveling speed felt like riding a rocket. Quick, go clean up the battlefield and see what the harvest is. After Chen Ge said this, Su Li immediately went to clean up the battlefield. Before long, Su Li came to Chen Ge with a satisfied smile. Boss, 145 cards. Nice, Chen Ge said, and the two immediately divided the blank cards 9-1. After eating something, they headed towards the dungeon tunnel in front. What they were in yesterday was just the entrance area of this dungeon, essentially the foyer. It is safe to say this adventure had only just begun. Ow! 20 hatchlings circled above Chen Ge and his companion to observe, while the underworld subdragon went ahead to scout for the path. Everything was in perfect order. Before long, the two passed through the tunnel and arrived at a large hall. This place was much like the one before, only there were many stone pillars on both sides, carved with very intricate patterns appearing both solemn and majestic. Drip Gold 6-star Goblin Cavalry. Drip Gold 6-star Enhanced Goblin Cavalry. In an instant, dozens of goblins riding wolves appeared in the vision of Chen Ge and Su Li. They were well-equipped and radiated a murderous aura. They were clearly not in the same league as the goblins from before.